Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 151, Konosuba Side Part 36. Advocate of Gender Equality, so, what now? Leo let go of the prayer in his hand and let them float freely. Strangely though, it didn't leave for far, but it continued to swirl around him with another bunch. Advocate of Gender Equality, you and the crazy laughs. Me, need an explanation. For what? Leo tilted his head innocently. The circling platinum fireflies made his innocent face more convincing. Advocate of Gender Equality, for waking me up. My sleep was interrupted by your crazy laughing BS. What? Do you still need to sleep? That's insane, saying with a monotone tone. Leo appeared to be shocked. Advocate of Gender Equality, I hate you with every fiber of my being. I see, but honestly, Leo put his hand on his chin before he said, you should consider not sleeping. Sleeping could be very dangerous for your health and also several other things. After all, dreams can be easily hacked, and... Advocate of Gender Equality, don't put your otherworldly being's values on me. NEET Princess, do you really need to sleep? I'm shocked. Advocate of Gender Equality. I always wondered why I get angry easily these days, but, looking with his bloodshot eyes, Kazuma whispered these words, this chat absolutely give me some anger issues. NEET Princess, fufufu, enough with jokes. Now, did you burn your world in some weird ritual? When did I ever hurt the world? I'm an honest person that pushes the world further. Well, further could mean a lot, but it's an advancement. Leo thought of most of his abilities, which sounds very fitting for this moment. Despite that, Leo's words seemed to be only getting weirder, but looking at his sudden good mood, the chat was more speechless. NEET Princess, so, you didn't blow up the planet and fix it again? No, Leo shook his head while drawing something on the ground using the staff. NEET Princess, you did nothing, nothing at all. I took a walk in heaven and its most important place, but yeah, nothing, Leo nodded slowly. NEET Princess, do you expect me to believe that? You were one step away from laughing like Yagami if he found that L had a Club Penguin account. Advocate of Gender Equality, yeah, wait, what? Bree, you don't know. Advocate of Gender Equality, how I'm supposed to know this BS? How about you, do you know anything? Bree, this place is completely unscientific, so no. Advocate of Gender Equality, so, you basically don't know anything, heh. Bree. Fine, I might or not have sent some people into the hospital after my defense mechanism activated. Leo shook his head as some fireflies stuck on his hair. NEET Princess, that sounds very disappointing and anticlimactic. Advocate of Gender Equality, indeed, you should feel shame. Bree, despite this whole situation is wrong, isn't this one of the best conclusions? NEET Princess, nah, this is disappointing. He failed at his only job, to be a doom angel. Shame, honestly, shame. Advocate of Gender Equality, I have never been so disappointed by something like this, even if it woke me up from sleep. Pathetic, you should consider your life choices again. Bree. Leo also stopped for a moment as his eyebrow was twitching. NEET Princess, I'm satisfied by this trash talking. Now, what did you really do? Magic, Leo said with a monotone voice before a period of silence filled the place. NEET Princess, we already established that, so and. More magic, the same short answer was heard. NEET Princess. Bree, let me guess, there's also more magic. Indeed, you're really smart. Finishing several runes and circles on the ground, Leo nodded. Bree, that doesn't sound like a compliment. It is whatever you want it to be. Waving his hand, Leo tapped the magic circles before he looked at the chat and said, so, are we ready to start? Bree, Advocate of Gender Equality, start what? Experiments, magic, ritual. I wouldn't say I found a solution, but I found a place to start from. So, experiments. Leo tabbed the staff's end on the ground as his alter telesma was surging. Despite not being at his best, the higher dimensional energy was distorting everything around him. Advocate of Gender Equality, yeah, no. Bree, we are still preparing stuff and it's nighttime now. Did you at least draw the magic circle? Leo stared blankly at the chat. Advocate of Gender Equality, nope, smiley face. Leo blinked his eyes before he said, so, you basically did nothing. Advocate of Gender Equality, how dare you? I fought bravely and killed the hellspawn pigeons. Despite the hurdles from that Pikachu. Bree, oh What did you just call me? Advocate of Gender Equality, me. I didn't call you at all. But you seem to think of yourself as Pikachu. Bree. It seems you really want to go at it, huh? Advocate of gender equality, after attacking the weak and hopeless me, I made an oath to return this shame, or something, dunno, I forgot the lines. Well, can I make an anti-lightning build here? Bree Bree. NEET princess, anyway, what solution? HM. It isn't much of a solution, but a maneuver. How do I explain this? The reality, and mostly the material world, has a lot of restrictions in general, so I'll try to match the most common and usual laws of the two worlds in a virtual aspect by throwing some. This is complicated to explain. Leo fixed his glasses as he thought of how annoying explanations are. Advocate of gender equality, so, experiments, right, indeed. I'll go back to sleep. Sleep. Magic knows no sleep and rest. Leo looked down at the screen like he's saying, pathetic. Advocate of gender equality, my sleep is more important than magic, good night. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Bree Bree, I'm also going to sleep. Bree Bree is offline. Leo blinked before he looked at Kagaya's username on the chat. NEET princess, smiley face. NEET princess is offline. Leo stood in the middle of the mountain range alone as the cold wind gently blew his clothes. Taking a deep breath, Leo turned his attention to the chat and typed quickly. He's going to call the richest person in the entire chat room. Annihilation Maker, Admin Saitama. I know you've been lurking since forever, come out. A hero for fun. Annihilation Maker, Admin hello, it has been a while. A hero for fun, yes. Annihilation Maker, Admin can I borrow some money? A hero for fun. Annihilation Maker, Admin. A hero for fun, aren't you some kind of god or something? Annihilation Maker, Admin so. A hero for fun, don't you also has a huge debt? Annihilation Maker, Admin, maybe. A hero for fun is offline. Leo slowly muted the chat before he looked at the sky and said, why are we here, just to suffer? Pain and suffering are an inevitable part of life and some philosophers think of them as signs of living, Venom answered immediately. I didn't really ask, but what do life things have to do with me? Anyway, thank you, Leo shook his head before he noticed some group of stars in the sky. Leo constellation, huh? The constellation was shining in the night sky and looking like a sphinx crouching down. It was shown clearly in this mountain range away from civilization. Well, I guess I'll build the arrangements here, yeah, I'll do that. Probably. Leo shrugged his shoulders before walking around the empty mountain range slowly. Meanwhile, in the Konosuba world, exactly at the capital. You said that Kingdom witnessed a sudden attack on the royal palace, huh? Kagaya covered her mouth while looking at several documents. Indeed, the attack was sudden and fire devoured almost all evidence, but as it said here, the attacker was jumping in midair, turning invisible, merging with shadows, and even teleporting from them. Leone lifted her eyebrow when she read the last information. So, what do you think? Is it worth the shot? Putting her hands on her hips, Leone looked at the floating Kagaya. There's no denying the possibility, but there's also a chance for it to be a new reincarnator with an artifact. Anyway, it's worth a shot, Kagaya nodded before taking a glance at the map to determine the location. Despite not being sure if it's right or wrong, Kagaya doesn't see any harm in trying. She could even use the divination ritual there, maybe the location will provide help. But first, she needs to find someone who can teleport or she'll have to fly there. This is all for today, thank you for your work, Kagaya clapped her hands while nodding at Leone. Oh. An official thanks, I would have preferred a real reward though, but this is for another time, Leone shrugged her shoulders. Indeed, you should also take some rest. Kagaya took some maps into her sleeve before patting them like everything was ready. No worries, no worries. I used to stay way longer when I was doing my missions, waving her hand, Leone showed everything is okay. Your body is a mortal one, Kagaya tilted her head, but Leone shrugged again before she said, information is the lifeline of every mission. A lot could go wrong just because of one wrong information and I'm not willing to take the risk. Especially, we finally have a goal and not some impossible quiz, Leone glanced at Kagaya, who covered her mouth and said, would you look at the time? It's late, I need to go, bye. With that, Kagaya vanished immediately as Leone looked at her place blankly before she sighed. In the meantime, two people were looking at something inside the forest outside the capital. The wilderness surrounding the capital was always the habitat of many strong monsters, which is why only high-level adventurers come here in general. Despite that, these two weren't looking worried at all. They were casually inspecting the place and determining nothing irregular happened. One of them dropped a whole crystal-made skeleton before he frowned. This is the planting place. Kyle looked at this hidden place in the forest before he said, wow, almost like your spawn was set as easy. Oh, you want to complain? Susan frowned while looking at the device, you can complain to it. Hey, sure, I also prefer to throw you under the bus, Kyle waved his hand before he kicked Lich's crystal body. Careful, I don't want to waste all my efforts killing those two just because of your nonsense, Susan frowned while looking at the device in the middle. Do I care? This mission is already a fucking weird shit, even the plot has already gone out of control, yet we actually help it return to tracks. Kyle clicked his tongue as he looked at Lich, Crystal, and isn't this corpse's guy? Did he end up like this when going to Axel? Susan frowned, but she didn't say anything. Most of Kyle's words are to annoy her and the last thing she wants now is to lose her composure. Humph, we already did the horror space obligatory mission, so what now? Kyle looked at Susan as he didn't move from his place. The horror space came with a new mission without any warning. That mission overwrote all their previous missions and turned them null like it's the only necessary one. It said to follow the coordinates and bring Lich, Crystal, to one of the devices. HM. Do you want to attack or that's a decoy in your place? In all cases, this mission is still going until the space says something else. Susan scoffed at Kyle's words, but she still kept her distance from him and the device. Oh, you're nervous. It seems you don't know a lot about what is going on. Kyle's words didn't change Susan's expression, but she was frowning inside. Anyway, I'm going to throw this guy into the device, or maybe I changed my mind. Kyle was the closest to Lich, Crystal, body as he smiled and said, it seems you lost a lot of advantages now, huh? You're playing like this now. Susan reached for her bow, but Kyle didn't mind and said, I don't know what extra information you have, but why are you scared of me knowing it? Does that advantage have a critical role in your life and death? I wonder. Or the space has a punishment for Y-. In the surprised eyes of Susan, Kyle wasn't able to continue his words before the supposed dead skeleton under him twitched. With a flexible movement, Lich, Crystal, kicked the ground under Kyle and flew towards the device. What? How could it still move? I broke all its joints. Kyle was shocked, but the Lich, Crystal, didn't pay any attention to him and Susan. Reaching the planting position, Lich directly slipped under it the metallic road that who knows when it plucked itself from the ground using the 6 supporting legs. Then in an instant, it thrust like a drill into Lich's, Crystal, chest. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. It wasn't a big explosion, but the shockwave and dust were enough to push Susan and Kyle away with all the small rocks and dust around. The planting position was shining with a clear green light as Lich's, Crystal, body was decomposing into several fragments and merging into the device. The slim and metallic device was getting bigger and bigger until it reached almost 6 meters before it stopped. The whole upper section of the device became huge and almost looked like a round container that shone with greenish-white color. What in the? Kyle wanted to enter stealth, but he found his body very heavy. Oh, what do we have here? Meanwhile, in the deepest parts of the world, Konosuba World's Will, who was controlling Lich, Crystal, observed what was happening from all angles. Talk about resource management, it has been a long time since I saw those pieces of junk. Konosuba Worlds will put its hand on its chin while paying attention to the device changes and the lost horror space that floats in the vicinity of his world. Now, what are you going to do? Turning his face into smiley face sign, Konosuba Worlds will looked at the horror space as Susan and Kyle almost lost their ability to stand up when the round container began to glow. I should have known that you'll be doing this. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the void as Konosuba Worlds will expression became O.O, then returned into the smiling face. Oh, what a surprise to see you here. Turning around slowly, Konosuba greeted a woman that suddenly appeared in his domain before he said, I wish I could offer you something, but unfortunately, I'm broke right now. The World's Will of Type Moon, who took the shape of Shiki, didn't comment on Konosuba's words. She only looked at the horror space lost in the gray fog and also the device changes before, she said, you're pushing it to desperation. Am I? That's very interesting. Konosuba's expression was fixed on the smiling face as he faced Root. Don't play dumb, you know more than me what would happen if the space was pushed to the corner. Root frowned at Konosuba's casual attitude. I don't really mind it going into desperation, after all, only what I get from it is the most important. And that self-preservation protocols are still working, so no worries. Konosuba turned away to observe the device changes. The whole hidden area in the forest was filled with green lines like circuits on the ground. With each change, the round container glow was intensifying. I said stop this. You know that the spaces will follow the rules of self-preservation all the time, but if, and only if it doesn't involve their master things. Root looked at the gray shape of Konosuba before she said, and you're now digging straight into that. Konosuba was silent for a moment before he said, it seems that she left you more information than I thought. If you continue, the space might start to burn itself and even ram your world. Root didn't pay attention to Konosuba's words and continued, is that worth it? It's up to me to decide that. But to what do I owe this sudden visit? It's not like you came here just to tell me this. Konosuba's expression didn't change and Root didn't say anything. Oh my, you're really here for this. Putting his hand on his chin, Konosuba showed a straight face expression. You're not stopping, aren't you? Root sighed a little before she looked at Konosuba seriously. Stop. Stop what? I'm not doing anything extraordinary though. I'm just looking for something, like everyone else. The smile returned to Konosuba's face before it froze because Root said, after all this time, is this search after phantoms really worth it? You'll just burn yourself in the process. I said I'm the one that decides if it's worth. But it seems that the past you really left more than I thought. How all marks and expressions on Konosuba's face vanished for a second before it returned to the creepy smiling face. Stop or not stop, these things aren't available for me to be honest. Konosuba looked at the horror space that was trapped by him before he said even the whole existence might have been forgotten. I know that he still exists. Hey, I even have a proof now. You see, Root. It's like all our mistakes are coming back to haunt us. Be it the mistakes of all of us. Konosuba pointed at the horror space. Your mistakes. He looked at Root before pointing at the device in the forest. Kyle and Susan were struggling to stand up, but the glow of the device increased before ripples appeared on its surface. Then from the depth of the glow, a large metallic arm with slender sharp claws in place of nails stretched slowly. Or my own mistakes. As all expressions vanished from Konosuba's face, the silence filled this gray foggy space for a while. You had enough? Root lifted her eyebrow and broke the silence. Yes, sorry. You see, I discovered some things and I couldn't help but be affected by memories. Even if I am not supposed to feel that many emotions, but how to say, those memories are really impactful on me. Konosuba shook his head before he thought about something and said, Welp, I think you already know from her about a coward hiding and running. Root didn't say anything, but she only shook her head as Konosuba was silent and didn't push this subject further. But as you said, I already got what I want, this isn't worth it. With a wave of his hand, the gray fog around the horror space became thinner as the space trembled before it returned to the movement. In the forest, Kyle and Susan were sweating as the metallic arm was advancing to their way, but before it reached, a green glow appeared on their bodies before they vanished. The arm froze in midair before it returned inside the container again, but the whole container seemed a little dim. The whole horror space existence was flickering inside the gray area before it turned into a beam and pierced right through the fog, leaving this place instantly. So, what are you doing here? Shoo. This is a private area. Geez, are you Peakman's world that breaks into people's homes without any permission? I'm broke and you people don't want to leave me. Konosuba's face became, and filled with sadness as Root stared at him blankly. I always knew you as resourceful, yet for you to strongly insist on including your own son of destiny, Kazuma, in this project despite his poor compatibility and how much it'll cost. You also somehow found a way to inject it. Root thought for a moment before she smiled and said, coward and broke, I think I see a lot of similarities now. Your own little new project doesn't make you better. Is that what you used all those anomalies and even the hook for? Interesting. Konosuba put his hand on his chin. In any case, what are you going to do with it? Root pointed at the device as Konosuba shrugged its shoulders and said, who cares about it? Using an old friend ranking system, it's barely a 5-digits anomaly and that only because it's burning itself and unstable. I'd annihilate it if I wasn't really broke now. Anyway, let your Fire Against Fire project deal with it. They'll manage and that time bomb of yours is also trying to access my world. Konosuba waved his hand before the creepy, smiley face appeared again and said, just so I can help him, I disabled all the ways to reach my world except the unorthodox ones. Let him have fun burning a few brain cells. Sigh. Root sighed at this guy's way of thinking as she walked away. It's so funny seeing him getting banned by this thing. His reaction would be more wonderful if he knew the true nature of it. Hey, what would you think if I told him? Konosuba looked at the leaving Root as he lifted a weird-looking eyebrow that suddenly appeared. That's up to you. Giving a half-hearted answer, Root turned back to glance at Konosuba and said, however, you really did find something in this attempt, which make me wonder why you told me. Konosuba didn't say anything as the creepy smile seemed deeper this time, which made Root shake her head and say, I guess this is a story for another time, farewell. Looking at Root disappearing from his space, Konosuba Worlds didn't say anything as he returned to observing the container and all chat members. I think you fully realize, Root. Your previous project already caused turmoil. If it wasn't for Shiza Bansho taking a hit with others and all this causing a big loss for both sides, things wouldn't be this calm. But everything has an end. Shaking his head, Konosuba looked at the several screens attached before he shrugged. I was never a fan of fighting fire with fire, but here we are, so let the show start. He. With those words, the shape of Konosuba Worlds became faint before it vanished from this space. The only thing left was faint laughter echoing in this space before the gray fog returned to the serenity of silence. Chapter 152, Konosuba Side Part 37. After a long night, the eerie darkness of the nighttime faded away slowly by the first light of the sunrise. The magnificent sunlight shone on all this land, turning the coldness of night into warm, and announcing the start of a new day. The birds were singing, the flowers were blooming. On such a beautiful day, Kazuma was sleeping. These were some rare moments where he can be lazy like usual, but even so, Kazuma knew that he had to wake up to start a new adventure at work. After all, the debt won't pay itself. Well, it could do that if the rich bastards, Kagaya, Whitebeard, felt some pity for his poor soul. Like that could ever happen, the only thing I see is the scary smile from that old hag. Kazuma looked at the ceiling in a daze before he stood up slowly. As for the old man, I absolutely see him wasting my whole day by teaching a life lesson about relying on yourself in shonen anime style, fixing his sheets. Kazuma shuddered at the dreadful words. As a perfectly healthy young man from modern society, Kazuma still feels weird and can't deal with Whitebeard when he gets fired up, also known as a shonen mode. There's no way his world isn't shonen-based or something. Kazuma shook his head and left the room. After washing, he has to go get more missions, claim more rewards, make sure new debts do not fall into his head, take the explosion maniac to do her daily terrorism. He sure has a lot to do, or so he thought. Oi, why does this place feel empty? Looking at the long and quiet hallways of the mansion, Kazuma flinched for a moment. Although it's not big like those super mansions, Kazuma never lived in a place this big, so he wasn't that familiar with them, especially in this situation. The empty hallways were shrouded in a weird silence that Kazuma didn't notice before. Usually, he'll be awoken by the dumb goddess screaming for life or money, then the explosion maniac will drag him. But today, because of the curtains on the windows, eerie darkness was extending into the end of the hallway as a dreadful silence made things 10 times creepier. Kazuma even felt a chill in the air and saw his breath vapor. Oi, why is it so cold here? I'm getting a haunted house vibe now. Some sweat appeared on his forehead as Kazuma swallowed, but the sound of his swallowing was particularly loud in the empty hallway. Although he talked with annoyance, he was subconsciously speaking to himself because of nervousness. Ghosts and all unknown things automatically produce fear in humans, especially because Kazuma felt all those scary movies and games he played are flashing back in his memories. No. Calm down, Kazuma. You're in a fantasy world with magic, so ghosts aren't a strange thing. Shaking his head, Kazuma took a few deep breaths before walking forward, of course, and also getting his gun. Ignoring the sound of his footsteps and also the creeping darkness, Kazuma knew that he couldn't stop. After all, if he let ghosts in the mansion, doesn't that mean he is losing money? Just that thought was enough to make him choke the ghost to death. Halting his steps, Kazuma listened carefully because there was a muffled sound at his left. Turning his head like rusted gears, he saw a door of a room shrouded in darkness and a weird atmosphere. Kazuma stared at it for a moment before he almost turned away and left. That's absolutely haunted. All signs told Kazuma about how bad of a choice to go there, but he didn't know where everyone went, and also this ghost might cause property damage. Damn it, where are these bastards when you need them? Taking a breath of the cold air, went in front of the door and put his hand on the door handle. Hearing the muffled screams and weird sounds again made Kazuma's body shiver, but he opened the door gently as he readied his body to run at any moment. However, instead of the scene of blood and ghosts in his mind, Kazuma was presented with a scene that made him go, huh. The room was dark because of the curtain that blocked the sunlight, but candlelight made the vision possible as Kazuma stared at Aqua tied up like a worm and her mouth tied up. She was screaming and struggling, but the only thing that came out was muffled screams. Next to her was Darkness, who was in the same state except her mouth was free, breathing heavily with a blush on her face. So, is it like this? Misaka was asking a floating screen in midair as the zapping sound of bluish-white sparks echoed from her fingertips. Indeed, no need to be very accurate in drawing them. The planetary astronomical symbols of the 7 classical planets just need to be aligned with the ruled zodiac signs, then give them a link. Leo sound was heard from the chat screen. He was guiding Misaka in drawing some symbols using her electricity around a red magic circle. In the middle of the room, a red magic circle filled with runes was surrounded by candles. In the middle there was a red dagger stabbed on the ground, at the rear, a green disc was lying around the edges of the circle, and at the top, a metallic staff with a small angel opening its wings like a lotus was pinned on the height position. The energy around is getting drained by the ritual a little by little. Kagaya was floating around the magic circle while feeling the cold air. The coldness of the winter is calling for the blazing inferno that goes past this time in a red rose of explosions. Megumin's eyes were shining red while looking at the magical circle, which made Kazuma blink his eyes. Looking at all that was happening and ignoring Aqua's pleading eyes and tears, Kazuma closed the door slowly. Oh, you're here, Kazuma. Unfortunately, Kazuma was spotted by the explosion's maniac, which drew all attention to him. Of course, it has to be that terrorist. Kazuma was screaming in his heart as he dashed away quickly. But the moment he took a step forward, he found himself in that room and facing the magic circle. Recovering his foot to its original position, Kazuma raised his head to look at Kagaya, who turned her head away while humming a song. You bastard. Why are you using time powers for these things? Kazuma exploded with anger as Kagaya tilted her head and said, why not, and also aren't you interested in what is happening here? No. Not at all. I don't want to stay close to the bomb. Kazuma pointed at the magical circle and screamed. There's no way Kazuma will trust that thing. He bet it'll explode in his face the moment he touches it. Oh, good morning, Kazuma. Leo on the screen looked in Kazuma's direction and waved. Don't good morning me. You're the reason why the mansion is almost entering the Ice Age. Wait, where are you? Kazuma pointed the finger of accusation at Leo, but then he noticed the strangeness. It was completely nighttime with the bright moon and the stars shining in the sky on the chat screen. Despite the darkness of night, the picture was quite clear. Leo was sitting with legs crossed on top of a big boulder at the top of a huge mountain, but the strange thing is what he was around him. Several creatures were surrounding the boulder, which mostly was snakes and bugs like scorpions. Leo even was teasing a scorpion in his hand. Why are you holding that? Kazuma stared blankly at the screen while Misaka said with the same blank face, I said the same thing. Why not? Come on, these little guys aren't dangerous. Leo tapped the scorpion's claw before he put it on the boulder and let it go. Misaka turned her face away like she didn't want to see any insects. How many times I have to say that we're not you? Is this some sort of KI or life energy thing? Kazuma just sighed at this pointless conversation. Maybe, yet it's kinda the opposite. Jumping down from the boulder as all animals and insects went away, Leo looked at something in the sky before he nodded and said, I guess this is a good time to start. Wait, is everything ready? How? Kazuma exclaimed while looking at all the stuff around the magic circle before he stared at Kagaya. I have a lot of time to make everything. Kagaya raised her head proudly, like saying get on my level. Weren't you away? How did you get involved in this here? Kazuma's words made the proud expression on Kagaya's face vanish. I was threatened and murdered tens of times by a blonde witch. Kagaya showed a blank and expressionless face while pointing at the screen. Leo gave a thumbs up as Kazuma knew that Kagaya saw Leo demolish her character in Toho's game. Then why are you here again? Kazuma didn't understand before Kagaya covered her mouth and said, I want those games. Kazuma was again rendered speechless before he facepalmed himself like the world is going to end. How I did not think of this before. I could have blackmailed you. He knows that he doesn't have a way to make those games now, right? Kagaya was staring down at Kazuma. Excuse me, I didn't want to interrupt you, but why are you three talking to the air? Megumin raised her hand like a student asking a question. She knows too much, let's take her down. Kazuma raised his stun gun before Misaka slapped the back of his head. No, you don't. Misaka stopped Kazuma from committing friendly fire. It's new long-distance communication magic. We're talking to a magician who appears to be very wise, but he's a fool. He even calls himself an angel, can you believe that? Kagaya shook her head sadly. Ah. It's another delusional. Megumin looked at Aqua before she sighed. She believes that. Kazuma has facepalmed himself. Did she just compare me with that blue thing? Leo's eyes shone slightly and that gleam wasn't friendly at all as Aqua struggled more intensely. Well, you're all divine beings, right? Kazuma waved his hand and showed a bright smile before he said, although I don't really care, why is the useless goddess tied up? She freaked out and started to wreck everything when she saw the magic circle despite me explaining to her, so I tied her up as for the other one. Kagaya looked with annoyance to darkness before she said, she saw what happened to Aqua, so she repeated the same thing to get tied up. Kazuma turned to face Aqua and darkness and clapped his hands while praying to their poor souls. Anyway, did you collect enough data, so we can start and let this ritual explode? I have the stuff to do. Kagaya sighed and hurried Leo. You guys, what exactly were you doing when I wasn't here? Kazuma's eyes were almost looking dead because he knew these guys were testing some nukes in the same house he lives in. I only just got here, but they were doing this for a while. Misaka shook her at these unscientific means. Adjusting the ritual according to this reality or what he was saying, Kagaya pointed at the screen. Leo turned his dangerous eyes from Megumin before he rubbed his temples and said, fine, but let me take you on a short tour and explain some things. Please, skip it. Kazuma said his first reaction to cut scenes in any video game. Ha 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 ha, no. Leo clapped his hands before he walked forwards. After he took a few steps, pink ripples spread from his foot towards all the surroundings, even the moon and stars in the sky suddenly vanished and left only pitch-black darkness. Then like giving everyone in the chat diplopia, the trembling space turned into a double before it slowly overlapped. All worlds work on a set of rules and laws. How fire burns, why water has 3 states, how energy operates in the universe, and even how power systems, things like magic, in any world work. Taking another step, this time, Leo directly stepped on the empty air. Basically, laws are the thing responsible for operating this whole world, and all outcomes and phenomenons are the results of their existence. Leo was walking in the air with his hand in his pockets. Of course, like the difference in each world, all these laws vary and change from one world to another, but there are similar laws too. After taking a few more steps, the air under Leo's steps began to glow before the structure of a huge building started to appear with each step. No, it was more of a temple. The best analogy for you now is programming languages, algorithms, and operating systems. The world is like a big operating system, and the laws are the languages and algorithms that operate it. The ripples didn't stop until they crossed at least 20 kilometers. The whole area witnessed a drastic change in these few moments. The rocks, the plants, the green fields, and the entire terrain shape all have changed into a different form across this area. Around the mountain, a village appeared, yes, a whole village made of old clay and rock buildings, but the most noticeable is the huge temple that is made of the bright white stone above the mountain and the 5 gigantic pillars around it. Under the gleam of pink ripples, the terrain change was like a process of building that happened in front of everyone's eyes. Almost like a giant hand shaping the vast land and changing the earth, which was so ridiculous and baffling to look at. Of course, you can't really compare the worlds and laws to some rigid machines. But in basic understanding, consider that each operating system can perform some things that others can't, certain apps can work and some can't, it's all about if they're compatible with it. Even if they are similar sometimes, some worlds can't really handle those things. Leo walked slowly until he reached the highest position on the temple. When that happened, the entire temple shone with a faint light. Like receiving a signal, the black lifeless sky burst into light with countless bright stars exploding into breathtaking brilliance. Suddenly, a bright orange-red light burning like flames filled the sky and turned into several thin lines. One by one, like drawing on paper, the orange-red light crossed the night and connected thousands and thousands of stars until the entire night sky turned into one huge magic circle that stretched into the horizon. The 12 zodiac constellations, runes, symbols like the moon and sun, all were included in this ridiculously big, yet beautiful painting like a magic circle. Making use of the similarities between the laws in both worlds, we're trying to reach a point of balance to connect them via the ritual and chat. With a turn, Leo turned to face the chat room as the burning brilliance of the sky seemed to fall on his body. His entire outfit was changing under the brilliance into long black robes with red decorations. From the back of his shoulder, a star mark shone with a white gleam before fine golden ornaments appeared on the shoulders of the robes and some turned into a total of 7 rings on the chest. The light seemed to finish its job by burning one last time on Leo's neck and turning into a red stole filled with different astrology symbols and runes at its edges. A circle with a dot in its middle and an empty crescent symbol appeared on it at each end of the stole, representing and shining like the sun and moon. Then based on that point, like an avalanche effect, we'll hope that the laws of the other world guide and at least understand and translate the nature of ceremony and power to allow their manifestation there without the use of an emulator like this chat room. Waving his slightly big sleeves, a black substance moved on Leo's right hand before it turned into withered tree-looking staff. No questions. Good, let's start the test. Under the brilliance of the worldwide grand magic ritual and the whole temple, Leo smiled slightly, which was a magnificent scene. Wait, pause. What, when, where? We were just talking, then boom, a temple, and a magical circle. Just pause for a moment. Kazuma waved with his hands non-stop like asking for a timeout. TCH, you have a question. Leo was slightly annoyed that he couldn't skip questions, but he stopped. What is this? Kazuma calmed down and took a few steps away from the magic circle in the room before asking. He has an absolute belief that the magic circle will explode now. A workshop that helps in operating the ritual site. In this alternative space that I made to avoid any annoyance, from the temple to at least 20 kilometers radius, is a ritual site that I built. Leo looked down from the temple to see the village. In each house, there were several symbols and antiques arranged in unique ways all over the village. Every house, every symbol, every tree, and even every rock in this place has been arranged by Leo to set up the ritual to draw the full power and meaning of him and the world. It's really a worldwide grand-level magic ritual. When did you even make this? Kazuma was completely baffled, even Kagaya was speechless. Well, I worked for 5 days and nights on it to make sure everything is in order. Leo put his hand on his chin. When did you even have time? Now it was Kagaya who was shocked. I just turned off the stream and messed with the flow of time in an alternative space, duh. Basic stuff. Explaining casually, Leo had a look of, can we hurry up, on his face. You used the difference of time between 2 worlds and also accelerated your time. Isn't this a double time skip? Kazuma felt his head hurt from all this while Misaka just shook her head. This just isn't scientific. Enough questions, your little friends are already looking at you like idiots, Leo said as Kazuma noticed his party's weird stares. Wait. Aren't you saying a spell or something? Looking at Leo raising the staff, Kazuma panicked. This is Thelema-based. My will is the law. With those words, Leo gently tapped the floor with the staff. Click 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 click. 5 loud sounds were heard before a mechanism inside the 5 pillars around the temple activated. The middle part and the upper part of the pillars opened up slightly and showed several small rituals made of runes. On the top of the pillar in front of the temple, a small piglet with blue horns raised its head before bluish-white lightning rushed from its body and covered the pillar, then one by one, it connected all the pillars like lightning chain. Waving his hand, 4 masses of compressed altar telesma shot from Leo's hand into the 4 last pillars before they stabilized on the upper platform and changed color into red, blue, green, and yellow. Even the pillars' ritual colors changed. The magic circle in the sky started to rotate slowly and shine on the temple. the whole space was going into a certain rhyme at this moment with the ceremony. If it wasn't for this hidden alternative space, the whole world would probably be awakened by a massive magic circle on top of their heads. Well, Leo still thinks that some people notice the change. After all, this is a very huge ceremony, but oh well, who cares about them? They can't find the space with all the hidden rituals and preparations. This makes Leo kinda miss the easy-to-use anchor of the planet, Reincarnated. But well, the tower at the world end is in Type Moon, so this renders Leo's ever-changing weapons form of the lance useless. Making sure the preparations were correct, Leo put the chat screen in front of him and closed his eyes while connecting the ceremony. He felt his entire existence enter a very weird state of emptiness. It was such a hollowness that he couldn't describe. A dark empty world with no light or any meaning. You can't feel any direction, nor hear anything. In this state of loss, where there was no way to go, Leo focused on the ritual that he couldn't exactly feel now and tried to find a solution. Then a spot of light appeared in this dark world. He didn't know if it's some sort of illusion, but Leo went for it because he didn't sense any danger. It was rather a familiar feeling. Not knowing how much time he had been chasing the light spot, Leo suddenly stopped this weird chase as he felt something in front. A barrier or a wall of some sort, or even a door, he has no idea at this moment. Yet, this wasn't unexpected. After all, this is how it should be, no. Advancement or evolution are all explorations and discovery to the unknown, and magic is no exception. Sometimes, no, in most cases, there's a leap that needs to be taken no matter how good, bad, dangerous, or safe it is. At the end of the day, all the groundbreaking advancements aren't done or started by people and actions labeled as wise. It's done by someone who breaks the norm no matter how ridiculous it sounds. Fools, if I may say. Despite not being able to hear his thoughts, Leo ignored the weird nature of this place and stretched his hand. There's no need for hesitation nor a reason to stop. Even if the only indicator now is pure guts, Leo would still go for it in this unknown domain. Just like that, Leo finally touched something in this never-ending darkness before everything vanished. He found himself back into his previous position on the temple, stretching his hand to the empty air to the front. Glancing at his empty palm, Leo could swear that he felt something before he looked at the chat screen. Kazuma was holding darkness in front of him like a shield, and Kaguya and Misaka were hiding behind them while Aqua was squirming on the ground. We didn't explode. Kazuma slowly opened his eyes as he glanced at the magic circle. The red glow dimmed down quickly and the smart electric sparks vanished as well. The dagger and disc on the ground returned to normal, but the small angel statue on top of Lotus Wand closed its wings. However, no explosions whatsoever happened. Eh? Nothing happened. Megumin tilted her head in disappointment. That's impossible. Kaguya was looking at the magic circle like the end of the world was near. Why is it impossible, exactly? Misaka's eyebrow twitched. What are you standing for? Tell me all about what happened in detail. Hearing the annoyed voice, the trio awakened from the near-explosion experience. It was like this. Misaka narrated what happened as Leo nodded and said, I see, again. What? Kazuma was freaking out as the ritual was shining again, and Leo closed his eyes, but nothing extraordinary happened. The result this time was the ritual dimming much quicker than the last time before Leo opened his eyes and closed the stream. Without giving the group time to be confused, the stream was turned back on quickly and Leo started the ceremony again. The result this time was the angel statue opening its wings, but no response from the magic circle as Leo asked them to describe what happened before he closed the stream. We're really going to die today. Kazuma surrendered to his unfortunate fate and prayed to his mother and father in the other world. This situation continued for a whole hour and more. Each new attempt gave new results and some gave some similarities to previous ones. But when Kazuma lost count on how many times this happened, the results started to become more stable and less randomized, until the result of everything activating in the magic circle became the most common one. TCH, letting the laws guide the process is really like using RNG. I already exhausted my means, but the result isn't completely fixed. Holding his head for a moment, Leo clicked his tongue. Are you okay, man? Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief when the ritual stopped before he noticed something. No worries, just a slight headache from the continued use of the ceremony. Leo shook his head and shrugged. Why are you even desperately trying to do this? Kazuma wanted to say those words, but it couldn't come out of his mouth for some reason. Well, we can't do anything about this, so let's try the second part. Leo rubbed his temples before tabbed the ground again. Sure, wait, a second part. Kaguya nodded before her mind processed the previous words. Obviously, the first part was about if it's possible to establish a connection. Now, is it possible to go further? Waving his hand, the 5 pillars around the temple opened even further. The lightning chain connecting the pillars that hold the 5 elements of nature changed to link all the pillars to each other, making a pentagram in the air. The symbol of spirit descending into matter. I'll try to connect the spirit now. The ritual will automatically target the closest person from Konosuba world. Leo's words made Kazuma flinch before he went straight to Aqua. Here, take her. Throwing Aqua under the bus despite her struggle, Kazuma returned to taking cover behind darkness. You also need to be a member of the chat. Leo finished his words slowly as Kazuma blinked his eyes. Rejoice, Kazuma. You were asking for a chant, right? Well, although this ceremony doesn't need a chant, a declaration to both worlds and realities is required. Well, don't worry about it, you'll not understand anyway. Pointing the staff end at the chat screen, Leo grabbed a tarot card of the Fool and threw it on the ground as it sank into the temple. The formless throne waiting for the empty key, the angel bearing the number 19, and answer this law. Despite talking in a completely normal language, Leo's voice was going up, down, and distorted at some points. Like it cannot be converted properly. After the declaration of the ceremony was complete, the whole rituals in both worlds were fully activated. Nothing different happened. Misaka stared at the magic circle activating like usual, but nothing else happened. Kazuma is down. Megumin exclaimed as everyone turned their heads to see Kazuma, who was trying to throw Aqua into the ritual, falling to sleep. Meanwhile, Kazuma opened his eyes slowly before rubbing them. Where am I? Did I sleep on my desk again? Standing up from the computer desk, Kazuma yawned before he froze in his place. Desk. Turning his eyes like rusted gears that didn't work in a long time, Kazuma was his old computer from his past world. This is my room. Kazuma looked at this place for a moment before he screamed, ahhhhhhhh. Rushing to the computer, he wanted to turn it on, but it never worked as he screamed, let me delete my search history, you bastard. Even after a lot of attempts, Kazuma still failed in turning the computer on for some reason as he fell defeated on the desk. Do I really have to break it? Considering the option of murdering his old friend, Kazuma sighed before he said, why am I here anyway? Ugh, I can't clearly remember. Maybe I should ask. Someone jumping from his chair, Kazuma opened the room door before he froze again. When opening the door of a room, you'll expect to see the rest of the house, but in Kazuma's state, he found himself in an empty countryside street as the blazing sun was hurting his eyes. This place. With a blank face, Kazuma walked like a zombie under the sun before he screamed, where's that damn tractor? Reminded of his most dark, embarrassing, and I want to kill myself moments, Kazuma lost his cool immediately and went to look for the damn tractor. He doesn't care about Truckkuin or any bullshit. He only wants to murder that tractor. But that only lasted for a moment before he remembered that it was him that died from shock and in the most stupid way ever as his fire of anger was extinguished by the water of shame and disappointment. Anyway, how did I arrive here? The door disappeared. Kazuma noticed that the door leading to his room vanished, leaving him under the burning sunlight. W.N. Do I hear something? Kazuma flinched and looked left and right. Yo, KN, the RUL. I'm sure I heard something. This is really getting creepy. Kazuma didn't see anything on this open countryside road. I just want to tell you how. Despite trying to identify the voice source, Kazuma wasn't able to, until he finally heard it clearly, a song. Wait. Gotta make you understand. A dark shadow covered the bright sunlight and allowed Kazuma to finally open his eyes clearly, but he wasn't really grateful while slowly raised his head to the sky. A large clipped JPG Rick Astley that covers the sun was falling from the sky at high speed towards the sweating Kazuma. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Ah! Kazuma screamed in absolute terror as the gigantic JPG singer crashed into the land, exactly on top of his head. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ah! Don't rickroll me. Kazuma suddenly woke up and screamed like he was in a nightmare. Wait, wait. Blinking and rubbing his eyes, Kazuma looked at this new place as he wondered if he took some sort of drugs by mistake. Standing up, Kazuma found himself standing in the sky. No, the ground and the sky were no different. Everywhere he looks there is a clear blue sky and white clouds. Exactly like a certain edgy anime that Kazuma remembers. Welcome, Kazuma. This is what I would say usually, but unfortunately, this is your dream. So, you lack hospitality. Hearing a voice from his side, Kazuma turned his head to its source just to be astonished again. In this sky-looking place, the only difference was a young man clasping his hands while sitting on a large chair, or maybe it's a throne. Kazuma couldn't see it for some reason. Even Leo seemed weird and different. His eyes' color became white, no, maybe platinum, and had a very weird and mysterious feeling. Actually, nothing is making sense, but now, Kazuma's finally recovered and remembered what happened as he clenched his fist. Didn't I say it? Dreams are really easy to breach and break. Leo smiled slightly at the shocked Kazuma. Can I punch you in my dreams or better, shot you? After a long time of silence, Kazuma only said those words. Leo stared down at him and shrugged. Just like that, an awkward silence descended upon this weird place, which was Kazuma's dream landscape. Chapter 153, Konosuba Side Part 38. In a certain place, the blue sky was dotted with fluffy white clouds that drifted lazily in the gentle breeze, and the warm and comfortable sunlights were illuminating the place, or so would be the case if this was a normal place. There was no breeze nor a sun to illuminate the world with its light, yet the place was very bright. The existence of ground was completely absent from this location. What is left is only the blue sky reflecting itself from up to down, like the whole land becoming a reflection of the sky. In a place where the ground and sky looked exactly the same, two young men were staring at each other without talking. Kazuma was wondering how he could sue someone for entering his dreams. Leo was waiting for what BS this guy is going to say, so he can counter with greater BS. What are you doing in my mind? After his thoughts were clear, Kazuma returned to his senses and asked the most obvious. Chilling, but you can count it as divine revelation, Leo stated calmly as Kazuma's eyebrow twitched. Who wants your divine whatever? I'm talking about my brain, my mind. Your spell worked. Cool, yeah, but why is it in my mind? Kazuma was a few seconds away from flipping off Leo. My ceremony didn't work though, Leo corrected Kazuma's wording before saying in a slightly tired manner. Didn't work? Then what is this? Kazuma pointed at Leo and the huge throne he's sitting on. Although Kazuma can't see the shape of the throne or why Leo's eyes changed to the clear platinum color, he believes that ceremony somehow worked or how this guy is in his mind. As for his eye color and other stuff, please, it's probably just a show-off and a chunny syndrome because this guy should be able to change them. Something like a mere eye color can't have meaning, right? Right. Kazuma suddenly felt like he doesn't know anymore. This is an utter failure. Things went in an unwanted direction, some things appeared, and I arrived like this. You might want to say, it worked anyway, but this is unacceptable in these matters. With a sigh, Leo leaned on the throne and said, I'd have stopped the world jump immediately until another notice, but at least there's no spiritual poisoning. Hold on, I didn't hear anything about poisons. Kazuma panicked when he heard the word poison, especially with that ominous and vague spiritual ahead of it. It's written in the file I sent, my spirit is too pure for minds to handle. Well, ignore it, it's a pain to explain, Leo sighed again as Kazuma's eyebrow twitched. Forget it, I don't need to know, Kazuma shook his head before he stretched his hand to Leo. Leo blinked in puzzlement, but Kazuma didn't buy it. Don't pretend to be ignorant. Pay me, now. Huh. Tilting his head, a comical question mark literally appeared at the top of Leo's head. Cost of staying in my mind, this isn't a free place you know. Kazuma cleared his throat before he began announcing, first, your unauthorized breaking will put a daily rate of interest, not to mention you terrorizing me with the Rick roll. Also, didn't you come here from another world? Sounds like my mind is an airport now, that's rough buddy. In mere moments, Kazuma has counted and sentenced Leo into crippling debt in his mind, and he still didn't stop. Ah, I see. Then how about paying in an imaginary non-existent currency, like your hospitality? Leo rested his head on his fist while looking at Kazuma with a bored look. Like hell I would accept. Wait, imaginary you say? Kazuma took a moment to think before his eyes flashed. You know. Rejected. Leo rejected Kazuma's idea without even hearing it. Come on, you didn't even hear what I wanted to say. Listen, if we are in a dream now, maybe you could, change it a little. Kazuma's eyes were sparkling. Bitch, do I look like a succubus to you? Breaking into foul language, Leo was considering calling another Rick Astley. Although you're an angel, you can do the same, right? You can't deny it, I mean look what you did here. TSK, Tokyo Ghoul chunny place and a throne. Man, I'm not chunny like you, why are you doing this? Kazuma shook his head in distress. This is discrimination. By the way, this is caused by you. Who knows when Leo got a cup of tea and was sipping slowly. Excuse me. Kazuma cleaned his ears like he didn't hear clearly. Is it that hard to believe? Nevertheless, is this how your mind dealt with my arrival and hashtag nature? The picture of a place where heaven and earth are one, or maybe they lost all their meanings and became indistinguishable, a hashtag indeed. Also, this poor imitation of hashtag, did it get dragged by hashtag? Or another joke from fate? Tapping the throne he was sitting on, Leo showed a thinking expression mixed with dissatisfaction. Probably about the unwanted things that appeared in the ceremony. At that moment, Kazuma's mind clicked and almost everything froze. It's like when you're chilling in calm and someone suddenly puts max volume earphones on you and plays heavy metal. Can hear, but can't comprehend. Kazuma thinks he's in the same situation because his mind cannot process anything. The sudden voice filled with distortion took him by surprise and he started to doubt if his ears were working properly. Although his thoughts were still chaotic from the meteoric rickroll, Kazuma noticed that Leo's voice has a slight weird distortion, like an audio distortion. He thought it's something because of the spell or an angel's thing, but now some terms were distorted beyond recognition. What was that? Kazuma didn't know when he started sweating. Can you even sweat in dreams? Answers to your questions, but also your subconscious mind. Remember, my spirit is poisonous in the sense that it is too pure for the human mind to handle and must be watered down, for example, displayed in a way that many of its meanings are obscured in order to be viewed without minds being destroyed. Leo glanced at the surrounding, a place where sky and land are the same. Kazuma was strangely silent and waited for Leo to finish. I already considered that in the ceremony, but your subconscious mind also played a role. All that you see now, even if it's the shape that I have, is your mind obscuring meanings in an understandable way for you. Leo curled his lips in amusement. Funny, even if I wanted to tell you everything, you simply cannot understand. Your shape. Kazuma frowned when he heard this phrase. Forget it, we don't have all day. Leo shook his head and ended the subject before he said, after arriving here, I learned a few interesting things, especially about the nature of what is happening. Really? Kazuma, who was in a strange state, blinked his eyes before exclaiming, did your clairvoyance work? Wait, why didn't you use your clairvoyance from the start? Indeed, but to answer that, we need to talk about parallel universes, Leo said with a straight face as Kazuma snapped like he witnessed a cosmic horror. Calm down, it was a joke. But it does involve parallel worlds. Leo froze for a moment before a frown appeared on his face. Tell me, how do you feel about all this mission? Irritating? Vague? Or straight up confusing? All of them, but are you seriously asking me this? Kazuma started to wonder if this guy really has any omniscience at all. Indeed, but this is how things should be. We were led by the nose. Leo ignored Kazuma's sarcastic comments. Elaborate, Kazuma pondered for a moment before asking. It's pretty obvious. We weren't supposed to understand anything because all these actions are for some hidden greater goals. What are those goals? Don't ask me, I have no idea. Leo sighed and said, you can say, we were like chess pieces advancing things further. Worlds, wills, outer gods, multiversal spaces, these are the true players. Or I could be wrong again, who knows? Leo took a sip of his tea as Kazuma was thinking with a frown. Why do you sound so calm? Kazuma couldn't help but blur out with dissatisfaction. You want to ask why I'm not angry to be compared to a mere chess piece? Why should I be that angry about a completely true fact? Laughing at Kazuma's confusion, Leo said, honestly, if I got angry for every time I led by the nose in this existence, my wrath will know no end. Or maybe you're feeling stressed about losing an imaginary superiority, Kazuma. The anxiousness of uncontrollable things in life. Leo clapped his hand as the cup of tea vanished into thin air. This is why I said just do your best without looking at other things. Kazuma blinked his eyes and couldn't say anything. Why does he have a feeling this guy is hitting bullseye everywhere? Did he lie and read his memories and thoughts? In any case, he was currently speechless. After a period of silence, Leo opened up with, I think my work here is done and I got enough data. Don't worry about the outside world. A moment outside could be equal to infinity here. Waving his hand, a small mirror appeared next to Kazuma. It displayed the frozen outside world while he was still falling down, which made Kazuma's eyebrow twitch. He'll fall on his face and that will be painful. Wait, you're going away like this? Nothing else. Kazuma wanted to scream in Leo's face as if all of this world jumping was for nothing. There's no helping it. Leo raised his hand as Kazuma titled his head in puzzlement. After everything that happened, Kazuma thought it did not get weirder, but apparently, he was wrong. Leo's body became slightly transparent and flashed with a weird pattern of dots and snow that reminded Kazuma of the static on those old TVs. Is the signal bad here? I appeared and unwanted things followed. I can't even access any plane beyond this. What an utter failure, although this how it should be. Leo shook his head before his body returned to normal, or this what Kazuma could see now. Oh, and one thing. You guys need to be careful. I can't really describe it for you, but I feel something similar. Yes, a familiar thing to me. Leo pondered to get some correct wording without going beyond Kazuma's understanding. Don't underestimate my senses, they are sometimes much better than the whole clairvoyance. Yeah, right. So, about the clairvoyance, can you give me a map? Kazuma directly skipped the confusing things. About my clairvoyance, do you want the truth or lie? Leo said calmly. Why there are choices? Kazuma's eyebrow twitched as Leo shrugged, so he just said the truth. I can see everything. Leo's answer was simple and short, which surprised Kazuma and made him say, then the lie. I'm blind here. Hearing one of the biggest BS he ever heard, Kazuma's mind stopped for a second. I'm not joking. Well, this is a story for another time. I'll resume my great villain explanations of powers and events later. Giving a thumbs up, Leo's throne started floating and disappearing. Watching Leo's on the throne flying away slowly, Kazuma was expressionless, acting like a dumb chunny isn't cool though. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. A sound like car tires screech sounded in midair as the throne hit brakes immediately before turning slowly. Leo appeared with an emotionless face and said, what the fuck did you just say to me? Dumb chunny, Kazuma didn't back away as his expressionless face reminded. I'm not a chunny. Leo's face was getting darker with each moment passing by, even an atmosphere of terror was descending upon the place. Yes, you are. Don't lie. Look at yourself, trying to act mysterious and cool. Wait, what is that? Kazuma screamed all his dissatisfaction because he had enough. But then, he saw something that drained the blood from his face. Reaching to his back, Leo pulled something like pulling a sword before it appeared completely in front of Kazuma. It was a PNG clipboard Rick Astley, held like a sword and making Star Wars lightsabers sounds. Who knows when Leo appeared in front of Kazuma and held the mighty sword up high as his expression was devoid of any emotion. Just because it sounds cool in your head, it doesn't mean it isn't cringy. Kazuma refused to back down against a threat that would make entire magical organizations pray for non-existence miracles. I didn't think it's cool. But tell me, why do you think they are cool and you're jealous because of it? Lowering his head, some hidden nerves finally stepped on as flames seemed to burn in Leo's eyes. That's a damn lie. I'm innocent. Kazuma instantly defended his position as a completely logical non-chunny young man. Also, what with the villain acting and explanations? I bet you're going to just lie about them. You're just satisfying your inner chunny. Taking a few deep breaths, Kazuma felt a lot lighter after saying that. Are you telling me you didn't do that with your gun and skills? Leo's cold and distorted words slipped into Kazuma's ears, rendering him speechless before he felt nothing under his feet. Long live the king. Feeling the tap on his head, Kazuma raised his head only to see Leo looking down on him as he was falling. Who knows when there was a large cliff that split the sky-like ground behind him. Ahhhhhhhhhhhh. Kazuma's screams died slowly with the fall until they vanished completely while Leo stared at this scene with a blank face. Here, you can have this. Throwing the out-of-place Rick Astley down the cliff with Kazuma, Leo shook his head and said, I'm not a chunny, damn it. I'll just go and play games. With those words, Leo vanished from his place like he never was here in the first place, leaving only this blue sky scenery. I'm awake, better than the last time. Kazuma woke up with a short scream and recovered immediately. Kazuma, are you okay? You just fell asleep suddenly. Hearing the voice of the useless goddess, Kazuma scratched his head before he froze. Raising his head like a robot, Kazuma saw something worse than Lovecraft's horrors. Aqua, and everyone around him, had a Rick Astley's face. The scene was enough to break all Kazuma's thoughts that this is reality and turned it into one big scream. Meanwhile, in the real world. Ouch. Kazuma. Why are you screaming? On that day, Kazuma swore to never bring the chunny subject again to that vengeful angel and also discovered how much a photo can cause from horror. Chapter 154, Konosuba Side Part 39. Under the scorching sunlight, green fields and forests filled a whole inhabited area outside and cities. These places are always filled with monsters and other threats that can easily kill normal people. When these monsters appear in large numbers, adventurers and other related jobs are responsible for clearing them to secure routes and also avoid any possible attack from the monsters. However, this area was strangely filled with a considerable amount of monsters. Bears, frogs, and even some orcs and goblins could be seen once in a while. Suddenly, fluctuations of mana appeared in this peaceful place despite all the monsters around. The mana came quickly and by surprise, but it didn't stop the sensitive monsters to glance in its direction only to see a 7 colors trail of light fall from the sky. The light hit the ground around several beasts before it scattered into a magical circle quickly and several figures appeared from beneath the glow. Thud. The sound of a heavy object landing made the area shake a little and the monster confused, but that was only before a wave of oppression hit the monsters' heads like a truck and made the air feel heavy like the gravity effect was augmented directly. Not to mention the scary atmosphere, the terror filled the monsters' hearts instantly as they started to flee, well, at least who managed to stay conscious after that heavy oppression hit their minds like a truck. Appearing from the magic circle, Whitebeard released a wave of air from his nostrils before he glanced at the surrounding his sharp and scary eyes. At his sight, it was either monsters fleeing, passing out, or playing dead just because of the dreadful atmosphere around this giant man. Then after a brief moment, the atmosphere vanished suddenly like it didn't appear from the start, but all the monsters didn't stop their survival tactics. Ugh. My head. Behind Whitebeard, Kazuma fell directly on the ground rolling because he was experiencing a sharp headache that lasted for a few moments. Stop using uncontrollable AoE moves, old man. Despite the headache leaving quickly because Whitebeard deactivated his Conqueror Haki, Kazuma still felt his head ringing like a bell. Gwahaha. Can't you handle that tiny pain, kid? Whitebeard laughed straight at Kazuma as the latter couldn't say much after seeing all those monsters falling unconscious like tree leaves. I second that. I don't want to start each mission with a headache. Leone rubbed her head to ease the pain, but she was in overall better shape than Kazuma, who straight rolled on the ground. Humph. Misaka shook her head slightly to remove the headache. Regardless of having her electromagnetic field on, she couldn't completely block that mental ability from Whitebeard like she usually does in the Academy City. The nature of ability must be quite different to treat it like Esper's ability. Is this what that fool meant by different laws between all worlds? Misaka thought for herself for a moment before she heard a voice coming from her back. How I'm supposed to use this thing? Where are these coordinates? In another dimension. Not hiding the annoyance in her voice at all, Kaguya was turning the chat screen and changing it several times like she's trying to find something. Still no use. Misaka opened her own chat before she entered the quest area. Under the Konosuba mission to the bottom left, there was a new button with a gray, smiley face icon that suddenly appeared there without anyone noticing. Clicking on it quickly, a huge and detailed map that spanned at least all surrounding kingdoms appeared in the chat. Inside this holographic map, a lot of red marks like target signs were flashing rapidly all around the map. What are they pointing at? Who knows, you can't even look at one of them for instance before it changes location repeatedly. It was just a total mess that made one wonder if this map is useful or just a bad joke from someone. Yet despite all this chaos, the target marks were scattered in different quantities around the map, especially around 3 large marks that didn't move at all. Like this place, the wilderness in the Elrode Kingdom has a lot of red marks. In addition to Alkenrisha, the headquarters of the Axis Order, and the wilderness near the capital of Bilzard Kingdom, this was the most targeted place on the map. Anywho, I should be at my bed, sleeping and recovering from the unfortunate event that fell upon my head. Yawning, Kazuma shook his head to clear some bad memories and wake up a little. He was really tired right now, especially after getting assaulted 2 times by nightmares. Stop whining, you're completely fine and it's not like you were forced to be here. Leon tried to hit the back of Kazuma's head, but his body moved on its own and dodged the attack at a weird angle. Look who's talking. I want to see you saying that after you get pulled into a literal nightmare and terror fuel of dreams by some asshole. That damn guy even ran away after everything like a coward. Kazuma knows that he is already scared for life because of those 2 nightmare fuels rickrolls, but what made him furious is that Leo directly escaped without any other word. His account and whole name are gray in the chat room and completely offline with no other way to contact him, except the unblockable chat room announcements. Also, there is no way I am letting this mission go after all that has happened. Looking at Leon with a bitter face, Kazuma clenched his face like he's forcing himself on something. Only the points and cash that I'm getting from this quest will cure my wounded heart. Ignoring Kazuma's shenanigans, Misaka and Kaguya were observing the chaos on the map. The origin of this map is actually something that came by surprise. Remember when Konosuba Worlds will said he will appear again after a day? Yeah, that happened exactly at the time he left yesterday, although not in the same fashion. Without any warning, all the previous quests in the chat got deleted instantly and replaced with a single mission titled Hunt and Destroy. Urgent task. Number of participants, everyone who is stuck here and also decided to join the fun. Description: the first threat has already departed from the vicinity of the world, but it left inconvenient unrecyclable trash, PESS 26-13287. Considering the inability of the world and the consummation of resources, this new threat requires a manual operation. Objective: Hunt and Destroy, PESS 26-13287. A modified amalgamation entity that lost its rationality and reason, used as a hunting dog and for kamikaze tactics. Rewards: let's talk about that later, winky face. Additional note 1, because of the environment and its nature, the condition of PESS 26-13287 is very critical and it is decaying slowly, which may lead it to go completely berserk as long as it is pushed beyond a certain limit. It'll be in search of things, like devices, to keep itself stable. Additional note 2, using the new function, you can have a tracker that scans the planet for PESS 26-13287 and its avatar's location. Unfortunately, it went under the radar very fast and made the tracking very hard. Use the location of the remaining 3 devices as bait. Additional note 3, important taking into consideration PESS 26-13287 condition, it's confirmed that it has already awakened 2 of its mutations. The nature of those mutations remains a mystery for now. P.S. Do this and leave my world. Hey, you might also want to steal something from PESS 26-13287 before leaving, heh. Just like that, the world will put the mission and left directly. The group left immediately to finish the surprising new quest, yet the most detailed one of them all. Compared to all that they saw now, this mission gave a lot of details to finish it. The target's goal, condition, and even somehow the location are all present. It's like Konosuba is done playing, or maybe he already got what he wanted, so he is clearing the last traces now. This gave them many new questions, like when the first threat left. How did this PESS 26-13287 appear and why? Whitebeard also appeared suddenly when that happened. Kazuma could swear that this old man is abusing the stealth ability of Thief Job, and why does it work without a problem for him? Also, Whitebeard seemed to be in a good mood that day, which made Kazuma more worried. Despite that, the group went to deal with this PE whatever, although from its description, it doesn't sound like a nice thing to deal with at all. Oh, I found it. Misaka raised her head suddenly as it alarmed Kagaya, who was thinking of a way to break the screen. What did you find? The approximate location of this new threat. Although the signal seems to be completely random, which a bunch of them are, they follow a pattern in some places. Misaka showed her chat room for everyone before she made several circles around this area. The number of signals here is huge and very chaotic, but it actually changes its numbers in a pattern. Also, the so-called location isn't about this exact time, but it's the threat's previous location. So, if we calculated it according to these sittings, we'll able to know its general direction. Pointing a part of the map, the mark suddenly filled the point where Misaka's finger pointed before they scattered again. That's impressive. That calculation power is sure handy. Leon was impressed that Misaka found meaning in this chaotic map that looked like a bunch of scribbles. Doesn't this mean that it's close? Whitebeard pulled their attention as everyone looked at this green field, but except for monsters, there was nothing else. Not exactly. If we took the approximate direction and expanded it, it'll be going around in this direction, to this mark. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Misaka didn't finish her words before Whitebeard shot like a rocket to the sky and went directly into the forest where the map pointed. Wait. We don't know anything about this. Let's think about it, first. Misaka called Whitebeard, but she dropped her hands in defeat when she saw him disappearing into the forest. I suppose to know this by now, but this old man doesn't listen to anything he doesn't too, huh? Leon put her hands on her hips and looked at the pothole on the ground from Whitebeard's jump before she followed him. This old man's head is harder than a titanium plate. I feel that the words can't enter it at all. Kazuma spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders before he took his gun and rushed forward. And where are you going? Misaka's eyebrow twitched at Kazuma, who went rushing after Whitebeard and Leon. She usually forgets, but this guy already brought the basic body upgrade at the chat room, so his movements are kinda fast. I'm just overjoyed that we finally have a normal mission with a clear target. I really hate mystery missions, so I'll take this mission no matter how fishy it sounds. Like hell I'm staying here doing nothing, also, those monsters might wake up at any moment, bye. Misaka was rendered speechless as she looked at all the monsters lying on the ground. This guy actually has a point. I'm also taking my leave, but Mikoto-chan. Keep your attention high for this, I'm not really sure of this quest. Kagaya tapped Misaka's shoulder before she vanished in thin air. Sighing silently, Misaka shook her head, but thinking about it for a moment, she took a coin from her pocket and placed it on her thumb. Making a railgun shot ready, Misaka ran after Kazuma, although this passed him after a few moments, which made the latter go full out because of his imaginary dignity. Shouldn't you preserve energy for any expected situation? Running for a while and entering the huge forest, Misaka turned to her side to see Kazuma running with all that he got. His breath was slightly rushed and sweat was falling from his forehead. The only thing that he didn't use is the skills, but Misaka thinks he'll start using them soon. No problem. We need to catch up with the others. Not poking through Kazuma's obvious lies, Misaka continued running forward and increased her speed a little as Kazuma kept up. Wait, why didn't they teleport us there? Kagaya should be able to do that. Maybe, but a slight exercise for your lazy body wouldn't cause harm, right? Kazuma was complaining before Leon suddenly jumped next to him, which almost caused him to trip on his face because she tapped his back. What are you doing here, you crude woman? Shouldn't you be at the front? Regaining his balance, Kazuma directly retorted at Leon, whose smile became more kind when she heard what he called her. I figured that you two are very slow, so I decided to wait for you, especially you. Do you even call yourself an adventurer? Shut up. Don't question my NEET lifestyle. Well. Kazuma suddenly went silent when he remembered the destructive lifestyle he had before. Maybe if he changed his habits a little, even this body upgrade would be more effective. Yet, if they gave him another chance, he'll fucking do it again. Enough both of you. Can't you focus on the matter at hand? Leon felt weird about this sudden silence from Kazuma, but Misaka had enough from their actions. Sorry, not sorry, Mikoto-chan. What do you think about this? Misaka sighed before she asked Leon, who was clearly at the front, about this situation. Who knows, but you can see it's not something easy. Wait, why are you asking me? Aren't I supposed to be the new member? Misaka blushed as she noticed how embarrassing what she just did. To be honest, even they are still new to all the chat room stuff. After all, this is only the second mission, but this doesn't change she's more experienced in it than Leon. Anyway, the old man went first to test the water. I don't know if he did that intentionally or because he wanted to punch something, but it's better than nothing. Although she wanted to tease Misaka about this, Leon shook her head and increased her speed. So, if the old man can handle it, we'll stay. And if the situation isn't good, we'll run away and reduce the dead weight, which is ourselves, right? Got it, let's go. Kazuma's words made both Leon and Misaka speechless for a moment. Do you really have to say it like that? Misaka was even more because she can theoretically take down a fully armed modern army by herself. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. However, before Misaka said anything, a deafening sound echoed in the front and made Leon, Kazuma, and Misaka flinch before everything started shaking. The whole ground under their feet started to tremble violently and cracks appeared suddenly splitting the hard dirt. Leon's hair became longer and got the features of a lion when she used her taiga to keep her balance from being shaken by an intense earthquake. Misaka directly used the magnetic field to stay in place without any problem. Trying hard to keep his balance, Kazuma looked at some huge trees falling down and the cloud of dust in front with surprise. What is this? An earthquake. It should be that old man. Did he get in contact with the THRE-? Get down. Without any warning, Leon's enchanted senses from the taiga directly kicked in as he tried to push Kazuma away. Much like Leon, Kazuma's danger senses skill ring like a giant bell as he sees something flashing inside the cloud of dust. A bright silver light flashing like lightning piercing the dark clouds flew towards Kazuma's face at a ridiculous speed. Despite his luck and auto-dodge skill kicking in, Kazuma's body couldn't move at all because his speed was much slower than the silver blur. Suddenly, an orange spear of light unexpectedly and silently shot past Kazuma's head. It was more like a laser than a spear. He could only tell it had originated from his side because the afterimage of light stretched back to it. Just like that, the orange laser hit the silver light and deviated its course towards Kazuma's forehead. Almost like thunder, the noise rumbled in with a slight delay. As a shockwave tore through the air around his ears, Kazuma's sense of balance was thrown off. He staggered as the impact blew his hair and clothes, but luckily his auto-dodge was still working and made him jump back, or else his face will be hit too. The instant the orange laser struck the silver light, both of them ricocheted and went in different paths. The orange light hit the ground as the dirt and rocks were blown away like nothing. Even after traveling a 20-meter path of utter destruction and stopping, the orange afterglow was still burning the air like an afterimage. The silver light continued in its new path, tearing apart the air and everything it came in contact with, even several huge trees and boulders were pierced like hot butter before it froze in midair. Biri. The zapping sound of bluish-white sparks echoed as an afterimage of a faint orange light stretched from Misaka's thumb. Looking at the scene, Kazuma stumbled a little as he felt a terrible chill like his whole body was splashed with cold water, even the sweat stops coming out. I almost died there. Only after regaining his sense from the shockwave, Kazuma figured out the situation he was in as a feeling of fear filled his mind and body, but Leon quickly pulled him into reality by pushing him down. Don't lose focus now, you idiot. Hearing the angry screams, Kazuma shook his head quickly as he saw the silver light, or what should be called a long piece of metal that moved like a flexible tail, retreating back with the same crazy speed. It didn't even leave a mark. Misaka muttered in a somewhat unbelievable voice as she witnessed how her railgun was only able to deviate the trajectory of the metallic tail a little. Are you okay, Kazuma? Shaking her head, Misaka quickly asked Kazuma, who was still in the aftermath of his near-death experience. Yeah, I'm okay, no worries. Standing up, Kazuma gave a thumb up, but his slightly shaking voice showed the complete opposite. Leon didn't bother with that for now as her focus was on the front and Kazuma and Misaka also followed her line of sight as they froze. The thick cloud of dust slowly cleared as it showed an empty spot deep in the forest. The whole area was like it witnessed a meteor fall into a huge pothole in the middle as cracks filled the ground, especially the broken rocks and trees around. At the side of the pothole, Whitebeard was standing there holding his naginata and Kagaya was floating with a grim expression. However, Whitebeard's forearm that was covered in armament haki was bleeding from a wound that looked like a vicious bite from some sort of animal. Despite that, his expression didn't change as he stared at the middle of the pothole. In the center, there was a moderately big pillar that appeared to have some sort of futuristic features and vibes, even the ground under it had some sort of glowing circuits extending for about 5 meters around it. But that didn't really compare to the thing on the pillar. A snake. No, maybe a worm is more fitting. A metallic color creature that looked like a worm was warping the pillar with its body. At the top, the worm had a vicious head made of a giant mouth filled with huge fangs made from the same material its body had. It didn't have a single different part, all of them were made from the same metallic substance. Its tail that just attacked Kazuma retreated back and returned to warping the pillar while the most disturbing part is the mouth was biting on the pillar as a faint green glow was slipping into it. Although it wasn't really clear, the closest thing that resembles it is like feeding or eating something from the pillar or should be called the device. Just like that, everything froze in its place and no one took the first step forward. From his wound, Whitebeard seemed to have just taken a hit because of carelessness or surprise and Kagaya's solemn expression showed that she also has problems. However, Kazuma couldn't move when he looked at that worm. Despite not having any visible organs that resembled eyes, Kazuma had a weird feeling that the worm was eyeing him and ignoring the others. Moreover, it wasn't the usual feeling, but one where a predator is looking at its prey and food, which made Kazuma wish if he could change his choice of coming here. Chapter 155, Konosuba Side Part 40. Under the trees and vines, a hidden spot away from sights existed somewhere in the forest near the capital of Elroad. Even when the forest was occupied by several predators and scary monsters, the location had unnatural eerie darkness that stretched deep between the branches and leaves that covered the sunlight, giving this place a haunted look. Despite the absence of light, a small gleam flickered inside. It was so faint that it made observing it hard, but the glow was pulsing or beating with a rhyme. Such otherworldly behavior was strangely blending in with the whole atmosphere, making it a gruesome task to even detect it. However, the sound of something cracking above broke the rhythm. It sounded like a balloon bursting several times, before the sound became sharp like the wind, whistling around like a fast, moving object. The sound only grew larger and larger, until a shadow was cast on top of the trees and branches. It didn't last for a moment before someone dropped from the sky, landing on the ground. The impact created an ear-splitting blast that broke the cover of this place into fragments. Rising from the dust and scattered leaves, Whitebeard didn't need to look at the map to determine that he's at the right location. The pulsing glow inside the dark corner of the forest is more than an adequate enough clue. Including the fact that he had an uncanny feeling the moment he got closer. It was more like he couldn't sense anything. His observation hockey, scanning the area, gave no information, nothing at all about what was in the front. It was like there was no anomaly in front of him from the start. Gazing at the darkness at the front, Whitebeard raised his naginata, which was vibrating slowly, before slashing horizontally. This action alone was enough to steer a huge airflow, sweeping everything in front of it. The dust and fragments flew to the sky, along with several trees that were uprooted, creating a clearing that had a large space in the front. After the strike, the hidden part was exposed directly in front of Whitebeard, making him frown and raise his eyebrow. What he found was what seemed to be a worm, wrapping around a big pillar. The pulsing glow was being sucked from the pillar into the worm's mouth and body, reminding Whitebeard of a leech sucking blood. The worm had a metallic color that lacked luster, but with each pulse of the light from the pillar, the metallic color became more and more bright and shiny, almost as if the worm was recovering. This quick change is what made Whitebeard frown as the strange feeling increased. This cannot go on. Despite not confirming if this is the actual target or not, Whitebeard could easily see that such a thing couldn't continue. Edward reached a quick conclusion, deciding to interfere and attack directly. Grabbing the naginata with both hands and twisting his body to the side, Whitebeard moved forward at a shocking speed, using Soru. His body seemed to disappear from its place before arriving near the pillar and worm. Neither the worm nor the pillar made any sort of reaction to the arrival of Whitebeard, almost as if it didn't notice him. Whitebeard didn't show any reaction to this but inwardly grew more serious as his muscles tightened, and waved the naginata charged with the Gura fruit's power. The strike caused the air to twist before it cracked like a broken mirror on its path of carnage. A huge shockwave followed the storm directly after towards the worm-looking creature. Boom. What was expected to be a strike that carried vibrations enough to cause earthquakes and huge shockwaves, vanished instantly the moment the attack landed on the worm. No, the force still stirred the air and caused the ground to crack, but most of it disappeared when it came in contact with the worm, which made Whitebeard lift his eyebrow before his eyes widened in shock. The strike caused the ground under the pillar to crack and break as if a meteor landed on it. The pillar that was planted on the ground suddenly lost its support, and because of that it slightly shifted from its original position. The green glow that exuded from it suddenly decreased by a large margin, and with that did the worm finally make its move. Moving in a flash, the worm launched itself at Whitebeard's face, widening its mouth filled with teeth, which wasn't a pleasant sight to see. Nonetheless, reacting quickly, Whitebeard knew that his weapons weren't the wisest choice at this distance, so he instead directly used his fist. His huge fist whistled through the wind, as it was covered with both armament hockey and Gura fruit's power in the process before Whitebeard slammed it on the side of the worm's head. Boom. Like a bomb suddenly being detonated, a giant shockwave was created, cracking the air like a mirror against the worm's head, but Whitebeard's face wasn't good looking because the phenomenon that previously happened repeated itself. The majority of his attack vanished, leaving the worm completely fine. It was knocked back a little, but was unscathed nonetheless. Strangely, this scene reminds him of that crystal lich that transformed when he was inside Dullahan's castle. Despite being recently hammered on the side of the head, the worm acted as if nothing happened, and twisted its body in the air, heading towards Whitebeard's right arm. Its speed was akin to teleporting, moving faster than Whitebeard. Aware of the difference in speed, Whitebeard just focused on the hockey and Gura fruit's power as he pushed the attack further. His fist was almost completely covered in the quake bubble before he slammed against it again. By Aeopayum. The noise rumbled like thunder as the impact detonated the place once more with a massive shockwave, the vibrations creating cracks akin to spider webs across the ground, and a big earthquake that made the whole area tremble. Trees and rocks, turned into shards and fragments, flew everywhere at high speed, followed by a giant cloud of dust, which was impossible to see through with normal vision. Despite the initial disaster, the trembling ground caused everything to shake, with a small landslide happening farther away. It showed how terrifying the aftermath was. Away from the cloud of dust, Whitebeard was standing away from the center, clenching his weapon tightly. At his side, a floating girl suddenly appeared. I wasn't able to affect it. Whitebeard abruptly spoke to Kaguya, his words both slow and steady as he looked at the dust cloud. It was like he could clearly see what was happening inside. I can see that. Kaguya took a glance at Whitebeard's bleeding arm before she looked at the center, wearing a frown. Covered by the heavy dust, the worm quickly moved the pillar onto its original position on the pothole, stabilizing it before returning to its previous state, which was biting on the pillar and sucking some sort of energy away once more. My power suddenly lost its strength the moment I landed a blow on it. Speaking in a firm and steady voice, Whitebeard briefly spoke of the conclusion from his short exchange with the worm. I know that. I'm also unable to stop it. Looking at the irritated expression on Kaguya's face, Whitebeard lifted his eyebrow and didn't say anything. Kaguya might have just pulled Whitebeard away quickly when the worm bit his arm using her time manipulation, but the result must have produced more complications than progress. From the start, she didn't intend to let Whitebeard get injured, but the worm partially ignored her time-stopping ability. It only stopped for a moment, before resuming its movement, albeit at a much slower pace than usual. Why does this pattern remind me of Saitama? Lost in her thoughts for a moment, Kaguya shook her head before she noticed a new development within the dust. The worm that was completely focused on the pillar suddenly moved, flinging its tail forward at a speed akin to a flash towards the other side of the forest. Understanding the situation immediately, Whitebeard slashed with his naginata, but the worm shrugged off the attack. Kaguya's normal reaction would be stopping time, but she refrained from doing that. Unlike the worm that will only slow down, Kazuma and others will be completely frozen. Wasn't this similar to sending them to their deaths? Luckily, everything seemed to work out fine as the trio arrived at their location. Although they were fine, the offense that the worm made when detecting Kazuma made Kaguya completely speechless. This guy, why do I feel he became very unlucky in this period? Isn't luck his strong point? Finishing her words, Kaguya wanted to sigh at this situation. However, Whitebeard stormed instantly in front of Kazuma. This sudden action made the trio confused, but a familiar twinkling silver light appeared like a ghost, almost giving them a heart attack. Taking a stance and channeling the armament haki and Gura Gura fruit's power, Whitebeard swung his naginata forward, intercepting the attack. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. The naginata and the metallic tail clashed against each other, generating a harsh ringing sound, like two metals slamming against each other. The impact from the clash made a big airflow, a shockwave that almost sent Kazuma flying. Following the initial hit, the tail rubbed against the naginata as its trajectory was forcibly changed, while Whitebeard clenched his weapon before he slamming forward, deflecting the tail away. Despite that, the tail moved in the air like a dexterous snake, flinging itself towards the enemy once again. Whitebeard quickly recovered his stance and struck back. Clang, clang, clang. With its agile movements, the tail turned into a whip in the air, dancing, disappearing, and appearing at high speed with each strike, but Whitebeard wasn't impeded, striking down every attack and pushing it back. The sound of clashes, followed by huge impacts, almost made everyone in the vicinity, even the monsters, numb. Kazuma, who was the nearest to the scene, almost felt his ears turning deaf. Suddenly, a bright light shone from the side, before an energy beam appeared. Carrying several colors and a huge amount of energy, the beam blew past all obstacles as it headed for the worm, or rather the ground under the pillar which it was warping. Sensing the threat, the worm's tail froze in midair for a split second, before it retreated at an insane speed and hit the energy beam. The beam didn't last for a second before it got crushed by the tail, dissipating in thin air. Witnessing her attack failing, Kaguya waved her sleeve again before several energy bullets filled the area instantly, all aimed at the previous spot where the energy beam targeted. However, the worm's tail began to almost teleport between the bullets, dancing and striking them down one by one. It was a spectacular scene, a silver flash spinning and twirling around, leaving colorful fireworks along its path. What the? Recovering his balance and his sense of hearing from the previous clash, Kazuma shook his head and stared at the worm's tail. It whistled through the air, moving in a flash, dancing around several colored full energy bullets. So, base protagonist, what did you do to that thing and why is it looking at you like a well-done cooked steak? Hearing a familiar voice next to him, Kazuma turned his head to see Kaguya floating next to Whitebeard. She was continuously casting energy bullets to stop the worm's attacks. Who are you calling based, you old hag? The thin air next to you, obviously. You bastard. Hearing her obvious sarcasm, Kazuma's feelings of gratitude for Kaguya's help quickly extinguished, but then his danger sense skill rang like a drum again. From the depths of the exploding energy bullets, a silver light shot like a bullet towards the group. At that moment, Kazuma felt a tap on his shoulder before the colors of the world shifted. It wasn't only him, but even Whitebeard, Misaka, and Leon were tapped on their shoulders as the world froze still. Except for them, almost nothing was moving now, in addition to the bullets at the distance, which by the way, made the scene clearer, giving a sight of the incoming flash as it was a hideous worm's head filled with sharp teeth. It wasn't beautifully cinematic, especially because the time stop didn't make the worm stop at all. The worm moved at a much slower pace, but its body grew closer and closer. "Clench your teeth, kid." Without any warning, Kazuma felt someone holding his collar before the world started spinning. The wind slammed into his face, making his body experience something akin to getting blasted by a fire hose. Kazuma could hardly open his eyes as he saw that Whitebeard was the one who caught him and stormed away. The world became blurry from the speed they were moving at. Hearing a loud sound behind him, Kazuma glanced behind with difficulty, only to see the worm's head crushing the ground at his previous location, leaving a deep pothole. Leon dodged by jumping away with Misaka being carried away by Kagaya from the attack range, but it didn't matter. The worm didn't care about them at all. Changing directions violently as the ground and rocks smashed, it went after Whitebeard, or rather Kazuma. "Hey, Kazuma, are you sure you didn't do anything to this thing?" Kagaya couldn't help but ask again when she saw how much the worm wanted Kazuma dead while she and Whitebeard attacked it several times. "Ah. I don't know. Wait for a mom hhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh experienced another impact because Whitebeard and the worm's head clashed again. "Kid, get out of here." "What?" Hearing the deep and stern voice of Whitebeard, Kazuma was confused, but the giantman was busy dodging attacks to pay him attention. "You aren't in the best condition to be here or to face this." "Huh? What do you mean by I'm not okay?" "Well, I almost threw up, Can you at least slow d-dash?" Kazuma retorted Whitebeard quickly, but a glare from the latter made him shut up immediately. "Can't you see that your legs are still shaking? You can't even hold your weapon properly, you brat." Kazuma wanted to argue, but because he felt the weakness in his legs, the dizziness in his head, and the gun that was shaking in his hand, he couldn't say a word. Whitebeard's harsh words echoed in his head as he lowered his head. Yes, the words spoken were harsh, but he couldn't refute them at all. What made this funny was that he was just speaking about being a dead weight, but then this happened. The feeling of unwillingness. The feeling of frustration. In any case, this feeling was very annoying. "I know, but old man, how am I supposed to leave in this condition?" Looking at Kazuma, who was almost tearing up, Whitebeard resisted the urge to hit him on the head before he blocked another attack. Another shockwave appeared, but it was mostly dispersed because of the worm's weird ability. Whitebeard then stepped on the air, creating a blast of air and dodging another hit. Rotating the naginata in his palm, Whitebeard clashed against the worm's head, pushing it away before dashing towards it. The worm adjusted its body and charged again, negating the more intense vibrations like they were nothing. It then opened its mouth for a bite, but Whitebeard used Sora to open distance, before closing in and striking. The wind and shock waves generated from the several clashes turned the area around Whitebeard and the worm's head into a danger zone. Anything in the vicinity was breaking apart just because of the aftermaths of their clashes. Although evading the worm's strikes became much easier due to Kagaya's power, Whitebeard wasn't satisfied. His body doesn't have unlimited strength, even if he has high endurance, as this worm is becoming stronger and stronger. This thing is relying on instinct, yet it began to adapt to his vibrations and attacks. It wouldn't take long for it to adapt the speed, so Whitebeard attempted to overwhelm it with damage beyond its limits, exactly like what he did to those frogs. Sadly, Kazuma was experiencing the most chaotic roller coaster in his life. The clash between Whitebeard and the worm made him feel like puking several times, especially because he got caught in the middle of the fight. Speed battles aren't really good for me. Staring at Kazuma, who was almost tearing up and screaming like a girl because of the intense speed fight, Kagaya was speechless for a moment. "Is that the thing the mission spoke about? The PESS something?" "Yeah, or else, I have no idea what it is. But first." Holding Misaka with her in the air, Kagaya quickly explained in a few words before a huge amount of energy rushed from her. The enormous energy made the air tremble before a gleam of red light shone above the worm location, as several magic circles stacked on top of each other, appearing to absorb the energy. It didn't take more than 1 moment before the circles reached their limits, collapsing into heat and flames. This is the explosion magic of this world boosted to the limit by Kagaya's huge, infinite amounts of energy. However, before the magic was fully activated, a flash of silver light abruptly appeared in the middle of the red flare, and with it, cleaved the entire spell into two. The aimless energy from the spell either dissipated in the air or turned into sparks and flames, falling from the sky. Kagaya blinked her eyes before she saw that the worm's tail split into two, one of them shooting directly towards her head. Really now? Kagaya doesn't even know if she should call this thing a worm anymore. It's more like a weird substance taking the shape of a worm. Waiting for the tail to reach, Kaguya directly teleported away from that location as the tail lost its target, freezing in the air for a split second before changing directions. I have to say, its defense and adaptations are really amazing. Kaguya has to admit that flying in the sky and being followed by a tail that can carry the power to break almost anything in its path wasn't the best experience ever. Do you have any idea how to stop it? Misaka asked, worried. Easier said than done, Mikoto. Even if I ignored the huge defense, I feel that thing still has some hidden abilities. Dodging a few strikes before teleporting away, Kaguya was growing more and more irritated from this. What about the ground the pillar was on? The mission directly said that this thing is unstable. Maybe we should focus on that. Do you think we don't know? I was trying to attack the pillar all the time, but it has the same durability as that worm. Not only that, but the PESS is also protecting the pillar, along with the ground under it. Looking at the battlefield, where several energy bullets made holes around the ground where the pillar was on, along with a small natural disaster being created on Whitebeard's side, Misaka was silent for a moment. She then took a deep breath. Drop me down. What? Kaguya was surprised by the sudden request. I can do it. Do what? Deal with the pillar. Stop asking the obvious. Misaka said, retorting to Kaguya's question immediately as the latter puffed her cheeks. She felt that it was really a dumb question to ask. Are you confident? Compared to you that has very specific effect abilities, and Grandpa Whitebeard, who can hurt all of us if he went completely overboard, I'm more suitable for this. Well, I was going to drop you anyway, so I might as well do that now. Yeah, let's wait, what? Misaka gave Kaguya a stare as the latter just smiled brightly before she tightened her grasp on Misaka's hand and said. Have fun. YAHHHHHHH. Catch her. Suddenly, Kaguya's speed increased greatly, leaving an afterimage in her flight path. While dodging the tail, she did several spins in the air and threw Misaka directly. Got it. From the side of the forest, Leon directly jumped in the air and caught the falling Misaka, whose head was still spinning from the air maneuvers. Now, how about I show you a small game I learned in my world? With her words, a gigantic fluctuation of energy emitted from Kaguya's body, distorting the air and space around her as 5 treasures appeared. Sensing the danger, the worm's tail further split into 4 tails, even the slender metallic body was losing its regular shape. Either way, the 4 new tails, which almost looked like tentacles cut through the air, heading towards Kaguya. At this point, this thing is becoming more like an octopus than a worm. Sighing silently, Kaguya increased her speed further. The 4 limbs were literally like silver shining lights, passing through all the energy bullets. However, Kaguya didn't mind as the area around her began to glow. More and more energy bullets and beams appeared, illuminating the whole area under their light. The increase in the firepower forced 2 of the PESS 26-13287 tails to retreat, with the 2 other tails being forced to back down as Kaguya began to circle the area, leaving a trail of energy bullets and beams all over the place. The whole place literally became an energy bullet hell, leaving almost no gaps at all. PESS 26-13287 had opened its mouth and issued a distorted screech before it wanted to retreat, but it was met with a smack to the head from a vibrating naginata, right before getting punched. Whitebeard, who sensed the change, dropped Kazuma to the side. Using the extreme speed technique of Soru, he blocked its path of retreat with a raging offense. Under the offense from the bullet hell, PESS 26-13287 was pushed back as its body began to split more and more. It didn't stop until the area was covered in several flashing lights that shot down every incoming bullet or beam. Misaka's mouth was slightly open from shock at this crazy scene, but she quickly returned to reality when she heard Leon's voice. So, are you going to do something or stay in my arms? Humph. Misaka shook her head to clear her confusion before she landed on the ground. The zapping sparks of electricity shone on her body, especially her arms, before she placed both of them on the ground. What exactly are you going to do? Noticing all the arcs of electricity on the ground, along with the vibration, Leon jumped a little away. Just open your eyes wide and watch. Misaka peeled her eyes on the target while focusing most of her calculations. The electromagnetic field generated from her AIM field extended to the whole area before it met a black zone at front. No electromagnetic field. This is really unscientific, ****. Despite PESS 26-13287 not having an electromagnetic field made Misaka almost call nonsense, she has to admit that the area she's now in is the most ridiculous. Time stops. How such a thing even exists like this? She can breathe, she can feel the electrons and electromagnetic fields clearly, so how could be counted as time stop? Shaking her head from the thoughts that will drive her insane, Misaka poured more electrical current into the ground until the entire area was shaking like an earthquake. It didn't take long until Leon saw black sand crawling through the cracks on the ground. I'll show you why you should never underestimate the railgun. Asterisk Byri. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The electric current broke from Misaka's body, generating a huge magnetic field as the ground cracked open violently. Waves of black iron sand flashing with electric sparks rushed like a storm, filling the area under the pillar. It was like an unstoppable tide engulfing everything in its way. PESS 26-13287. Many tentacles tried to crush the waves away, but it was hopeless as the waves pushed against the tails further and further until they hit the pillar violently. Despite that, the PESS 26-13287 body split, even more, attaching its new limbs to the ground in order to fix the pillar in its position. Don't think this is over. Ah! The magnetic field grew stronger and stronger as the iron sand began to vibrate and spinning like a vortex around the pillar. The tiny grains rubbed against the ground as the friction and violent movement broke it open. It didn't take long before the area became like quicksand, as the pillar began to sink, its glow fading away. At that moment, piercing distorted screeches that shook the hearts of everyone rang from PESS 26-13287 head. Humph. PESS 26-13287 head directly forced its way violently through Whitebeard. It didn't care about his attack and rushed forward recklessly to reach the pillar, but Whitebeard wasn't having any of it, holding his ground and pushing it back. The screeches grew stronger and stronger as Kazuma, who finally recovered from dizziness, had to cover his ears. In his eyes, PESS 26-13287 was almost screaming like it was in pain before its head suddenly split open into two, rushing towards Whitebeard. Slightly surprised by the new development, Whitebeard took a moment, but he successfully blocked the split head. Despite that, the two heads didn't stop at all and kept increasing the speed of each attack. Ugh! The simultaneous attack from the two heads was almost double in strength as Whitebeard was pushed backward. He wanted to recover, but PESS 26-13287 heads took the chance immediately and formed back into one head. That thing, is the color slightly darker now? No, it's more like fading. Kazuma took note of a very important detail as he saw PESS 26-13287 head returning into one slowly and biting on the pillar. The more energy is absorbed from the pillar, the more its body recovers its luster, almost like it's rejuvenating. Recovering its previous form, PESS 26-13287 limbs dug deep into the ground and attached themselves firmly into it, like tree roots, preventing the ground from moving at all. What? Kagaya generated more bullet barrages, but PESS 26-13287 ignored them and let them fall on its body in the pillar. It was completely useless as the explosions didn't even budge the firmly wrapped pillar from its position. Counterattacking, a small part of the tentacles shot once in a while like sniper rounds, especially aiming at Kagaya in the air. Geez, what the hell is even happening? Is this the new World War? Looking at the electric arcs flying with the iron sand storm and the barrage of energy bullets exploding everywhere, Kazuma even felt his eyes hurting from the flashing lights. What are you still doing here, brat? Leave, this is the best time. When Kazuma was rubbing his eyes, he heard the voice of Whitebeard before he saw the giant man walking forward. Your presence here is nothing more than a deadweight and a living target for the enemy. I know, but maybe I see a dash. Clang. Before he finished his words, a disturbing sound of metal range as Whitebeard knocked away one of PESS 26-13287 limbs heading towards Kazuma. You can do what? Kazuma was directly interrupted by Whitebeard and shocked by the sudden attack, but the latter didn't look at him at all. Brat, you clearly know where your capability ends more than me. Can you do something about that thing? Or can you even protect yourself here? What are you even doing here if you know that your ability isn't enough? Trying to collect wealth? Courage and recklessness have a very thin line between them, yet to be blinded by greed is a completely different matter. Hey! I'm not here just for some points on that chat. Kazuma tried to argue, but looking at Whitebeard's gaze, he suddenly couldn't continue his words. Then why are you here? Just to watch. Clang, clang. Looking at two more bullets-like limbs getting shot down by Whitebeard's naginata, Kazuma's whole body shook. I'm here to help. Feeling his throat dry, Kazuma said those words with difficulty. Man, why are these things happening to him lately? First, getting stuck in this mission, the latest meeting with that asshole angel, this crazy battle, being targeted by the worm, and now he can't even look straight at Whitebeard's eyes. Help. Gwahahaha. Help in what? How could you help if the only thing you keep doing is complaining and complaining without attempting to change anything? Kazuma felt his tongue twisting as he couldn't utter a single word after that. That last sentence made him remember the last period, he was really complaining a lot. Do you think you will achieve something by complaints? Or you're waiting and hoping for it to fall on your head without putting any effort? These weren't just some words for Kazuma now, they were almost like arrows stabbing him, such an annoying situation. Kid. In the middle of his silence, Kazuma heard the deep voice of Whitebeard, but it was slightly lower. Did he walk away from him? A man can be greedy, a man can have a lot of desires, a man can be brave and even stupid, but when those things affect the close people around you, how can you lift your head again? Looking at the PESS 26-13287 in the middle of the explosions, Whitebeard stopped in his footsteps. This isn't like those games you always talk about. This is a real world, a world where your actions have consequences on you and everyone around you. Can't you see that your selfishness and ignorance might cause even the people you hold dear a huge price? Completely frozen, Kazuma felt his thoughts aren't even functioning properly as he looked at Whitebeard's large back. If you can't comprehend this even now, I don't mind cracking your skull open until you understand. But for now, leave. This isn't your place. Giving his last glance that made Kazuma's body tremble, Whitebeard lifted his weapons and walked forward. Damn it, what is this feeling? Annoying. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Clenching his chest, Kazuma lowered his head as he felt his head hurt. The annoying feeling returned a weird urge to say something, yet a voice in his head forced him to stay still. But looking at Whitebeard walking away, his thoughts were again disturbed when he remembered the previous words as he gritted his teeth. Then. Let me help, goddammit. Turning his head slightly, Whitebeard glanced at Kazuma, whose face was red from screaming and anger. What do you even know? Do you think you understand anything about me and what I can do? How can a pirate even speak and lecture me about consequences? If you think yourself a big shot and so important just because you're strong, then I'll show you what I can do. Screaming with his loudest voice, Kazuma took several breaths to recover before he felt weird. Wait, what did I just say? Oi, oi, oi. However, before Kazuma reflected upon his sudden outburst, he heard a cold deep voice that made him flinch. Oh. Then what can you do? As far as I can tell, you're only all bark with no bite. You. Kazuma felt his mind blankly again as he thought quickly of a comeback. He doesn't care about anything now, except removing that haughty expression from Whitebeard's face and proving that he's wrong. Thinking quickly, Kazuma remembers the mission profile that he read several times. He looked at the pillar as an idea began forming in his mind. I know. I can steal that thing. What? Whitebeard lifted his eyebrow, but Kazuma didn't back down as he continued. Don't act dumb, you clearly know that thing is unstable and need to absorb things to stay stable or grow stronger like that pillar or me. Anyways, even if it's hugging it tightly and you all can't do anything, my skill, steel, can take that pillar right in front of that worm's eyes. He didn't stop, continuing on with his semi-rant and explanation. Even this mission is saying that we need to steal something. I'll take it straight inside the chat room and prevent that thing from recovering. Finishing his rant, and taking several breaths to calm down, Kazuma observed Whitebeard's expression, who seemed to be deep in thought. What makes you think that will work? This thing has been eliminating all our abilities, even Kagaya's time stop dash. Damn it. How do you know it wouldn't work? Did you try it? If you have a problem with my idea, then prove that I'm wrong. Kazuma interrupted, yelling at Whitebeard while pointing at him without fear. If this was a regular situation, Kazuma would probably be begging to hide and freak out, but he currently can't even think properly because of his anger. Are you sure? Why wouldn't I? Do you think I'm just a pushover? You and that damn angel guy, who believes being some sort of an alien is so cool, think yourself all highly and mighty because you have some power and could push me around however you like. Think again. Then why don't you show me? Pointing at the pillar with his weapon, Whitebeard looked down at Kazuma waiting for this answer. Ugh. No, I can't do that, at least, not alone. I know that I can't even get close to it by myself. I'll die instantly if I stepped into the hell of explosions, so I need your help. Oh. First, you insult me, then you said you're correct and I'm wrong, and now you want my help. What's wrong, old man? Afraid of being proven wrong? Will this be a very hard hit on your ego or you are all talk? Under the sound of explosions and bullets flying everywhere, Kazuma gulped as he waited for the answer from Whitebeard. He isn't backing away until he wins this. Gwahaha. Very well, let's see how long you can keep this up. Whitebeard started laughing suddenly before he looked at the surprised Kazuma, and grinned. Just you watch, old man. Clenching his fist, Kazuma took a step forward, heading towards the battlefield location with Whitebeard as he was making a plan in his head, but then he heard a voice above. You know, Whitebeard. I'm not in a position to question your parenting and encouragement skills, because after all, you raised a lot of sons. Still, can't you see that this isn't the best place for chit-chatting? She then placed her attention on Kazuma, who was bewildered at her sudden appearance. And you, Kazuma? Are you, in all your mental capacity, building your plan based on a joke note from the world's will? Kagaya said, flying in the sky and launching huge amounts of energy bullets and beams on the pillar, trying to push it away or break its balance. Wait, parenting skills. Parenting skill, parenting skill. Kazuma froze in place when he heard Kagaya's words. He felt his mind completely malfunctioning, freezing, and crashing. If he was a computer right now, it'll be a blue screen of death. However, it didn't take him long to realize what had just happened a few seconds ago as a drop of sweat slipping across his cheek. Looking at Whitebeard's grin, Sata Kazuma finally understood now that he had just been played by this old man. This sudden realization made Kazuma's mood go from motivated to, I want to die. Thinking about it, a plan based on a joke note isn't reliable at all. Remember what you said, old man. Consequences are affecting the people around me, so we can't risk it and use this dumb plan, ha ha, ha 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 ha. However, before he can run off, Kazuma felt a large hand almost crushing his shoulder, making him stay put. Sweat poured down from his forehead like crazy as he turned to look up at Whitebeard, who was grinning. What are you saying, brat? I wouldn't possibly know if I didn't try it, and listening to your words, I'm obligated of giving you a chance or my name will not be Whitebeard. Witnessing Whitebeard's wide grin that almost became like his mustache, Kazuma felt the sky collapsing on his head while Kagaya facepalmed herself. Let's begin now. Wait a secahhhhhh. Whitebeard didn't wait for Kazuma to finish as he caught him again and dodged an attack while heading towards the vicinity of the battlefield. These two, Sai, Mikoto. Change of plans, make a way for Kazuma and Whitebeard to get them closer to the pillar. Flying in the sky, Kagaya quickly informed Misaka, who was controlling the iron sand vortex, before returning to dodging and bombing the living shit out of PESS 26-13287. We had a plan. When? Misaka asked, wearing a peculiar expression on her face. It became even odder as she saw Kazuma screaming with Whitebeard, who was rushing and clashing against several limbs near the area of the pillar. It seems they made a new plan on the spot. Talk about rush decisions. Shaking her head, Leone grinned. Because of the Taigu effect, her entire look and actions became wilder. Then, seconds later, she wore her thinking face. Hey, Mikoto. If these guys are making plans, how about we make one for ourselves? Misaka, who was busy forcing as much as she could of PESS 26-13287's limbs underground, flinched after hearing Leone's words. Her head turned slightly to face Leone, who had a lion's features, before a blank look surfaced on her face. You, what are you getting us into? Right into that battlefield. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Leone pointed at the clearing in the middle where the explosions, blasts, and clashes turned the whole area into a no-man's zone. A zone where no normal and sane person would go near. Misaka sighed, but asked the obvious question. What do you want? I wonder if you could send me there secretly. Ooh. A loud exclamation escaped Misaka's mouth as she stared at Leone with disbelief and shock, but it was instantly drowned underneath the noisy battlefield. Meanwhile, in the area near the pillar. Bam. Clang. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. Boom. It was a death zone, as colorful energy bullets and beams traced the whole area, covering its beautiful yet deadly gleam. In the middle of this barrage, silver flashes of light could be seen, leaving explosions like fireworks everywhere. Whitebeard was advancing at high speed through the bullet hell before he saw several flashes rushing past the explosions and lights. Without any other thought, he twisted the grip of his weapon, intercepting two PESS 26-13287 limbs before changing his direction. The worm's limbs were almost like sickles of death, appearing and disappearing without any sign, except the brief flashes at high speed. PESS 26-13287 seemed to be turning into a living turret as its limbs shot like artillery shells. Kagaya's time stop couldn't make their speed any slower. Keep your eyes peeled on the goal, kid. While dodging, Whitebeard heard the muffled screams behind him before he jumped again. How can I open them in this situation? Kazuma was suffering from the intense speed and raging winds it brought. He kept asking himself several times now, how could these people keep their eyes open or even sense anything in these conditions? Then focus and wait for the chance. That's easier said than done. Whitebeard and Kazuma found themselves trapped outside a circle near the pillar and battlefield because of the numerous attacks from PESS 26-13287. At one point, Whitebeard could easily dodge each strike, but as he got closer, it became increasingly more difficult, due to the short distance between him and the worm. If this continues, he might have to risk it and advance forward, even if he gets injured. However, such a thing can't be good. As usual, a heavy injury or two won't affect him much, but any difference in this stalemate type of situation could be fatal. Kagaya also saw the situation, but she was almost out of ideas. Increasing the number of barrages wouldn't work because PESS 26-13287 has dug its limbs too deeply past the iron sand, like a cactus in the desert. She could attempt to level the whole area by a large number of explosions, but the silver flashes will obliterate the magic before it even begins, as with anything that amounts to that level of destruction. I should really learn more tricks from Iron. Kaguya sighed secretly before she noticed a new change inside the death zone. Bluish-white sparks started to fly from the iron sand as the harsh sound of sand grains vibrating intensified. It was very annoying, and gave an unpleasant feeling quite similar to scratching nails on a chalkboard. Then the ground under the pillar started trembling again, and PESS 26-13287's limbs under the sand started wiggling violently, as it had lost its foothold. The iron sand vortex tightened around the pillar. Don't make me regret this. Electric currents with a very high voltage were flying from Misaka, submerging her whole body in bluish and yellow lightning. With a frown on her face, Misaka closed her eyes, focusing on a necklace with a yellowish-green gem on her hand. The electricity from her body was being absorbed into the necklace, getting a yellowish color, which was intensified both in power and oddly, in control. The lightning slipped into the ground nearby, making the iron sand in the area slow down, but near the pillar, it was total chaos. If someone could see under the pillar, they'll see the whole vortex of the iron sand became one big drill digging deeply, and knocking away all PESS 26-13287 limbs. PESS 26-13287 wiggled its limbs in an attempt to compress them, but under the violent rotation and vibrations, they were all dragged in the vortex as Misaka's electromagnetic sense allowed her to see what's happening in real time. Now. Opening her eyes, Misaka raised her arms suddenly as the ground blasted like an explosion. The iron sand followed her command, rushing up from the ground as the vortex became an entire tornado. Kaguya's barrage got destroyed by the electric bolts and vibrations near the tornado instantly as she was forced to cancel her attacks, but it wasn't needed at the moment, since PESS 26-13287 was in a much worse state. The iron sand tornado dragged PESS 26-13287 limbs alongside everything else in the vicinity, breaking its balance as the pillar was levitating. Whitebeard stopped his advancement with Kazuma when he saw what was happening. Despite PESS 26-13287 effort to free its limbs, the nature of the iron sand made it difficult to escape from such intense rotations. Even the other limbs' attacks were like hitting a sponge and sinking in. The limbs got stuck in the tornado as they were spinning, even dragging the main body with them. The entire area was shaking and seeing what was actually happening became even more difficult due to the winds from the cyclone, but Misaka pushed further. In the middle of the rotation, the iron sand got itself stuck in the gaps between the PESS 26-13287's body and the pillar. As it got stuck, that amount of the iron sand twisted suddenly into several drills, separating the worm away from the pillar. For the first time in this battle, PESS 26-13287 got fully separated from the pillar it was tightly warping. This in turn received a violent reaction from the alien-like creature, as hideous screeches escaped its fangs-filled mouth. Hearing the disturbing cries, Misaka's expression didn't change. All of her focus now was on the tornado, as well as not getting anyone hurt. She couldn't care less about some screeches now. Noticing the danger, PESS 26-13287's body began to split a little again as the other free limbs returned to the insides of its body. It's too late now. Reaching this point, Misaka opened her tired eyes and slammed her hands down, followed by the entire iron sand tornado collapsing at the same time in one direction, between PESS 26-13287 and the pillar. Much similar to being a giant blade, the iron sand cleaved its way into the previously made gap between the pillar and PESS 26-13287, fully separating them by a solid wall of vibrating iron sand. However, the moment PESS 26-13287 recovered control over its limbs, they immediately launched like several flashes towards the pillar at the same time. Misaka knew that without the rotation power, the iron sand wall wouldn't last for a moment under such an offense. However, that was all she needed. A hidden gap in the iron sand sea on the ground opened up instantly as it shot like fully compressed springs, launching a certain someone near the pillar midair. TCH. Misaka saw Leon getting launched by her iron sand, clicked her tongue, and clenched her fist when she saw the condition Leon was in. She really didn't want to agree to this plan at all. Flashback. Before Misaka attempted to use the power of the Thunderstone to boost her fine control over the electromagnetic fields, she was faced with the most ridiculous idea she had ever heard from Leon. What did you just say? Misaka raised her voice as the bluish-white sparks blasted on her forehand. How could she not be shocked? The words she heard now were absolute nonsense and madness. Not only is the area near the pillar is under heavy fire from Kaguya to keep PESS 26-13287 movements limited, but PESS 26-13287 is also shooting its limbs all over the place. The silver flashes that cleave all energy, explosions, and flames wherever they appeared at an insane speed gave Misaka goosebumps. That's why I said secretly. Can't you open a path in that sand for me? Maybe even make it a cover until the right moment. Are you in your right mind? What's wrong? Leone tilted her head in confusion. She didn't see anything wrong with her idea, but Misaka was angry and annoyed. Like she usually was. Listen, the whole area of the iron sand is vibrating intensely, with a huge electric current running through them. Do you have any idea what could happen to you? Serious lacerations, cardiac arrest, burns to tissues and organs, nerve damage, muscle spasms. Misaka snapped immediately in Leone's face at her question, and went on to give her reasons why her plan was such a bad idea, including a list of potential and fatal injuries. As an Electromaster, she's very well aware of how serious the damage her power could cause. In her eyes, Leone's idea is no less than a suicide attempt, so how she couldn't be angry. Now, you don't have to give me a lecture. You didn't even say you couldn't do it. Misaka sighed inwardly at Leone's unconcerned upbeat optimism. Ugh, I can control the iron sand vibrations and the electric current, but I'm now focusing on the offense. I can't be sure to protect you completely. Then it's settled. No need to worry, Mikoto. My Taigu can take care of the rest. You only need to open a path and do your best. But... Misaka hesitated, but Leone wasn't finished. Listen, the first thing you need to know about plans is that they can't keep up with changes. That's why backup plans exist, to prepare for unexpected variables. Also, staying here doing nothing is giving me a very irritating itch for battle. Leone grinned and winked at Misaka, who was on the verge of wanting to hold her head from the headache she just got. These damn battle maniacs. By the way, this is a battle, so you need to act quick. Your hesitation has already cost precious time for preparation. In the end, under Leone's nagging logic, Misaka took out the Thunderstone necklace and decided to go with this plan, voluntarily having to put a lot of weight on her shoulders. Flashback end. Despite her body being filled with small and large cuts, as well as burns, Leone was still in good shape because of the Taigu, Lionel, enhancing her endurance. Mustering all her strength, she twisted her body in midair and kicked the entire pillar. Unlike its shape and proportions, the pillar wasn't all that heavy as Leone's kick sent it flying towards Whitebeard and Kazuma. What are you waiting for? Kaguya shouted and returned to be a flying fortress, as the bullet hell accompanied by several explosion magic rained down on PESS 26-13287's body. Even without her reminder, Whitebeard had already entered extreme speed using Soru and Jeppo. The goal was already in sight thanks to Misaka and Leone's efforts. Before Leone breathed a sigh of relief at the plan's success, her senses stung again as the iron sand wall shook violently. Under the offense of the worm's limbs shooting like artillery shells, the iron sand wall didn't last for more than 1 second as cracks and gaps were forming on it instantly. The surging limbs of PESS 26-13287 directly breached the last defense as they headed straight at Leone, leaving a flash of silver light stretching back behind the wall. In such a situation, Leone wasn't able to dodge, wearing a helpless expression on her face. However, an electric current flashed on her back. The electric current formed like a chain from her clothes, or at least some metal parts, to the iron sand rising from the ground. Leone didn't have time to react at all as a sudden but huge force dragged her down immediately, avoiding the near-fatal attacks before the black sand covered and dragged her back to Misaka's side. What a hassle! Feeling how weak her body and the annoying electric current, Leone couldn't help but release a sigh, muttering to herself. Silence. You're the last person to talk about this. Injured or not, Misaka removed the electric current as she started lecturing Leone, whose face darkened even further, but couldn't do anything because of the injuries. But in secret, Misaka breathed a large sigh of relief when she saw Leone was at least safe. To be honest, to be responsible for the life of someone puts a rather large weight on her shoulders. Just the thought of messing up and causing an accident made Misaka's head hurt, along with her body trembling. Now, everything is up to the others as Misaka sees a flash of light at a distance. Despite having a giant build of a height of more than 6 meters, Whitebeard's speed wasn't anything to take lightly. However, the enemy was much faster, as silver flashes appeared in Whitebeard's vision. Kaguya's offense didn't stop PESS 26-13287's advancement for long as its limbs shot towards the pillar and Whitebeard's direction. Facing the barrage of deadly strikes, Whitebeard had no intention of stopping as his muscles tightened, pushing Soru and Jeppo to the limit. This almost made Kazuma puke. The air trembled each time Whitebeard took a step, disappeared, and appeared in another place. His previous location was instantly bombarded by several flashes of light, which made the thought of remaining at one spot not an option at all. Evading several close calls just by an inch, Whitebeard slashed horizontally. The shock wave and force of the strike were weakened by PESS 26-13287, but he didn't care about that at all. He pushed his body upward using the rebound of the force of the clash, and kicked the air violently. Whitebeard almost turned into a cannon shell in midair, crossing the distance instantly to reach both the pillar and PESS 26-13287. Most of PESS 26-13287's limbs were already close to the pillar, dragging the main body to it. This scene made Whitebeard frown before he attached the quake bubble. *BAM. *. The Naginata left an afterimage in the air before it slammed down on the pillar at full force, creating a huge shock wave. It cracked the air like a mirror, crashing the pillar at full speed down onto the ground. Bouncing like a ball because of the huge impact, the pillar rebounded back to the air as PESS 26-13287 launched its body at it. But this time, Whitebeard was faster. "Kid, now!" Yelling at Kazuma, Whitebeard prepared another quake bubble to send the pillar flying from here if the plan failed. The thunderous scream at such a close distance made Kazuma instantly wake up from his sickness, even if he was very dizzy, because of the violent roller coaster called Whitebeard. Shaking his head instantly, he saw this whole ridiculous scene as his mind froze for a moment. At this moment, the world seemed to be stopping in Kazuma's eyes. PESS 26-13287 limbs shooting like death sickles, Whitebeard screaming and waving his Naginata to hit the pillar, Kagaya's barrage deflecting some attacks. If Kazuma were to be asked at a point in his life if he'll ever experience such a scene, he'll laugh it off, thinking of it as a joke. But now, he just doesn't know what to say. All Kazuma could do now was to open his already dangling right hand to the pillar and scream at the top of his lungs. Steely. The light of the skill activation filled Kazuma's vision and made him close his eyes. The world almost stopped completely for him at that instant. The screeches stopped, the explosions ceased, and the violent movements came to a halt. The situation continued until Kazuma felt a bump and his feet touched the ground. Did Whitebeard land? In any case, Kazuma fell straight on his butt as his legs lacked strength. Did it work? Opening his eyes slowly, Kazuma asked with doubt because if he remembered correctly, his steel should have brought the pillar to at least near his palm. Did I fail? Probably. It wasn't really out of my expectations. After all, such a lousy plan Thud. Kazuma's thoughts were cut short as in his field of vision, a big pillar fell from the sky with a loud noise a few meters away. Just lying on the ground motionlessly was their goal the whole time. However, unlike before, the pillar lacked all the glow and futuristic vibes. Blinking his eyes several times, Kazuma felt very strange. Won't several metallic limbs appear now to turn him into a humanoid Swiss cheese? What in the, Hey, old man, what happened, old man? Noticing Whitebeard at his side, Kazuma asked him hurriedly, but he found Whitebeard staring in a certain direction without saying anything. His face was mixed with expressions of confusion and shock. Not only him, but Kazuma also noticed that Kagaya's mouth was open in an O shape, even though her time stop had vanished and the world recovered to its normal form. Misaka dropped her hands in disbelief, and Leon fell straight back to the ground. What happened to all of you, huh? Kazuma followed everyone's eyes until he saw the alien-looking substance and creature, PESS 26-13287, on the ground screeching. PESS 26-13287 returned to its original form, a basic worm shape with a hideous head, although its color lacked the previous luster. Weirdly, Kazuma felt those screeches were aimed in his direction. It was akin to animals warning other animals or humans to not advance and leave. Similar things are very common, but to see it from this worm of all things was an odd sight to behold. Kid, get up. Just, don't do sudden movements. What? Damn it, my legs feel so weak. Despite his words, Kazuma stood up slowly but was surprised by a sudden screech. The moment he stood up, PESS 26-13287 backed away a little and warped its body together, much like a snake hissing at a threat. Witnessing this reaction, Kazuma blinked his eyes before he extended his right hand suddenly. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. Exactly like before, PESS 26-13287 backed away and started circling the area near the pillar. Kazuma followed it and repeated this action as the worm-like creature didn't dare to get closer or even be in the same direction as his right hand. How did this battle become like this? Misaka's brain couldn't process the change in events. Such an intense and furious battle quickly shifted into this. Was she hallucinating or something? What am I looking at? Kagaya stared at this dance of advancing and retreating with no expression whatsoever. How should she react to this? Just remembering that this thing has pushed all of them to the limits because of its insane defense a few moments ago makes Kagaya want to die. Amid this dance, it didn't take long for the doubt to vanish from Kazuma's eyes to be replaced with an evil look, forming a wide, wicked grin. Oya, where all the furiousness from earlier? Are you perhaps afraid of my regular, normal hand? Keeping the creepy and wicked grin, Kazuma waved his right arm towards PESS 26-1328, with the latter retreating at his action. Come on, there's nothing to be afraid of, steal. Shaking his hand quickly, Kazuma screamed his skill name as PESS 26-13287 literally jumped backward to avoid the skill. However, Kazuma never activated his ability. It was just a bluff. Oh. This is new, I thought you're all overpowerful and mysterious and steal. Without any warning, Kazuma bluffed his skill again as PESS 26-13287 jumped away, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Such an image of a young man smiling like a criminal scaring an alien-looking worm was surely unnatural. Hee hee, ha 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 ha, you got too full of yourself, worm. Confirming his thoughts yet another time, Kazuma covered his face with his right hand and started laughing before transforming into a creepy smile once more. He has no idea why or how this is happening, but he doesn't mind abusing it for revenge. Don't think that playing with these incompetent all-talk guys would mean you're strong. Earthquakes. Electromagnetism. Time stops. PFFF, I require no such flashy abilities. Just the basics are enough to crush you to the dirt where you belong. What did you say? Ignoring or maybe not aware because of the sudden adrenaline and power rush, Kazuma didn't care about the death gazes from Whitebeard, Kagaya, and Misaka. Now, where are those limbs and tails you were shooting? You were enjoying trying to kill me a lot, huh? Because of you, I was stuck under that roller coaster of madness and forced to act in a shonen way. All of Kazuma's frustration exploded as he looked at PESS 26-13287 with absolute hatred. If you're so mad and confident, why don't you get closer? Leon asked from the side as Kazuma kept a large and safe distance from PESS 26-13287, but Kazuma directly omitted her words from his brain. However, Kazuma also noticed that PESS 26-13287's metallic color began to fade even more while it kept circling the area around him and the pillar. Oh. Do you want this? Too bad, you're only getting a handshake from my completely normal hand. Now, come here. Misaka got goosebumps just by staring at Kazuma with his creepy smile moving his fingers in a very unsettling way, aiming at the screeching giant worm. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was only standing silently there. However, his current expression would strike fear into the hearts of anyone seeing his face. Kagaya thought that he only lacked a text at his side, and it'll be perfect. Ah, this guy completely lost it. Leon gave Kazuma her condolences when she saw the look of the three people around her. Despite the ridiculous scene, Whitebeard frowned for a moment as he remembered something. Usually, animals would hiss and warn the threats by using intimidation gestures, but when nothing works, they'll run. Proving Whitebeard's thoughts, PESS 26-13287 screeched one last time at Kazuma before it shot itself to the left and wormed into the ground, disappearing from everyone's sight. Eh? Did that thing just gave me, fuck this shit, I'm out, moment. Petrified in his place, Kazuma's brain couldn't process the sudden change. However, it doesn't mean that everyone is frozen as he felt the familiar feeling of a giant hand grabbing his collar. Let's have a word later, kid. Hearing those calm words that seemed to be filled with many hidden meanings and anger, Kazuma felt he went from heaven to hell once again before the world became blurry and the raging wind slammed his face. Not again. Whitebeard caught Kazuma again as he stormed after PESS 26-13287, instantly followed by Kagaya, putting the entire pillar in her sleeve, holding Misaka and Leon's hands, and taking off. In midair, Whitebeard was kicking the air violently, increasing his speed, while Kagaya's natural flying speed was more than enough to keep up. Go left, no, right. With PESS 26-13287 being underground, the only way it could be tracked is via the chat room. Misaka used that way to determine its location immediately, giving directions to the group, despite it being difficult to determine the precise path. Don't give each location, just give the general direction. Kagaya said to Misaka after changing her flight direction several times as the latter blushed a little before she focused on the map. Let's see, it's going north, crossing the green fields of Elroad Kingdom, and heading towards the capital city — wait, the capital. Misaka exclaimed when she learned the direction of PESS 26-13287, but Kagaya's eyes brightened. Elroad's capital. Perfect. What do you mean perfect? If that thing enters a populated area, it'll be a massacre. Not like that. Whitebeard, come closer. Kagaya didn't answer Misaka immediately as she called Whitebeard before flying towards him and Kazuma. Halting in midair, Whitebeard was confused because of the sudden call, but then a colorful magic circle appeared. The magic circle lasted for a moment before everyone vanished like they weren't there at all. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace of the Elroad Kingdom's capital, something was going on inside the Crown Prince's private meeting room. Has the situation from the other day been dealt with, Prime Minister? Not yet, Prince Revi. What do you mean by not yet? A thief has sneaked into my kingdom vault, stole several valuable items, and even lit my castle on fire. The Prime Minister could only sigh at the Crown Prince of Elrode Kingdom, Prince Revi's, anger. The previous day's event has caused the prince to be paranoid because of that sudden attack. Despite no harm falling on him, the Prime Minister is very well aware of the weak-willed nature of his prince, especially because he's just a kid. So, it's reasonable that he's overreacting. Prince Revi, calm down. I assure you that the accident of that day shall be dealt with accordingly and whoever was the cause will be punished. Humph, if you say so. No matter how much he's angry and annoyed, Revi knows that he could only rely on the Prime Minister for almost no, he can rely on him in everything about the kingdom. He doesn't even manage his country as the Prime Minister does all the work wonderfully. On such an occasion, I would like to ask the prince for his thoughts about the support we send to the Belzerg Kingdom, the Demon King's defense borders. Oh, Belzerg, huh? Whatever, deal with it as you like. Understood. The Prime Minister wanted to take his leave, but suddenly, the ground shook a little, startling Revi. What happened? Is it an earthquake? No need to worry, His Highness. It's probably just a weak earthquake dash. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Without any warning, the entire castle trembled violently before the floor of the room broke open and debris flew everywhere. Prince Revi and the Prime Minister weren't even able to open their eyes as a dark metallic color worm-like creature launched itself at them, opening its mouth filled with teeth. However, following the first blast, the wall of the room also exploded as several figures rushed inside. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Whitebeard stormed inside, punching PESS 26-13287 directly and without any hesitation. The violent shockwave destroyed an entire part of the castle, sending the worm flying outside. Slightly surprised to see his ability working more effectively on PESS 26-13287, Whitebeard jumped from the room, leaving the Prime Minister and Prince Revi in a state of shock. Mikoto. Kaguya landed quickly, dropping Misaka near the landing point of PESS 26-13287. Misaka didn't waste any time as she put her hands on the ground. The calm and clean roads of Elrode were broken by black waves of iron sands as the citizens were in a state of terror. However, the iron sand ignored them all, sealing all the escape routes for PESS 26-13287. The more time passes, the darker PESS 26-13287 color becomes, and the more anxious and crazier it becomes. It slammed its head and body violently all over the place in an attempt to break the iron sand. If Misaka let go, the whole place would be trashed by this creature. This thing became weaker. Misaka noticed the new change as she pushed her power even further before Whitebeard and Kazuma arrived from the sky. The moment it saw Kazuma, PESS 26-13287 entered a complete state of madness and struggled violently, crushing the iron sand from its body and taking off to the sky. Go. However, this time Whitebeard wasn't taking any chances as he threw Kazuma directly like a rag doll. Was this really necessary? Despite his screams and complaints, Kazuma forced his body to stabilize and raised his hand, aiming at the target and screamed with all his power. Steel. The same scene from the pillar fight repeated at this moment. Unlike before, Kazuma opened his eyes amidst the pale grayish-white light as he saw a bizarre scene. Under the light of his steel skill, the body of PESS 26-13287 was boiling like molten iron before the metallic layer on its body vanished at some parts quickly, leaving a black ink-like substance evaporating when it came in contact with the air. In the whole process, PESS 26-13287 screeched violently as the metallic layer that was its skin was getting peeled off, before the skill stopped and Kazuma felt a wet and weird feeling in his hand. He didn't need to think more as he sent the liquid metallic substance directly inside the chat room. Despite all of that, PESS 26-13287 was still screeching and struggling in the air as it attempted to reach Kazuma, but a giant man appeared like a ghost in front of it. Raising his vibration-filled naginata, Whitebeard's muscles tightened, slashing it at PESS 26-13287, exactly at its black uncovered spot as sparks flew everywhere. Humph. Feeling the obvious resistance, Whitebeard increased his power as his naginata tore apart the uncovered parts before it reached the limit, cleaving PESS 26-13287's entire body in half. Crack. The strike blew the air, making Elrode's capital experience a small hurricane disaster, before everything calmed down. Ah. Thank you, ouch. What was that for? Kazuma was falling from the sky as Kaguya caught him before his face kissed the hard rock floor. He wanted to thank her, but she dropped him in the next second. Following Kazuma, Whitebeard fell on the broken road and watched as the rest of PESS 26-13287 fell with him. Its two body parts twisted and wiggled on the ground, but to no avail. The dark color soon filled all the metallic-colored parts on its body before PESS 26-13287 dropped powerlessly. Its body slowly dissipated in the air, turning into ashes, and then finally, vanishing. Misaka breathed a sigh of relief and stopped her ability as the iron sand fell powerlessly before Leon hooked her hand around Misaka's neck, smiling. Finally, the battle has come to an end. Kaguya felt liberated from such annoyance as her body felt very light. She shall repeat that quick battles, especially fast ones, aren't suitable for her. Well, at least everything is over. Even Kazuma, who was still rubbing his painful back, was glad that this was over, although the scary eyes of Whitebeard were still locked onto him. Remembering everything he said at the power rush, Kazuma wanted to cover his face in shame. Ding! Suddenly, all chat members received a notification from the chat room. PESS 26-13287, Avatar, has been extinguished. Advocate of Gender Equality has received 50,000 points. More data has been collected. Update mission. Mission updated successfully. Looking at this new window, Kazuma blinked his eyes before it landed on one word that made his mood instantly become worse. What do you mean by avatar? Ahem. Kazuma's screams filled the whole area, but his train of thoughts was broken by a loud cough and snapped him back to reality. What do you dash? How can I help you? Kazuma felt the words stuck in his throat when he saw the scene in front of him. Soldiers fully armed, knights on horses, and adventurers of different classes filled the whole place, all aimed their weapons at chat group members. Kaguya, along with Whitebeard, didn't show any obvious reaction. Misaka looked at the destruction in the place and felt guilty. Leon had a feeling of nostalgia at this scene. As for Kazuma, his face darkened. Ah, so this day came after all. I was really expecting it, but I didn't think it'll come this soon. Goodbye my innocent citizen identity, it seems I have been dragged in to be a terrorist despite everything. A teardrop almost fell from Kazuma's right eye as Elrod's available army in the capital circled all the chat members. Chapter 156, Konosuba Side Part 41. As the Prime Minister of Elrod Kingdom, I sincerely thank Whitebeard's Guild for their efforts and assistance at the time of need. At a large hall filled with luxurious decorations, a lot of people were present today. Their looks varied from adventurers to knights, but all of them were looking and listening to a man at the front. Most of you may already know, but today, His Highness Crown Prince Revi's life has been threatened because of an attack from a foul monster. If it wasn't for the noble action of Whitebeard's Guild that stopped this assassination, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be standing here. The man easily stood out from the crowd as his voice echoed throughout the hall. Despite his inability to come today, His Highness offers his gratitude and promises rich and handsome rewards for their noble acts for Elrod's kingdom. Clap 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 clap. Whitebeard's what? Guild. Hey, have you ever heard of them? No, this is my first time, but I've heard they're from Belzerg. Eh? Those barbarians. One of them is next to the Prime Minister, what is going on? Clapping sounds echoed throughout the hall as it drowned the faint whispers, but they didn't escape the ears of a young man sitting on a chair at the back. How? How did this happen? Kazuma was looking at the ceiling in a daze. His expression was a mix of tiredness and confusion. Don't ask me. Misaka was by his side, covering her face. She didn't dare to show it in such a place. Listening to the puzzled whispers, she was very embarrassed. Ahem. After clearing his throat, the Prime Minister raised his hand and the clapping noises slowed to a stop. I would like to present the spokesperson of Whitebeard's Guild to say a word on this occasion. Would you please step forward, Miss Horizon Kaguya? Few gasps were heard in the middle of the crowd as Kazuma stared at them blankly. Ignorance is bliss sometimes. Even if you know how she acts and her devilish personality, there's no doubt that Kaguya is very beautiful. It's not an exaggeration to say that her beauty caused several conflicts across the land, because that really happened. Good evening, everyone. I'm the representative of Whitebeard's Guild, Horizon Kaguya. We, Whitebeard's Guild, are flattered to be of assistance to the brilliant kingdom of Elrod. Kaguya moved her head, looking at the rest of the audience. Fighting against the tyranny of the Demon King's army is the greatest honor and goal of our guild, so I thank everyone for understanding and I apologize for our rushed and inappropriate actions. Kaguya bowed politely as her well-mannered actions made her in the spotlight instantly. Don't you have any shame? Even lying with such a straight face, you must be kidding me. Is this the princess that seemed to have come from a fairy tale story, really the Kaguya that she knows? Misaka's mind couldn't process the sudden change. No such thing, Miss Horizon. Without the effort of your guild, His Highness' life might have been in grave danger. I am in your debt. No such thing, Prime Minister. This is our job and duty as a guild to protect the world's safety from the Demon King's army. Devils, these two are devils. Kazuma's expression collapsed into a sigh. In his imagination, Kaguya and the Prime Minister became dark figures smiling devilishly. How did the previous terroristic acts escalate to this? Are they even heroes for blowing up half the royal castle and part of the capital? If becoming heroes is so easy, then everyone should be a terrorist dash. Kazuma abruptly stopped his dangerous train of thought, shaking his head quickly. He only remembers facing the whole army and accepting his fate because there's no way he'll clear his name easily. Not to mention, Kaguya and Whitebeard would never accept to be subjected to prison. However, nothing happened. The stern-faced Prime Minister suddenly stopped everyone and explained to the whole public what happened. In a single moment, Kazuma saw his status jump from a terrorist to a national hero. This was literally a royal order from the Crown Prince himself. This was the most bizarre and nonsense social situation he had ever been in. It was like a dream, a weird one. But then, he saw that Kaguya changed position without any warning. It was at that moment Kazuma remembered how much he hates and loves time powers now. How did she convince the Prime Minister of the entire kingdom? Don't tell me she threatened him. Maybe she brainwashed him. I think I should reevaluate her degree of danger in my mind. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous his thoughts became. So, he stopped because he preferred to sleep peacefully tonight. Where are you going? I need some fresh air. Answering Misaka, Kazuma wanted to stand up and leave this party, but his steps halted soon after. Even if everything turned out to be alright, I can't forgive myself for such a mistake. The enemy has been in our home, not once, but twice. The Prime Minister took the lead again as the atmosphere of the whole party became heavy. Such a mistake almost cost the life of His Highness, and this is unacceptable. I know it might have been beyond our control, but this isn't a reason to ignore our mistakes, especially mine. His face became one of sorrow and regret. This time it was Whitebeard's guild that saved the day. At another time, what would have happened without their assistance? Gasp. Prime Minister. Prime Minister, don't blame yourself for something you have no control of. The noise broke the silence in the hall as everyone was surprised by his sudden words. Their reactions varied, but most if not all of them were out of concern and shock. This showed how much influence the Prime Minister has in the kingdom, but it only made Kazuma's expression collapse again. You can't be serious right now. Please no. His pleas went unanswered as the Prime Minister continued his speech in this stern atmosphere. Mistakes are mistakes, and I'm willing to take full punishment for my laziness. However, this isn't a reason to not learn from them. Mistakes are inevitable, and they always teach new lessons. Oh, come on. At this rate, Kazuma is one step away from flipping the table. If he was ignorant, then he might not react as much, but looking at all these clueless people around him listening to the Prime Minister's speech and getting emotional, he just couldn't handle it. I don't doubt or question the dedication of anyone to this kingdom. But the responsibility falls on all of us. We are all an inseparable part of the kingdom, and only if we work together can we. Unable to take more nonsense for today, Kazuma took a cup of liquor and left the hall directly without looking back. He even left the shocked pika railgun behind. Some sacrifices need to be made. Not regretting it a single bit, Kazuma found an empty balcony where he was finally able to relax. He has to admit that the night breeze is very comforting, although he doesn't like wind that much after getting blasted several times by it in the previous fight. Ah, finally, I can breathe again. I almost suffocated inside. Resting his hands on the railing, Kazuma observed the scenery from the top of the castle. The capital was lit at this late hour at night, and people were moving in the streets with a radiating, joyful atmosphere. It was actually a festival held for the well-being of the Crown Prince. Kazuma clicked his tongue at such a scene. The spoiled prince opened a festival casually like it was nothing at all. Such a waste of money, even if this kingdom is known for wealth. To be honest, this kingdom is so wealthy, it evaded war with the power of money. But then the people underneath were also talking about Whitebeard Guild, and Kazuma let out another sigh. Damn you, Kaguya. Just how did you come up with that idea? What makes it even worse is that everyone believes in it. Taking another look at the festival below, Kazuma wondered how his life would turn out from this point on. Not to mention, the Whitebeard Guild news has spread throughout the capital and will pretty much reach the rest of the kingdom by tomorrow. To be honest, he doesn't need to look away. He even doubts if he could fool Aqua after this. Well, that's still debatable. But isn't all of this just a waste of time? We should be doing that damn mission. Speaking of that. Kazuma looked at his right hand for a second. To this moment, he has no idea what happened to his steel skill. Such a basic skill was able to affect, and even terrorize a being that wasn't affected by Whitebeard and Kaguya's attacks. There's no doubt about the defensive ability of PESS 26-13287, but this defensive ability boiled down to nothing against his steel skill. Steel literally skinned the being from its shell alive, leaving it vulnerable for Whitebeard's last attack. After the battle, no one brought up this subject to Kazuma, probably because they didn't have time with all the guild and kingdom stuff. Despite that, he didn't see much hope of getting any answers from them. The color of shock on their faces when Kazuma learned what steel skill did was even more so than his. It was so sudden and absurd. They must be even more confused than me. Well, I don't mind this new change. Time to do what every sane person will do, abusing it for benefits, I guess. Kazuma looked at his hand as he closed and opened his fist several times, but he didn't sense anything weird. The hidden power in my arm, man, if this continues, I think I'll be a chunny, but I refuse. Shaking his head, Kazuma laughed at this nonsense slightly before an idea flashed in his head. Out of curiosity, Kazuma opened the current source of the painful mission, the chat room, as a glowing white window appeared in front of him. The functions and sections revealed themselves instantly as Kazuma scrolled around. The chat has been pretty much dead these days because most of the members are either next to each other, or are offline. So, except for screenshotting the dark history of the Chunny Angel, Leo, there isn't much to do. Scrolling for a bit, Kazuma entered the mission section quickly as several descriptions and categories were displayed on the screen. Everything is almost the same. No, wait. Looking at the most recent and only one mission, Kazuma lifted his eyebrow as his voice rose suddenly. Urgent task. Number of participants. Description. Objective. Rewards, let's talk about that later, winky face. Additional note 1. P.S. Yes, advocate of gender equality, you're also on the dinner menu for PESS 26-13287, smiley face. Additional note 2. Additional note 3, important taking into consideration of PESS 26-13287 condition, it's confirmed that it has already awakened 2 of its mutations. The previous contact with PESS 26-13287 avatar and extinguishing it has provided enough data to determine the nature of the 2 mutations. Mutation 1. Augmentation, unstable/incomplete, raise all the current possessed power into the possible limit allowed by the world's laws and user's body. Because of its unstable and incomplete form, it has too many drawbacks and backlash on the body. It is impossible to raise power into the highest limit or control the output, and so has high energy consumption. Mutation 2. Immunity, unstable/incomplete, immune to almost all outside interferences including attacks, abilities, tracking, etc., only affected by source-type powers. Because of its unstable and incomplete form, it became partially effective and might fail occasionally if it got overwhelmed. Additional note 5, PESS 26-13287's body split to conserve energy and is sent out to seek more supplements. Starve the rest of the avatars or extinguish them. Approximated remaining avatars, 2/3. P.S. Do this and leave my world. Hey, you might also want to check what you stole from PESS 26-13287 before leaving, heh. Is this legal? This is straight up cheating. Kazuma blurred out uncontrollably from the astonishment. His thoughts were directly thrown into chaos as he couldn't calm down. How can he possibly calm down? Despite the mission's description and notes still being the same, the absolute absurdity written in the last 2 notes almost gave Kazuma a heart attack. How could such a thing exist? These mutations, are you sure this is the correct term? All that Kazuma could see is overpowered abilities akin to hacks and cheat codes. This is literally a combination of instant max level and god mode. Kazuma wants to slap his past self that thought these mutations are some sort of unique traits, or some change in the enemy. What makes this worse is that he literally was in front of this living hacks. He went there and fought against this broken monster. Calm down, Kazuma, deep breaths, you're still one piece and nothing happened. Kazuma closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm down. It's a good thing that these abilities are incomplete and unstable, or else I probably wouldn't be standing here right now. Sigh, that world's will, what did he get us into? However, it all ended with a sigh. Damn, this was risky to the bones. No, I don't think Bones will even last after this. Kazuma started to feel that he maybe shouldn't agree to things before he gets all the information and context about it, especially these shady missions. Anyway, there's no use of crying over it. It's not like I can quit now, especially after I found that I'm not completely helpless about it. Glancing at his empty palm once again, Kazuma considered if he should pump more skill points into steel. After all, he got a considerable reward for dealing with that avatar. This makes him wonder what the others got. Did they receive the same reward as him? For the glory of Elroad. For the glory of Elroad. For the glory of Elroad. What the? Kazuma was deep in his thoughts before he got startled by the huge commotion that came from the end of the hallway, to be exact the party hall. Hearing the cries and coming to the realization that the Prime Minister's speech has done wonders, Kazuma wore his blank expression, and drank his liquor silently. I don't know how to feel about this. What a coincidence, me too. Kazuma lowered the liquor cup slowly and glanced at his side. Who knew when the crude wild assassin, Leon, had appeared at his side? Silence dropped between these two as Kazuma maintained his expressionless face, looking at the night sky while Leon had a cheerful smile on her face. You were just thinking of throwing the cup at my face, didn't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. You should trust people more. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm a very trustworthy person myself despite someone almost giving me a heart attack just now. Leon was silenced from the absurdity as Kazuma slowly rotated the cup in his hand. The option of throwing it was still in consideration, which made Leon more speechless. So, what are you doing here? Ruining my peaceful and tranquil moments. Well, it's not like I'm Ray Dash. You're ruining it. Boo Dash. You're still ruining it. After getting interrupted twice, Leon stopped and raised her hands in defeat. This guy seems to be so fed up and no fun at all now. Those formal parties were never my thing, so I was exploring this castle. It was alright until the speech started. Speaking of which, didn't your world have the same kind of scenario here? Kazuma decided to ignore the second part in Leon's words because he's pretty sure you can't just explore a royal castle casually. Oh, the Prime Minister. Well, yeah, that happened. But I don't know what to make of this situation here. You see, despite that guy having this odd feeling about him, he cares about the well-being of this kingdom more than its rulers. I think he's the only one that cares about it. Kazuma started to feel this is some ridiculous plot twist of some sort, but nothing good comes from too many questions, so he shrugged it off. Anyways, can you leave? I'm trying to enjoy a calm and peaceful moment, don't ruin it for me with your shenanigans. Go and get arrested away from me. I'm a model citizen now, and I'd like it to stay that way. Kazuma waved his hand like he's trying to shoo away a stray cat. It can't be helped. Leon leaned her back on the railing before she sighed, and started talking with a troubled expression. Too bad I'm here, and why are you distancing yourself? Don't forget, we're a Whitebeard guild now. Our actions are reflected on all of us right now, it can't be helped at all. If I were to do something crazy to the Kingdom Vault, what do you think would happen? In complete silence, Kazuma took a sip of the liquor without looking at Leon, as if he couldn't hear her at all. This is just a figment of his imagination, this liquor is so strong that it made him hallucinate from just a sip. Avoiding it is also an option, but what would Whitebeard think of this? Abandoning your friends and guild this easily, he'll probably have to teach you about the importance of family and friends again, and to be frank, I prefer to avoid it if I were you. Whitebeard mainly used the iron fist of love as his favorite method. Lowering the cup again, Kazuma continued to look at the night sky, but the strength he's using to hold the cup increased. Leon even heard a squeezing sound like the cup is on the verge of breaking. Kazuma sighed a little before he raised his right hand. Opening and closing his fist for a moment, he instantly turned towards Leon. Steal. The light of the skill flashed, but Leon already jumped to the next balcony behind Kazuma, avoiding the skill completely. Good try, but you shouldn't reveal your intent if you want to perform a good sneak attack. Well, gotta go explore the castle, see you later. Leon vanished inside the castle as quickly as she could when Kazuma's hand shone with the skill's light again. Do you think this is over? You started this, and the war will never end until you understand the horror of my steel. Despite giving some cliché villain promises, Kazuma returned to the balcony railing instantly to drink his worries away. Who has the energy to chase after that crude woman anyway? Might as well do something useful and read the mission for more information. Looking at the note that basically says that he's food in the eyes of PESS 26-13287, Kazuma's lips twitched before he read the last note. Ha ha ha, funny, didn't laugh. The last note didn't change much, except that it was clearly hinting at the previous steal Kazuma did. His steal took that metallic substance before he tossed it directly inside the chat room's empty space loophole. Although Kazuma has several reasons to not trust anything from these notes, he also has several reasons to trust them. This situation of lacking information is very troubling, but who knows, maybe that thing is a legendary loot that dropped from that monster. After all, a broken monster like that has to drop something good. But first, I need something to put that metallic substance. Putting his hand on his chin, Kazuma looked around only to see the cup in his hand and the vase near him. It looked expensive and very antique, probably won't be good to use it. A quick thought about consequences passed quickly as Kazuma poured the rest of the liquor inside the vase before he opened the chat room space. The small amount of the metallic substance poured from Kazuma's empty palm and into the cup smoothly. At night, the substance was like light itself moving inside the cup. Kazuma thought it wasn't completely wrong to mistake PESS 26-13287's attacks to light flashes during the battle. Ding! Suddenly, a small ping sounded in Kazuma's head when he was observing the weird substance. A weird shade extended from the metallic substance as a window popped in front of his face without any warning. Self-steel. Description: a specially made steel, combining both organic and inanimate material, the result of research done by a world's will. This self-steel is cast by several exotic materials that act on preserving thoughts and selves inside. But it, in fact, could also count as a cursed material that seals and traps any being's self in order to preserve certain qualities about them. Because of its nature, this steel is specifically made and used to preserve the talents of some special individuals that reside inside themselves, even against their own will. Usage: seal and chain selves, ineffective. Current preserved, talent, immunity, unstable/incomplete. Immunity, unstable/incomplete. Immune to almost all outside interferences including attacks, abilities, tracking, etc. Only affected by source types, powers and abilities with similar nature like other talents. Because of the unstable and incomplete form, it became partially effective and might fail occasionally if overwhelmed. P.S. A continuation of a certain series of projects labeled as Project Essence and categorized as PESS, Project Essence Self-Steal. It's one of many. PESS. Without blinking, Kazuma stood in place without moving. The window began to vanish slowly until it disappeared, but he couldn't care less. He was just out of words right now. What, who, when, where, why, and how. Even the 6 types of questions weren't able to fit all the questions in Kazuma's head right now. Well, his prediction wasn't wrong. He got some loot from PESS 26-13287, some serious type of loot, more serious than he ever thought. He kinda hoped his prediction was wrong now. He tried to get this straight. This thing is made by a world's will, not an outer god, but a world's will, and it's a super cursed thing from the description. Also, it's probably the strongest material that can exist ever because of the talent. Hold on, why is the mission is calling it mutation, and the item description call it talent? It doesn't work anymore. Kazuma tried to call the description window again, but it didn't work at all. The chat room isn't recognizing the self-steal as an item anymore. Is this a one-time thing? Giving up after several tries, Kazuma sighed, scratching his head before he turned his attention to the chat room. Putting the self-steal back in the chat room and far away from him, Kazuma took a deep breath before typing in the chat. Advocate of gender equality at everyone, I might have a big problem here. But first, I didn't do anything and it isn't my fault. NEET princess, didn't we turn the ping off? Oh, it's an emergency, Advocate of gender equality, what do you mean by, This is really an emergency. NEET princess, I'm not questioning the emergency. I'm doubting that it wasn't your fault. Advocate of gender equality. Bree, so, what is this emergency? I don't see explosions or Kazuma running around and screaming. Advocate of gender equality. Kazuma has never been offended by something he completely agrees with. He'll totally run and scream if that happens. Advocate of gender equality, you know what? I don't care, moving on. Bree, just say what happened. Advocate of gender equality, nah, it was a dumb thing. If you want, you can figure it yourself, I'm just busy running and screaming. Bree, straight face. NEET princess, save it. I want to ask if you want to continue the mission now or go tomorrow morning. The strongest men in the world, better to attack when we still have the advantage. Those things are already difficult to deal with, no telling what would happen if they got more time. Apparently, they also targeting what you call plot characters. Big Sister Lion, I was just exploring this castle. Fine, let's go now. A hero for fun. Can I join? Advocate of gender equality, why are you even asking to go tomorrow? I guess it's always better to finish this mission as quickly as possible and get done with it. NEET princess, I'm taking you, who has a normal mortal body, into consideration. Do you think you have infinite energy or monstrous endurance? Advocate of gender equality, fair enough. Bree, I mostly controlled magnetism for today. It didn't affect my calculation power a lot, except the efforts to control it very precisely to not hurt someone. Big Sister Lion, well, everything worked out in the end. Bree, straight face. NEET princess, then it's settled. Advocate of gender equality at a hero for fun, what did you just say? Kazuma rubbed his eyes several times when he saw the new message. Is he hallucinating again because of the shocking information he got? A hero for fun, can I join? It wasn't an illusion. Kazuma's eyes shone brightly as he typed quickly. Advocate of gender equality, what? Why? No, I mean, why now? A hero for fun, bored, and you guys seems to be fighting something strong. Looking at the simple reason, Kazuma looked at the sky as a small smile surfaced on his face before he typed his best message so far. Advocate of gender equality, please. This humble one is humbly asking for your assistance, I'll even buy you a ticket for travel. Just come punch those things away. Please. The strongest men in the world. Big Sister Lion, seriously. Bree, I have nothing to say. NEET princess, don't you have shame? Advocate of gender equality, shut up. I'm tired of these goddamn broken monsters in this goddamn world. The most efficient way to defeat cheats is to use higher forms of cheating. Fighting hacks with hacks. A hero for fun. Advocate of gender equality, wait for a sec, I'll buy it now. A hero for fun, no need. I already bought one. Advocate of gender equality, eh? You did, then what are you waiting for? A hero for fun, the thing is I'm banned. Advocate of gender equality, pardon. A hero for fun, then notification.jpg. Saving time for explanation, Saitama directly sends a picture of the result he got when he tried to use the chat room to travel to Konosuba's world. It was a simple picture of the chat room screen, but there was a red window with a stop sign and a small dialogue that said, "You shall not pass," smiley face. Advocate of gender equality. Witnessing the worst possible scenario, Kazuma froze in his place as his anticipation vanished a bit by bit. Neet princess, Weezeezy. The strongest men in the world, gwahahaha. Bree Bree, this is the second time this happened, huh? Advocate of gender equality. Big sister lion, I see someone's hopes and dreams crumbling in a moment, and I'm all for it. Why are we still here, just to suffer? Kazuma lowered his head as he felt his past hopes were only a lie. Why can't they have the cheating One Punch Man? The enemy is clearly using cheats. This world's will is biased. Neet princess, this just happened. Anyway, let me finish something quickly and go meet at the palace's gate. The goal is the wilderness of Belzerd Kingdom, between the capital and overlapping borders of the Demon's King territory. Neet princess, oh, by the way, if you meet the Prime Minister, remember that I'm currently an archdevil that can control time and you are my allies. Bree Bree, huh? Advocate of gender equality, excuse me, what? Without any objections, the new goal has been set for tonight, taking down another PESS 26-13287 avatar. Also, to prevent any new surprises from rising. Despite his dejected mood, Kazuma knew that it wouldn't help. Well, it's not like they anticipated Saitama's help anyway. Would it make things much simpler? Absolutely. But it's not like he can't manage without it. So, he cheered up with the fact that he can terrorize another broken cheaty monster. When everyone gathered at the palace's gate, Kagaya didn't say much as a colorful magic circle appeared and teleported them away under the surprised eyes of the guards. Meanwhile, in the wilderness between Belzerd Kingdom capital and the borders, a colorful light shone in the middle of the darkness, alarming several high-level monsters. The wilderness near the borders and the capital of Belzerd are very different in terms of danger compared to other lands. Here, it's one of the most dangerous places that humans can go to. Not only is it filled with high-level monsters that only high-level adventurers can take on, but it's near the Demon's King borders, so meeting some of the Demon's King army isn't out of expectations. The adventurers that dare to venture here have to be well aware and prepared for the dangers that they might face. Despite that, the fearsome monsters that made every adventure worried, jumped like cats whose tails were being stepped on when the colorful light dimmed. It was only a moment, but heavy oppression like a giant mountain struck fear into their hearts instantly as they fled in all directions. In mere seconds, the area was cleared. I still can't believe that you convinced that Prime Minister by such a dumb lie. Fufufu, Kazuma, you misjudged me. I simply used the fear of the unknown and the power of spoilers. That's all. That isn't better. Landing from the teleportation circle, the group appeared in this harsh wilderness. This is very convenient. Kazuma commented on the second time he saw Whitebeard clearing the mobs with his Conqueror Haki. It was neat, clean, and no trouble at all. A nice crowd control skill. How about you train in hockey, or anything else seriously? Maybe you'll prove to have a talent that few has dash. No, I know my shitty talent, there's no need of giving me false hope. I prefer to be simple and happy like this. Kazuma clapped his hand as Whitebeard was silenced because of this fast rejection. Shouldn't you be slightly interested in aiming for higher limits? If Kazuma knew his thoughts, he'll just say that shonen is bad for his health. Seriously, he can't take more of that shonen cliché anymore or he'll get a stroke. Yeah, that's all what they say. So, will you tell me about your emergency now? We still have some distance to reach the location. Also, Whitebeard, don't rush alone, you saw what happened last time. Whitebeard nodded and complied. It's not like he can't just rush again, but it isn't ideal. The enemy had already proven itself, and its power was something that couldn't be dealt with using the regular way, which is brute force. I know, well, it was like this. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Kazuma waved his hand and began to tell what he saw about PESS and the whole self-steal. Moving through the wilderness filled with tall trees, the group expressions varied the more Kazuma spoke. Kagaya had a frown, Whitebeard kept the same expression, Leon seemed to be confused and lost, and Misaka was startled. PESS. Quite interesting to say the least. Kagaya listened carefully until Kazuma finished before she nodded. Interesting. That's it. No other reaction to this broken monster. Well, I don't see a reason to overreact anyway. It's not like I'll get something from stressing myself. Kagaya waved with her long sleeves as she floated freely in the air. Her expression was easygoing and calm, as if she didn't hear any of Kazuma's previous words. Also, what do you expect me to do? I lack a lot of information about this, so I can't give any reliable guesses. I think rather than worry myself thinking about such ambiguous things, I should focus on what I have at hand. I see. You kinda have a point, I hate that. You'll get used to it. I hate that too. Chuckling at Kazuma's completely lost expression, Kaguya covered her mouth with her long sleeve. Well, I can't deny that I hoped for an explanation or a clue for your currently overpowered steel, but we can't always get what we want. Those words attracted the attention of the whole group. After witnessing what steel did to PESS 26-13287, no one of them dared to underestimate the power of that basic move. Tell me about it, I have no idea myself. I'm not feeling anything out of usual. Kazuma raised his hands and shrugged. He had no clue about where this change came from, nor that self-steel cleared his confusion. Actually, it made it worse. Thinking about it, if Saitama couldn't come here using the chat room, is Leo also banned? Guiding the group using the map, Misaka suddenly started her thoughts after remembering what happened. Probably, definitely. It would be funny to see it happen though after all his effort to reach here, foo. Smirking at her imagination of that scene, Kaguya laughed slightly as Misaka sighed. That bastard, huh? Wait. Kazuma shared the same thought as Kaguya. There's no way this trolling world's wills will let that multiverse-level terrorist enter its world, but then, he remembered something very important. Hold up, is this caused by him? The more he thought about it, the more Kazuma found this to be logical. But the strange thing is, he doesn't remember that scene well. His memories about the dream hijacking look so foggy now. Kazuma found that he can't even recall Leo's look from that meeting or most of his words. Could this be just because he can't remember dreams that well? After all, experiences in dreams usually become hazy after a while. Amidst his thoughts, Kazuma had to halt as he felt something in his field of vision. A doll. What a doll doing here? Eh? They look cute. In front of Kazuma, small dolls were moving between the trees and in the grass. They were small and barely reached Kazuma's foreleg. Their design was of a small man in a formal suit, wearing a black and white mask on his face. Misaka was already captivated by the small dolls doing a march together as Kazuma tried to reach for one of them. What is th-? Without finishing his words, Kazuma's body moved on its own and dodged to the left as one of the dolls threw itself at him and boom. A small explosion like a grenade blew near Kazuma as his auto-dodge took him away from danger, leaving Misaka in a state of shock. How could a small cute doll turn into a suicide bomb this quickly? No one answered Misaka's silent question as she recovered quickly and zapped away several dolls that tried to bounce on her. So, do you have any idea what this is? I think so. Whitebeard, can you send someone nearby with hockey? Kaguya nodded at Leon's question before requesting Whitebeard. With a small node, Whitebeard pointed in a certain direction, but he didn't attack because he didn't feel a need to. These dolls, even if they look dangerous at first glance, are actually harmless to power level of their group. Even Kazuma can deal with them easily. Good, Mikoto, you can clear them all. I see, then. Bluish-white electric arcs flew from Misaka's forehead before they turned into several lightning bolts that shot down all the dolls in the area. What was that for? Don't worry, I controlled my attack completely and it'll not harm you at all. Kazuma was startled by the electricity flying near him as Misaka crossed her arms and said confidently. I see, but can you give me a head up before you do that next time? These things are bad for my heart. Sure. Just like that, the group continued their journey in the forest before they reached a small clearing. However, they weren't alone. Before them was a figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of the clearing, working hard at making some dolls. He was wearing a suit that didn't match the forest at all, and his hands were covered in white gloves. The mask he was wearing had a similar design to the dolls that attacked them just now. The mask on his face gave an ominous feeling that even Leon felt something bad. Maybe he didn't see their arrival, even though Whitebeard's steps were very loud. Or maybe he was too focused on making his dolls, but this guy didn't even look at the group. Only after Whitebeard took another step forward did the man finally raise his head and stare at them. His face under the mask gave no expression at all. Isn't the world full of surprises, to think Moi wouldn't be able to see through someone? Speaking some incomprehensible words in a weird tone, the man stood up slowly as his mouth cracked into a grin. Adventurers, welcome this forsaken forest. Thou art correct, Moi art the source and the origin of all evil. Moi is a general of the Demon King's army, the Duke of Hell that commands the devils. The archdevil that can see through anything in the world, Vanir. The man, no, the devil, Vanir, performed a polite greeting, but the red gleam in the eye part of the mask was anything but friendly. Kaguya, you call yourself an archdevil. So, do you know this weirdo? Kazuma blinked his eye several times before he turned to Kaguya. Kagaya looked at Vanir, who didn't seem to be bothered by Kazuma's words, before she said. No, I have no idea. Just like that, silence descended on the group. The chat room's group had expressionless looks on their faces, while Vanir's smile twitched a bit. Chapter 157, Konosuba Side Part 42. Oi, do you expect me to believe that? Yeah, what's wrong? So, we came here, in the middle of nowhere, under your suggestion and guidance, found a weirdo in a formal suit calling himself an archdevil, and after all of this, you don't know anything. The world is full of surprises. The more you go, the more you see. In the end, you'll realize that what you call nonsense and absurd is just related to your limited knowledge. How inspiring. Thank you, I just try my best. In the middle of the clearing, the archdevil Vanir watched in silence as Kazuma and Kagaya were having a nice conversation, but the increase of friendliness on their smiles was worrying. In the eyes of the group, these two were head-to-head, stubborn, and refusing to back down. While Kazuma swore he'll rip off this blatant lie, Kagaya didn't want to admit anything. It was so childish, but such quarrels are very common between these two. Can you two cut it out? Misaka pushed in and tried to interrupt this friendly conversation. Why should I stop? I'm just asking a genuine question about very important matters, for example how this weirdo-looking guy appeared suddenly. Even if that person doesn't want to answer, unfortunately. I see no reason to stop. As a princess, I'm more than happy that my wisdom could be of help to someone else, even if that person doesn't want to believe in my honesty. You too. Suppressing her anger, Misaka tried to calm down and not join the quarrel. Usually, she would ignore this, however, the location and the timing here are way off. She could clearly see that the red gleam in that guy's, Vanir's, eyes intensified each time he got indirectly insulted by Kazuma and Kagaya. Even Leone, who was calm a moment ago, backed away a little as her hair stood up a little, akin to a scared cat in danger. Okay, Miss Kagaya, could you please tell me who is that guy and why did you bring us here? Oh my, sure you're polite Kazuma, but unfortunately you're not intelligent enough to see that I have no information about such a thing. It's sad to see you're doubting my sincerity. Splendid, splendid, quarreling in front of moi, unaware of any danger is amusing. Yet, why I'm getting feeling art thou are ignoring moi? Must be my imagination. In the middle of the conflict, Kazuma and Kagaya heard something but they chose to ignore it. Sincerity, huh? I wonder if calling yourself an archdevil a few minutes ago counts. Oh, would you look at that, we even have a person calling himself an archdevil, isn't that just nice? An archdevil. Thou sure is courageous to spout such lies, my ears are rejoicing to hear that thee is disguising as my kind. Although thou lack any charm to be my own kin, I welcome you with open arms. These coincidences are what make the world interesting. Who would have thought we are going to meet an actual archdevil in our little journey? Once again, Vanir tried to enter the conversation, but he was selectively ignored by Kazuma and Kagaya. The gleam in his eyes shone even brighter. Misaka starts to wonder if that gleam will become a red flashlight at some point. Maybe a laser vision from anger. Can devils do that? In any case, Vanir's mask eyes are resembling a car blacklight for Misaka right now. I suddenly can't take this devil seriously. Misaka was having a problem of her own while Leone felt she should leave and come back later because she didn't like the aura from Vanir's eyes at all. Ha 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 ha, you're very amusing, Kagaya, but do you think I'll believe that? Fufufu, I can say the same, Kazuma, but you know what they say. When in doubt, always remember that the words of the Moon Princess are the absolute truth. If you feel it's some nonsense, always keep in mind that the Moon Princess rules make everything logical. In any case, if you feel pain or injured, recall the Moon Princess words and you'll be fine, even if you're going to die, yeah. Kagaya put her hands together and floated a little higher like she's ascending, even if she flinched a little at the last part. I really want to ask who the hell says that, but why do I feel this is some sort of creepy propaganda? Did this happen on the moon? Oh god. Terrified by his own speculation, Kazuma decided to shut up because he was getting more creeped out by this. Clap clap. Suddenly, Kazuma and Kagaya flinched at the sound of clapping before they saw Vanir clapping his hands slowly as the gleam in his eyes almost blinded them. Tisk tisk, how unfortunate. The gleam in Vanir's eyes darkened slowly before he shook his head and covered his mask with his hand in a dramatic pose. Thou spouting lies from her mouth more than that follow, the Demon King, pleading for the mental health of his subordinates. Oh. Did thou decide to stop expressing their idiocy and face moi, Vanir, who some say is stronger than the Demon King? Who are you again, X2? Vanir was about to start a new round of monologues, but the sight of the duo looking at him with confusion made him halt. If he wasn't a devil, those puzzled expressions would have fooled him easily. He has just introduced himself, again. We are having a very important conversation here, don't you have any manners? You even called yourself a duke or something, can't you act like one? Yeah, Vanir, was it? Why are you wearing a business suit in a fantasy-sitting world anyway? Did you think it's cool? Wait, don't tell me that the Chunny has rubbed on the devils too. Kazuma and Kagaya started again as the complaints rained on the clueless Vanir's head without stopping. In all his life as a devil, he saw a lot of shameless and irritating people, but this is pushing it to the top. Not again. Misaka covered her face from shame again. Enemy or not, this is already embarrassing for her. She kept asking herself, why does this always happen with these guys? Guys, maybe you should stop. Leon didn't like the feeling that Vanir gave her. It was like he had seen through her completely, and this was very annoying for her. Why? He started it. The duo retorted immediately as Leon laughed dryly and pointed at Vanir before the duo followed her vision to see Vanir shaking. Fwahahaha. Amusing, very amusing. Fwahahaha. Breaking into loud laughter, Vanir arched his back before he leaned forward. His eyes were gleaming red like blood as Kazuma felt fear from them. On another thought and after careful consideration, maybe we should go and finish our work here. And about this guy, let's just forget we saw him. He's clearly having fun, so let's not disturb him and leave quietly. Without even finishing his words, Kazuma already took a few steps away from Vanir's sight while giving a thumbs up to the others like he's saying, you got it, I believe in you. Waste time later, let's locate the new device position. Shaking his head, Whitebeard decided to leave. He has no idea why Kagaya decided to stop here, but now he can see it was just one of her bad habits acting again. I haven't laughed like this in a while. Oh. Don't be in a hurry, giant-looking man. Moi assures you that the action of the rude lady over there wasn't pointless. If Moi sees it correctly, that was looking for the weird spider made of metal. Whitebeard's eyes widened a little before he halted his steps and turned back. The atmosphere directly went from awkward, because of Kazuma and Kagaya, to stern and heavy as Whitebeard faced Vanir. Did he read my mind? As that thought flashed inside Whitebeard's mind, his grip on the naginata tightened. It isn't that important if Vanir read his mind or not, but it was a fact that this devil is picking a fight now while also having important information to provide. Slow down, thou who resembles a giant. No need to hurry. Thou art worried about his party's safety and want to go first into battle, but thou doubts aren't needed. If thou desired, Moi could lead thee to that spider. Closing his eyes, Whitebeard released a breath from his nose. Just when everyone thought he's thinking about the offer, the naginata backend hit the ground. After getting his mind read twice, this devil, is clearly picking a fight with him. Whitebeard's expression shifted from a calm one into a face of absolute anger in Kazuma's eyes. Wait, how did you reach the conclusion of fighting just from a proposal? Kazuma felt the ground under him shaking before Vanir jumped up a few times, sensing the vibrations before he raised both his hands. Please calm down. I didn't come here to pick a fight with thee. It's because that fellow, the Demon King, asked Moi to investigate something. Also, from what I have seen, there's no other reason for people, not from around, to appear here, except for that weird creature that killed Moi once. It isn't that complicated of a deduction. Vanir emphasizing on, not from around, made Kazuma flinch. Of course, such a phrase is common and all, but hearing it from this devil gave Kazuma an absurd thought. The devil who sees through everything in the world. Don't tell me he knows that we aren't from this world. People can know that. Doesn't this chat room have some security measures? Wait, maybe he doesn't exactly know the truth, but this is already bad. Hold up, why should it be bad? On second thought, Kazuma found that it doesn't really matter if they found out they aren't from this world or not. It isn't that much of a big deal anyway, for someone in the range of Whitebeard's earthquake. Do it, old man, turn him into a devil pancake. I believe in you. Kazuma turned towards Whitebeard with anticipation clearly written in his eyes as it made the latter slightly speechless. Oh. Quite the dangerous thoughts from the boy who is so helpless and lazy about his situation that he didn't find a way out except for being a freeloader. Might as well look up to the thing that gives you confidence now. Sensing the clear hostility in Kazuma's gaze, Vanir shook his head like he's very troubled by this, but it only led to more anger. Don't insult the way of a freeloader. Being a freeloader is even harder than doing something productive. Kazuma raised his hand like his entire cause had been insulted. Thou who I can't really see what lies behind him keep screaming and Moi only stating the truth, how rude. However, fear not. I bear no malice to thee, so you don't have to be worried about falling behind again. What? However, when Kazuma was taking his gun out to shoot Vanir, Kagaya opened the chat room. He can't see it, well, it was expected. I guess I can rule out that he knows our origin exactly, but why didn't he seem to be speaking about Kazuma? Thinking about it, Kagaya typed a private message in the chat room for Misaka. NEET Princess, Mikoto-chan, can you see if you can locate PESS 26-13287 on the map? Try not to move if you can. Misaka flinched while watching Kazuma losing it against Vanir's psychological attacks before she started checking the map. Bree, it's a mess like always, but shouldn't PESS 26-13287 be in one position or at least in one area? This one seems to be moving all the time. NEET princess, moving, huh? Thank you, Mikoto. Enough playing around. Spit out everything you know about the spider. Whitebeard's voice carried some doubt at the end because he doesn't know if PESS 26-13287 avatars come in different shapes. To be honest, they don't know much about PESS 26-13287, except the information that was deliberately exposed by the world's will. Oh, right. Thou are really here for that creature that even made moi felt weird about. Vanir smacked his fist onto his palm before he faced Whitebeard and spoke in a funny tone. Why should we listen to you anyway? We are wasting too much time here. Misaka interfered as Kazuma was reloading his sniper rifle to shoot Vanir in the head after he failed to hit him 5 times. Waste of time. A time with moi is the most fulfilling time ever. No need to worry about the creature, it isn't going anywhere. Of course, I see my offer is slightly lacking to grab these attention considering that you should have a way to track that creature. You, who are you? Looking at Vanir's playful smile, Misaka stopped messing around as electric arcs flew around her, but even so, the opponent didn't take such a hostile stance seriously. Art thou deaf? Moi has already introduced himself, unlike thou who lacks manners. Well, thou is more concerned about being in doubt and confusion about her current situation more than moi. This makes moi sad, but don't you realize that coming here is enough proof of having a way to find that creature? Vanir shook his head like he's disappointed about Misaka not realizing a simple fact. Huh? What are you talking about? Misaka tilted her head as she was confused by Vanir's words. But strangely, she had this uneasy feeling of being seen through. It was 10 times more annoying than that mental out. Wait, mind reading. Telepathy. No one should be able to read my mind in Academy City, but I don't know much about magical abilities. Thou are overthinking it. Moi can see through you easily, you, the girl who keeps wondering why her 2 companions almost explode from laughter each time they see her holding that green gem in her necklace. Misaka turned to Kazuma and Kagaya, and they turned their heads away immediately. What a nice view today. Kazuma admired the night sky and didn't look in Misaka's direction, even if he felt something burning onto his back. What's wrong, Mikoto-chan? Kagaya put on a smile that could only be described as angelic, like she isn't involved in this at all. You too, so, it wasn't my imagination. Misaka's face darkened as electric arcs jumped around her before she raised her clenched fist. Sorry, I have to break your expectations, but that matter isn't related to the size of your chest. Huh. Misaka raised her voice as electricity flew from her forehead like a bolt towards Vanir, but the latter already took a step to the side, dodging the bolt entirely. Why is thou so conscious of the size of her chest? I can't fathom why art thou so angry, but moi heard it isn't good for your health despite how poor your chest is dash. It's none of your business. Misaka was already burning with anger as she was about to drop an entire lightning storm on the head of Vanir. Oi, Misaka-san, calm down. He's just trying to agitate you. I know. But, I'll give him a beating no matter what. Oh. Thou wish to defeat moi. Vanir, the devil that sees through everything. Despite your poor, flat chest that can be used as a cutting board for a housewife, moi doesn't think it'll be of help for thou quick anger problems. You. Oh. Easy, Mikoto. Let me go. I'll break that stupid mask on his damn head. Leon moved quickly and caught Misaka from behind as the latter was struggling to rush and beat the living crap out of Vanir. TSK, thou really have quick anger issues, don't you agree? The lion-looking girl has a hard time blending in this place. It's hard for thee to actually find a goal to keep going after something happened in her life, but to see that you're doing your utmost best makes even a devil like me so overjoyed. What? Leon was flabbergasted as she almost lost her grip on Misaka, but nothing would have happened because Misaka was confused by her friend's reaction. Ah, this is hopeless. She's very angry. No, this whole situation is bad. This devil is clearly playing with our minds and emotions. As I expected of a devil, they can play with other people's minds easily. Well, Whitebeard and Kagaya are fine, so it's all right. I think. Kazuma sighed secretly as he decided to wait and see how this farce would end before he saw a strange sight. Ah, what a high-quality negative emotion of shame. It's indeed a fine treat for today. He isn't hiding it at all. Kazuma was shocked looking at Vanir opening his arms wide and breathing deeply. Oh. Why art thou surprised? The best delicacies for devils such as myself are the negative feelings produced by humans. In my eyes, humans are the producers of delicacies, so I won't perform stupid things such as killing or harming you. Whenever a human is born, I feel so happy that I'll dance in the courtyard. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Kazuma's facepalmed himself. Why does he feel this is very ridiculous, and this devil is just playing around, maybe because it's the truth? He can even see Kaguya watching the play with a lot of interest. Boom. Out of nowhere, the location near Vanir exploded. The ground cracked like spider webs, and debris flew everywhere. Enough. You have wasted enough time. I feel thou entire party is full of quick-to-anger people. If your goal is intimidating moi, then I think thou have a problem in his brain. Vanir took a step off to the side in advance, avoiding the Naginata blade from falling on his head before he spoke to Whitebeard, who suddenly appeared next to him. Thou should learn to be more patient and wait for moi to finish. It's noble of you to put yourself in danger and always go first, but moi see that your muscle head isn't very suitable here, maybe you should try ramming into boulders instead. Moi heard that headaches are good for people like you. Despite Whitebeard giving him a death stare, Vanir just lightly traced the edge of the Naginata slightly with his finger before he walked forward, or else, he would have taken a punch to the head according to his predictions. Now, listen to moi, adventurers. Despite the creature losing interest in me after one kill, I became even more attracted. Rather than playing cat and mouse with that sneaky creature, I have another offer. Arching his back a little, Vanir clapped his hands before announcing in a loud voice. I, Vanir, have a dream. But for that dream to be true, I need to prepare several things, and who better than thee, who caught my interest, to test them? Ha! Do you take us as lab rats, seriously? Old man, can you just send him flying? On it. Whitebeard raised his Naginata as he was going to launch Vanir flying to the next kingdom, but Kaguya raised her hand and floated forward. Mr. Vanir, was it? Assuming that your dream is about committing suicide with extra steps, will you perhaps guide us to the spider? Oh. The lady whose mouth is filled with lies and wishes to be my kind despite the lack of qualification knows moi very well. Yes, I want you to test how my final fight in my dream will go. I wanted to prepare a whole dungeon, but because of the Demon King and the weird creature, I'm more interested in this place. Why do we need your guidance anyway? Good question from the boy who's good at talking but mediocre in performance. But this is troubling, especially because your companion is the one who brought you here. Sorry, my skills are plain, okay. Kazuma received more damage because of the psychological attacks. You can see it. The spider, I mean. Not exactly, it's the most difficult target moi eyes can land on, but lately, it became easier to dash. Why are thou looking at me like that? Kaguya's eyes sparkled while looking at Vanir as she gave the latter a bad feeling. I see, then I accept your offer. Shall we start? Are you seriously going to play along with this? Why? Just why? Nodding, Kaguya accepted Vanir's deal without many questions as Kazuma dropped his hands in disbelief. Wonderful. Although this lady whose moi eyes can't see clearly because of the power she holds, the smell of the explosion magic from you is clear as day. This might prove to be troubling with the crescent mustache man behind me. Vanir put his hand on his chin like he's thinking deeply. It didn't take long for him to raise his hand as his eyes gleamed red. I have a better idea. Clapping his hands suddenly, Vanir smiled slightly before the ground cracked open. Dolls, a lot of dolls jumped from the cracks, even some of them fell from trees. In less than a second, the whole area was filled with dolls that can turn into grenades at any moment. Misaka's expression collapsed and Leon smiled in defeat, while a drop of sweat slipped Kazuma's cheeks as he saw the dolls swelling in midair. Fwahahaha. This one of moi traps prepared for that creature, but thou can have it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. The dolls started to explode everywhere. At first, it was a few of them, then the chain reaction made the whole area into a bombing zone, making seeing almost impossible because of the fire and smoke. But it didn't last for long as a huge airflow hit the area. Whitebeard swung his Naginata, clearing the whole area from fire, smoke, and most of the dolls that hadn't exploded yet. Oh! Thou power has surpassed moi expectation. As I thought, you should consider using your head to crack boulders. In the middle of the smoke and fire, Vanir already started moving with a funny smile on his face. Whitebeard didn't speak at all before he used Soru, catching up to Vanir and slashing. The slash carried an intense force capable of crushing boulders and reached Vanir's back instantly. Despite Vanir's appearance to be completely oblivious to the attack, Whitebeard frowned and thought this devil had a trick up his sleeve. However, this didn't stop him as the full strike landed on Vanir. Crack. But in the deadpan expression of Whitebeard, Vanir's body was severed in two under his strike, as the upper body went flying and the lower one crashed and rolled on the ground. Why is the world spinning? Impossible. It can't be. Rotating in midair, Vanir, or at least his upper body, was screaming in disbelief before it hit the ground and rolled a few times near Kazuma. Stopping his attack, Whitebeard looked at Vanir's lower body crumbling into dust before looking at the upper body screaming in pain and wiggling on the ground. To think that I, the great Vanir, damn it. It seems that I have underestimated your power, adventurers. Is this how it'll end for moi, curses? Slowly and under some long monologue, Vanir's upper body crumbled into dust, even the suit vanished, leaving the mask lying peacefully on the ground. So, that's it. What was the point of all of that? Kazuma tilted his head looking at the dramatic end of the Demon King's general as he felt more speechless than happy. Are you sure he died? Misaka wanted to get a stick and poke the mask on the ground, but she restrained herself. Maybe she should drop a lightning bolt on it. I hope so, but what about that whole deal thingy? Leone hugged herself after remembering the nasty feeling Vanir gave her, but then, she saw Kaguya smiling. No way. Leone's expression crumbled again as a loud voice echoed in her ears. Too bad. Thou hopes are non-existent as that perverted Dullahan cavalierly. Startled by the voice, Kazuma turned to the side to see the mask on the ground rising up. No, it was the earth moving under the mask towards him. In a few seconds, the plain earth and dirt started to change color and shape, until the earth and dirt became an annoying suit-wearing devil. The look on thy face is priceless. Did you think that I, the great Vanir, would die from just a strike? Ah, the negative emotions from the are a delight. Suddenly, I really want this guy to die. No idea why he is pissed off, but Kazuma felt that this devil's entire existence is mocking him. Thou shouldn't be daydreaming facing moi despite how fascinating I may appear. Oi, seriously. Raising his head, Kazuma found that Vanir was very close to him, and he was running towards him with red gleaming eyes. Thou wish to kill moi, right? Isn't this a perfect opportunity to show off? Sadly, thou mediocre skills are of no help, and neither your companion's explosion magic can work here. Well, maybe she wants to take you down with moi. A noble sacrifice to take the evil moi. Isn't this an honor? Sacrifice my ass, your honor can go to hell. There's no way dash, what are you doing? Kazuma raised his gun aiming at the advancing Vanir only to see Kaguya preparing the explosion magic before hiding it quickly when he looked over. Fohahaha. Thou can't hit moi, even if you practice for hundreds of years. Kazuma shot several bullets at Vanir, but the latter dodged them effortlessly, even if Misaka added several lightning bolts to delay him. Damn it, can't the old man finish this guy? Fohahaha. Art thou begging his companion for help again? The brat who's still wondering why the crescent-white mustacheman gave him a chance and agreed to his risky, illogical plan that he fully realizes how dumb and stupid of a decision that is. Moi can't fathom the confusion thou is experiencing, even after getting something that gives you confidence and safety now. Vanir's words seemed to strike Kazuma like a hammer as he spaced out for a moment. This isn't just a psychological attack, this has reached the level of a personal attack as Kazuma felt seriously attacked and ashamed. You bastard, goodbye. Kazuma clenched his fist as Vanir smiled before he turned away instantly and ran away as the devil's smile froze. Don't thou have no ounce of shame to do this in front of his party? I sold my shame and dignity to pay off my debts yesterday, and believe me, they weren't enough in the slightest dash. Wait, why are you so fast? Misaka dropped her hand slowly and cancelled her ability as she watched the scene in front of her. Yup, she really can't take this devil seriously anymore. Ha! Thou shamelessness won't save him from moi. But I have no desire to play with thou like this, observe moi, Vanir, special skill. Shit. Why are you all watching without helping? Whitebeard heard Kazuma plead before he sighed and sat down. Like that devil said earlier, he has no intention of killing a human, so this is kinda a good opportunity to train. If nothing except real danger would make this brat, Kazuma, move, then Whitebeard will throw him into one. This is all for his sake. Unable to outspeed Vanir, Kazuma was forced to stop and take on this special skill, which sounded very bad in his head. No, think Kazuma, I need to do something, special skill, right? I need to time this. Behold, moi Vanir's special. Vanir put his hand on his mask and started to take it off slowly, but he didn't notice that Kaguya was taking a golden-colored talisman from her sleeve. Now, steeeeeeaal. Looking at Vanir in the range of his skill, Kazuma focused as the skill's light blinded everything in front of him. Fohahaha. Steal. Thou think such a useless skill can defeat M-. Vanir's words came to halt as the skill light made it hard to see anything for a second before it dimmed down slowly. Did it work? This is the first time I'm using the skill seriously on anything else except the PESS. What just happened? Looking at his previously empty hands, Kazuma found himself holding a dark white mask as Vanir's body crumbled into dust in the distance. It actually worked, neat. Kazuma found that steel might be more niche than he thought. It actually stole the devil moss dash, this is bad. It seems that the moi mask counts as an item by thou skill. How surprising, this didn't happen before. Either way, moi doesn't mind this development. Observe. Kazuma tried to throw the talking mask away, but Vanir's mask launched itself without any warning and landed on Kazuma's face. Ah! Fwahahaha. Kazuma held his head and screamed like he's experiencing a huge amount of pain as Vanir's laughter echoed. Kazuma. Misaka was surprised by the sudden development, but then she saw a person appearing next to Kazuma. Fwahahaha. Listen up, adventurers. This is the power of moi. And you, brat. Resistance is pointless. The more thou resists, the more horrible the pain you'll experience. Just give your body to moi. Explaining his power, Vanir was laughing loudly as Kaguya appeared quickly next to Kazuma and raised a golden talisman. To be honest, I didn't feel anything new. Hearing Kazuma's words, both Vanir and Kaguya, who were about to put the talisman onto Kazuma, froze. What do thou mean by no pain? Also, how is thou mental state perfectly fine? Why are you asking me? But when is this pain supposed to start? I just screamed for no reason and now I feel slightly embarrassed. This is N-. Just as Vanir was about to call nonsense and bullshit about the situation, the world in his eyes flipped over before his vision shifted. The entire forest and scenery became a calm blue sky dotted with several peaceful white clouds. To his surprise, there was no ground. No, it was just that the sky and earth were identical and you can't see any difference between them. What is this? I'm in that brat's mind. Dropping the funny tone and weird way of speaking, Vanir looked at the place only to notice that he has a body now. Not exactly true, but this body looked very much like his original body that exists in hell. This is surprising. Vanir hardly contained his surprise before he heard something from above. It was like a person frozen in one pose, but it had a very low quality of vision. The devil had no idea what was happening, but his confusion didn't last long before an object gradually vanished into light, leaving only a weird, ever-changing, fragment of platinum light falling slowly. What in the world? The fragment of light descended slowly as Vanir's mind was thrown into a mess. It was clearly an unidentifiable object, but why did he start to think of it as a feather? In the eyes of the astonished Vanir, the feather landed on the ground as it produced ripples like a lake before it shined. The light was so strong and bright, it made Vanir try to close his eyes before it engulfed everything, leaving nothing except brightness. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kazuma had a deadpan face while looking at the mask that slipped off his face effortlessly and dropped to the ground. What just happened? Kaguya dropped her hand holding the talisman that was supposed to control and seal Vanir as she observed the motionless mask on the ground. No idea, and stop asking me these things. But, is he dead? Kazuma used his sniper rifle to tap on the mask, but he receives no response. Dead? Are you saying your face was so horrible it killed an archdevil? Oi. Kazuma snapped at Kaguya, who was looking at him in shock. But before he continued, the earth underneath him moved as it almost made him jump away. However, earth and dirt did nothing more than gather under the mask, and in seconds Vanir's body was created once more. Despite that, Vanir didn't move or talk. He kept lying on the ground, his hands rested on the abdomen while clasping his fingers. This looked very much like a dead person's position in a coffin. After that, everyone gathered around Vanir's motionless body as their expressions varied. Are you sure you didn't kill him? Misaka already grabbed a stick and poked Vanir, but she also didn't get any reaction. It was as if this devil really was dead. I didn't. Do I look like someone who can kill a devil? Yeah, you're right. That's impossible for you. I'm happy you believed me instantly, but couldn't you have at least said it nicely? That ability he used, he should have been connected to your mind. What did he see? Whitebeard thought about it as he didn't understand how this devil was knocked out like this. Maybe he saw something very horrible in your mind. Leon turned towards Kazuma, as the latter just kept a deadpan face and decided to not answer anything. To think I, Vanir, would have such a day. When the group was in confusion about the death of Vanir, the said dead devil suddenly started to talk, startling almost everyone near him. He's alive. Kazuma and Misaka jumped away to keep as much distance as possible, but Vanir stood up slowly and raised his hand. Please calm down. I have no desire to continue this battle. Ignoring both Whitebeard and Kaguya, Vanir stood up on his feet calmly and brushed his suit from dust and dirt despite it being made from them before bowing slightly. I, the Duke of Hell and the Archdevil that can see through anything in the world, Vanir, offer my apologies to the Apostle of His Excellency and your companions. Excuse me. I had no idea that you were the Apostle of His Excellency. Although my actions won't change, a proper greeting is a must. After confirming that he regrets nothing and he'll do it again, Vanir just sighed while shaking his head. Are you sure you're okay? I think you hit your head when that mask fell down. Kazuma blinked his eyes at Vanir, who became very formal for a second before he looked at everyone else. They shared the same expression and confusion. How rude. Moi can't see such a rude individual receiving the blessing and protection of His Excellency. The world is surely full of surprises. The more Vanir spoke, the more confusion he caused. This was just so sudden to process, and Vanir's ambiguous words aren't helping. Who the hell is this Excellency? And when did I become an apostle? Dude, what did you see in my mind? Just tell me. Protection, Excellency, and this guy is a devil. Kaguya thought for a moment before a blank expression surfaced on her face. She turned to look at Kazuma. Kazuma? What? Do you remember the other day? The other day, what do you mean, oh? In an instant, Kazuma had the same expression as Kaguya as they stopped moving and looked at the sky speechlessly. In his imagination, the stars in the sky transformed into a very annoying face of someone and gave him a thumbs up. A vein popped on Kazuma's forehead at that moment. Do you mind sharing with us what you know? Misaka wanted to ask, but Kazuma took a deep breath before he raised his head and shouted into the sky. It was that bastard all along. In the middle of the quiet night, the screams of a young man reached the sky as his friend, a devil, just watched in silence. Chapter 158, Konosuba Side Part 43. After screaming to the sky, Kazuma laughed dryly before he went completely silent. This gave Misaka shivers as he moved again. His steps were messy as a low whisper was heard from his mouth, and coupled with the weird atmosphere around him, Vanir wondered if this human was a zombie all along, but then he denied it. I must still be in shock. A zombie would definitely be more competent than this guy. I'll not insult the undead like this. I have standards. Slightly ashamed to compare the hard-working undead to such a person, Vanir shook his head before he noticed the target of his insults was right in front of him. You, tell me everything you know. That could prove to be a problem, because after all, I know a lot of things, but what are thou doing? Without giving Vanir a chance to complete his words, Kazuma caught Vanir's collar violently in an attempt to drag him over, but the difference in strength made that impossible. Look, a devil or not, you'll tell me everything you know about what happened inside my mind. Did overcoming moi once made thou too comfortable at raising his hand at moi? In any case, move away. Thou breath stinks more than an earth dragon. Vanir pushed Kazuma's face away before waving his hand to clear the bad breath. However, Kazuma recovered instantly and caught Vanir again. Thou. I hope you understand that I don't swing that way. At least, let me transform into a great beauty to make your despair and shame more enjoyable. What? Screw off. I'll not leave until you spit out everything. You must know what happened inside my mind, just tell me, please, just tell me. Looking at Kazuma falling slowly on the ground in complete despair, Vanir blinked his eyes before he looked at the others. All of them gave him a blank look while some just turned their heads away. Art thou okay? No, I'm not okay. I found out that the sadistic angel did something in my mind. You have no idea what that guy can do, and he actually accessed my brain. How could I be okay? I have a general idea after witnessing a glimpse of His Excellency's strength, but aren't thou overacting? I don't sense an ounce of malice from that power. On the contrary, it only carries goodwill. This makes moi interested in how thou could achieve such a feat. Goodwill. Ha! You don't know a thing about the terrors I witnessed, Rick is still haunting my dreams. Kazuma stood up from the ground instantly as he described the terrors he faced. Seeing this, Vanir only shook his head and sighed. He lamented how some people could be so ignorant of the blessings they have. Could you have a breakdown later? We need to hurry, you know. No, I'll have my breakdown here and now, thank you. Kazuma fell on the ground again and refused to get up as Leon looked down at him. Vanir, could you just say what you know? This guy won't stop until he can understand what happened. Kaguya appeared next to Vanir suddenly as the latter flinched a little, before returning to his normal pose. Ah, the rude lady. You make sense, but never mind. I have a better idea. Vanir clapped his hands before he headed towards the forest. After a few steps, he turned to look back at the group. Thou don't wish to waste any more time, right? So, how about you follow moi in the meantime? With those words, Vanir lowered his hand and presented the path behind him, making a polite gesture of inviting them. Let me guess, all of you will accept the invitation of a devil. Yup, called it. Kazuma stood up from the ground with a blank face, wiping the dust away from his clothes. Well, at this point, it isn't a bad choice. Also, aren't you curious? To be honest, my curiosity died a few days ago. Now, I just want this to end. Well, too bad for you. Leon shook her head before she followed behind, leaving Kazuma alone. He shook his head, sighing before he chased after the rest of the group into the forest. Deep into the forest, the group was walking under the leadership of Vanir the moment they entered, which was a few minutes ago. Still, this small period was abnormally and tensely silent. In such a big forest, you'd expect to see birds and animals, or at least small insects, but it was so quiet. There was nothing in their sight except for the endless rows of trees and plants. Whitebeard frowned as his hockey was scanning the area. Except for the trees and plants, no living creature was in the vicinity. Not even the smallest of bugs and insects. The feeling was exceptionally uncanny. Not only that, but the devil at the front was also acting unusual than his normal self. Vanir didn't say a word from the moment they entered this forest. For someone who appeared to be very talkative a few moments ago, this was indeed suspicious. "Hey, are you? There's no point in asking moi, thou with the crescent mustache. I feel that thou know more about the cause of this than moi anyway." Vanir waved his hand before he changed directions and took a turn to the left. "So, you know something about what happened here, not the cause behind it." "That's right. The cause of the change in the forest is because of that creature." Putting his hand on his chin, Vanir looked at the area for a moment before he chose a new direction. "What does this have to do with the thing in my mind?" "Nothing. Are you an idiot?" "Ah, sorry for my obvious question." Kazuma was grinding his teeth as Vanir looked at him apologetically. This guy is really getting on his nerves the moment he saw him. "Then what are you doing?" "Guiding you to the creature. Isn't this what we agreed on? This is also an urgent matter for thou and his party, no?" Kazuma was speechless. This devil isn't saying anything wrong. They did agree to play Vanir's game so he could guide them, and it was also rather urgent for them to find the PESS 26-13287's avatar quickly. But what about the bomb in my mind? Stop antagonizing the goodwill that you received. Kazuma was having another breakdown as Vanir shook his head. "Can you explain why we are running in circles all this time?" What do you mean?" Pulling the map in the chat, Misaka found that Vanir was guiding them in circles. The marked area was chaotic and changing, but they didn't step inside, not even once. Vanir was taking them around the edge of the location, taking detours each time they get closer and about to enter. "If only thou were more focused on important affairs than desiring to strike my lovely mask with a lightning bolt. But thou could try it, I don't mind death once again for a change. However, I don't think thou can revive themselves." Vanir put his hand on his chin and looked up and down at Misaka before he shook his head. This gesture made Misaka's eyebrow twitch. This devil is using every opportunity he gets to make her mad. "Die. Is this place dangerous?" "No, I just said that because I thought it's funny. Did thou like moi joke? Be aware, thou might die from laughter." Misaka clenched her fist and looked at Kagaya, but the latter just shrugged. She doesn't care if Vanir got hit by lightning, neither know if it'll affect him. Kagaya is oblivious to the effect of Misaka's electromagnetism on Vanir's earth body that is infused with mana. "Ah, this is the farthest I can go. There's no helping it." Suddenly, Vanir halted his steps as an ominous smile surfaced on his lips. Despite that, he resumed walking slowly until he entered deeply into a darker area in the forest. The group looked at each other before they followed Vanir. The forest continued to darken as the thick plants and trees made it hard for the moonlight to illuminate the area. However, after a few steps, the group found the area suddenly became slightly brighter before they felt a bizarre numbness on their bodies. It was like they have touched or passed something very thin, giving them a slight goosebump. "Wow!" Misaka exclaimed as the whole forest changed into a brand new place. The darkness was dispelled by an emerald green color coming from lines like circuits, illuminating the whole forest. They extended everywhere at sight. From ground to trees, they filled the whole place. Under the emerald light, a few particles of green light were floating here like a swarm of fireflies, sharing the same glow with the circuits, and adding a touch of mystery to the area. Gradually, the green particles will fall gently and slowly from the air, leaving a small trail of glow behind them. Landing on the circuits, they melt like snow on the ground, but once they land on the outside area, they leave a green glow. The green glow will dim slowly until it becomes new circuits, attaching themselves to the others if they were close enough, and forming the huge network that filled the forest. "So, are you sure this was here all along?" Looking at the dreamy fantasy scenery, Kazuma wondered if his eyes in playing tricks on him, or maybe the devil put him under a spell. "No, at least we couldn't tell." Kagaya observed the emerald network of circuits extending as far as her sight could reach before she spoke to the only relaxed person here. "Was that a barrier we just crossed? Are you the one who made it?" No, not a chance. It existed before I arrived here, but thou are a bit wrong." "I won't deny I also had that same wrong reasoning." Vanir shrugged his shoulders as Kagaya frowned. She has a weird feeling the moment she set a foot inside this area. It was like the whole area is separated from the outside, not just visually, but even. "Thou can feel it." I also had more doubts at first, until I realized that this shift reminded me of the difference between hell and the human world. A different reality. A realm. Kaguya felt the situation became more complicated. Unlike the first PESS 26-13287 avatar, this one seems to have more tricks. This raises the question, this is a new reality separated from the previous one. Maybe the circuits on the ground are making it. Without a good answer, Kaguya was in quite a dilemma. How she should deal with this? It not like the circuits and the barrier are just fancy decorations. What are you doing to do? Rush inside and deal with it like the previous one? Misaka asked while observing the whole area. She is amazed by how the area was tattooed by green circuits, especially the flying lights. Noticing one of them, she wanted to extend her hand and catch it. Thou don't have to seek death this much, have more confidence in yourself. You can still grow up. I think. Without knowing when, Vanir already appeared next to Misaka and caught the emerald light particles before they touched her. You. Just what you dash, huh? Before she exploded from anger, Misaka froze as she noticed that a green glow started to spread on Vanir's hand before it started crumbling. Slowly, the green glow reached his whole arm, decaying it into dust, but Vanir sliced off his arm before the glow spread further. This is a bit of hustle. Last time, I stepped on the glowing lines and almost died, then the spider killed me. Fwahahaha. I wished a more entertaining death. As his arm recovered quickly, Vanir laughed for a bit before his tone shifted into a deadpan one. It was like someone insulted him very badly. So, this guy doesn't mind dying as long as it is interesting. And he's in a bad temper for having a boring death. What a mood. Kazuma found that this whole group is becoming more concerning. Having one of the people don't die when they are killed is already too much, but two of them. This only screams trouble. Is this whole place a death trap? Whitebeard wanted to test the green particles with his Naginata, but he found it isn't worth it. He didn't feel anything coming from them, and this just makes them more dangerous. What happened to that devil just confirmed it. Thou can say that. The moment I arrived here, the animals and monsters already evacuated this part of the forest, leaving it deserted. Such occurrence has called moi sense of curiosity, so I went to explore and died once. It was very disgraceful death, quiet with no excitement at all, ahem. Clearing his throat, Vanir took a doll from his suit and tossed it inside the emerald field. The doll didn't even make it to the ground before it turned into dust, but it cleared some green light particles. As you see, I made my Vanir's premium edition dolls and scattered them around to contain the spread of the green lines. Thou should have seen how fast these lines multiple. I remember seeing a pillar in the middle of them, but now, it's nowhere to be seen. Shaking his head and spreading his hands, Vanir expressed his helplessness about the situation. He already did his best, but he couldn't find anything. You contained the whole area by yourself. Seriously. Kazuma found it hard to believe that this devil would do something this good. Despite it been few minutes after their first meeting, he can see that this devil is someone that feeds on the suffering of others like that sadistic angel. Psi asterisk. Th. Thank you. Struggling to say it, Misaka thanked Vanir, who just saved her life. She had no idea that something so pretty is a death trap. If it wasn't for him, she'll be. The mere thought of it made her shiver. Do thou found it hard to believe that I held off this place? It is rather simple. I, Vanir, wanted to protect the humans that live beyond this forest. An amused smile appeared on Vanir's face when he spotted the puzzlement on Kazuma and Misaka's face, and smiled, even more, when it became a shock. Why are thou too surprised? As an all-seeing devil, I could easily see that the humans in the towns outside this forest won't survive this disaster, especially if the spreading speed increased. Despite being a devil, I know the value of human life very well. Human life is too precious to be wasted like this. You. Misaka was slightly moved. She never thought this insufferable devil could do something like this. Her thoughts about him might have been wrong all along, but she didn't notice Leon shaking her head and shrugging. Wait for it. However, Kazuma wasn't fazed. He knows this script very well. Human life should be preserved because it's a precious and potential meal for moi. Burying his mask in his hands, Vanir raised his head before he said very passionately as Misaka froze in her place. Yes, this is the goal of Vanir. Every human is a potential target that will produce the best of shame and despair that satisfies him. And if they couldn't, then their future children will do. Human life is just very precious for him to waste. He'll never forgive such a waste of resources. As a devil, he has great morals that he'll never betray. Human life should be used to spill tears of blood made of shame and despair as the finest meal that could exist. This is what I, Vanir, live for. Saying with a deep voice, Vanir was more serious than ever, but Misaka was completely fixed in her place, speechless and lost. Leon just patted Misaka's shoulders while Kazuma gave some half-assed claps for Vanir's speech. Oh. Thank you, thank you. It appears that thou aren't as blind as I thought. What a surprise. Noticing Kazuma clapping, Vanir gave a bow before he said a combination of an insult and a compliment. Kazuma just doesn't know anymore. Ignoring the shenanigans happening in the background, Kagaya was wondering how is she supposed to do find PESS 26-13287. After a quick test, she found that her time stop is ineffective against this whole area. It's like there's a force in the air rendering her time stop into a slight slowdown. It was very annoying, to be honest. What do you think? We can't enter this area at all, and even if we wanted to go from above, only I can have a stable air battle. Listening to Kagaya, Whitebeard shook his head. He can't find a good solution to the current problem, especially if it involved leaving the ground. Air battles were never his strong point. It is kinda his weakness. Not to mention, he has to carry someone or two during it. This will make it more difficult and he can't take chances. Maybe we should switch to the next target and come back to this one later. But according to that devil, this phenomenon is spreading. It'll only get worse if it is left to be. Can we somehow drag PESS from there? I can't even see it inside at all. Kagaya covered her mouth with the sleeve and wondered, but Whitebeard frowned. It might not be impossible, but he has no guarantees. Hey, Vanir, was it? Did you say you saw a pillar inside there? Pointing with the naginata, Whitebeard asked Vanir, who was laughing maniacally at Kazuma's deadpan face. Indeed so. But can thou tell his companion to keep their death stares to themselves? This isn't polite dash. Are thou listening? Having so much pride in his previous declaration, Vanir didn't understand why Misaka was so mad, but Whitebeard didn't mind him. Good, I think we will be able to lure the creature over and drag it to a suitable battlefield. Oh. Do you mean the other device? Are you sure this is going to work? Quickly understanding, Kagaya peeled the huge pillar from under her sleeve like a magic trick before it dropped it on the ground near the circuits. The pillar dropped on the ground with a thud sound, even cracking it for a bit, showing how heavy it is. This made most people here wonder what Kagaya's sleeves are made of. You never know until you try, and this is our best chance for the moment. Taking a battle stance, Whitebeard focused his whole attention on the emerald forest at the front, preparing for any sudden attack or change. PESS 26-13287 showed great importance for the device last time. It was almost like its entire life depends on it, which was true. The moment it lost connection with the pillar, PESS 26-13287 started to become weaker and weaker. Maybe if they left it for longer, it'll die on its own. Whitebeard was betting on that relationship to get PESS 26-13287 out of this death trap, then drag it outside. However, after few minutes, he shook his head. It was an utter failure. Nothing happened at all, not a single reaction, as the forest was completely calm. The only thing that changed is that the circuits are advancing much quickly without Vanir's dolls that were supposed to block them. Was this thou attempt to make the creature appears? Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work. This location already had a planted device, maybe PESS didn't want more and it's satisfied with one. This is very weird. Hearing Vanir and Kagaya's voice behind him, Whitebeard started to think of new options. Should he use his fruit power and create a shockwave big enough to destroy the whole area? No, it is too risky. Although Whitebeard got enough strength, the consequences of using it in such delicate situations are devastating. Assuming launching a strike with all his force, there is no guarantee what would really happen. Every object that shines with a green glow is deadly according to Vanir. What would happen if his attack made them fly everywhere? Is he assisting the spread of the green circuits, or worst, maybe a fragment will make contact with people behind him? Unlike Vanir, who can make bodies and recover from the earth, most people in the chat are still mortal. The green glow is very fatal for them, including Whitebeard himself. The more he thought about it, the worse it sounded in his head. Especially if the green circuits are advancing. What are you doing? Whitebeard didn't answer Kagaya as he went over and grabbed the pillar. Unlike a smooth pillar, this one has a lot of weird additions to it, which made it look like a machine. Finding a good place to hold it, Whitebeard raised the whole pillar with one hand before he stared at the green light particles and circuits on the ground. Oh! Is thou planning to smash his way through this? Fwahahaha. How amusing. Thou violent approach is interesting, but unfortunately, I have to tell thou dash. Vanir stopped his words immediately after Whitebeard swung the entire pillar forward and cleared the entire area of the swing from the green light. It doesn't work. Finishing his words, Vanir stared in confusion as a grin appeared on Whitebeard's face before he swung the pillar again. Boom. Making a whistling sound, the pillar struck the ground at the point between the newest circuits and big network behind them, leaving a deep mark on earth and sending the dirt flying. Despite its weird shape, the pillar was like a knife cutting down the network of circuits as sparks flew in the air before the green gleam died down. The newest circuits didn't last for a moment before they dimmed, even the traces on the flying dirt vanished into nothing. Confirming that his idea worked, Whitebeard's grin widened before he raised the pillar again. I'm keeping this. Sure. Kagaya said with a monotone voice as Whitebeard rested the pillar on his shoulder. While watching the green circuits crawling their way on the ground, Whitebeard noticed something uncanny. Near the pillar, or at least its edges, there was no green glow. Instead, there was a very faint green glow that shone on the end of the pillar before it vanished instantly. This happens each time a green light particle falls on it, it gets absorbed. From the look of it, it works just fine. The pillar was absorbing all the green glow that landed on it, even the circuits on the ground. This reminded him that this pillar had the same green glow when it was with PESS 26-13287 Avatar. Just like that, Whitebeard repeated the process and cleared the front as Vanir stared in astonishment. This doesn't make any sense. Remembering how many dolls he used just to delay the spread a little, Vanir shook his head and felt a big waste while the group just watched the show as Whitebeard cleared the area. But little do they know, there was someone else in bigger confusion than all of them. Bruh. As his face took the shape of O.O, Konosuba Worlds will stared in wonder at Whitebeard violently clearing his path through the wild origin power using the device like a club. Although those devices' job is to drill into the weak points in reality and draw origin power to change it, using their absorption aspect as some fly swatter is unheard of. Just thinking about how many worlds wills and outer gods are still trying to figure out that guy technology and devices way of work and Whitebeard here using it as a fly swatter made Konosuba Worlds will feels bad, because he's also one of them. This is bullshit. Floating in the emptiness, Konosuba Worlds will didn't find more fitting words to describe his feelings as he continued watching. Under the watchful eyes, Whitebeard cleared the whole front from the circuits and light particles, so they don't make any more problems in the meantime. But this wasn't enough. There are too many light particles in the air and circuits will recover, even if he cleared them all. So, Whitebeard decided to focus on clearing a path rather than the whole area. At least until they can find PESS 26-13287 or the source of this phenomenon. Of course, Whitebeard took in case the chances of their escape route get closed from behind or the green glow surrounds them, but all the particles that the pillar absorbed never come back. However, he also never saw the green circuits making those small light spots, maybe the source is only the other pillar. Not knowing the truth, Whitebeard focused on making a path while Vanir, who shrugged at this development, made more dolls from Earth to watch their backs and not get trapped. Misaka wanted to help, but she found that gathering iron sand from the land under the green circuits is almost impossible for some reason. What makes this worst is even if she brought iron from behind, it'll just pass through the green light and not cause anything. Oh. Thou don't have mana? Interesting. Throwing more dolls to die heroically, Vanir smirked as Misaka got more annoyed. She could easily see that this devil is trying to see through her, especially if she used something like magic in this world without any mana whatsoever. Kagaya on the other hand tried to throw 1 or 2 energy bullets there, but they caused more harm than good. The bullets got mixed with the green gleam and made it scatter around the place, so she decided to stop. As for Kazuma. Steel. Oh, it really worked. Using steel, Kazuma saw the light of skill extinguishing the green gleam around his hand easily, even the circuits on the ground dried up and vanished. What left were some harmless sparks that faded away quickly. Slap. Ouch. What was that for? Getting hit on the back of his head, Kazuma turned quickly to see the culprit was Vanir. Stop wasting that, do you think it's unlimited? Scratching the back of his head, Kazuma suddenly remembered something. It's very important for his mental health by this death-glowing forest took all his attention. Then can you please tell me what is it? Tell thou what? About the bomb that has been planted in my mind. Vanir appeared to be confused for an instant while making dolls as Kazuma facepalmed himself. Thou has reached a new level of annoyance. Fine, thou deserve a proper explanation after all that I pulled you through. Even I felt bad. Really? Kazuma's face brightened as Vanir smiled gently and said the following. No. Kazuma pulled his gun again and loaded a bullet before Vanir stopped him with a finger. To be frank, I don't have much knowledge about what His Excellency gave you, except it's a blessing of protection and guidance. It's also a third-party limited ritual according to His Excellency. The what? Kazuma blinked his eyes as Vanir sighed. Maybe he should just ignore this guy. Listen well, brat. I have no idea what thou did, but you clearly participated in some ceremony and made offerings. The result of that offering was thou receiving a limited blessing. When thou were able to use steel on my mask, or when thou had the absurd idea to use steel on moi, it was the result of that blessing. When thou are lost, truly confused, and really desire it, the blessing will act to provide guidance. That's it. The more Kazuma listened to Vanir, the more confused he became. But in another case, he kinda understood what this devil meant. Especially the guidance part. Remembering the weird feeling he had facing PESS 26-13287, Kazuma wonders if that is also guidance. It was a strong feeling of confusion that made him make the risky plan of using steel on PESS 26-13287 with no guarantee it would work, instead of running away because he won't be able to help. But, did he wish for that? What about the third-party thingy? Kazuma shook his head and continued asking, but this time, Vanir was silent for a moment before he spoke with an unsure voice. That, wise can't make sense of it. Skills have 2 steps, thinking about them and channeling mana or stamina, but for thou, you have now 3 steps. Your skill, steel, seems to be passing through some form of spirit left within thou before activating. That doesn't make sense, to be honest. Kazuma scratched the back of his neck in irritation. Things have gone much complicated, but at least his head won't explode, right? Whatever thing left in his head wouldn't go berserk at any moment, right? Right. Why are you calling that sadistic angel, His Excellency? No, why did you decide to help us in the first place? Don't tell me because that guy told you so. If you're referring to His Excellency, then yes, I'm only doing this because His Excellency outplayed me. Vanir answered casually as Kazuma blinked in disbelief. To be honest, he didn't expect to be correct. Thou should have been in Elroad to deal with a similar event, then came here only to find moi in the process. It didn't matter because I would surely fall into the trap and become an ally to thou and his party. This all has been calculated by His Excellency so I, Vanir, the all-seeing devil, would join and assist. As I expect from an all-seeing devil like moi, Count moi impressed. Hold on, calculated. As Kazuma exclaimed, the rest of the group looked at Vanir with a color of shock on their faces. But before they asked him what he truly meant, Vanir's funny smile vanished. Suddenly, Vanir looked in a certain direction before Whitebeard quickly stopped clearing the path from circuits and took a battle stance, startling everyone. Kazuma and Ko fall silent as they observed the emerald forest around carefully, but they didn't see anything. Yet, the creepy atmosphere that appeared from the silence wasn't promising. While they were alarmed, at the corner of the emerald circuits field, a faint shadow was flashing here and there at astonishing speed, leaving more green particles in the air with each movement. Chapter 159, Konosuba Side Part 44. As the surroundings glittered with a dreamy emerald light, the easygoing atmosphere vanished, leaving a stern and solemn silence enveloping the group. It might have been Whitebeard raising everything at front or Vanir, who kept telling jokes that eased the situation, but it didn't take them long to recall the dreadful nature of this forest. The prolonged silence only made the creepiness worse as stillness became a terror by itself. The cold sweat broke out of Kazuma's forehead before it slowly rolled on his cheek. His chest felt stuffy, his heart began to pound loudly, and his body fixed in its place unable to utter a single word. What is this? Why? Anger. I want to scream, why I'm shaking. Run. Why? I. Just what is happening to me? With every leaf falling from a tree, colliding with stars like emeralds glow dotting the dark forest, Kazuma felt his chest tighten further as his eyes shook violently while looking around. Behind all the bright lights, the dark side of the forest started expanding in his vision like a monster crawling. It didn't matter if those circuits illuminated the place. The ominous darkness soon engulfed them, giving them an unceasing terror. As the pain in his chest increased, Kazuma tried to gather the last of his reason and calm down, but it was completely useless. His body isn't listening anymore. He desperately wanted to open his mouth and breath, but his lips won't budge at all. The only thing that filled his mind was ragging with intense emotions that suddenly appeared as the loud beating of his heart was like a drum hitting his head. He can feel it, it's watching, it's hurting, it's angry. Soon, his vision became slightly blurry as a wave of dizziness struck his head. Am I suffocating? The thought flashed in his mind, but his lips didn't listen despite how desperately Kazuma wanted to open his mouth. Is this fear? I'm afraid. He felt his heart almost exploding as his lungs were getting crushed slowly and painfully. It was like something very heavy is squeezing his chest tightly and almost smashing it apart. From the dark forest, he almost could sense its gaze. Its wrath and anger. The mindless hatred and resentment. The reason why it wants nothing more than destroying him and shredding his body apart, piece by piece. In the middle of dizziness, a weird iron smell hit Kazuma's nose as his eyes shook slightly down. Just near his feet, a dead body suddenly appeared. Twisted and torn to pieces, the arms and legs were bent at a very disturbing angle as blood was oozing from every part. The image was so vivid and real that it froze Kazuma's gaze. However, taking a glimpse at the head, terror filled Kazuma's heart. His face. The unblinking bleeding eyes staring straight at him, his own body ripped and torn. Kazuma's eyes winded as his chest almost exploded from pain before something grabbed his hand. Kazuma. The scream slammed into Kazuma's mind, pulling him back into reality. As if water splashed on his raging emotions, he began to calm down slowly before his body finally responded and opened his mouth to desperately inhale air. Cough. After a few heavy coughs, the blurry vision quickly recovered as the pain vanished into thin air like it never existed before. Kazuma looked around to see that was no darkness extending from the forest. Everything was completely normal, like all that happened was a bad dream. Well, an emerald forest filled with glowing circuits isn't exactly normal, but it was much better than what he just experienced. However, when he finished looking at the surrounding, Kazuma quickly noticed that everyone around was staring at him. The expression varied from worried to frowning, until a blank look from Vanir. "Kid, are you alright?" Being put into the spotlight like this made Kazuma a bit frustrated as he couldn't think straight, but hearing Whitebeard's voice, he nearly panicked and refuted immediately. "Me. I'm completely fine. Just my head was a little dizzy, probably because I lack sleep." "Wow, did thou become worse liar than he used to be? Looking at thou terrified state, I suggest you start thanking whoever that you didn't piss your pants." Vanir snickered with his usual tone. Despite that, Kazuma still got the same irritating feeling of being seen through. The face under the mask might be laughing, but who knows what's going inside that guy's mind. "What up with you now? Your face still looks annoying as ever. Kazuma, can't you see your state?" Looking behind him, Kazuma found Leone catching his hand. She was the one who just pulled him from the previous state, as the frown on her face made him swallow. Not only her, but even Misaka also had colors of shock and worries mixed on her face. "Who are you trying to trick?" Pale face, bloodshot eyes with faint tears, heavy breathing, and panicking. The more Leone looked at Kazuma, the more she frowned. It looked exactly like someone who just almost got strangled to death and terrified as he couldn't think properly. "Huh? Are you playing a new trick on me?" "I'm completely fine." Kazuma quickly pulled his hand away and tried to act as calmly as possible, but his current look wasn't deceiving anyone. "Vanir, what just happened?" "Oh. The creature that thou seek has been here from a moment, then it departed for some reason." "But art thou really asking me this? I feel that the great Vanir has been reduced to a mere telescope for thee, but it must be an imagination caused by my humble nature." Kaguya ignored Vanir, who started talking to himself, and scanned the surroundings, but she couldn't see anything past the emerald light. "PESS was here. Is this caused by it?" But the other one didn't show any ability to induce fear, did it change? The mission didn't mention any new thing. Could the mission's information be wrong? Looking at Kazuma, Kaguya couldn't find any good explanation. Did PESS 26-13287 change in this period, or maybe the avatars have different abilities? In any case, why did it only target Kazuma, and how they didn't sense anything? Although it isn't her specialty, Kaguya is absolutely sure of sensing something like illusions or any malicious intent near her, especially at this small distance. At any rate, we should be more careful now. Keep an eye open at anything that might jump at us. Whitebeard, you might want to increase the space you're clearing if we got caught in the middle of a fight. When Kaguya began to give some instructions, Kazuma's mind drifted into completely different thoughts. PESS was here. Recalling the vicious anger and hatred he just sensed, Kazuma's body shivered a little. It was so real. Despite how much he told himself it was just a dream and hallucination, the vivid feelings were so much impactful to be just ignored like that. Kazuma. Maybe we should run away. This option began to circle his mind as the horrifying images flashed in his head. This feeling was the worst, like he's completely confused and can't think properly. Kazuma. Are you listening? Yes, this is Kazuma. What do you want? As his thoughts were running wild, Kazuma awakened by a sudden touch as he found Leone's arm around his shoulders with a bright smile on her face that gave him nothing but uneasiness. Kazuma raised his head to see Kaguya speaking to him, but a frown flashed on her face before it vanished. Listen carefully. If anything similar happened to you, quickly inform us. Leone will keep an eye on you to prevent any similar attack, and if it didn't work, then Misaka would give you an electric shock. Kaguya stated while looking at Kazuma, who seemed to be in a trance. A faint frown flashed on her face but was quickly hidden. Oi, why are you planning everything without asking me? Kazuma glared before he pushed Leone away. The touch and sensation might have been very nice, but that was the last thing he could think about now. Unlike some retards, his safety comes first before some teenagers' hormones. Do you prefer a small electric shock or whatever you just witnessed? Fair. After a few very convincing words, Kazuma agreed to be zapped by the humanoid form of a taser and a Pikachu. Don't worry, Kazuma. If ever felt scared, remember that this big sister is always near you. I can also hold your hand if you're afraid of the dark too. Shut it. Kazuma's eyebrow twitched as looked at smiling Leone with irritation. Should this be a correct time to use steel? Guhahaha. If you're feeling better, let's move on. Whitebeard proceeds to demolish the dreamy emerald forest without caring about any artistic view or nature protection with the help of Vanir. Although the progression became slower, the result was worth it as the path size increased and provided a better area for the battle. Ah. Kazuma raised his hand and wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat. To be honest, he didn't know what to really say. Run away. From what? PESS 26-13287. That's their entire goal from coming here. Are you fine? Eh? Ah, yeah, I'm fine. Kazuma waved to show that he's fine to Misaka, unaware of how bad his pretending was. But his face immediately changed as his eyes widened. Oh, it's here. It's coming. Vanir and Kazuma said at the same time as they looked at each other. Although the situation seemed a bit awkward and this devil's red eyes were irritating, Kazuma swallowed his dissatisfaction. No, he was forced to. The feelings of anger and resentment pressed on his chest like a heavy object, but he was far better than earlier. Holding his chest, Kazuma was able to feel it approaching from the depth of the forest. It was like he's standing on an empty road and a truck is racing towards him. The front. Hearing Vanir saying one word, Kazuma tried to look at the front, but a sudden gust made him squint his eyes before his entire body shook. Boom. As an explosion blew off at the front, Kazuma wasn't able to see anything except a giant shadow clashing with a bright silver crescent, shining like the moon in the sky as the blast waves brought sharp ringing to his ears. The shadow and crescent moon collided again, sending a blast in the air. The pressure from the clash was so intense that Kazuma wasn't even able to observe it. However, sensing the familiar resentment made him forcibly open his eyes. He was able to see Whitebeard in the front as the crescent moons were flying all over the place like a sickle of death, giving Kazuma that nasty feeling. But Whitebeard waved the giant pillar and left a shadow while blocking the attacks. The situation continued for a few moments before the crescent moons turned into a flash of light and disappeared into the forest, leaving no trace behind. Whitebeard lowered the pillar and looked deep into the forest, but his observation hockey couldn't extend properly like something is blocking it. Despite that, the winds finally subdued and made the vision possible again. But what appeared was something surprising. Whitebeard's body was filled with small wounds and cuts, oozing some blood. The ground beneath him had scars digging deep into the ground, even the green circuits far away were cleaved and vanished slowly. Kazuma stood in a daze looking at this. In the previous battle, even under all those attacks, Whitebeard wasn't injured at all, but now, only one clash did this. It's stronger than the previous one, and much faster. Whitebeard didn't stop and returned to clearing a path as fast as possible while Vanir just whistled and joined the regular work with his earth magic and pointing directions. Kaguya nodded before she floated as high as she could in this area trying to find the device location in the middle of this forest. Seeing how fast those three entered their positions and began working, the trio of Misaka, Kazuma, and Leon felt they are useless. They could only follow as the heavy feeling of Kazuma's heart made him hold his chest and take a deep breath. However, behind them, Misaka was following closely, but each of her steps left some electric arcs before they dissipated. At the front, Whitebeard continued to demolish the green circuits network while keeping an eye at anything that might jump out. Although he couldn't say he has many experiences in dealing with creatures like PESS 26-13287 after one fight, he clearly noticed how different this avatar was from the previous one. The silver spider with a height of 130 to 150 centimeters and thin legs like blades was on a whole other level than the previous avatar. Its speeds and power got a huge boost as he could barely follow its movement and had to rely on instincts and prediction to block most of its attacks. But what worries him the most is this one has better instincts, unlike the previous one that only knew hunger and fear. This avatar is definitely playing a hunting game with them. First, it tested their fighting capabilities, then it'll strike again. I have to get used to its speed and fighting in this limited area quickly. Whitebeard is almost sure that the next attacks would be more vicious than this one. But on another note, not everything is different. Glancing behind him, he looked at Kazuma, who had that gloomy face since the previous accident. Despite it changes, that creature is still aiming for that brat's life. This kid sure is unlucky. Shaking his head, Whitebeard resumed his work before he heard Vanir and Kazuma's voices again. So, he raised the pillar and jumped to face the dashing silver light heads on. Dash. As the bright light was about to fire off, the crescent moons clashing with Whitebeard vanished into an afterimage, leaving the area immediately. Shit. Kazuma cursed as he cancelled the skill. It was pointless to use it if the target already escaped the range. However, this didn't lessen his anger because of how many times it kept repeating. After the first attack, PESS 26-13287 didn't waste a single moment not attacking the group. The silver flash of light was coming and going as Kazuma lost count on how many attacks happened for now. The attacks got more frequent and vicious as time went by, not leaving them any chance to get a breather. Luckily, Whitebeard seems to become more comfortable with the avatar attacks as the number of injuries he got became less, even if he already received some nasty-looking wounds. However, as long as it doesn't affect his movements, Whitebeard doesn't have any problem with how big or how many wounds he received. The ridiculous speed wasn't that big of a deal after he got used to it, especially if PESS 26-13287's offense is rather simple. What made Kazuma frustrated the most is the fact that the avatar runs away each time it faces him. The moment he attempts to use steel when Whitebeard was fighting, the avatar would just retreat immediately, which made Kazuma furious. He even recalled the times he used to wave away those annoying flies that didn't stop coming back to annoy him. It only made him feel how useless it's to have this power and not being able to use it at all. Not to mention, the situation isn't promising. The last attack has proven this as PESS 26-13287 used its speed to dodge Whitebeard and change directions mid-fight, launching itself in the direction of Kaguya. However, Kaguya teleported in a blink of an eye, dodging the sickle-looking legs, and left Vanir to take the hit as his body was cleaved in two before the avatar retreated when Kazuma tried to activate the skill. This is clearly some irritating tactics to consume their energy and leave them vulnerable. Despite this avatar isn't supposed to have intelligence, but something like this could happen. However, something weird occurred. Two masochists began to enjoy this. With a wide grin on his face, Whitebeard began to enjoy fighting this monster in these unfavorable conditions while Vanir was humming songs and observing everything like it's a very novel thing for me, even when his body was split in half. Kazuma found himself speechless and couldn't say anything. Like the heavy feeling in his heart increased, but it was much more bearable after he got used to it. To be honest, it isn't all that scary after you face it tens of times. Even so, why are we still doing this? Maybe we should leave and return later. After coming all this way, and Vanir said the circuit's network will only spread further with time. It's here. Despite how reluctant he is, Kazuma couldn't bring himself to say it. He didn't know what sense he should make out of this. It was all messed up in his head from the get-go. But then, the terrifying feelings of resentment descended as it was a clear sign that a new attack is coming. However, what happened was something different than what Kazuma expected. Kaguya, who was floating above them, raised her hand and waved forward. In that instant, a huge amount of spiritual power traversed the distance before crimson-red magic circles manifested above a dark area between the trees. The raging energy was like a volcano about to erupt, increasing the heat of surrounding as sparks and flames flickered in the red gleam. Nevertheless, the flamboyant magic circles dimmed down quickly and became unstable after getting in contact with the emerald light in the area, leaving them very frail and almost dissipating. Even magic loses its effect here, huh? Then I'll just use more. Spam one move until it does something. With a wave of her hand, Kaguya continued to produce more spiritual energy and launch explosion magic over and over. The crimson circles stacked on top of each other, giving a very uneasy and disturbing scene. The red gleam became painful to look at as the heat began to distort the atmosphere. Even the trees began to ignite on flames, faster than what could the emerald light negate. Forget about the volcano, this thing is about to transform into a tactical nuke. Whitebeard had to block and destroy most of the green light particles that flew here because of the magic. Eventually, some of the magic circles minimized into one point as the explosion magics are about to take off. However, from the depth of flames, a silver light flashed. Like the moon suddenly became too close, a silver crescent flash passed through all the explosion magics, cleaving the intangible magic in half. It was like death waved its side as the magic cracked into reduced into sparks that dissipated with the wind. Even the trees and plants surrounding the area got sliced in half. What followed was a gust of wind that blew all the flames around, giving the emerald light a chance to extinguish them all. The previously dark and thick forest was instantly cleared and turned into a wreck of charred ground decorated with green circuits and cut-down trees. Like the previous one, this avatar is also dead set on protecting its life source. Kaguya began to prepare more heavy attacks as the group finally saw the result of her previous one. The thick forest suddenly became a clearance as the emerald light seemed to be more intense here. It's like the whole network is leading to one point. At the center of the clearance, a lonely pillar was standing tall after all the trees fell. Compared to the one in Whitebeard's hands, this one was much different as it opened up some sort of hidden mechanism and attached itself to the ground very firmly. The ground beneath the pillar was a bright spot filled with emerald radiance akin to liquid from distance. It was so intense that it lightened up the entire clearance with uncomfortably bright light. Without a doubt, this was the source of the forest change and their goal. What attracted Kazuma the most was the creature in front of it. A single silver giant spider was resting on top of a log, facing the group without any movement. Unlike the previous avatar metallic color, this one was reflecting the moonlight. It was like a piece of art, very beautiful, and looks like a lifelike sculpture. However, Kazuma was clearly able to feel it. This creature's eyes were completely focused on him. Contrasting the previous avatar that filled with feels of hunger and thirst, this one was conveyed one message: I'll murder you. The anger and hatred emanating from it hit Kazuma like a storm, but he quickly composed himself. I'll get it attention and force it to protect the device. Whitebeard, stand at the front line and prevent it from advancing while pushing forward. Kazuma, you. Kazuma. Are you seriously in a daze now? Get hold of yourself, brat. Keep your eyes peeled at the front and wait for the opportunity to strike. Awakened by the yelling of Kaguya and Whitebeard, Kazuma coughed to ease his embarrassment. Although the strange feeling still haunts him, he did his best to calm down and keep behind Whitebeard. Good, the goal is to destroy the source of this corruption and weaken PESS. Kaguya announced as she launched several explosion magic, and Whitebeard followed quickly by taking his Naginata out of the chat room and wreaking the green circuits network. So, are you two always this useless? Even more than that brat. As the trio went to battle, Vanir took a few slow steps and said to Misaka and Leon. Despite not showing any usual ridicule, his words still caused Misaka to clench her fist and Leon to sigh. However, Misaka didn't waste any time on him as she dashed towards the trio at front. Mikoto. Keep up, I have a plan. Not explaining much, Misaka continued running as Leon noticed the electric sparks on her feet before she followed her, which left Vanir, who had nothing better to do, walking casually. Meanwhile, under the offense of hundreds of explosions magic, PESS 26-13287 didn't show any particular movement until the attack reached its peak. Flying at an imaginable speed, wind resistance didn't seem to affect the avatar as one of its 8 legs turned into a crescent moon, cleaving all the magics. Even if she saw it before, the speed still gave Kaguya some goosebumps. She even tried to use her time stop, but it didn't show any difference. PESS 26-13287 didn't wait for any new attack as it vanished from its place. The silver light speed was almost like teleportation as Whitebeard found himself facing an assault head-on. Blocking the attack using the pillar, he waved his Naginata to block another. The spider legs were like sickles flying all over the place at an insane speed, not giving Whitebeard any chance to rest. Dash. Damn it. Looking at Whitebeard holding PESS 26-13287 in place, Kazuma tried to use steel on it, but the avatar leaped back immediately. However, a vibrating Naginata fell on top of it almost at the same time, pinning it down. Do it now. Kazuma didn't need any instruction as he already activated steel and aimed at PESS 26-13287 on the ground. Despite the tough situation, PESS 26-13287 broke out from under the Naginata. The force almost sends the weapon flying out of Whitebeard's hand, but the avatar was already under steel range. It was a clear hit as a smile flashed on Kazuma's face. However, the 2 back legs of PESS 26-13287 quickly scratched the green circuits behind it. The legs' sharp ends left sparks flying in the air before they waved forward, sending flickers of the emerald light forward. Under Kazuma's astonished gaze, the emerald light collided with steel's light as they both dimmed down instantly. Steel was blocked just like that as Kazuma couldn't process the situation quickly, but Whitebeard already took offense. However, PESS 26-13287 quickly retreated to destroy Kaguya's magic once more, giving Whitebeard a chance to back away. If that avatar is using the green lines this way, I need to lure it away from them. Whitebeard needs to think of a new plan and quickly because Kaguya's magic won't hold it for any more. Maybe using the fact that this thing is aiming for Kazuma, but it also retreats whenever they try something. Whitebeard wasn't able to find any good solution before he saw the silver flash launching itself in his direction again. Move away. Hearing the sound from behind, Kazuma was startled a bit before he saw Misaka flashing with bright bluish-white electric arcs as the ground started to tremble. It gave Kazuma the feeling of a light earthquake before he retreated behind her, only to see the entire land that Whitebeard cleared began to crack open and iron sand flying in the air. The dark cloud of iron sand gathered tighter until it became an entire wave of small electric drills, crushing everything at front. Whitebeard quickly saw this as he jumped away to avoid the attack, and the iron sand wave flooded everything in its path, even the green circuits were covered under the massive attack. The wave continued its advance despite getting smaller and slower with each moment it got in contact with the emerald lights, but its momentum was still crushing enough until it reached the device. However, the silver light flying towards Whitebeard changed its direction mid-air, leaving a bright arc, and reached in front of the wave almost instantly. The sickle-like legs flashed forward, splitting the wave into 2 halves immediately. I made a path, go quickly. Whitebeard already noticed that the iron sand has already covered the entire area and made it safe to cross towards the center near the pillar. However, the emerald glow seems to be corrupting the iron sand very quickly, so he dashes straight towards it. Looking at Whitebeard crossing a large distance with each step, Misaka raised her hands slowly before she clapped them. The 2 waves of iron sand split by the avatar quickly changed direction and surrounding the pillar from both sides. Controlling the magnetism, Misaka skillfully made the 2 waves return to the original trajectory, aiming to collide with the pillar and stop the spider movements. At this moment, PESS 26-13287 opened its mouth and released a terrible hoarse screech as the moonlight on its body seems to be brighter. Don't think about it. Misaka smiled and used all the iron sand she collected in this journey to surround PESS 26-13287 and force it to protect the device until Whitebeard arrive. Kaguya joined by using multiple explosions magic as the crimson flower magic circles manifested above the iron sand. PESS 26-13287 screeches echoed all around, and they were more terrible than the last one, but they didn't care. As long as they knock away the pillar from its position and remove the irregular change, the fight would be much easier. No, something wrong. That thing isn't focusing on the pillar. No, it doesn't care at all. Looking at the spider under the combined advance of Whitebeard, Misaka, and Kagaya, Kazuma focused strongly until he felt it. The spider's eyes were still on him as his expression sank into the bottom and became pale like a ghost. As if someone threw few ice cubes in his blood, his entire body felt cold as ice, unable to move an inch. The feeling that he thought he got used to exploded inside him as his chest felt a sharp pain as his thoughts filled one word: run. But he almost bites his tongue and forced himself to speak. Stop. It doesn't care about the pillar. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Kazuma's cry reached the ears of everyone as they all flinched in shock. Whitebeard halted his steps and tried to retreat while Kagaya cancelled her magic and attempted to teleport. Misaka forced all her calculation power to push down the iron sand and drown PESS 26-13287 and prepared a railgun as the device was torn away from the ground, but looking at Kazuma's expression, Leon rushed to push her down. The bright emerald forest suddenly lost its gleam as the circuits began to dim down. However, it was too late as everything came to a halt. Despite his eyes wide open, Kazuma couldn't make sense of what he is witnessing. PESS 26-13287, uncaring about his screams, opened its mouth wide before something flashed from it. It was like a tiny point growing bigger and bigger until it became a line. However, that was just an illusion of sight because of the speed. Kazuma's eyes just weren't able to capture the attack that was faster than anything he saw in his life. If PESS 26-13287's previous assaults were almost like teleportation, then this one literally teleported forward in his eyes. Clenching his teeth as veins exploded on his head, Whitebeard's muscles enlarged and forcibly twisted his body to wave the naginata. Whitebeard used all his fruit power to slash at nothing in the air before the naginata suddenly collided with the silver line that traversed more than 100 meters like teleportation. At that moment, a terrible sound passed through the area as Kazuma felt his ears wet, followed by a stinging pain. His ears began to bleed before another sound followed. Crack. Like it didn't meet anything in its way, the line stretching from PESS 26-13287's mouth continued advancing in Misaka's direction while Whitebeard's naginata's blade was broken to pieces. Even his arm was almost blown off by the huge force. Unable to blink at the upcoming flash, Misaka only pushed her thumb and shot the railgun as Leon reached her and pushed her slightly away. The orange laser flew in space, vibrating the air, and left an afterimage from her finger like the silver line from PESS 26-13287. The two lasers stretched in the space before they collided head-on. The rumble rubbed faintly before the silver line pieced through the railgun coin, leaving an orange burning circle in the air. As if it possesses unstoppable force, the silver laser reached Misaka and Leon instantly before it passed Rig through her shoulder and the hand Leon used to push her, or else it would have hit Misaka's head. The picture lasted for an instant before Misaka's left shoulder and Leon's right arm evaporated. It wasn't even an exaggeration. The flesh and blood were blown away by an extreme force before the pain hit their nerves like a train. Kazuma witnessed everything as his body was fixed to its place. The silver line didn't change its trajectory from the start. It was flying in a fixed direction towards him all along. As the blood in his body seemed to freeze and the pain in his chest was tearing him apart, Kazuma screamed internally to move, but his legs gave out. Suddenly, he felt someone tripping him as he felt on his face, exactly at the moment the silver laser passed above him. Did thou wish death? Too bad, why don't thou wait for a bit? But I have to say, this is quite unfortunate. Listening to the annoying voice of that devil, Vanir, next to him, Kazuma forced himself to stand up immediately to see the result of PESS 26-13287's attack before piercing cries hit his ears. Ah! Misaka screamed, fell down in a pool of blood as she clenched her left arm that was dangling without any force. Her entire left shoulder became minced meat as blood and crushed bones could be seen clearly. Leon's entire right forearm vanished, leaving a gory scene of flesh dripping with blood. But she was much better than Misaka as she clenched her teeth and held her arm before her taiga started repairing the damage. This isn't over for thou to be in a daze like this. Sigh sadly, I don't have much chance compared to you. Kazuma, who was looking in disbelief, flinched hearing what Vanir just said before an explosion went off in the front. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. Throwing his broken naginata away, Whitebeard raised the pillar before he clashed with the raging PESS 26-13287 that didn't stop screeching. The few collisions left the area in instant ruin as a massive earthquake hit the place. Even the pillar was blown away as the emerald forest suddenly lost its bright gleam. Whitebeard was going all out using Quake fruit, but despite how many hit it took, PESS 26-13287 didn't stop for a moment as it pushed him back further and further. Ah! Whitebeard didn't care about extra injuries as he smashed PESS 26-13287 using the pillar at full force. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The strike detonated the ground like an explosion as dust flew everywhere and the avatar finally flinched a little, but Whitebeard didn't stop as he let go of the pillar and raised his two fists. Two massive quake bubbles manifested on both of his fists before he strikes forwards. The attack generated a colossal shockwave that engulfed everything in front of it. Despite that, PESS 26-13287 screeched very loudly as it made Whitebeard's ears hurt before it pushed against the shockwave and raised his sickle-like legs. Whitebeard widened his eyes before he poured all ounce of his power into the strike as the world seemed to be shaking and cracked filled the whole forest ground. The scene was a true natural disaster before the shock wave detonated again. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. This was the biggest explosion ever as the storm almost threw Kazuma and Vanir away despite how far they are. However, when they regained their senses, they saw two things flying out of the dust cloud. One of them was full of malice silver light as for the other one. Kazuma couldn't blink when he saw it. A bloody arm spinning the air before it crashed into the ground. Staring in disbelief, Kazuma saw Whitebeard's right arm on the ground, dripping with blood as the dust cloud made it impossible to the situation inside. Stop daydreaming. Kaguya suddenly teleported in front of Kazuma and Vanir before activating teleportation magic. What are you doing? Kazuma could barely say those words as the colorful magic circle appeared under his body. Shut up. If you want to save them, then listen to me and prepare your skill. Only you can do something now. Kaguya silenced Kazuma instantly before she activated the teleportation magic as the surroundings were becoming blurry, but PESS 26-13287 is about to reach them. Despite its body already decaying and the silver color fading, its speed was still a nightmare. Teleportation magic already activated. Even with the speed, that thing can't catch up. Now, we need to ATT-. Kaguya wasn't able to blink as she saw PESS 26-13287 sickle-like leg reached her neck. The avatar spider's abdomen decreased in size as the front leg's length suddenly increased, reaching Kaguya's neck in an instant. Ah, so this is how it got Whitebeard. With a wave of its leg, PESS 26-13287 left a silver crescent moon before Kaguya's flew off her shoulders and the blood stained Kazuma's face, who was behind her. The heedless body fell lifelessly on the ground with a thud as Kazuma felt his leg gave out, but someone held his shoulder and threw him backward. Although I hate to admit it, the rude lady is correct. You have the best chance, good luck. Vanir gave Kazuma a small bow with a smile before his entire body with the mask was split in half by a slash from PESS 26-13287's front leg. The Earth's body scattered into dust before the mask hit the ground and crumbled to pieces. You. Ah. Damn it. Steel. Kazuma screamed at the giant spider almost taller than him before he raised his right hand and activated the only thing he could use, steel skill. Damn it. You were aiming at me all along. It was because of me. As his eyes became bloodshot and his left hand was dripping blood because his nails dug deeply into his flesh, but he didn't care. The only thing filling his mind was blood spilled on the ground and horrific scenes around him. He didn't pay attention to the splitting pain in his chest or his weak legs. The fact that everything happened here was because PESS 26-13287 was only aiming at him pressed on his mind and made him unable to think properly. Then come at me, you motherfucker. The skill light fell on top of PESS 26-13287's body as the metal began to boil suddenly before the interior black substance was exposed to the air, but Kazuma didn't stop as he kept screaming the skill name in an attempt to use it multiple times. However, Kazuma found his point of view suddenly shifty upward as PESS 26-13287 became shorter than him. It didn't take him long before he felt a sting in his chest on top of the previous pain. PESS 26-13287 front leg pierced right through his chest and raised him as the pain followed up like a truck. Coughing intensely, Kazuma puked blood violently before he looked at the avatar under him and the flaming hatred in its eyes. He wondered why it hated him so much that it would throw its life just to murder him as the self-steel dripping from his hand. Strangely, under this doomed situation, Kazuma felt calmer than panicking. Maybe because he finally realized that there's nothing more he could do. A pitiful excuse of some kind. In the end, I tried, right? Yeah, this is just the worst. Kazuma's vision began to darken as everything became blurry. His body started to lose strength as his eyes closed slowly. But then, his vision shifted again as he violently opened his eyelid. It was the same dark space he saw at the beginning of this journey, even the terrible feeling of coldness and malice was exactly the same. Shit. Is it planning to torture me even at death? Kazuma couldn't move or open his mouth as he stared at the dark space before a change happened. From the dark ink ground, several figures rose slowly. They were silhouettes of hundreds of people, varies from old to young. All of them were transparent and their facial features weren't clear, but Kazuma felt it. The source of malice. Even so, they all had fatal injuries in different places before chilling screams filled his mind. Ah! Stop. Stop. MOM. I want my MOM. It hurts. It hurt. Please, let me go, please. Free me. I don't to stay here. All the figures suddenly began to cry and scream as if they experiencing massive pain, and their form became distorted and hideous. It was as if they got the body parts of each other's and merged tougher into some revolting shapes. Kazuma winded his eyes when the scene suddenly changed into a horror movie, but all the figures turned towards him. It's you. Kill him. You did this to me. Die. Die. You trapped me here. Curse you. The entire horde suddenly charged at Kazuma, who couldn't move his body. He could only watch them in horror as their claws and teeth trying to rip him to pieces. Kazuma was screaming internally and couldn't even blink or turn his head away as the horde reached him, but then, he noticed his body started glowing. It was strands of platinum light twisting around him before it gathered at the front. The platinum gathered into some fragment-like form before it slowly changed into the shape of a closed eye. The eye was more like an old drawing from Egyptian history as it floated in front of Kazuma's chest. Wait, what? Why? Looking at the horde freezing as the eye opened up slowly, Kazuma's mind was screaming. Usually, he should be jumping from happiness to survive such an event, but now, only why kept repeating in his mind as he looked at the horde and the eye. Why? As the eye opened more, the horde began to slow down before faint light began to imitate from it. Why? Some of the figures tried to strike it down, but they were blown away by some sort of barrier. Some of the figures just curled in fear before they sank into the ground. Why? It has the same feeling as all of them. Minus the hatred and anger, all figures gave Kazuma the same feeling like the eye before the eye opened up completely. Kazuma was unable to blink as the bright light swept the whole space before he heard a crack sound and the platinum light went dim. Then he found himself in the same position. Hanging from PESS 26-13287 front leg as blood was dripping from his mouth and chest. Feeling the pain from his chest, Kazuma gave a wry smile. So, I wasn't able to survive after all. Why did I have to go through all of that then? Kazuma's conscience became weaker, but before he passed out, PESS 26-13287 released the worst scream ever before it slammed its front leg. Kazuma's body's right side got torn by the front leg and launched like a rag doll before it slammed into the ground several times. He stopped after several rolls as he lied down in a pool of blood. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk bam. Asterisk. Like it lost its mind, PESS 26-13287 started trashing all over the place, slamming its head on the ground like crazy. The metal on its body was already decaying, especially the black substance was flying into ashes with each moment. Suddenly, a giant shadow appeared on top of it, but PESS 26-13287 continued to grind its head on the hard rocks before a vibrating fist landed like a meteor on it. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Whitebeard soaked in blood and missing arm appeared next to PESS 26-13287 and began to deliver punches at the exposed black substances area. His vibrations are working properly now as the avatar body got more cracks with each punch. PESS 26-13287 strength began to weaken, but Whitebeard didn't stop until it became a paste on the ground. In the end, the avatar raised its front leg weakly towards Kazuma's motionless body. However, Whitebeard's unchanged expression became very furious before a fully charged quake punch fell on it. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Under that strike, PESS 26-13287's body crumbled to pieces before it turned into dust and ash, flying away and disappearing. Congratulations for extinguishing PESS 26-13287's avatar, main/core. The member of the chat, the strongest man in the world, received 100,000 points. Whitebeard didn't care about the announcement of the chat room as he rushed to check on Kazuma, who was motionlessly on the ground. Oh. I have infinite respawns, you motherfew dash, eh. What happened? From the back, Kagaya, who just got her head chopped off, stood up completely fine. Her head recovered to its original state, even her blood-soaked clothes returned to their clean form. As for her old head, it became dust and vanished. Taking a quick look at the battlefield, she quickly remembered what happened as she flew up and grabbed Whitebeard's severed arm and cast teleportation magic on all the group members. Under the colorful magic circle, all the chat members vanished into thin air, leaving this previously peaceful forest in a wreckful state and stains of blood here and there. Chapter 160, Konosuba Side Part 45. Drop. The sound of water drops echoed in a dark space absent of any light, sending ripples through the endless obscurity. Despite not being visible, the water drops were the only thing that gave this place novelty as the eyelids of a young man tumbled with each dribble. Lying motionlessly on the ground, Kazuma closed his eyes as a feeling of weightlessness filled his body and mind before it all started fading alongside his other senses. His eyes felt so tired and heavy as he couldn't open them at all. Where is he? How did he arrive here? These questions didn't find an answer or sense to him. The feeling of sinking slowly and losing grip on himself. The echoes of each water drop stroking his ears and the wet feeling on his cheeks. The faint whispers coming and going. Kazuma couldn't make any sense out of this situation. Despite how hard he tries to recall, he could only remember getting into a fight with something, a bunch of hazy figures, a bright creepy eye, then nothing. But, even so, he didn't mind not opening his eyes. He was just tired, so exhausted. This feeling filled every corner of his mind. Just sleeping and forgetting about everything was all that he could think about. Maybe he should just sleep like this. As his eyelids became heavier, the whispers and echoes slowly faded away, leaving nothing behind. But just as when they were about to vanish, an icy cold sensation hit his face. It was like someone grabbed a bucket of cold water and splashed it on his face while sleeping. Shocked and startled, Kazuma's entire body shook before he opened his eyes. Meanwhile, in a room inside a mansion in Axel's town. The sunlight slipped from the window, illuminating the vacancy and raising the faint dust. The room didn't have many decorations or furniture, except a desk with a sword on it and a bed, where a young man could be seen. Sleeping on the bed, the young man kept moving around as sweat fell from his body, drenching the sheets. The low painful grunts that escaped his mouth showed that he wasn't in a good condition before his entire body kicked up. HMHPH. With a gasp, Kazuma opened his eyes immediately and stood up. His right hand tightly squeezed the white sheets as his left hand held his beating chest. The cold sweat rolled from his forehead while those frightened eyes scanned the surroundings. As his eyes drifted, trying to make sense of this place, they quickly halted. A desk, a fluffy bed, a window, his blessed, cursed, sword lying around. Not many items and stuff, but the familiar layout made Kazuma's thoughts clear. This is his room, which means I'm back. Whispering doubtfully, Kazuma's rushed breath slowly calmed down as looked down at his chest. His left hand rested on his beating heart, but he was wearing a new shirt unlike the one he remembers. Nothing. Not even a trace. Raising his shirt, Kazuma looked at his chest as he found nothing at all. He could swear he got pierced by PES's front leg. No, his entire right chest was torn apart. Could all of that just be a bad dream? The doubts slipped into his thoughts as he felt the soft mattress underneath him, but they were quickly denied. The piercing and sharp pain of getting his chest ripped apart are still vivid in his mind. He couldn't help but shiver each time he remembered that scene before his hand rested on his chest again. It was a subconscious action just to determine that nothing is wrong. It's like I can still feel it. Remembering the eyes filled with hatred and hordes of monsters trying to kill him, Kazuma shook his head before he stood up from the bed. Surprisingly, his body was in perfect condition, even the pain in his legs after all the running last time had vanished completely. This surprised Kazuma before he noticed the sword lying on top of the desk. The sticky feeling because of all the sweat was annoying, but he didn't care much. Kazuma walked towards the desk and grabbed the sword. The sword had a normal scabbard and grip, except the pommel of the hilt had a tiny green heart decoration. Despite the innocent look, Kazuma didn't dare to remove the scabbard or his ears will be gone for good. He's well aware of the curses contained in this forsaken thing. The mere screams from each swing were enough to immobilize any monster he found around Axel in fear. Even his ears and reputation weren't spared from the terror. He didn't use it in the last battle because he thought it wouldn't help, but now. Kazuma is glad he didn't. If he recalls correctly, Whitebeard's Naginata was smashed to pieces, so what would have happened to his sword? This is an easy leveling item. The more he looked at it, the more Kazuma got the feeling that this sword is a living thing and it's looking at him. Maybe he should have reconsidered taking it there, just for assurance. Step, step, step. As Kazuma inspected the sword, the sound of rushed steps reached his ears. They got louder and faster until they stopped at the room door before he heard a knock. But when he says knock, he means a knock. With a slamming sound, cracks spread through the door, almost splitting it in half as the small shards flew away. Kazuma stared in astonishment as the door of his room was broken open by a flying kick from a blue-haired goddess. At that moment, Kazuma only got the chance to blink his eyes before Aqua turned into a blue blur and rushed towards him. Kazuma San. Ugh. Despite strengthening his body using the chat room, Kazuma wasn't able to even react before Aqua body slammed him so hard that he almost threw up. His eyes almost rolled backward as Aqua's head landed on his chest and threw him on the bed with a huge force that almost broke the frame. Feeling the pain that rolled his insides, Kazuma entered a state of shock briefly, but Aqua directly grabbed his collar and shook him up and down with tears streaming from her eyes. Kazuma-san. Kazuma-san. Please. Don't die. What happened? Under the intense shaking and screams, Kazuma woke up with anger from the pain, but then he saw Aqua crying streams of tears. With tears dropping on his cheeks, he got the weirdness of déjà vu. Did this happen before? Yeah, in that weird nightmare. Wait. The sudden realization coupled with his past condition from the battle made Kazuma freeze in his place, unable to move or stop Aqua, who was shaking him with a tearful look. He wondered how ugly his current expression was, but no word came out of his mouth. Hic Kazuma-san. Hic please. They said all those horrible things. I'm a goddess, a goddess. Yet, aren't they afraid of divine punishment? You have to help me. They are going to do all those horrible things to me. Please, Kazuma-san, don't die, please, help me. Kazuma, who couldn't say anything because of the weird feeling of guilt, froze in place when he heard Aqua before two figures came rushing to the room. Don't try to run away. Kazuma, you're awake. Wait, it's not important now. Aqua, there's no need to involve Kazuma. No, this might work better. Megumin and Darkness came charging inside the room before they sprinted at Aqua and grabbed her, attempting to take her, but she was clinging on to Kazuma as her life depended on it. Let go of me, you heartless monsters. What did I do to deserve this? It's the explosion maniac's fault. I have nothing to do with this at all. Both of you, calm down and learn to take responsibility for your actions. Responsibility? No. Never, I don't want to. You can't make me. I did nothing wrong. I was just following my sacred duty as an archwizard. The chaos and quarrel grew larger and louder as the three were throwing blame at each other. Kazuma got caught in the middle of this as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Megumin and Darkness were pulling Aqua, who was clinging to him tightly, causing him to shake over and over as a few veins popped on his head. You guys. Saying with suppressed anger, his words got no reaction as the trio continued the quarrel before Kazuma's eyebrow twitched, and took a deep breath. All of you shut up for a minute. The ear-deafening scream echoed throughout the whole mansion, reaching the outside and scaring birds away as the people in the neighborhood shook their heads. Those noisy brats are at it again, was what they thought before they left for their business. Now, from the start. Tell me everything, a word by word. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Kazuma stared emotionlessly at the trio kneeling on the ground and lowering their heads like they committed a crime. You see, Kazuma-san, the thing is. Aqua raised her head quickly and started mumbling quickly, unable to find a proper way to start under Kazuma's calm but angry eyes. Shut it, I didn't mean you. Darkness, can you explain? Glaring at Aqua as she silenced immediately before he turned towards Darkness, but his emotionless face cracked at a certain sight. I did nothing wrong, but I'm getting treated this harshly and interrogated. Ugh. Megumin, explain, please, someone, just tell me what happened. Looking at Darkness blushing and breathing heavily, Kazuma covered his face before he said in a pleading tone to Megumin. Fine, this is how it went. Megumin cleared her throat before she began to tell the tale of her adventures as Kazuma stared at her blankly. The start was normal at the least. The trio woke up, found no one at the mansion, went to look for them, but to no avail. The only thing they found was a letter from Kazuma, telling them he'll go on a special and urgent quest with the rest of the group. So. It was a clear letter. Don't tell me you can't read. No, that's not it. Megumin refuted Kazuma's sarcastic remark before she coughed and continued. However, Kazuma, who wrote that letter to not make them worried, didn't know it was a big mistake. Pretty pissed off because she wasn't invited, Megumin went to the equally angry Darkness for the reason that Kazuma left without informing and taking them, his companion and party. The Archwizard and Crusader formed a new alliance to show Kazuma the price of underestimating them. As for the last person, Aqua shrugged at this and went back to sleep. This is a great opportunity for her to laze around without any work. However, slowly but surely, she awoke to the bitter reality, she has no money. Most of her money was forcibly taken by Kazuma to pay back the debt of the liquor store. Now, no money means no alcohol and food, no alcohol and food mean the goddess of water feels like a beggar. A bit depressed by the harsh reality, Aqua heard Megumin and Darkness talk about money and quests, which made a few screws in her head work bizarrely and connected dots between money and Kazuma's special quest. Under her own reasoning, Aqua's fury ignited at the fact Kazuma was making money without her and she'll not get anything from it. So, she joined the duo on a quest mostly because of pure spite. Clasping his hands, Kazuma stared in silence as they averted their gazes, but they didn't stop talking. The first mission they received was escorting a merchant's wagon to the next town. Knowing about the trio's high-ranked jobs, the merchant was very delighted and treated the party very well. He even gave some liquor for Aqua to taste. This pleased Aqua greatly and began to speak about her godhood, which he took as signs of mental retardation and didn't want to delve further into it. But this blissful state didn't last long because the goblins attacked, and let's say, someone forgot that friendly fire was on and fired explosion magic at a close distance because the crusader couldn't hit anything with her sword. This resulted in the wagon turning into a wreck and almost arranging a private meeting between the merchant and goddess Eris. Kazuma's chin dropped at the story of the poor merchant. The pitiful man only wanted to reach the next town in peace. It wasn't even far from Axel. You'll only run into 2 waves of weak monsters at best. Noticing Kazuma's state, Megumin became slightly ashamed as her voice lowered a bit. Luckily, with the help of Aqua, the merchant's free Eris meeting ticket was forcibly revoked by the healing magic. The poor man woke up from the death door just to see his source of income burned to the ground. Megumin had a hard time speaking when she mentioned the tear that slipped from the merchant's eye. Kazuma took a deep breath and closed his eyes without saying a word. What followed after the grief and sadness was anger as the merchant reported the trio to the guild. Aqua wanted to run away, but she was forcibly caught by darkness and Megumin was too guilty to run away. After hearing the story, the guild declared the trio guilty instantly and began to calculate the damage. Why the hell would you use explosion magic at close range? And why use it on some goblins? Megumin couldn't forget how the receptionist gave her the weird look all the time and those faint whispers as Aqua was struggling under darkness' iron grip. Calculating the damage, the guild proceeds to call the person responsible for the merchant's goods, and for Aqua, it was a very friendly and lovable old acquaintance that made her pale from joy. The merchant is the young brother of the liquor store owner. The same store where Aqua turned 70% of all liquor to water and received a massive debt. Visible concern. Kazuma put his palms together, close to his face, and took a slow, but a very deep breath before he spoke. Continue. Knowing that the people that owe him money almost sent his brother to greet Eris, turning the store owner's business smiling face into rage pressured the trio to pay the compensation plus the debt immediately. If not, he'll call the guards and have them all locked up behind the bars. And here you are, still here. Hey. What is that supposed to Maya? Sorry. Kazuma looked down and said with a hint of disappointment while Aqua, who wanted to refute, silenced immediately under his gaze. So, how did you escape? Don't tell me you're running away now. Ha ha ha, seriously, don't tell me that. No. Well, we thought of that, then darkness helped us out. Huh. Kazuma turned to look at darkness whose blush vanished and was replaced with a long face. While Megumin was patting her shoulders, darkness' entire look became gray, almost making Kazuma think she's depressed. Quite surprisingly, after the store owner put the trio under the spot, darkness was the one that stood forward. Under the watchful eyes of the whole guild, she began announcing several events and occurrences that made Kazuma remember several fucked up doujinshi he read in the past. Darkness heroically stated she'll bear, gladly accept, all those horrible acts from the store owner and his brother to repay the debt. As a knight, she'll never let her companions suffer under their filthy hands, followed by several inappropriate descriptions that made the girls in the guild blush. However, to Kazuma's already dead inside expectations, things went completely south for darkness. The store owner and his brother actually comforted her and blamed Megumin and Aqua for using their loyal companion like this. They called them scums and trash while offering help to darkness. Confused, darkness tried to explain that she's willing to accept any punishment, but she was showered by care and concern from the store owner. He was even impressed by her loyalty. He let go of Aqua and Megumin and delayed the debt collection, but insisted for darkness to look for him if those two did anything to her. And so, the trio returned from this adventure with both Megumin and Aqua's reputation ruined, darkness feeling depressed, and of course, more debts on their heads. I understand. Listening to the whole story, Kazuma sighed and showed a kind smile. You do. Of course, not. Ouch. Kazuma hit Aqua on the head as the latter rolled on the ground as Megumin and darkness flinched for different reasons. Now, why did you barge into my room in the morning? It's the afternoon though. I didn't ask. Megumin turned her head away immediately while whistling under Kazuma, who seemed on the verge of exploding from rage. That's because they want to use me as bait. Is that new? Kazuma tilted his head at this common and unsurprising reason. You don't understand. They'll put me in a cage and throw me into the lake. Hopeless and weak, to those vicious monsters. Ah. Aqua caught Kazuma with her huge strength and began to shake him left and right again while crying. Ha! Who do you think made us suffer from the debt of the liquor store? This is just a natural course of actions to use your talent efficiently. Aqua, I can take your place. No, I want to take your place, but I can't use purification magic. Sorry. Megumin and Darkness held Aqua's arms again and tried to take her away, shaking Kazuma further, and making him sick. Under this roller coaster, Kazuma wanted to cry. All of you, let me go and listen for a second. With another scream, the trio finally calmed down again and looked at Kazuma fixing his clothes. Listen, for me, the solution to your problem is easy. Putting his hands together in a praying form, Kazuma's kind smile devolved into a blank look and said, please, go and suffer alone. Concealment. Entering concealment, Kazuma vanished under the watchful eyes of the trio, leaving them completely alone in the room before two hands landed on Aqua's shoulders. Ah! As another ear-splitting scream was heard outside the mansion, Northwest one in the street seemed to care anymore. Those bastards. Can't they let a patient rest in peace? Across the empty halls of the mansion, Kazuma exited the concealment state as his figure became visible again. At least I got some peace now, but... Kazuma's eyebrow twitched when he remembered what happened in his room. However, why was he one who left? It was his own room. They even broke the door. Did my mind burn out from all that happened yesterday and begin to accept this? The thoughts circled in Kazuma's head as he wanted to grab Dio's sword and smash it on the trio's head, but it all vanished with a sigh. The faint feeling of déjà vu is still lingering in his mind. Those water drops, touching his cheek, Kazuma recalled Aqua's crying face before he lowered his head and went to the bathroom. Give me a break. I'll absolutely work them to death after this, and also fix my door. However, after cleaning up, Kazuma went downstairs to be met with yet another strange sight. Ugh, why are you making all this noise in the morning? It's afternoon. Misaka was walking half asleep in the hallway before Kazuma's blunt remark made her frown as she recovered and said, "What brought you here? Can't I walk in the hallway? Or do you have some weird rule? You might also want to clean your face again and wake up properly," Kazuma added from the side as Misaka took a deep breath. So, is everything all right? Where is everyone? Misaka gave Kazuma a stare before she sighed and said, "Grandpa Whitebeard is in the courtyard. As for Leon, she went to drink. Now. Yes. I see. Is this the life of a heavy drinker? Wait, are assassins supposed to drink like this? Shouldn't they keep their mind clear or some shit?" Kazuma had several questions, but no answers, so he didn't care. Oh, what about Kagaya? Who knows? I haven't seen her since yesterday. Mentioning yesterday, both Kazuma and Misaka stopped as an awkward silence appeared between them. They continued in this quietness as Kazuma didn't know what to say. Everything that happened yesterday still sends shivers down his spine. He can clearly recall what happened to Misaka as he subconsciously asked, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm all right. I was really surprised about what happened, but it's not like something like this can stop me. I'm Academy City rank 3 level 5 inch." Misaka smiled before she followed with a question, "And you, are you all right?" "Me? Absolutely. To be honest, I would have been better if my door didn't get smashed by those idiots," Kazuma answered casually with an easy smile. Did they break your door? Is this why they were asking me where Aqua was? She worked a lot yesterday." Misaka laughed a little, but Kazuma was trying his hardest to not show his emotions. He could only look at the dark circles under Misaka's eyes and how her shoulder, the place that evaporated under PESS 26-13287 attack, shivering and flinching at the topic. But even so, she still had that smile that made Kazuma swallow his words back. "This only happened because I was in the way." Kazuma sighed secretly before he flinched and said, "Wait, worked a lot. Are you sure you're talking about Aqua?" "Yeah, she was the one that healed all our injuries, even yours. So, you better thank her properly. Oh, also be sure to thank Grandpa Whitebeard too." Kazuma blinked his eyes several times before he entered some sort of denial stage. Misaka could only stare in silence as he was muttering, "Impossible, the useless goddess did something good, and maybe I'm dead and this is a death dream." Rolling her eyes, Misaka shook her head at Kazuma's reaction before she walked away. Even if Aqua also turned her perfume to water, Misaka couldn't help but speak good about her after what she witnessed. Unlike all of them who recovered with 1 or 2 spells from Aqua, Kazuma's condition was the worst. No, it is better to say too miserable. Aqua's spells fixed his body, but he didn't wake up at all. Misaka heard Aqua panicking and mentioning how she couldn't sense his soul, not even in the afterlife. Unable to understand the circumstances, Aqua didn't know what to do. She couldn't even contact Eris because Kazuma's soul is not even there. It didn't even leave for the afterlife. She became desperate and kept casting healing magic while crying. However, after a few moments, Kazuma's soul slowly appeared again before Whitebeard pushed Aqua away and directly used the chat room healing option. The power of the chat room returned Kazuma to normal condition after consuming more than 20,000 points, giving them peace of mind. It was a quick and intense series of events that made Misaka so stressed. Seeing a person she knew on the verge of death while unable to do anything, left a bad taste in her mouth and fear. "Hey, wait for me." Ah, was the courtyard always this foggy? Kazuma woke up from his continued denial before he noticed something outside. Fog. Misaka frowned before she looked from the window to see the smoke ascending to the sky. Huh. Oh, you two are awake. In the courtyard, Whitebeard flipped a massive piece of meat on a huge grill. Kazuma and Misaka sat on the side and stared blankly at this scene. If you want some, you'll have to wait. I'm good, X2. Without any hesitation, Kazuma and Misaka refused. Just staring at the giant piece of meat made them sick. Where did Whitebeard even get that? At this point, Kazuma was too afraid to ask. Whitebeard didn't care about the refusal as he flipped the meat again, causing the smoke to fly again. Cough. Coughing from the hot smoke, Kazuma felt his eyes tearing up and wanted to leave, but the sudden scream stopped. At the mansion's front gate, Megumin and Darkness are dragging the struggling Aqua against her will as her desperate screams fill the area. What now? Kazuma said expressionlessly before Misaka stood up and went towards the trio. I'll go with them. Remember what I said, Scumzuma. Oi, what is that nickname? Hold on. After a few attempts to no avail, Misaka didn't turn back and Kazuma just sat down in the smoke without a word. He watched Whitebeard cooking the massive piece of meat before he noticed his right arm. If I recall correctly, his arm was severed in that battle. Aqua actually did something right. Unable to accept reality, Kazuma scratched his head. Do you want to say something, kid? Huh? Oh, no, nothing. By the way, why are you cooking now? Startled by sudden conversation, Kazuma denied it instantly and changed the topic. I still have some dragon's meat that I didn't sell for the guild. It would be a waste to throw it away. Dragon's meat. Staring at the big piece of meat, Kazuma swallowed and moved away. Isn't this some super great stuff? Is it okay to just cook it like this? In any case, Kazuma prefers to not touch it at all. Hey, kid. It wasn't your fault putting the piece of meat down. Whitebeard looked at Kazuma, which made the latter anxious for a moment. Yeah. That wasn't something under your control. No need to hold any guilt about it. Kazuma froze in his place before he lowered his head, smirked, and said, What are you mumbling about, old man? The creature might have targeted you, but it wasn't truly your fault. Whitebeard didn't care about Kazuma's fake expression and denial. His stare was enough to stop Kazuma. The smirk and calm tone gradually vanished, replaced with an ugly face and awkward silence. Kazuma just sat there unable to figure out what he should say. The scenes from yesterday played in his mind, shadowing the loud sound of grilling. The blood flew as he stood alone facing a monster whose sole purpose was taking his life. Just because he was in the way, just because it aimed for him. How could you say that? Maybe if I wasn't there, you would be able to defeat PESS. At worst, you and Kagaya can push it BA-. Maybe and if, words of regret have no meaning now. What happened has happened and no one can revert time to try your thoughts, although I'm not confident in that claim after seeing this multiverse and its possibilities. Smirking, Whitebeard increased the flames under the grill as the heat and smoke made Kazuma's eyes tear. Stop it, old man. If it wasn't for me holding you back, you would have defeated it and wouldn't have lost your AR-. Cough, damn this smoke. Kazuma stood up, but the smoke made him cough again. Defeat it, you say? I don't think your presence and whatnot would have changed the outcome. That thing was stronger than me, there's no doubt in that. I might have fallen much faster if you weren't there. Kazuma sat down as he lowered his head and didn't dare to look Whitebeard in the eye. In the end, it was also our fault for advancing recklessly, but the situation with green glow spreading in the forest didn't give us any spare time. We had to act fast and we paid the price. Guhahaha, we all messed up one way or another. Laughing cheerfully, Whitebeard didn't mind failing and almost dying against PESS 26-13287, but Kazuma remained silent as if he couldn't hear him. But if this is what you want to hear, then yes, this is also your fault. If you were more competent, then we might have made a plan revolving around you, but unfortunately, we couldn't. Clenching his fist, Kazuma didn't say any word as his nails dug deep into his skin before he loosened it. Now, if you're satisfied, you might also turn this feeling into motivation and push forward. Huh. Why are you surprised? You brat, did you think this is over just because you almost died once? From here and on, you'll face these situations all the time. Although he still didn't see much from this world, Whitebeard is sure that situations like this would repeat themselves as long as they are involved with the chat room. Their main objective from this whole thing is Combatant 1. Fight the threat that endangers the world. Fights are inescapable, neither death. Looking at his right arm, Whitebeard remembered how the PESS 26-13287 front leg pierced through his strongest shockwave and severed it. His quake fruit that gave him immense power, his hockey, and his techniques, everything fell apart when facing PESS 26-13287. Whitebeard wondered if the situation would be different if he was stronger, or if it was somewhat different. Although he saw them briefly and not for long, the two scenes are still engraved in his mind. The unstoppable punch from the bald man with the cape and the burning golden planet descending from the sky above the kid, who he already fought with before. Whitebeard asked himself several times what would happen if he faced one of those two forces. The answer is always an absolute defeat. For him now, those two are unstoppable forces that he cannot contend with. To be honest, he doesn't need to look too far. Even Kaguya can defeat him swiftly using her time manipulation. He truly isn't a very strong person compared to others in this chat room. Sometimes, he even feels funny for having the strongest man in the world as a username. Is it a bad joke from those world's wills? Maybe, but for him. He prefers to prove this username. Isn't that much more interesting? After all, even at this age, I still have a long way to go. Recalling his broken old friend, Murakami Majiri, Whitebeard shook his head. If you desire to continue, you better make up your mind, boy. Checking those, what are they called? Notification in the chat might be a good start, although you still have some time to think. Notification. Kazuma frowned before he pulled the chat room and saw several notifications under the mission tab. Congratulations for extinguishing PESS 26-13287's avatar, main/core. Advocate of Gender Equality received 10,000 points. Mission update. With the main core extinguished, the connection between the rest of the avatars has been severed. The standpoint and stabilizer of their ego have been broken, resulting in a massive decrease in their abilities and power, and leaving no path besides perishing for them. Remaining avatars, 1. Location, Alkenrisha. Estimated time for natural extinguishing, 6 days and 10 hours. Mission status, completed. Chat members may submit the mission result and return to their worlds or solve the last avatar to raise the final evaluation. It's over. Kazuma raised his eyebrow as a sense of relief filled his body. His tightened-up body and tense mind finally had the chance to relax. Finally, this nightmare is over, but, breathing a sigh of relief and collapsing on the chair, Kazuma wanted to cheer up, but he remembered something and said, What are you guys still doing here? If you do something, make sure to finish it properly. Now, try it. Whitebeard grabbed a big blade to cut down a piece from the dragon's meat and put it in front of Kazuma. However, that piece size is still larger than Kazuma's upper body. No, I'm good, Kazuma swallowed and refused as he wanted to retreat. However, a large hand landed on his shoulder as he raised his head to see Whitebeard grinning and saying, the best way to recover is by eating well. No, please, I'm absolutely, completely, no doubt in the best condition ever. Honestly, all that meat made him sick, not to mention this big piece. He'll die before he finishes half of it. I heard you can get experience and levels by consuming high-quality food. As someone who mainly relies on them, this also counts as training. Under the temptation of easy levels and the encouragement, threat, from Whitebeard, Kazuma swallowed again and reached for the meat. This is it. If PESS 26-13287 and everything he went through didn't kill him, this would surely do. Kazuma thought as a tear slipped from his cheek. Dragon meat is delicious. Give me one more. Meanwhile, when Kazuma was both happy and sad to see his levels and stomach rising, an empty cup was slammed on top of the table in the Adventurers Guild. Leon-san, it's not good to drink like this at the daytime. ***, I know, just this once, K. I really need it. With a blush on her face, Leon blinked and smiled at the waitress before she collapsed on the table. ***, just this once, okay. And be sure to take better care of yourself. Yes. Leon answered with a funny tone as the waitress shook her head and went to another table. Chugging another large beer, Leon took it down with one breath, surprising the adventurers around before falling on the table again. Getting drunk at this hour? Something tells me you don't take your assassin job seriously. When Leon was about to order another drink, she heard a voice from her side to see Kaguya suddenly appear in the seat next to her. Drunk. PFFF, nah, hic, raising her head up, Leon answered with a vague voice and a silly smile, I'm just a bit tipsy, nothing more. I see. Kaguya glanced at the rosy cheeks of Leon before she nodded and didn't pay more attention to the subject. And we already finished our job, so why not take it a bit easy? Have some fun in a while, will ya? Leon felt lightheaded as he could barely sit properly. Not just yet. There are still things to be taken care of. Huh? You're still going at it. Leon slammed the table and said, come on. Hic. We have already finished this mission. Why do you want to bring it up again? There's no helping it. This world's will is moving freely with its incomprehensible missions. Despite finishing this mission, I have no idea what this was all about. The goal. The result. All unknown. Kaguya rubbed her temples from the headache and said, it told us we can leave, but left a PESS avatar alive. I know it'll die after a period, but seriously. Do you know what could happen in this period? Maybe it betting on that, this is so annoying. Yeah, so annoying, ***, and you're just lazy. Kaguya's eyebrow twitched while Leon got a big hiccup from drinking. You know, I know you have infinite stamina, but can't you take it easy with the rest of us? Isn't this the reason we took this day as a vacation? No, you don't understand. Leon shook her head to focus a little before she said, at least after what happened yesterday, consider slowing down. Some of us can't keep up after all. Kaguya quieted as the corner of her eyes landed on Leon, who almost fell on the table again, and said if they can't, then they shouldn't come, although I don't see that as a positive sign. After all, if they can't take this, how are they supposed to continue? Leon twirled her empty cup before she said with a faint voice, geez, you're a cruel one, aren't ya? What you are doing has already been done by a certain fool, but how much can you two keep it up? A time will come where they'll collapse no matter what. Isn't this truly cruel? Kaguya stared expressionlessly at Leon like she doesn't care about this conversation at all. Sigh, I wonder if this is what immortality does to people. Truly annoying and funny. Alkenrisha, was it? I'll see what I can find. Leon finally couldn't hold on and fell on the table as Kaguya's expression didn't change. Maybe, but I'm the Moon Princess, even if this title hold a little to no value now. With those words, Kaguya vanished from her place, leaving Leon on the table alone. However, her drunken expression almost completely vanished as she stared at the empty cup. Yup, I really don't want something like immortality, mumbling to herself, Leon closed her eyes and recalled yesterday. Misaka holding her knees and trembling on the bed at night. Even if she didn't hear the sound of crying, Leon recalled the few rushed breaths here and then as her mood turned for the worst immediately. Sigh at these moments, I really miss those cute fellas in Night Raid. At least they won't make me remember these things. Leon sat up again and whispered, it's annoying that I can't help but agree with that time controller. Hey, give me another one. She might need more than a few drinks to forget about it today. Ah. Leon, are you still drinking? Ugh. Looking at Misaka entering the guild with Megumin and darkness dragging Aqua, Leon held her head. It seems that alcohol won't save her today. Time passed quietly on the town of Axel until the blue sky was dyed with burning orange-red as the dusk arrived. I am alive. At the mansion courtyard, Kazuma fell on his knees as he screamed to the sky. He did it. He overcame the chunk of the dragon meat. Although it wasn't so bad, Whitebeard's grilling technique isn't the best, so the whole situation relied on the taste of dragon's meat. It was so strong and made Kazuma almost collapse, but the sound of experience raising pushed him forward until he finished it. Well, it wasn't comparable to Whitebeard, who finished that massive piece of meat alone. It was only because Kazuma was too slow he left for training. Ugh, I still feel sick. Would the EXP vanish if I throw up? I need to go wash or get something to clean my face with. Certainly, yes, but not to the degree thou are imagining. When he was struggling to get up, Kazuma noticed a hand giving him a napkin. Thanks a bunch, you. Thou are welcome. Kazuma cleaned his face and smiled, but then a shadow was cast on his face and an icy cold hand on his shoulder. Why art thou pale? It's just moi. I bet thou missed moi. An upside-down head appeared right in front of his face. It was covered with a black and white mask as the sinister smile that would make kids cry and the gleaming red eyes sent chills down Kazuma's spine. Ayaha. What the hell? Kazuma fell down rolling and jumped away from Vanir's side before he said, you damn bastard, did you want to give me a heart attack? Tisk, TSK, I know that no heart can resist my charming look, but thou disappointed me. Rolling and avoiding me. Did you forget all the hardship that we went through together and the unbreakable bond that Vanir whipped the non-existent tears from his eyes and spoke like he was so betrayed as Kazuma snapped, screw off. Hia, thou can't even take a joke. Oh well, I'm surprised to see thou are completely fine. I have to say that these days have been no short of unexpected events for moi, the all-seeing devil. Such novelty is indeed welcomed. Yeah, whatever you say. Wait, how did you come here? Walking, duh. Did thou intelligence become lower after almost dying? Fear not, I know an efficient trick that involves a hammer and a lot of hammering from moi, although I'm not responsible for any misshape. Vanir shook his head in distress again as Kazuma felt his blood boil just by talking to this guy. Sigh, it's my fault to get all worked up with you. I feel I wasted my energy. Is this a new realization? Sounds dumb, as expected from thou. Kazuma stood up from the ground and stretched a bit before he said, so, are devils famous for sneaking into people's houses? Nonsense, I'm a fair trader. I got permission from the crescent mustache thou who was cooking dragon's meat. I had to walk over a long distance to reach here because I have no clone near this newbie town and yet, this is how you people treat me. I even sacrificed my life for you. You are worse than us devils, count me impressed. Vanir whipped the tears from his mask again before he returned to the sinister smirk before he said, but this isn't too bad. I already wanted to visit an old friend here, so I might as well do it now. Friend. I feel sorry for them. Kazuma shook his head at the thought of tolerating Vanir as the letter confirmed it with a nod. I'm also feeling sorry for them. By the way, Vanir. Isn't it the time you tell me what you know? I know something. How weird. Vanir wanted to drag the talk, but meeting Kazuma's silent gaze he sighed with annoyance. Geez, I thought thou would be frightened and crying about his situation, but here you are, getting more annoying. Follow moi, I know a better place for this small talk. A better place? Kazuma was confused, but Vanir already walked away, so he had no choice but to follow, even if he had a bad feeling about this. Welcome, Kazuma-san. It's been a while. Ah, thank you, Wiz-san, you didn't have to. Receiving the cup of tea from the lich, Wiz, Kazuma thanked her before he looked at the Vanir, who was casually sipping tea, next to him. This place is too shabby. What the hell is she doing? Glaring at Wiz, Vanir promised himself to set this place straight or he'll not be named a devil. Wiz suddenly got an unexplained chill despite being an undead lich. Now, thou can start his questions. Vanir said as Kazuma became happy, but he got stopped as the devil continued his words. But I have to remind thee, I don't have answers to everything. Do you still take my word for it? Do I have a choice? Tell me, what did you see in my head? Starting with that, huh? Well. Vanir took a sip from the tea before he said, I saw light. And more light. Are you kidding me? No, my eyes still hurt at this moment. Kazuma rubbed his temples as Vanir drank his tea happily. After clearing his headache, he said, then, what did you see in the light? The smile vanished from Vanir's face. He put down the cup of tea as the sudden serious atmosphere made Kazuma and was nervous before Vanir shrugged and said, more light, duh. I became blind. Hard time for a devil like me, don't you say? Thud. Kazuma slammed his head on the table while Wiz smiled wryly at the snickering Vanir. Honestly, I don't mean to hide anything from you, brat, but I truly don't know much. What I saw in your mind is the only thing His Excellency allowed me to see. A bunch of information about your party path, which isn't necessarily correct, and a small explanation about what is left in your mind, nothing more. Sigh, I understand, but why isn't it correct? Kazuma gave up and drank some tea before he asked because he felt Vanir wasn't playing around anymore. How do I explain this? Although the general path was calculated, there was nothing about the party receiving gratitude from the Elrode Kingdom. Also, all the information about those creatures from back then are omitted. So, Leo did indeed calculate almost everything, but in the middle, new changes happened. And he couldn't count PESS avatars in his calculations. No, he must be aware of them or he'll not know our destinations. Kazuma felt a headache just by thinking about this. Ugh, this is annoying. Leo hasn't been online not even once in this period or I'd have just asked him. Did something happen to him because of the world-traveling attempt? It seems that thou know His Excellency very well. This is a surprise. What is the surprise in knowing him? Ha ha ha, thou is indeed full of surprises, but I can't even see anything about His Excellency despite you casually thinking of him. As I expect from such a horrifying individual, Vanir said some confusing thing for Kazuma, then nodded as he took it for granted. Horrifying individuals. Aren't you exaggerating? He's mostly an annoying sadist that enjoys other people's misery. What's wrong? Kazuma frowned because of the sudden quietness of Vanir. It seems thou know much less than I thought, but I have to disagree. For me, Vanir, the all-seeing devil and the Duke of Hell, His Excellency is the most horrifying, terrifying person and thing that I ever came across. Listening to Vanir, Kazuma became speechless and didn't know what to say because this is the first time he saw that look in Vanir's eyes. Full seriousness and also, fear. Thou asked me what I saw in the light, but you still didn't ask the correct question. Let me do you a favor and say it. What was that light? With a smirk, Vanir's eyes glowed with a blood-red gleam, making Kazuma flinch and was worried. That light was. I confronted it as I couldn't see or understand anything. There are no better words to describe it than unstoppable horror. From my clone in this realm to my true body in hell, there was no escape. I felt no better than a bug ready to be squished. Funny, it's just a tiny amount of spirit, but I stood helplessly ready to be slaughtered. Humans fear nature's wrath because they are completely helpless against it. I guess this is the same scenario, but for me, I met a monster in form of a disaster. The more he spoke, the more worked up Vanir became. He even stopped using those weird words. Even so, Kazuma didn't get a chance to talk. Luckily, it didn't bore any malice towards me. It only sends me away after giving me some information. Wiz covered her mouth in shock looking at Vanir's state. All her life, even when she fought with him, she never saw Vanir in this state. So, at that time I indeed tasted it. Vanir's body began to shake before he said a long-lost feeling, fear. I felt fear to the bottom of my soul in the deepest parts of hell. Yet, besides fear, I also felt curious. Too much for my own good. Questions filled my head as I couldn't contain my inquisitiveness. Why is it here? Why is it doing this? What is its identity? Vanir put the teacup down as the gleam in his eyes made Kazuma's eyes hurt. I remember thou wondering why I refer to His Excellency as His Excellency. I'm afraid of it. Too afraid that I can't help but admire its horrifying but beautiful glory. Not just power, but just its existence left me in wonders. This is why I helped thou in his party, because I wanted to know more about His Excellency and maybe see that light aga dash. Thud. Are you done? Slamming his hand on the table, Kazuma said with annoyance, geez, I told you to tell me important stuff and you began to simp for that asshole. Dude, you didn't even see him once. Simp? But indeed, I got carried away for a bit. Vanir cleared his throat before returning to drinking tea normally. Wiz took a breath of relief when Vanir recovered. Yet, I wonder. What are your thoughts after listening to moi? Smirking, Vanir glanced at Kazuma with his usual annoying smile. My thoughts? My thoughts are that you talk too much. His Excellency this, His Excellency that, couldn't you make it short? It's not like anything would change from listening to you. Also, if you don't have anything important, I'm leaving. Pfffff, thou ignorance is indeed a blessing. Vanir laughed cheerfully before he said, very well, I'll tell thou something important. Whatever left of His Excellency's spirit in your mind has already been consumed. I see. Kazuma nodded before he looked out of the window. The sun has already set and night has arrived. It was time for him to leave. He put down the cup of tea and prepared to leave before he heard Vanir again. Art thou not surprised? After all what happened, I would be more surprised if it was still there. I might also call hacks at that point. Thank you for the tea, Wiz-san. Take care, Kazuma-san. Wiz bowed politely as Kazuma felt this world needs more good people like this wonderful lich, but sadly, it's filled with people like Vanir. Ha 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 ha. Thou are indeed interesting for someone with a trash nickname in this town. By the way, there's still one last message His Excellency wanted moi to convey. He said. Vanir cleared his throat before saying, clairvoyance go, brrrrrrrr. Asterisk sigh asterisk I knew it. With a sigh, Kazuma left Wiz's store feeling helpless about this useless venture. He should have known better and didn't follow the damn devil here. Are you fine or pretending to be? These days have been too amusing indeed. I'm very pleased, Vanir smiled cheerfully before he said, I should prepare for my last assist tomorrow, but for now, you good for nothing, lich. Wiz flinched at Vanir, who suddenly turned and glared at her before he said, how about we talk about your useless business plan now? Kazuma walked in the street as he heard Wiz's screams from behind, but he didn't turn back. Another sigh escaped his mouth after he recalled what happened today. Under the night sky dotted with tiny sparkling stars, he walked back home as he confirmed his thoughts. He truly feels sorry for Wiz for being stuck with Vanir. May she find peace. With his half-assed prayer, Kazuma continued his walk towards the mansion as he had no idea what he'll face tomorrow. Chapter 161, Konosuba Side Part 46. As the stars and moon decorated the sky, the confusing and tiring night passed quickly as the dawn welcomed the start of a new day. Under the glittering sun, people could be seen going and coming. Those who were unaware and didn't know a thing continued their life at a stable pace. However, unlike the usual, it seems the summer has arrived upon the city and the citizens were wearing cool clothes. They were more energetic as smiles and a joyful atmosphere radiated around. The cool breeze, clear water glistering under the sunlight, and the beautiful scenery brought a peaceful and calming feeling. These changes might surprise people, but they aren't all that startling. After all, this isn't Axel. Just what am I doing here? With tried eyes, Kazuma looked at the clear water reflecting the sunlight as a large city filled his view. Water and beautiful architecture were the main theme of the city. It gave quite a calming and easy feeling. This is Alkenrisha, the city of water, hot springs, and the headquarters of the Axis order that worships the goddess of water, Aqua. Welcome everyone. This is the city of Axis order. Aqua was jumping and spinning around in happiness while introducing the city. Megumin was fascinated by the surroundings and darkness followed her. Ask someone else. Like her, Misaka gave a late reply to Kazuma's question before she yawned and pointed at the floating Kagaya. Rubbing her eyes, Misaka shook her head to clear the drowsiness and focus, but the dark circles under her eyes and messy hair showed how tired she saw. In fact, she wasn't alone as Kazuma had the same panda look of sleepiness. The last night was by no means an easy night for them. With everything that happened, the racing thoughts filled their heads as Kazuma and Misaka were the most affected. Between thinking about the future and remembering what happened, Kazuma and Misaka didn't get an ounce of sleep. They kept yawning with black circles under their eyes as their listless look was concerning. They were in the state that they really need some rest, but recalling the last remaining PESS 26-132887 avatar, the sleep disappeared. They need to move quickly to make sure nothing goes wrong, but... What's wrong? Noticing them, Kaguya tilted her head with a smile that made Kazuma speechless. What do you mean by what wrong? You're the one who brought us here. Speaking in a low and listless tone, Kazuma didn't even bother looking at the Lunarian because he knew it's useless. Now, he prefers to go back to bed and try to sleep, even if he knew that it'll be hard to do. Hey, Kazuma, are you listening to me? I'll not repeat this. As I said, the Axis order which I blessed is. Shut up, you have already said this 10 times already. Squinting his eyes, a dark shadow was cast on Kazuma's face. If the introduction of the city wasn't enough warning, then the excited Aqua is clearly a red flag. Again, he wondered what he's doing here as he looked at the large lake. Although according to the mission's details stating that the Avatar would die in a week and they can leave, Whitebeard and Kaguya preferred to finish the job completely. They had a pretty convincing reason because who knows what would happen in a week if something like PESS 26-13287 is free to roam around. Kaguya didn't waste a moment and teleported them in the morning without giving them any chance to reject. It was a matter of blinking before they found themselves in the City of Water. Despite the convincing reasons and all, Kazuma still had one question: why he is here. There's literally no reason for him to be here. No, he even has reasons to never come. Like this place being the Axis Order headquarters and Aqua's sparkling eyes of excitement, but the most important is that he can't do anything anymore. Yes, he can't do much about this. It was confirmed by Vanir that he lost whatever power boost Leo planted in his mind. I understand your thoughts, Kaguya said with a deep expression as Kazuma replied instantly, no, you don't. Sadly, we still have things to prepare. How about you have fun here and relax until then? Okay. Cool? Great. See you later. With a bright and shining smile, Kaguya said those words gently before she vanished from her place. Kazuma blinked his eyes before he said, where are the old man and Leon? They disappeared too, Misaka answered quickly before she frowned. Is it only her or the people in this town are looking at them weirdly? Maybe the lack of sleep is affecting her and she started imagining things. Don't stress over it, Mikoto. Remember what you're here for. Hot springs. As Misaka's eyes shone with the determination to relax in the hot springs, Kazuma asked in disbelief. Disappeared. Yeah, they vanished using a skill. It's over. Flags. The flags of disasters are flying everywhere. Kazuma looked at the position where Kaguya disappeared as he closed his eyes in pain. Why didn't you say anything? Covering his face, Kazuma said weakly. Hot springs. Huh. I'm only here for the hot springs. Misaka's eyes sparkled before she gave Kazuma the look of, I don't care as long as I'm not involved, before moving away. Kazuma's expression collapsed again. He can understand if it's Leon, but Whitebeard can use concealment to vanish too. This isn't right at all. The picture was hard on Kazuma's mind while Misaka was getting more disturbed by Alkenrisha's citizens, but under Aqua's urging, the party moved into the city. With Kaguya's fast travel services, they didn't need to stay in an inn for today, but to have the so-called full experience, Aqua insisted on staying in one. Kazuma wondered if she'll go around screaming, she's a goddess or something because she has no money, but then, he learned that Kaguya gave Misaka money to spend on this stuff when he was in the middle of lamenting his future. Why does this feel more like a vacation than a mission to fight a monster? Looking at Megumin and Aqua dragging Misaka around, Kazuma thought quietly. But inside of him, he felt this is okay too. To be honest, between Axis Order and the shenanigans, his mind was occupied by something else all along. It is the fact he'll have to face another PESS 26-13287. It's funny how in previous days he just shrugged this word off as nothing more than a lame code name, but now his body can't help but shiver. His thoughts about this whole thing were obviously a rejection. It seems he might have been truly traumatized by that thing. He really didn't want to come. In fact, Kazuma didn't need Vanir to tell him that he lost that power because he no longer can sense it. That stubble and faint feeling that he can go against PESS 26-13287 are long gone. Now, it has been replaced with thoughts of how ridiculous that was and it's just suicide. He'll just end up dragging everyone again. If he can't be helpful, then at least he doesn't want to become a dead weight. Maybe we should go to the inn first. Misaka had insomnia because of some nightmares, so she should rest first. Huh? What do you mean nightmares? Fufu, no need to worry. With me, Megumin, you have no need to fear any ow. Don't pull my cheeks. Misaka started pulling Megumin's cheeks as the latter quickly lost her confident state only to surrender and beg for mercy. Looking at the two making a scene and people around watching, Kazuma sighed before he leaned on the bridge railing. If he could, he would prefer to not face PESS 26-13287 again. He wasn't alone in this. Misaka was also experiencing something similar, but unlike his sorry state, she actually wanted to go. This is quite fitting in a sense. Although her world is complicated, it's still a shonen one according to Kagaya. Kazuma saw her saying she's Railgun or Academy City level 5 can't be defeated by this, but looking at her dark circles, isn't these just excuses? She is clearly still affected by what happened that day, but she chooses to motive herself this way. By lying to herself. To be honest, he's the last person to say this. She was much better than him who choose to stop and run away. Maybe if he also had powers like her then he could, but thinking in that way is just... Ugh. Kazuma scratched his head to clear his thoughts, all this thinking really isn't for me. Considering your idiocy, thou are sure right. Without turning back, Kazuma didn't move as his eyes glanced at his right. A devil in a suit suddenly appeared leaning on the same railing as he does. So, you can teleport. In a sense, yes, but in another sense, there's a lot of moi. I'll take it as a yes. Not getting a good answer was in Kazuma's expectation as he didn't react much to Vanir's sudden appearance. He found it's pointless to overwork himself, but he quickly squinted his eyes at the next scene. This devil was throwing food to the ducks under the bridge. Is this what a devil should do? Feeding ducks? Kazuma didn't know what to say. Kazuma's stares didn't bother Vanir as he threw some more breadcrumbs to the ducks before he said, rather than worrying about what I do in my free time, doesn't thou have something better to do? Better to do? Ah, you mean that. To be honest, even if I don't want to do it, why this seems to be turning into a vacation for some reason. Vacation. Glancing at Kazuma then at Misaka far away, Vanir thought for a moment before nodding. If that the case, then here. Stuffing a paper into Kazuma's hands, Vanir cleaned his hands and said, take this and spend time in your room or go to the hot springs. In any case, have fun in your numbered days in this life. Wiping the breadcrumbs from his hand, Kazuma frowned before he read the paper. Why are you giving me this? It's a coupon to one of the famous inns and hot springs in Alkenrisha. It comes with a good discount and offers too. Vanir didn't answer Kazuma and proceed to leave immediately. This action made Kazuma frown and scratch his chin. Even if Kazuma didn't trust Vanir, the coupon seems to be legit, and considering their financial situation, he's more than welcome. Maybe going on a vacation isn't too bad. This city seems nice too, I bet they have interesting places huh? Putting the coupon in his pocket after a shrug, Kazuma admired Alkenrisha's beautiful scenery before he felt a hand on his shoulder. Raising his head, Kazuma met with Vanir's masked face. Usually, Kazuma would have slapped this devil's face filled with mockery, but at this moment, Vanir's expression was completely different. The devilish smirk got replaced by a peaceful, soothing smile and the scary red gleaming eyes turned into assuring and comforting gazes. It is like this devil became a caring, friendly old brother who tries to comfort someone. Without knowing why, this new change made Kazuma horrified and wanted to escape, but the hand on his shoulder was like a heavy boulder. Ha ha ha. The faint, empty laugher escaped Vanir's mouth before he said, go to the hot spring and try to not leave your room if not necessary. Believe me, you don't want to see the end of this place. As Vanir dropped the weird accent and words, Kazuma is already shaking where he stood. Vanir tapped Kazuma's shoulder and showed a much deeper smile before walking away. But one thing, please don't mistake the smiles of the people here by friendliness. Halting for a second, Vanir left those words before he disappeared. The stunned Kazuma stared at that lonely back as he felt like this devil is walking towards hell, but that wouldn't make sense because devils are from hell. And I just said I don't want to get worked up by him. Kazuma rubbed his temples before he heard Aqua's voice, Kazuma. Hurry up, wait, what is this demonic presence I'm feeling? Oh, this. A devil was just here to deliver coupons, you might want to go catch up to him. Kazuma pointed to his back with a blank expression. A devil. Don't be ridiculous. Kazuma-san would have been crying like a little girl if someone like that appeared. Unaware of Kazuma who was squeezing his fist, Aqua shrugged his words as nothing more than delusions before she urged the group to move. Kazuma would love to show Aqua the iron fist of love he learned from Whitebeard, however, is it just him or all the people around are staring at them? Looking at their friendly smiles and happy faces, Vanir's words repeated in Kazuma's head as a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. Asterisk gulp asterisk. Kazuma swallowed before he walked with the rest, just what is wrong with this place? As Kazuma proceeded unaware of the hell he's walking into, two individuals gathered at the other side of the lake in the meantime. Meanwhile, when Kazuma and the Co were unaware and advancing into dangerous territory, the other side of the lake was experiencing some difficulties. Whitebeard stood on the shore, observing the calm water swaying gently with the faint breeze. Once in a while, a ripple will emerge as the fish gave the blue surface more life and movement. Although he heard about this city from other adventures when he communicated with them, Whitebeard had to admit that it indeed has a charm to it. It actually reminded him of some islands he visited in his world, even if not all had this much calmness. But he still remembers them talking about how lunatics the people here can be and something about a cult existence. Whitebeard scratched his chin as he wondered if those rumors were true. What going on in your mind? Despite being alone here, Whitebeard heard a voice from his side, but he didn't show any surprise. Instead, he continues thinking before saying, are the people here truly weirdos? Is this some genuine curiosity? Kaguya wondered what has gotten into Whitebeard's head, but she didn't push it. Does it really matter if people here were a part cult or not? She didn't care much about it. The blue lake at the front is much more important, or should say what might lies underneath it. According to Leon, the whole city witnessed a turmoil a few weeks ago. A lich sneaked into the holy land of the goddess of water and caused a huge commotion because of his army. Kaguya looked at the deep lake before she continued. For the Axis Order, the undead is one of the most hateful things ever. They despise them to the bones and wish to purge them to the afterlife. Coupled with the people here a bunch of lunatics, you can imagine how that went. The story that Leon told left Kaguya speechless. Swarms of undead, bone dragon, spells, and holy magic flying everywhere, and the heroic Axis Order. Although Leon didn't say it, Kaguya felt how hard is the publicity and scamming in those heroic parts to attract new people. The whole scene was a war between the holy and the undead factions. However, under the sheer massive amount of high-rank holy magic, the hordes of the undead only met defeat after the leader of the Axis Order, Zesta, blow up the bone dragon's head with a turn undead spell. Even so, the Axis Order was still a bit suspicious because the lich seemed to have succeeded in something according to how quickly he evacuated after such a fierce battle. Of course, even if people here like to brag, most of this info is kept for the upper management of the Axis Order. To get these details, Kaguya and Leon must have dug a bit deeper into this religious headquarter. Why are you so persistent and eager for this mission? Whitebeard nodded before his words cut off Kaguya's explanation. It was inevitable because his voice is southwest loud up this close as Kaguya felt her ears hurt. But his words didn't lack truth either. Although Leon did most of the talk and intel gathering, there's no denying that Kaguya put more effort into this whole mission. However, Whitebeard couldn't put his finger on the reason. Unlike some who are feeling guilty about their incompetence, Kaguya had no such feelings. They didn't even exist. To sum it up, the previous accident for her is like, that happened, before moving on. She neither has a big sense of responsibility or leadership, but even so, she is the one who went a day ahead here to scout the situation. The sudden question made Kaguya a bit perplexed because she didn't expect it from Whitebeard. These types of questions should come from Leon, but she didn't mind as the answer came after a moment of thought, I just don't want to bear the fate of defeat. The fate of defeat? Yes, the fate of defeat. Kaguya's face darkened as if she remembered something very horrible before she said, you don't understand what awaits for me if this mission ended unsuccessfully, especially because I might have said some extra things. The more she thought about it, the more Kaguya's expression became worse. The mere imagines of the spam and messages she'll get were enough to make her so pissed off. Is it about the other brat, Leo? Pondering about it, Whitebeard quickly came with a correct guess. You still don't get it, do you? If this mission is unsuccessful, it'll become a fatal weakness for me. An act of direct revenge is no good at all, so he's waiting for the perfect moment to strike. That snake was waiting for so long to get me back for the picture in Leon's world, and this is a rare chance. Imagine what'll happen if we didn't finish this mission. Imagine. Kaguya became anxious as Whitebeard looked at her in silence. Frankly, he started to get irritated by this. Maybe he should give her a love tap, fist, on the head. He'll get every character from different franchises looking down with a bold text saying pathetic, and send it to me every morning and night. Not a single day in this miserable existence will pass without him reminding me about it. I can't even block him because of the admin privileges. Remembering the stuff that she said in the chat room about how this mission is easy, she can only imagine the wide and irritating grin on that angel's face. Can't I erase this? Can't I erase his memories about it? Maybe Iron has some medicine for that, but will they work on him? Kaguya held her head and almost fell to the ground. You, stop it. Do you think he'll really remember something as trivial as a picture? He will. Kaguya snapped back to reality and said, he's clearly been waiting to stab me where it hurts. Then finish me with more stabbing. Stab you, physically. Yeah, stab me, mentally, in my back without any mercy. Is this some sort of thing that immortals, who can't die, do normally? Whitebeard blinked his eyes and said, this is just too pity. He'll not do it, so stop it. No, he'll do it without any doubt. Why can you be so sure? Because I'll do the same. Kaguya said with too much vigor and some pride as Whitebeard looked at his clenched fist. As usual, his fist looks like the ideal solution to everything. This is why we need to do our best and finish this mission. For this world, the rewards, and my mental health, let's fight. Kaguya slapped her hand together as if she's praying and Whitebeard raised his fist. Ahem, let's continue. In the end, the cult performed an inspection and a big purification to the lake and city, but nothing out of ordinary was found. Kaguya took a deep breath before she said, in reality, Most priests here became cleaning freaks at the thought of undead messing with their belongings. Whitebeard nodded slowly at the story, even if there were some exaggerations, especially at the heroic Axis order. But as the thought crossed his mind, he recalled someone and said, "You said a lich. Could it be the same one in that castle?" As her expression vanished, Kaguya said, "I think this answers your previous question." Against the lake-cold breeze, Kaguya and Whitebeard stood speechlessly. Hearing the story, the lich was never weak. He had a well-formed army and several dangerous spells that works well in a full-blown war. Nonetheless, this powerful lich fell down under the wrath of the Axis cult. Fell down so miserably that he starts to give up on life. An undead giving up on life. Recalling the almost breaking into tears lich in Dullahan Castle, a weird silence descended between the two. This city sounds much more menacing now. Because it is. Few unlucky ones still speak of their days here. Whitebeard and Kaguya looked at the side to see a man wearing a black suit walking towards them. The white and black mask was a dead giveaway as they knew his identity. But for the undead to come to the city openly like that. Even I feel so sorry for the poor soul and also funny for the unfortunate fate. Far away from the two, Vanir continued walking at a steady pace while talking to himself, TSK, maybe I should go to hell and console him personally. Ha ha ha. As Vanir walked slowly at his own pace while mumbling some nonsense, Whitebeard and Kaguya stood without any word. Isn't this too slow? Why is he taking all this time? Whitebeard watched Vanir walking as he wondered why he's feeling like this. To be honest, most of the people he recently interacted with could pop up from thin air like Kaguya and the people she keeps teleporting. As for Kaguya, she wondered why this walking GPS, Vanir, didn't know any teleportation. Bad service indeed. Good morning, good evening, you two. How art thou doing? Good, good. Strolling in, Vanir passed Whitebeard and Kaguya while humming a small song before he stopped in front of the lake. The weather is indeed fine today, unlike thou face, of course. I feel I'll become depressed just by being near thee. Vanir turned to look at the silent Whitebeard and gloomy Kaguya before he looked away and said, the weather is so nice. At least, say something new if you want to run your mouth. Isn't it better that way? Despite saying it naturally, the threatening tone in Kaguya's voice was too clear to Vanir. If not considering the situation and place, his eyes foresee explosion magic to the face. My poor bodies and masks. Why do they have to bear the brunt of these people with anger issues? How troubling. Well, before you ask me, let's drop the formalities. I'm only here to watch thou deal with that creature. Don't mind me, seriously, don't mind me and thou with crescent mustaches, please lower your fist. We are civilized individuals. Giving a small bow, Vanir stood at the side as if he's saying, please, go ahead, but then he saw Whitebeard raising his fist. Whitebeard, who thought of asking why Vanir is here, stopped as his goal changed to burying that mask in a hole. They can be civilized all they want after his fist landed on Vanir's head. Are you really here just to watch us deal with that? Kaguya felt a bit doubtful about this devil's goal. This GPS, Vanir, that supposedly Leo found for them has been more of an annoyance than useful. Wait, maybe this is another plan to get his revenge. Please don't doubt my desires. I got taken down rather quickly last time, so I didn't have the chance to witness the end of that creature. I would like to see it fully now. Even if you say so. Vanir didn't say anything more as he pointed at the lake and said, it's down there, near the center to the right. Getting cut off by Vanir again made Kaguya speechless. They indeed didn't have the exact location of the PESS 26-13287 final avatar and they planned to scout this area shown on the map. Kaguya might have an idea of getting the GPS, Vanir, help, but it quickly got rejected because of how annoying it would be. Is it just moi or thou have been looking at me like a tool for a while now? You must have quite the imagination. As Vanir and Kaguya started again, Whitebeard looked at where Vanir pointed and said there, huh? This location is just inconvenient. No better word could describe it better. A deep part of the lake where his vision can't reach. This is one of the worst battlefields for him. Even if he fell into underwater battles at some unfortunate accidents, Whitebeard avoided them the most considering the devil's fruit weaknesses. He sure did fix the sea weakness using the chat room, but these battles are still a big weak point. The lake. Kaguya covered her mouth with her right sleeve. Vanir hummed and looked deeply at the water. Now then, how are? Whitebeard thought about the plan quickly, but when he turned back, he saw Kaguya and Vanir far away from the shore. You see, I'm honestly useless in such an environment. Kaguya did a twirl with her long yukata. I'm just a bystander. By the way, you do realize my body is made of earth, right? What more do you want from moi? Whitebeard showed nothing more than the dreadful silence at the nonsense these two are spouting before he raised his hand. However, he caught nothing but air. He suddenly remembered that his naginata is broken as much more dreadful silence descended on the place. Are you sure we are fine? This is my third mask this week. Dragon bones aren't cheap. Don't talk to me. But this situation, huh? Vanir and Kagaya whispered quietly, but Whitebeard still heard them. This fact didn't bother Kagaya as she floated next to him and said, fighting underwater is very unfavorable, but it isn't impossible. Whitebeard nodded at her words after some silence, which made Kagaya continue. Losing your weapon will also affect your performance, but are you satisfied? A chance is present right here. The last battle also happened on a disadvantageous battlefield. This is round 2 to test the results and experience from last battle and overcome the odds. Whitebeard glanced with the corner of his eyes at the brightly smiling Kagaya before he said, this one is weaker. And it becoming friendlier with time. According to the chat room, the last avatar was an exception because it held the source, and after its death, the rest of the avatars are getting weaker and weaker, leaving less than a week for them to die or to be extinguished according to the mission details. But it isn't wrong either. As such, Whitebeard released a breath before he slowly walked towards the lake. For some reason, his fighting spirit is flaming up. His naginata is broken. He loses against PESS 26-13287. So what? This is round 2. A chance for revenge. Even if it's a disadvantageous environment, he shouldn't stop. He should fight harder. Realizing his mistake and wrong thinking, Whitebeard became more fired up as he jumped to the lake. With a plop sound and big splash, the giant figure of Whitebeard vanished from sight. I can't use logic with him, huh? Vanir wondered how many loose screws are needed to have such thinking as Whitebeard. But then he saw Kagaya raising her hand as several colorful orbs appeared and sank in the lake after Whitebeard, giving the water a bright colorful gleam. Oh, light magic to illuminate the depth. Art-th. However, before Vanir finished, Kagaya said, bombs. Ah, yes, bombs, bombs. Repeating the word just to be sure, Vanir took a step back from the lakeshore. We don't want to get wet now, don't we? Good luck. Please, you're the last hope for my mental health. Kagaya clapped her hands in praying form again. Meanwhile, the Kazuma group was about to understand one of the deepest lessons in their lives. In this existence, only 4 things are infinite. The universe, human stupidity, the Zubats in the dark cave, and the amount of soap and detergent that the Axis Order have. With everyone busy, time passed rather quickly. The sun slowly crossed the sky, sinking down the horizon as the blue clear color quickly overtaken by the burning orange-red hue. In such fashion, Alkenrisha welcomed the dusk with full force. The passage of time didn't slow the city at all, but it only made it livelier under the beautiful scenery. Too much livelier, to be honest. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Oh. This one is much bigger. With a loud boom, a massive fountain that could be seen through the city raised from the location of the lake. The resident of Alkenrisha talked and commented about it casually like they are used to it by now. There were even some stores and people betting on how big the next splash would be. However, not everyone was enjoying this view. Near the shore of the biggest lake in Alkenrisha, 2 figures could be seen sitting on the rocks. Well, one of them is floating. Kagaya and Vanir were facing each other as both of them held a bunch of cards. Except for their position, the entire shore is drenched in water as a giant pillar was planted on the ground. Strangely, there were few signs of food and drinks around, but all of them got washed by water. But Kagaya and Vanir kept exchanging cards from each hand at a fast pace. They didn't even raise their heads as their hands never missed. As their movements continue, the ground near the shore began to shake slightly before ripples surfaces the calm lake. It didn't last long before a massive shadow appeared beneath the lake. It was hard to describe its shape, but it resembled a fish of some sort, but then... Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The shadow broke out of the lake and flew in the air followed by a fountain of water. The splash was too strong, it flooded the coast instantly, but when it met the place near Vanir and Kagaya, it got blocked by an invisible barrier. Unaware of their surroundings, Vanir kept a slight smile on his face as Kagaya had a blank look of boredom. As the water fell like rain, the giant figure landed on the ground safely. Whitebeard shook the water from his face and mustache. How many times did this happen already? Whitebeard already lost count at 70 or 80 times he got slapped by the giant tail. Oh, you're here again. You flew less this time. Kagaya glanced at Whitebeard before she took a card from Vanir again. I see they are getting smaller and smaller. Progress, I assume. Vanir took a card from Kagaya without even looking at her. It seemed almost like these two doesn't care at this point. Whitebeard focused on the shadow of the fish sinking to the depths before his eyes met Vanir and Kagaya, who were still exchanging cards non-stop. However, it didn't look strange for Whitebeard because both of those two are cheating. They both knew all the cards in each other. This whole game is so pointless because no one can win, so hopeless they have been in this state for hours. They didn't even suggest switching to another game. Much like the others, it's indeed getting friendlier. It seems my battle is just speeding the process. Whitebeard cracked his fingers before he considered how he should advance now. You mean that metal losing its color? Kaguya glanced at the giant pillar planted near her. This was the device planted on the bottom of the lake. But now it's completely broken. No, it was broken since Whitebeard found it and brought it here. PESS 26-13287 didn't care about it at the slightest. It seems it's true that this avatar is dying slowly. Confirming this information, Kaguya nodded and said, "Do you plan on continuing?" Whitebeard didn't say much, but looking at him advancing to the lake made his answer very clear. "How long do you think this will take?" Looking at him, it would probably end in an hour or less. The crescent mustache thou is adapting underwater fights. How violent. Vanir glanced at Whitebeard jumping on the lake and took a card from Kaguya's hand. Kaguya was ready to interfere in case Whitebeard drowned, but the situation has proven that her worries are unnecessary. Whitebeard was a bit awkward at the underwater battle, but he soon got a hang of it and lasted longer against this PESS 26-13287 avatar. At first, PESS 26-13287 hurled him like a pebble several times. However, now he even started to use PESS 26-13287 attacks to push himself out of the water if he needed to breathe. Considering this avatar is as retarded as the first one in Elrode, this was an easy task as Kaguya found nothing to do except playing cards with Vanir. A lot of small stuff happened too. Like Axe's order finding of the brave warrior, who is challenging the lake monster non-stop and making an event out of it to attract tourists. But Kaguya paid no attention to it because her pride was too strong to give up on this card game even if both of them were cheating all along. Despite that, she wondered what the others were doing at this moment. The hot spring sounds nice after having to deal with the sarcastic remarks of this devil all this time. Did thou had enough? This is too pointless even for moi, an immortal devil. Kaguya looked at Vanir, who was waving his cards left and right before she closed her eyes and sighed. In the next second, she vanished from her place instantly. I'll take that as a yes. Vanir threw away the cards and stretched his body before he heard the lake rumbling. Inside the lake, deep down at the bottom, were a bit brighter because of the orbs Kaguya kept sending down here. Whitebeard kicked the water with his foot before a pop sound was heard. The shock wave generated from his body acted as a thruster, pushing him forwards underwater at high speeds. But it wasn't without any consequences. During his attempts to fight this PESS 26-13287 avatar, Whitebeard learned several things about his vibrations. Firstly, it's very dangerous to use them underwater. Not only he's attacking the enemy, but he's receiving damage as well even before the enemy. Also, the speed of shockwaves is much faster here. Secondly, it cost more power to generate them. The vibrations from Quake fruit seem to be harder to use in this environment. For Whitebeard, generating shockwaves using his fruit is easy as breathing, but in this place, it got a bit uncomfortable. As he was traveling underwater, a big shadow caught Whitebeard's eyes. The shadow was massive and moved agilely without any hindrance. Without any delay, Whitebeard's fist was already covered with hockey as he charged ahead. Under the illumination of Kaguya's bombs, the shadow revealed itself. It was too much to call it a fish. Made of metal-like substance that moved like living flesh. It was more of a weird organism that resembled an aquatic creature. Whitebeard saw this creature too many times it stopped being important. The only thing left was excitement for the battle. PESS 26-13287 swam swiftly in the water away from Whitebeard. Unlike the previous two, this one was much different. It lacked any hostility that the other two harbored and its metal body didn't have any bright luster. It felt weak, rigged, and frail. One can even see faint cracks spreading across the metallic scales on its body. However, such a thing didn't stop Whitebeard as the shockwave pushed him faster and reached PESS 26-13287. Noticing its escape was futile, the avatar twisted its body and struck with its tail. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Another explosion hit the lake as Vanir hid behind the pillar to not get wet and said, "How violent." Leaving Whitebeard and Vanir, Kaguya appeared at the commercial street of Alcanrisha. It was as busy as ever and filled with people, but no one seemed to give attention to Kaguya who suddenly appeared. They should be here. Kaguya levitated as a colorful tree branch with jewels as leaves seems to guide her. It didn't take her long before she reached a place behind the fountain. It was a place facing the lakefront, completely opposite to shore where Whitebeard is fighting PESS 26-13287. Taking a turn, the jeweled branch shone as if finished its mission. Kaguya put it away and said, "Ah, there you are. I was wondering why." In front of Kaguya, Kazuma and Ko were either resting on the railing or lying on the ground. All of their faces were darkened like they witnessed something horrible. Megumin was mumbling something about swallowing soap and detergent while Kazuma stared at the water like he's having war flashbacks. Misaka was buried under a pile of Axis order joining applications and whispering "no more, please" several times. Darkness was lying on the wall with a satisfying blush on her face as the papers fell on her body like Misaka. She held the Eris order necklace and prayed her thanks for the goddess, Eris. The content of praying was normal, but the reason was something Kagaya doesn't want to hear about. As for Aqua, she is nowhere to be seen here. Kagaya didn't want to comment anything about this scene, but when she talked, all of them, except Darkness, turned to her with bloodshot eyes. Especially Kazuma's eyes. Kagaya didn't need psychic abilities to know they were saying, "You knew this would happen." It's fine whether indeed Kagaya turned away as she used a tactic from a devil. They should be useful. You. At least pretend to be sorry, god damn it. I don't even have the energy to get angry. Kazuma rose from the railing with anger, but it quickly extinguished as he returned next to Megumin, who got trauma from soap and detergent. Hiss, it's worse than I thought. Not even getting angry made Kagaya somehow truly worried about them, but she quickly noticed something strange. Where is Leon? Not finding the wild-looking woman anywhere, Kagaya asked. Leon. Who is that? Oh, a traitor, Misaka whispered from under the applications while Kagaya became speechless. I remember telling her to prepare a better environment for a hot spring trip here. You know, at least the little terrorist, Megumin, won't get a trauma. What? Kazuma rose up from the railing with a shocked expression. Ha. Misaka's head appeared from under the papers as confusion filled her face. But what followed was more doubts as they collapsed again. Wait, I'm serious. Looking at Kagaya's expression, they both started to consider it again. This woman won't consider defending herself if she did something bad. Heck, she'll be smiling at their state now. Wait, you two didn't read the chat. Despite her confusion, Misaka waved her hand as a light blue window appeared in midair. The window of the chat room suddenly enlarged before it presented in front of everyone who could see it. It's the main chat window, nothing strange about it, except the recent message. Big Sister Lion, this city made me realize that the world is big and I need to see it. The three of them looked at the window as silence filled the area. Meanwhile, far away from Alkanrisha, a carriage was moving through the road at a slow pace. Atop of it, Leon was lying down while basking in the sun and cold breeze. Life is a bunch of experiences we encounter in our path. Only by experiencing the bitterness we can raise and explore new horizons. Despite trying to sound wise, the blissful expression betrayed Leon. She was just happy to have escaped that city. Those guys are madmen. Madmen. Leon couldn't even find any reasoning or logic with them. All their thinking resulted in receiving an Axis order joining application or trying to scam her. Oh, young lady, still thinking about your friends back there. Why didn't you go with them then? The carriage driver suddenly asked Leon. He was an old man with an easy and happy expression. He seemed very experienced in handling the carriage. Of course, I would like to, but if I do, they won't learn anything. Maybe after this experience, they'll expand their views and learn more about life. You must be very close. They are lucky to have a kind young lady like you to look after them. The old man seems to recall his past when he was an adventurer. I know, right? I might be too kind for this world after all. Leon laughed dryly before she looked at the sky. This is all for the greater good, my greater good. With such thought, the carriage continued its journey as Leon lazed on top of it. By the way, young lady, can I interest you in joining the Axis order? Leon widened her eyes before she sat up and saw the old man giving her a very bright smile. The nightmare never ends. Back in Alkanrisha, the trio gathered around the chat screen as a dreadful atmosphere radiated. It was so creepy that it gave Megumin a new trauma. Leon's massage was a mere few words, but they were enough to let Kagaya and Kazuma understand the situation. They also understood why Misaka called her a traitor. Leon ran away from Alkanrisha and left them to suffer. She didn't even warn them. Looking at this message date, several hours have passed since she left. Traitor. This is treason. The three shared the same thought as their expressions darkened further. Say, what should we do? The zapping bluish-white arcs flickered on Misaka's forehead. I don't care if lions are endangered species, let's hunt her down. Kazuma took his trusty pistol as it glinted with a cold light. Kagaya took a deep breath before she smiled and said, Now, let's not get carried away. If Leon wanted to leave for an adventure, we should support her. Misaka and Kazuma took a step away from the smiling Kagaya. This was just too scary for them. If she wanted to see the world that much, all I can do is to help her in any way possible. Covering her mouth with her sleeve, Kagaya chuckled as Misaka and Kazuma swallowed. Rumble, boom. However, before Kagaya finished her words, a faint rumble was heard as the ground started shaking, followed by a fountain of water raising to the dusk sky. The trio took a step back to avoid getting splashed by the violent waves from the lake before they looked at the water returning back as faint rain. Hey, how long are the old men going to abuse the poor lake? I bet he gave all the fish PTSD by now. Kazuma looked at the peaceful lake getting bombed by shockwaves as he avoided getting wet. He's fighting PESS, right? Would he be fine alone? Misaka said as the worry wasn't hidden in her voice. Kazuma became silent at that statement before he looked at Kagaya, waiting for an answer. Sighing secretly, Kagaya shook her head at the two conditions and said, no worries. This PESS is much weaker and Whitebeard is close to finishing it. It appears that the past one was a special case after all. I see, it's a relief then. Misaka breathed a sigh of relief and Kazuma said, I bet he's the one that wants to battle, so there's no point in worrying about it. Geez, what is this atmosphere? No one here is dead, right? Kagaya began to get really irritated by these funeral vibes she's getting from these two. Did the last fight affect them this much? Despite not understanding their feelings because of her background, Kagaya still felt speechless. It's not like this is the first or last time this stuff happened. Kagaya rubbed her temples. If this continue, I might just throw them at the lake to join Whitebeard. Unaware of Kagaya's dangerous thoughts, Kazuma and Misaka continued to watch before the earth started shaking again. Rumble rumble. This time it didn't stop. It felt like something is slamming the earth as a whole, and each time it did, the shaking became worse. Is this an earthquake? Megumin woke up immediately and screamed. Oi, are you serious? Won't the city collapse? Kazuma struggled to stand as he supported himself with the railing. The waves of the lake were also raising and almost flooding the street they are standing on. However, as the city was facing a huge earthquake, the lake wasn't safe either. The water of the lake began to flow backward as if the entire flow changed. Suddenly, the ragging surface of the lake started to swell upwards. It was just a bend at the start, but it became bigger in an instant as if a huge bubble was going to burst, then. Boom. As if an explosion discharged underwater and blasted towards the surface, the entire lake witnessed a huge detonation, sending water everywhere. Followed by a shockwave that shook the air, two figures appeared from beneath the rising water. Under the burning dusk, the water drops glittered with the setting sun as Whitebeard and PESS 26-13287 flew in the air above the lake. However, unlike before, PESS 26-13287 condition got a lot worse as a lot of cracks ran across all over its dim metallic scales. Gwahaha. Screeches. PESS 26-13287 sended terribly, ear-splitting screeches, but Whitebeard didn't care. He just laughed happily as his two grips were tightly closing on PESS 26-13287 massive tail before he twisted his body. In midair, Whitebeard began to rotate and so did PESS 26-13287, starting from its tail. Slowly, both of them began to drop down, but the speed of rotation got bigger and bigger as if Whitebeard turned PESS 26-13287 massive body into a giant wheel. Oh. Just about reaching the ground, Whitebeard released a war cry before he slammed PESS 26-13287 on the dry solid earth. Boom. Kazuma and the Co watched in shock as the impact from Whitebeard's attack made them jump a little. The smoke and dust rose at the other side of the lake, unlike their jaws that dropped from astonishment. Kazuma-san, did you just see that? That was super cool. Why did you tell me Grandpa Whitebeard can do that? Megumin stuttered from shock before sparkles filled her eyes. Excitement filled her suddenly as Kazuma didn't know what to say except, didn't he do this with those frogs every day? Megumin excitement and anticipation extinguished like flames underwater. It was true. She indeed saw those frogs and Whitebeard flying in the sky. But why, it sounds so dull now. Oh. He won. He actually did it. Give me my money. No, my money. Why are you treating your goddess like this? Suddenly, cheers exploded from behind. The citizens, who kept a close eye on the process of Whitebeard's battle, broke into cheers at the result. Well, it was mostly those who won the bets while the losers were wailing at their lost money. Kazuma didn't know if his ears got hurt from the shockwave, but he kinda heard Aqua's screams mixed in them. Isn't this too much? Misaka didn't know what to say about the whole situation. It feels like Whitebeard fighting PESS 26-13287 turned into a city event for some reason. At least, he did it. Oi, what now? Kazuma let go of the railing he was hugging, but the shaking returned as another huge explosion was heard from the other side. Maybe because Whitebeard hit the land this time, the earthquake was more visible as Kazuma struggled to stand before his balance was thrown off. Not only him but the entire city was thrown off by the earthquake. Just what is he doing? Kagaya muttered as the teleportation spell was activated, but when the colorful magic circle flashed, another person touched it. Eh. Both Kagaya and Kazuma said as the magic circle flashed. They vanished in a blink of an eye, leaving Misaka and Megumin staring blankly. Maybe they should wake up darkness from under the papers before she suffocates. At the other side of the lake, the dust and smoke blocked the vision as waves were still violent. The smell of dirt mixed with water wasn't the worst ever, but it did give some discomfort. Kazuma and Kagaya landed on the shore before they were bothered by the heavy dust. "You, what are you doing?" Kagaya waved her hand, sending the dust flying away with a wave of spiritual power while Kazuma coughed up for a bit and said, "It was an accident, I don't want to be here." With the dust out of the way, the picture became clear as a massive pothole appeared in front of them. The scene was akin to a meteor hitting the ground, but without the heat and flames. Asterisk screeches. Asterisk. Lying in the center was a massive monster that resembled a fish of some kind. Its teeth and fins flickered with a dangerous light, but it all dimmed as crack continued to spread on its body. PESS 26-13287 tried to move and transform, but cracks continued to deepen as if its body wasn't suitable anymore. This made it release many terrible cries, causing Kazuma to cover his ears and others to frown. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. However, the cries came to a halt after a fist landed on PESS 26-13287 head like a hammer and sent it rolling a few meters away. Whitebeard, who is facing the avatar, noticed Kagaya and Kazuma before he nodded. What is this substance anyway? It almost feels like a rotten. Without knowing when Vanir was already squatting near PESS 26-13287 and his finger was rubbing the black substance from between the cracks on the avatar body. Bam. The substance disintegrated in his fingers almost immediately, but before he checked more, he got shot by PESS 26-13287 tail. He did a few flips in the air before he crashed at the edge of the crater near Kazuma. Kazuma blinked with some terror at how nearly he got slammed by the flying Vanir. That a bit rude, isn't it? I was checking things. Vanir shook off the dust from his suit as the middle of his body regenerated. Did this guy got smacked several times already? Kazuma looked at the crater as he found 2 or 3 human-shaped holes. PESS 26-13287 tried to get away, but its body got worse and worse. It changed its direction and tried to attack Whitebeard, however, it got sent flying again. However, Whitebeard didn't show any joy. His expression was cold and kinda grumpy, like he isn't enjoying this at all. Weak, too weak. Compared to the past avatar, this one is just pathetic. Even the casual punches can affect it. Whitebeard felt disappointed with such a result. I guess everything is under control. The 5 treasures near her vanished as Kagaya watched the fight. There's no need for her involvement at this point. Just like this, Whitebeard continued to trash the PESS 26-13287 avatar around as the latter could only release cries and try to counterattack. To be honest, it looked pathetic and sad. The monster who almost destroyed all their group getting smacked left and right without any chance to retaliate. Kazuma knows that the difference between the past one and this one is very huge, but the scene of the monster, who hunts his nightmares now, being so helpless is still. He didn't know how to react. I guess it isn't as scary as before, but Kazuma stood with Vanir and continued watching, even if his past thoughts were running away from here as fast as possible. PESS 26-13287 even tried to run and keep a distance away from Whitebeard's attacks. Its cries that were supposed to give him a headache felt helpless and sad at the moment. Ugh, disgusting. What is this? Do you want me to puke? Vanir suddenly covered his mouth like he's about to puke from something so revolting. Hey, I know it's ugly, but still. Kazuma didn't know what got into this devil, but Vanir didn't look at him and said, "Can't you feel it? These emotions, they are so rotten, ugh. They feel like fear and hopelessness of not being able to do anything, even if they are so desperate. Ugh, these emotions are not my dish at all. I feel like throwing up." Vanir squatted on the ground and held his stomach before moving away. He didn't want to stay here for another moment. Huh. Even if Kazuma didn't understand fully, but he knew Vanir can sense emotions and stuff. So, the emotions radiating from this PESS 26-13287 were so disgusting for him. Hopelessness and fear, huh? Kazuma looked at PESS 26-13287 struggling to escape before he lost in thoughts. The first avatar gave Kazuma a feeling of greed and gluttony. It couldn't wait to swallow him as a whole. The second one. Massive anger and wrath. It didn't even wait to rip him to shreds, and it actually did it. Kazuma couldn't forget how his body was almost split in half as he shivered. Now this avatar is afraid and hopeless. What crap is this? Kazuma wondered. If he still has the cheat code that Leo inputted, would he be able to sense that fear, or will this creature run as soon as possible from him? Unfortunately, his questions won't be answered before the fight has come to an end. Cracks have filled PESS 26-13287, even the black substance began to leak out before disintegrated in the air. Its movements became so slow and unable to escape one hit from Whitebeard. Whitebeard already had enough. His fist was charged with hockey and quake bubbles before he slammed PESS 26-13287 with all his force. The vibrating fist flew in the air before it smacked the avatar's head, sending it backward, but Whitebeard took a step forward and kept pushing. The vibration sunk inside, making the entire metallic body shaking before Whitebeard slammed down. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The ground cracked and the already deep crater sunk further, sending rubbles and dust flying. PESS 26-13287 metallic body shattered to fragments as a horrible screech escaped its mouth, but it died down quickly as the black substance flew away. Just by having contact with the air, the black substance disintegrated to nothing quickly, making what was left of PESS 26-13287 vanish slowly altogether with it. Whitebeard watched as PESS 26-13287 disappeared into nothing before he released a breath. It's over. To confirm his thoughts, the chat window appeared without any warning. Task complete. Congratulations to all members for finish all tasks. All members could return to their worlds at any moment or they'll be transported forcibly after 3 days. Please check the mission window for the rewards or they'll be issued automatically at the time of return. Such messages were received by all members in the Konosuba world at the same time, announcing the end of the mission in this place. It's over, hooray, I guess, Kaguya shrugged before looking through the chat room. At last, I'm free. Kazuma almost shed tears of joy before he cheered higher than those gamblers who lost their money in the city. Ah, it's over. Suddenly, a voice came from behind almost gave Kazuma a heart attack before he saw Vanir with his hands covering his nose and mouth watching PESS 26-13287 last moments. Well, it was an interesting experience, to say the least. With those words, Vanir nodded before he walked away. You're leaving just like that? Oh. That was missing me already. Don't worry, the great Vanir won't miss you at all. Also, I have important things to do. Vanir waved his hand like telling Kazuma to stay away before he said, I remembered I'm doing a mission for the Demon Lord guy, but I died 2 times in it. It's settled. I'll go and get my compensation for damage, and if he refused, I'll just visit his castle treasury because Vanir, is too considered and understanding follow. After giving it a thought, Vanir nodded to himself before saying goodbye. The somehow interesting now. I hope to see you again, maybe in hell after you die horribly. Mwahaha. Vanir laughed and waved as he left the place at a fast pace while the trio watched him with blank faces. Whitebeard walked away from the crater as his expression made Kazuma flinch. He was 100% angry because it was an easy fight after what happened the last time. Are we returning to our worlds now? Whitebeard looked at the chat room notification as he noticed something. He didn't get points for killing PESS 26-13287 last avatar. Is this considered free labor? Not yet. Not yet. Kaguya shook her head before Kazuma exclaimed, which got him a dreadful look from her. Are you kicking us out as fast as you could? Maybe we should stay these next 3 days. Please, stay as much as you like, Kazuma said with a straight face as Kaguya looked at him silently. I'm going to try this city's hot springs and relax. You should also try them, Whitebeard. After it, let's discuss some things before leaving. Whitebeard nodded at Kaguya. After this mission, he needs some time to relax as well, then he can go and visit his kids. He already missed them a lot. Oh, yeah, I'll go get that traitor. We can't leave her out from this, right? Kaguya said with a bright smile hiding some dangerous thoughts. Big Sister Lion has returned to her world. Kaguya stared at the chat window with some eyes that'll give kids nightmares. Ahem. Kazuma cleared his thoughts before he showed the main chat window. Big Sister Lion, I just remembered that I didn't explore my world enough, I'll go to see it first, smiley face. In such atmosphere and Kaguya, who almost turned into a smiling demon, the group returned to the city and reunited with Misaka and the company. Whitebeard accepted the cheers and several scams attempts to join the Axis Order, but he didn't say anything. Misaka already knows about Leon's message, so she didn't say much, which left Darkness and Megumin in confusion about the state of the group. Aqua returned at last with tears streaming from her eyes about how her believers didn't believe in her goddess status. How ironic, Kazuma found it very funny, but he didn't know how much money Aqua lost in gambling today, or else he would be crying like her. Unaware of the dark future ahead, the group finally got a chance to relax at the hot springs. It was a very pleasant experience, and Alkenrisha's blessed hot springs are truly different than normal ones. When Kazuma learned that Aqua is the one who blessed these hot springs, he was surprised. This goddess actually did 2 good things in this short period. But Kagaya said something to Aqua to make her go to the hot springs after they finish. It was about getting her goddess status again. Aqua agreed immediately, but Kazuma had a very bad feeling from this. Sadly, he seemed to forget that a certain goddess can purify any liquid with one touch. This is a story for another day. After knowing the group is about to leave for another adventure, Megumin and Darkness were sad, but they quickly cheered up. After all, they can meet again or visit them when they feel like it, although such response will be much different if Megumin and Darkness knew they are leaving to other worlds. Kazuma decided it's for the best to not say anything. Too many problems and too many explanations. Just thinking about it makes Kazuma's head hurts. Then after the hot springs, a very important subject arises. Very, very important that all of them had to be present. It's the rewards. Let the RNG gods be with us. Kazuma clapped his hands before he clicked on the mission window to receive the rewards. This is no gotcha, you idiot. Despite saying so, Kagaya also put her hands together and prayed. Gwahahaha, Whitebeard laughed before he clicked the mission window without anything. The rewards didn't matter much to him, but they are welcomed. Aren't you too excited about it? Misaka rolled her eyes before she clicked the window. Without any delay, the rewards were issued as the group looked intently. What is this? Kazuma blinked his eyes before he read the rewards again. Reward 1. Reroll chance, try it, no balls, smiley face. Reward 2. Adventurer card foreign common sense integration. By some chance and if compatible, the adventure card could integrate a foreign common sense into the skill system. Note, all the modification has already been effective on your adventurer card the moment you received the rewards. Yup, it didn't change. Kazuma's eyebrow twitched at these rewards. Where are the points? Huh? What I'm supposed to do with this? Misaka looked at her adventure card in confusion. Reward 1. Adventurer card Otherworlds integration. Integrating the adventure card into the chat room. This allows all the skills listed on the card to be used without any problem in any world, including the leveling system. Reward 2. Adventurer card prototype sealing protocol. Seal the adventurer card inside the chat room and hide it from everything. By doing this, all the skills on the adventurer card are unavailable, but no one under the world can sense it. The first reward sounded nice, but the second one made Misaka frown. What is she supposed to do with this? Hide the adventure card? But from what? Can't she hide it and use the abilities? This is annoying. I didn't even get points from it. Misaka pouted at this reward. Whitebeard stroked his chin while reading his rewards. The first one is like what Misaka received in the first reward and the second one is adventurer card foreign common sense integration that Kazuma received. This is unexpected. Kagaya looked at her rewards a bit perplexed. Reward 1, 200,000 points. Reward 2, adventurer card Otherworlds integration. The rewards were a considerable number of points and the same first reward as Whitebeard and Misaka. However, Kagaya was a bit interested in this pattern she's seeing. Hey, at least you got something useful. Kazuma clicked his tongue as he felt the RNG gods betrayed him. No, it was this world's will. What are you saying, Kazuma-san? You and Whitebeard got the most valuable rewards. Kagaya smiled her bright, yet dreadful smile, which made Kazuma flinch before he said, huh? Oh. You still didn't realize it. Foreign common sense is just a fancy word for other world's power system. Kagaya shook her head at everyone's stupidity. This princess is indeed wise. A chance to acquire other world powers as skills and level them up using points. This is indeed a valuable reward. Whitebeard tasted how easy it is to get power and mysterious skills using this world adventurer cards. The skills and abilities that would take normally months and years of hard work could be learned with a click after killing a bunch of monsters. Ah, I see, but isn't this pointless without the first reward you guys got? I mean, it's nice to level dash. Wait, didn't I already do that? I remember leveling up a bunch in Leon's world. Kazuma scratched his head before he noticed everyone's eyes on him and said, what? You leveled up there? Doesn't this mean your adventurer card is already included in the chat room? Misaka felt weird at such development. Is this supposed to be some sort of secret? Kazuma widened his eyes before he opened his chat and said, I remember you guys didn't have the option to buy skill points from the chat room, even if you got those power compatibility cards. Could you check now? The group nodded at Kazuma's request and checked. They indeed all have the option to buy skills points from the chat room now. Oh, it's here. 1,000 points for one skill point. Isn't this expensive? Misaka frowned at the prices. This chat room is expensive as always. 1,000. But mine is 100 points, Kazuma said with puzzlement before he saw the group looking at him again. Is this scam? Why there's 10 times the difference between us and him? Misaka felt extremely irritated, especially after she saw Kazuma's expression transform from confusion to an annoying smile. What can I say, the world prefers its natives, I guess. Despite saying it normally, Kazuma couldn't hide the smile and arrogance. This was a rare chance to annoy these overpowered folks. He just couldn't miss it. Is this something to be proud of? Sigh, I guess, it's better than my rewards. What I'm going to do with this? Misaka said in a bit of distress before Kaguya floated near her and asked, what did you get? Oh, it's this. Misaka showed Kaguya her second reward, which made the latter think for a moment. Hey, Mikoto-chan, do you trust me? I guess, yeah. Even if you're usually heartless and like to throw disaster at us while you enjoy life in peace, Misaka said innocently as Kaguya covered her mouth with the sleeve, but it couldn't hide her twitching eyebrow. Next time, leave the details out of it. Anyhow, if you trust me, use that second reward now and never deactivate it in your world. No matter what the case, never use the adventurer card. Kaguya's face was very serious with no hint of her casual acts, which made Misaka swallow. Even if you're going to die, Kaguya didn't say this part out loud because she felt Misaka might misunderstand something and she'll have to explain some ridiculous stuff. But she didn't have any other choice. In addition to the Academy City chairman, Aleister Crowley, spying like a stalker on the whole city 24/7 non-stop, there's a bigger threat called magic gods. Misaka might not know this, but those guys are so damn bored with the world. They who reached the farthest reaches but found nothing new left wish to spread their wings and find new unknown possibilities, even if it's not possible at all. Now, imagine if Misaka brought the adventurer card, an unknown knowledge and possibilities from another world, and the magic gods found her somehow. Kaguya can only think of a new war that will happen between magic gods for one of the cheapest products in Konosuba. That would truly be a bruh moment for sure. Kaguya could only imagine Leo reading this result and going bruh with a blank face. Okay, I understand. Misaka thought about it for a while before she became determined. Although she doesn't understand the reason, the lazy Kaguya won't be serious about something trivial, so she trusts her. Kaguya nodded and smiled for such trust, even if she felt the reason behind it might not be as appealing as she thinks. And Mikoto-chan, everything would be alright, okay? Don't forget, your railgun, after all. That's just natural. I won't get defeated easily. Misaka was shocked by Kaguya's words before she smiled brightly. Even if she still has lingering fears from the past accident, it'll not stop her. She'll manage somehow, or she'll not be a LVL5. I guess this settles it. It's time to finish this and return. I miss my sons. Whitebeard stretched his body and said with a wide grin. Oh, it's time already. I already finished all the games I brought here, so I have been craving for a new one. Kaguya thought about it and nodded. This quickly. I also miss Kuriko, even if she's a bit weird. I wanted to say goodbye to Leon too, but she left alone. Misaka's face darkened as she said the true reason why she got mad at Leon. It was such a pure reason that made Kaguya and Kazuma, who just wanted Leon to suffer with them, feel a slight of guilt. So, you guys are really leaving now? Kazuma scratched his cheek as he felt a bit awkward at this moment. How long has he been together with these overpowered guys? A month. Although he had to deal with their problems every day, it felt weird for them to leave now. There's nothing more to do here and we have our worlds to go back to. Whitebeard gave his reason normally without beating around the bush. I should go back soon to adjust. I even forgot my school schedule. Misaka held her head in sorrow. She can't even remember if she had homework or not. I have things to do and aren't you happy to finally see us leave? Kaguya gave Kazuma a stare before she chuckled. Ah, I see. Thank you. Kazuma stuttered for a bit before he bowed and thanked all trio in front of him, which surprised them a bit. Although we spend a month and more here together, there wasn't a single day since you, the insufferable overpowered bunch, didn't give me trouble. I kept asking myself, can't you calm down for a minute and stay in peace? Kazuma didn't care about the shift in everyone's expression before he continued. However, for some reason, I couldn't imagine it any other way. It was really fun. Thank you all for helping me, really. And old man, no, Whitebeard. I need some time to think after all that happened. I just can't stop thinking about it even now, but I promise I'll find my answer. Kazuma looked at Whitebeard seriously. Guhahaha. Very well, I'll wait for your decision. I hope next time we meet you'll face me the choice that you truly desire. Whitebeard grinned and laughed before he gave Kazuma a tap on the back, which almost made him fell. Don't you know how properly say thank you? Misaka rolled her eyes, but she still accepted Kazuma's thanks. I guess, this is all. So, for the success of this hell-like mission, hooray! Hooray! Oh! In such an atmosphere, the group celebrated their success in the mission. It was a very happy and rare moment for them all. Kazuma's party joined this celebration as it got very noisy at the inn. After finishing, the group returned to Axel via Kaguya's teleportation magic before they said their finals goodbye. It was an awkward moment for Kazuma, but also a bit sad. However, it wasn't a big deal as they can always reach each other using the chat room. On such night, the members clicked on return bottom before a white light flashed and Whitebeard, Kagaya, and Misaka left this world as Kazuma watched. Once again, he's the only one left in this world, well, at least from the chat room. It felt a bit lonely, to be honest, but Kazuma just shrugged before he heard Megumin and Darkness complain about how they didn't get the chance to say goodbye. He could only smile and go to sleep. This mission was indeed a wild one. Kazuma thought as he prayed with all his strength to never get into a mission like this ever again. His poor heart won't handle it. The night passed quickly and peacefully as the sunlight broke the darkness and announced the start of a new day. Kazuma woke up very refreshed after a good night of sleep, ready for a new dawn, a new start in his life. Ah, how peaceful. No earthquakes, no flying frogs out of my window, no lightning bolts, and no railguns breaking the windows. Is the world truly this peaceful? With a bright smile, Kazuma walked in happiness on such a nice morning, completely ignoring the screams of Aqua behind him. "Kei Kazuma-san, please, think about it, you can't do this to me. I'm a goddess, a goddess." Tears were streaming from Aqua's face as she screamed from behind the bars. Aqua was inside a metal cage dragged by a carriage as Megumin and Darkness kept an eye on her. Peace is sure nice. Kazuma laughed happily, which made Aqua more desperate and Megumin slightly creeped out. They were going on a quest to purify a poisonous lake and Aqua is the best person for this job. They only choose this because of the massive debts they have on their heads. Because of that, by purifying, they mean tossing Aqua in the lake and see magic do wonders. Ah, nothing can ruin this wonderful moment for me. Kazuma was so blissful at the moment before he heard an annoying voice. "Hey Aqua-sama. What are you doing to her?" Kazuma's party looked to the side to see a young man dressed in knight armor and holding a big sword running towards them. Kazuma didn't know why, but he felt pissed just by looking at this guy's face. His face darkened as a dangerous aura began to leak. Maybe he learned something from Kagaya, in the end. "How dare you put Aqua-sama in a cage and drag her across the city, don't you have shame?" The young knight waved his hand in front of Kazuma. Kazuma almost gave him a headshot before he contained his anger and said, "Ha. And what's your problem? She caused us problems so we are using her to fix them, pay debts. Why, you were wicked, after all. Let go of Aqua-sama at the moment or prepare to face my wrath." The young knight seemed to understand Kazuma's words wrongly before he took his sword and pointed it forward. "Wait, is this guy trying to ruin my peaceful day?" Kazuma's face darkened completely before a chuckle escaped his lips. I see, I see." Kazuma reached behind him with a smile that made the young knight uneasy. In this mission, Kazuma faced a lot of problems. It was by no means easy and it left him with much more problems and questions. Reaching to his back, Kazuma pulled the godly sword as faint WRRYYY were heard. He clearly knows that what happened in the mission is just the surface. Something much bigger than him was happening in the background. What did this worlds will do or what were the consequences of such acts? These are completely beyond him. But Kazuma pulled the sword slowly from its sheath as the dangerous atmosphere made the young knight take a step back. "It seems you still didn't realize it, but who you are facing now." As he pulled the sword completely, Kazuma and sword yelled at the same time, "It's me, Dio." Even if he still has questions and is confused about the future. Kazuma smiled wickedly as the young knight confirmed that he's facing a bad guy. So, in this cursed wonderful world, for someone like this to come and ruin his peaceful and relaxing day is just unacceptable. With such a thought, Kazuma started a duel with this shonen tropes guy who wanted to ruin his peaceful day while Megumin cheered from behind. This marked the start of new shenanigans in this wonderfully blessed, yet still cursed world. Konosuba Arc END. 12K plus words chapter, dash. Pain. Chapter 162, We Are. The saying goes as follows, the higher things rise, the harder they fall. The proverb can go along several matters in this life. Yet, even if the cause was intentional and maybe out of pure goodwill, it will never change or reduce the outcome. Dad. Oh, Cass, did you come to watch me work? HM. Do you want to show me something? A man put down his paint-stained brush as his attention focused on his side. With several brushes and color palettes near him, the man wore casual clothes under a white long coat to not stain his clothes. Although he appears to be in his 30s, the marks of age didn't leave much on him. He smiled cheerfully at the sight of a small boy whose age is around 7 or 8 years old. With his hands behind his back, the boy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The man could easily see it as a drawing of something, but seeing his son's state, he couldn't help but tease him, "If you have nothing, I'll continue my work. You can show me later if I'm free, but I don't know when I'll be free again." The man showed a troubled expression as the boy raised his head in surprise. As perplexion and anxiousness took over his face, the boy quickly acted and showed the drawing to his father. "Let's see here." Revealing a smile to the success of his little mischief, the man looked at his son's drawing and said, "Oh, did you draw this, Cashin?" Despite being nervous about his work getting evaluated for the first time by his father, the boy still blared, "Why yes. Would you look at that, we have a little artist at home now." The man's words were like a bright light that shone the boy's expression of nervousness and embarrassment into a mixture of excitement and happiness. It seemed like the boy named Cashin cared a lot about the acknowledgement of his father. "But when did you draw it?" "After Dad gave me some tips on the homework," the boy answered quickly as the man smiled and said, "Ah, it was that. How did it go?" The man couldn't help but smile too at the sight of the boy who was eager to share his experience with him. Although the drawing wasn't anything good in particular, for children drawing, it was already good. He can even see he tried a lot, and as a father, who doesn't want to compliment and encourage his son's efforts? You know what? Come here, Cass." The man seemed to make up his mind as he stood up from the wooden chair. "How about you help me paint something?" Under the confused stares of the boy, he took off the original painting and put a blank sheet of paper in its place and, "What do you say? It'll be fun." The man didn't need to say more before the boy hurried and agreed. His happy and eager eyes made his father smile too, especially if his son is showing all this interest in his field of work. He finished the preparation and adjustment quickly before he put Cashin on his lap and said, "What would you like to paint?" Even when given the choice, the boy didn't know what to choose as his father smiled wryly and said, "How about we go with a simple nature scene? Here, pick the brush and choose." With his hand on his son's hand, the man guided him through the painting a bit by bit as the sun shone from an open large window. Near them, a desk was pushed near the wall, carrying several brushes of different sizes and palettes. A lot of papers with various sketches could be seen on it. In addition to the sketches, several paintings filled the room. They stood on display either on the walls or on three easels in addition to the one in front of the father and son pair. The room was without a doubt an art studio, which showed the man is very invested in the painting aspect. But the more they paint, the more the man felt a bit weird before he couldn't help and say, "Cashin, where did you learn this?" Despite him helping, the man didn't put much force into the brush as he left the lead to his son, but looking at the result, he saw the painting reflecting his style a lot. "I watched Dad painting. But Dad was too busy, so I didn't bother you," Cashin said quickly before he focused on painting again, but there was a frown on his face before his father's hand became slow. "Whoa, are you stalking me?" Looking at the simple painting that reflected his style even if it had many errors, the man blurted out unconsciously with his free hand on his chin. "Stalking." Looking at his son's puzzled and innocent look, the man swallowed his words and became aware he stated something wrong. So, he cleared his throat and said, "We'll talk about that later." "Okay. It's a promise." The boy answered without any doubt, but his father covered his face and squeezed these words, "Why yeah, it's a promise." The man could only hope his son would forget about this later, but for now, he focused on helping him paint. After several strokes, the trees and hills became more and more refined as the man said, "This isn't half bad. You might have some real talent in this." "Really?" Yes, our Cashin is a genius. How about you take over your old man's work?" "But I know your mother wouldn't accept it," which I do agree by the way. "This field is just hard." Aware of his son's confusion, the man shook his head, not expecting a little kid to understand what he's talking about now, but he still said, "However, no one said it is wrong to take it as a hobby, am I right?" "Yeah." The boy agreed without understanding much. With the affirmation of his father, the boy became much more excited as he poured it into painting. "If only Connor would also join us here," the man said with a troubled tone as the boy answered him. "Brother said you kept insisting on him, so he doesn't want to. Also, the paint is annoying to clean from his hands." The man had nothing to say about his enthusiasm to share his work and hobby with his only two sons. But looking at the eagerness of his son, his expression returned to a smile, and said, "Cass, if you had your promise, how about you promise me something?" "What?" Cashin seemed to get impatient after being interrupted from painting several times. "You know, painting and art is a way to express yourself. You don't need words or complicated thoughts, just pour what you feel with these colors. So, how about you promise me to find something you truly want to paint? Then show it to me. Isn't it a great idea?" "Okay," the boy pondered for a moment before agreeing as the man smiled and said, "Then it's settled. I look forward to your vision. After all, our Cashin is very talented. Maybe this will keep him busy and forget about other stuff." The man hoped in silence. With those words, the father and son duo continued painting in a harmonious atmosphere. The scene was too relaxed and joyful as if time would stop. However, as if the colors were drained from the world, the scene lost all its lusters. The picture of the father and son, alongside the art studio, became blurry and hazy. As if a faint, yet hoarse voice sounded from nowhere before everything melted like snow in the heat. The location changed into a place lacking any form of light. The unchanging dark nothingness is the only theme and one person is the only thing that existed in the scene. Leo looked at a dark void filling his vision in silence as the back of his right hand covered his face. His body seemed to be surrounded by some sort of thick mucky substance making each move much difficult. Even so, the dark emptiness didn't seem to be a bother to him at all. In such form, Leo stayed still for a few moments before he whispered, "The ritual alongside the ceremony have failed and backfired." Removing his hand, Leo began to inspect his condition. The ultimate result is that the ritual has failed and he suffered a backlash from it. Unfortunately, he doesn't recall much from it. The backlash was strong, but these signs. Looking at his current body, Leo muttered, "Spiritual poisoning. I have been spiritually poisoned." Whoa. Despite his half-assed reaction, Leo is slightly surprised that he got spiritually poisoned. Spiritual poisoning is a widely known concept in most occult and general mystic phenomena. For the best example would be the madness that the eldritch gods inflict on anyone who comes in contact with them. In most practices, magic requires studies and exploration of the unknown. Be it exploring dreams, spiritual planes, hidden realms, or higher phases, each of those places share the fact that they hold knowledge beyond human mind comprehension. Forcibly digesting such a pure form of knowledge without any preparation and protection would lead the mind to deteriorate and ultimately be destroyed by the poison, which is the knowledge itself. Leo's case wasn't much different. Although the starting point and destination didn't process anything of that quality, the path which he took via the chat room was the cause. But what caused the toxins to vanish? These things are a pain to deal with usually. So, it's either they were too kind and left me alone or a third party have been involved. Leo found nothing except a few signs after checking his spirit several times. Whatever Leo has seen and brought from the path when he came back, it was just too strong and caused his spirit to be poisoned. But now, it's mostly fine. This needs further studies to be determined. No wonder the backlash was too severe and pushed my conscience to this degree, even making me dream again, aware of the cause and effect. Leo shrugged as if it didn't matter. The reason that he doesn't dream is that his spirit is always awake. Unlike human beings who require the cooperation of the physical body and rest, his spirit can recover much faster on its own, especially because his exodance doesn't truly require a physical body. Therefore, in situations where quick recovery is needed, he can just switch it off and enter a slumber, which can be removed at any moment. Such are the qualities of the perfect tools of God. But because of the spiritual poisoning, the spirit has been unable to recover and entered its lowest possible state, allowing such irregularity to happen. It's much more vivid than I recall. Unaware of the fact he's talking to himself much longer than usual, Leo whispered while trying to find something. Those dreams, it'd been a while if he may say so. Back then, they frequently appeared when he recovered his memories, or awakened in a sense, in this world. His unawakened self had an amusing reaction to those memories when it was unaware. By the way, this place is truly dark. Perfect for some dark humor, am I right? Shrugging like throwing all the thoughts behind his back, Leo did a spin around to see the boundless void. His body, which was the only faint illumination in this dark space, was slightly distorted and lost its shape here and there. It's still weak after handling the toxins. I'm talking to myself again. Not good. Dark humor need other people to question their moral and conscience. It seems as if everything that happened isn't important anymore. The process was so natural it would have left anyone watching perplexed. Well, now that my spirit is awake from the lowest state, my body wouldn't be in bad shape, no. I can still feel the Annihilation Maker, so my body should start at any moment. Focusing on the faint feeling of his Longinus, the dark space began to retreat as dizziness stroked Leo's head. However, it didn't matter as his senses continued to levitate before something clicked in his mind. Ugh. Out of the ethereal spirit state, several senses belonging to the physical body came rushing. The hot sun, the mild breeze, the coldness of the floor, and most importantly, the head-splitting headache. It felt like someone cracked his skull open and jammed a stun gun inside. In short, it was irritating and painful. In addition to the annoying soul injury, this must be the worst morning ever. After adjusting to the terrible state of his body, Leo found it much harder to move here. It's like all strength left him. A much worse state than the weakened spiritual form. It took him a moment, but he eventually opened his eyes despite everything only to see a rather interesting scene. He found himself resting on a wall of the temple as the withering sun shone brightly on his body from the clear sky. The cold wind left a whistling sound through the temple's walls and pillars while the clouds crossed around it like a soft pillow. The previously specially made temple to host the ritual and ceremony, filled with runes and magic circles crafted and engraved by hand, was nowhere to be seen. Traces of burns and cracks crossed the entirety of the temple. One of the 5 pillars was completely missing as the rest 4 were damaged beyond recognition. As if it got bombarded, flames and electric sparks still flash here and there, showing how severe the damage is. The runes were crossed at some points and burned as weird marks were inscribed over them using some sort of sharp tool. Although he didn't design it to be luxurious, Leo still frowned at the state of the temple. Just, how severe was this backlash? Leo could see the inner spells and rituals like the levitation is still working by looking at the clouds. The direction of the sun and moon, alongside the angle of the stars, and followed by the low pressure, made him assume the temple is at least 3 kilometers above the ground. Asterisk crackling sound. Asterisk. Do it. While figuring his location using astrology, Leo heard a snapping sound. On his lap, a black-yellow small creature with large blue horns flickering with electric spark faced him. This is the mini form of the Bull of Heaven, Gugalana, and unlike what Leo remembers, its horns are larger now as the zapping blue electricity jumped between them. Don't you dare, you damn piece of good-for-nothing divine beef. I don't care if your body is just a golden skeleton. If you dare to touch my lord, I'll cook you and eat your bone marrow. From underneath, the corners of Leo's robe turned into several limbs and acted violently against Gugalana. Venom is very angry for some reason, but he was cut off by a flash from the necklace on Leo's neck. Then, how long are we supposed to wait? You know it has to be done. Charge. Hisses. From the green orb, Drake's calm voice sounded as he gave the order to Gugalana without hesitation. Because of Venom's reaction and his cold voice, one might think that charge sounded like execute him. Gugalana didn't seem to care about Drake's words as its eyes were fixed on Leo. They were filled with the determination to give him a shocking hug mixed with heaven's lightning. Ah! Meanwhile, Leo stared at them down without blinking while the three were too busy with their small civil war to remark. So, could he count this as a morning greeting? Chapter 163, No. High above the ground, the sky was so blue and clear, devoid of any traces of clouds. No obstacle in sight allowed the scorching sunlight to shine without restraint as the cold wind blew and pushed the clouds underneath. At such a height, no one could expect to find anything except clouds and the sudden migrating birds, but an absurd phenomenon broke this logic. A temple. A huge temple floated in the air without any logical or physical support. It consisted of a giant rock at the bottom to support the upper section, which contained the temple entrance and several high pillars, although they were all in a devastating state. However, its size alone still split the passing clouds, making a path in such a ridiculous scene. Yes, ridiculous. From the point of view of current technology and science, it's absolutely impossible to raise such loose construction to this height, much less keep it balanced and stable. No matter how much nonsense to begin with, the structure would have collapsed at the very start at least. Yet, it was precisely such existence that broke and ignored the common sense called science that allowed such a scene. Dragons are really amazing and wonderful creatures. Ah, of course. As the blazing sunlight fell on the temple, a figure glared slightly at the brilliant orb in the sky as his eyes were flinching. A voice filled with uncertainty was heard from the necklace he was wearing. Despite seeing Leo's eyes narrow and his lips cracked a smile, the uneasy feeling didn't leave Drake's heart. Instead, it got worse. There have been signs of them in almost every story, folklore, religion, and they were even counted as gods in certain places. But to be honest, in addition to all these myths and legends, do you know what dragons are mostly and truly famous for, Drake? Leo hugged with one hand and patted with the other the small Gugalana's head as he said with the same tone. What? Getting slain. As if time stopped, the rhythm of the green orb's gleam cracked for an instant before resuming normally. What is the meaning of this? Good morning greetings. But contrary to his expectations, the only thing that happened is Leo waving his hand as a greeting. The necklace went dim for a moment before it flashed again. You. What do you take morning greetings for? Death threats. The Red Dragon Emperor feared nothing, not even death, or else he wouldn't just fight Albion even if the three factions were planning something. But after spending these days with his new host and partner, he, who the fear never entered his heart, discovered something truly fearsome. His partner's bad personality. It's not intimidating or doing sick immorally things. No, just, the best way to describe it is as something that will drive Drake to pull his hair, scales, out of frustration. Such is the reason why Drake found himself becoming extra wary each time the annoying grin flashed on his partner's lips. Even if the target wasn't him. Then, what do you take this for? After patting the relaxed Gugalana, Leo's face finally cracked as empty eyes stared at Drake through the Longinus. What did you expect? Wait longer. You were in a coma for a week. We were worried and had to try everything, especially because waiting is boring. Ask your assistant, isn't that right? Drake turned to Venom, but the latter didn't even greet him. Grr. Growls akin to a beast resounded from within Leo's robes. Venom, who is usually calm all the time, didn't even want to talk to Drake, which showed how irritated he was. After a while, you still showed no reaction. So, getting you zapped by that bull sounded like a good idea. It actually worked perfectly if you think about it. Even though the talk seemed to be pointing at it, Gugalana ignored Drake's words as usual. Raising the cross part of the necklace from his chest, Leo stared at the green orb before he said, "You're lucky I can't remove this necklace, humph. You're lucky I didn't toss your body off this temple, humph." With a short confrontation, both of them turned their heads away. But Leo blinked his eyes before he looked at Drake. That actually sounds a bit interesting, you should have done that. I wonder where my body will end though. Maybe I'll crack my skull through the roof of an apartment or on the hard asphalt street. It'll be a mess nonetheless. Why am I even trying? Drake just remembered who he was talking to. A loose screws bad personality guy who's barely hanging on to the last screw of sanity. Death threats sounded more of a challenge than intimidations to him. The Red Dragon Emperor shook his head while looking at his partner, thinking deeply. This guy. He isn't planning to do it, right? As the headache returned, Drake felt the feeling of wanting to pull his scales out of frustration. Nothing good comes from that damn grin. However, as if something clicked in his mind, Drake became silent as an unconscious figure flashed in his memories. An injured figure with no flesh and blood, but broken as if its fragmented body was made of glass while black smoke-like shadows rolled upon it. It took him a few moments before he said, "Hey, after what happened, are you okay?" Oh my. What a brilliant question, my dear partner, Drake. For how long I waited for such a magnificent and wise question to say I'm fantastic. In fact, my current state is so amazing and wonderful, no less than getting abused. A bright smile bloomed on Leo's face as he proceeds to talk with high enthusiasm, making Drake take a deep breath and say, that might have been a bit dumb to ask. No, it was so intelligent and showed me new unknown possibilities. Drake covered his face to ease the imaginary headache while Leo had enough. To be honest, he wasn't really being sarcastic. His current state is indeed amazing, amazingly bad. His AIM field, the ethereal domain that supports his personal reality effect on normal reality, is barely diffusing from his body. It's faint and distorted, hardly under control. This means his Esper's ability is out of service for now, which isn't surprising considering his mental and spiritual condition. More importantly, his second strongest force, Telesma, Heaven's energy, is completely dry. Leo can barely sense a trace of this higher dimensional energy in his body. It must have been consumed in the past ritual, but this isn't the real problem. His core, which is supposed to convert vast amounts of mana into Telesma after a hard process, is showing no signs of action. This means it must have been overused beyond normal limits. Leo could only wonder how bad this ritual was to even force his core to work overtime and go on a strike now. Something else worth noting is that Annihilation Maker seemed to have taken a hit alongside his body. The damage from the ritual was so strong it pierced through his body and even reached the Longinus. Even 6 has unmaterialized because of the lack of energy and it's resting in Leo's core. No wonder he was slapped into a coma, and according to Drake, it has been a whole week. I have overstepped my limits quite a bit this time. A bit. I'm sorry, but I must say you're underestimating the situation, my lord. Shaking his head, Leo ignored the remarks from Venom and Drake as his thoughts raced about this ordeal. The AIM field isn't a big problem. He only needs rest to mend his spirit and mind from the spiritual poisoning, and he'll return to LVL5 in no time. 6, as most phantasms and shadows of the past, requires enough energy and it'll materialize again. Annihilation Maker's condition won't pose a difficulty either. Although his body seemed to have withstand damage far exceeding its limits, the effect on the Longinus was only on the surface. Just channeling enough mana for some time would allow it to return to peak form. After becoming a spiritual item alongside the boosted gear, Annihilation Maker durability was nothing to scoff at. However, Telesma is hopeless for now. There's nothing to do about it. With the absence of the heaven and hell phase from Tora World, the core was the only source of heaven's energy, even if the process was slow and painful. I wouldn't be able to use Telesma unless the core stabilizes or I go to Tora World. I'll wait for the core. The choice was obvious and required no second thought. Even though it's a shame that his big guns like Angelification and the spell of the Book of the Law will not work without Telesma. Now, the only way to get Telesma would be to burn the core and turn into a bomb that'll explode this planet to dust. Venom, give me a report. Finishing his damage inspection, Leo turned to Venom, who was ready before he asked. Yes, my lord. Firstly, I have already updated the previously made clone to substitute your place until you recover. There shouldn't be any problem at all. You can check all the details after recovering the clone. Before starting the ritual, Leo left a clone in his place in case anything might rise. It has proven to be very efficient and useful to get the job done. Secondly, the upper section of the temple has taken considerable damage, especially the parts related to the ritual are beyond recovery. However, most of the inner spells and rituals are still functioning, including safety and backup protocols in case of failure such as these. I'm not saying my lord failed, but the situation must be just a setback not worth mentioning and dash. Focus, Venom. Rubbing his temples, Leo stopped Venom and reminded him of the current subject. My deepest apologies. After taking the hit, the safety protocol of the temple must have activated the detachment and teleportation rituals, which should have taken the temple to the second secure location in the dimensional gap, but the target changed because of the damage. The new location is 3,621 meters above sea level. The temple boundary fields including barriers and stealth rituals took action in haste, rendering us invisible from the rest of the world. Drake listened to this report as his eyes blinked. When did all of this take place? I have been here all the time, but I didn't know this temple could do this. What about the previous ritual site? Air. I don't know. When I woke up, I was already in the temple. Sorry for my incompetence. Don't worry about it. Leo found himself never getting used to Venom's dedication, but the green orb on his necklace quickly shone. Nothing is left. The place you prepared and 3 or 2 mountains near it are now one big crater as if a meteor hit it. Listening to Drake, Leo realized that he might have changed the map of Africa. Should he rejoice now? I worked a lot on that site. Well, I'm sure the governments and related figures are having fun now, especially the scientists. I bet they are having a blast brainstorming ideas. Leo felt it's a pity he couldn't see such a scene because his clairvoyance isn't functioning. What about the other side? Them. Their reaction is predictable and boring. I would rather watch human scientists come up with every sort of nonsense to explain what happened. Drake mentioned the supernatural side of the world, but Leo didn't show any interest. Well, what happened has happened. Now, let me fix this body a bit. Throwing the subject behind his back, Leo closed his eyes and focused on his chest. There laid his heart and lungs, which aren't currently working. Yes, unlike most living creatures on this planet, Leo's heart and lungs are motionless. He actually forgot to turn them on after he reduced his body activities, but it didn't matter because his body's vitality generates a massive amount of mana alongside the natural ki in the air. But if he includes the heart and lungs. Boom. With the first breath, the ki in the air flared up as if gasoline was exposed to flames. The cold wind suddenly moved without warning, turning into a violent whirlwind on top of the temple. Leo's chest rose and lowered and the beating of his heart was loud as a drum. The heart and lungs were acting as a colossal furnace, turning and refining the boundless vitality into an almost infinite amount of mana. His current frail body was shining with azure color because of the excessive mana, burning and shining brighter than flames as the temperature rose sharply. The magical energy alone was unconsciously generating high degrees of heat and shaking the atmosphere, showing the might of a true dragon and the beast of apocalypse. Even among high-ranking phantasm species, he stands at the apex. However, a change took place. The azure color of mana circling around Leo darkened and was soon overtaken by an inky black hue. It was thick and sticky as if the shadows rose from the ground and replaced the mana. Such murky mana soon resembled black mud as it moved freely around. If someone was near here, they'd instinctively feel the boundless curses materializing. As if the mana was made up of curses, the ominous energy dripping with malice overshadowed the area, making one wonder if it'll swallow the temple's wall in the next second. Gugalana, who was relaxed in Leo's embrace, frowned at the change as its small nose sneezed. However, its dissatisfaction didn't last as a hand landed on his head and stroked it. As Leo opened his eyes, the ocean of malice resembling a monster devouring everything vanished like a dream bubble. The mana recovered its azure color and disappeared into his body. Leo stood up from the cold ground observing the state of his body. Not much has changed, but movement is not a problem now. After all, this is the limit of mana on him even if it's near infinite. It boils down to certain qualities that can't be solved by pure quantity, or else all those figures with infinite mana would have already conquered the multiverse. Having a large amount of ether sounds much better for these jobs to be honest. Nonetheless, these facts and logic might change in another world, but these are the power systems Leo is currently mastering. In spite of everything, the term mana keeps changing from one place to another. Oh. Aren't you too relaxed? Looking at the small bowl of heaven in his arms, Leo wondered if it's just too lazy to care about anything. Sounds much like him. However, he didn't know that Gugalana already put him as a higher divine figure above Ishtar just for his petting and scratching skills. This is a skill grinded by years of experience by Leo and his love for small animals and pets. Let's check the damage of the other side. Out of habit, Leo's thoughts acted as he summoned the chat room interface. However, he was greeted with his worst nightmare. As if the horrors of the past materialized from deepest of his memory, it appeared as Leo's face almost became like Pikachu's surprised face. Loading 98%. The small loading bar, it's back. The war flashbacks of the failed downloads at 90% and more filled Leo's mind before he shook his head. Did I break it? Good lord, this system wasn't even good to begin with and now it's broken. Leo clicked on the loading bar causing it to flash with each touch, but no other change besides that. What is he supposed to do now? Wait for the cursed loading bar again. He recalled it takes almost 3 to 4 days for 1% to fill in. This is just the worst. What happened on the other side? Did they succeed? Did the spell explode at their side too? Or maybe Kazuma's head blew up? And more importantly, was he the one that broke this chat room or something else? So many questions and no answers. Leo sighed as waiting is the only thing he can do. While carrying the lazy bull of heaven, Leo looked at the temple's sorry state, wondering how long it'll take to clean up this mess before his eyes landed on certain symbols. This is. Hearing Venom's small whisper through the spiritual link, Drake remembered these weird ciphers that caught his attention for a while, so he asked, "What do these symbols mean?" Previously, Nordic runes were all over the temple, connecting and playing important roles in the function of massive rituals within it. However, most of those runes were grazed as weird symbols carved on top of them. Especially in the middle, the center of the temple where the ritual started, was split into giant squares, separated into smaller grids, and filled with those ciphers. Watchtowers. Looking left and right, Drake saw no watchtowers as he wondered if his partner was playing another trick on him. Enochian tables. Venom adds from the side, making Drake feel like the only clueless and ignorant dragon here. Well, just think of it as the most compatible and greatest magic system for me. Then, why don't you use it? Because of a very important reason. I'm lazy. Grinning at the puzzlement of Red Dragon who always tries to sound wise, Leo ended the topic with such words before saying, "By the way, Venom. Did you take care of the rest?" "Absolutely, my lord. I have already adjusted the temple rituals, further increasing our defenses and erasing our tracks. I also kept an eye in contact with the clone to make sure no irregularities might arise." Venom gave an immediate answer like a trained soldier, but Leo tilted his head and said, "Yeah, that's good, but I meant the other thing." "The other thing. The other thing." Repeating his words, Leo showed a serious expression. Venom searched all of his memory as he couldn't figure his lord's meaning, so he asked, "I'm deeply sorry, but I have no recollection of such thing." Venom. Pausing for a moment, Leo took a deep breath and said, "I'm talking about my gotcha games. Did the clone take care of them?" Drake stared in silence at his partner being completely serious. Venom paused for a moment before he said, "And no." "Ugh." Leo fell on his knees while holding his heart with one hand as if received a lot of pain. The daily login record, the event, limited banner, all gone. Maybe he should go back to the coma. Venom and Drake watched Leo fall on the ground as speechless left in the scene while only Gugalana seemed to be in a good mood. In a calm neighborhood in Kuo Town, a few kids were playing in the playground and making a lot of noise. As it was the weekend, the morning streets were basically empty and lacking in movement. The kids who used their free time to play with their friends were the only thing that brought liveliness to such a lazy day. From the side of the street, a young man appeared with a plastic bag in his hands. He wore a hoodie and a pair of round glasses were on his face. Such a scene was nothing strange or interesting as the kids didn't even look over while the young man crossed the street normally. However, he suddenly stopped his steps and looked to his right. From the turn, another young man completely identical to the previous one appeared. They wore the same clothes and even glasses were copied-paste of each other. The kids in the playground finally noticed this as they looked over with curiosity. It was a rare sight to see such identical twins in every aspect. The only difference was the first had a nonchalant look and the second wore a bright smile on his face. He approached the one holding the plastic bag naturally before he raised his hand and punched him to the face. The kid's jaws dropped as the young man kept his bright smile as the fist slammed on the nonchalant young man's face before his body exploded into azure fog, disappearing shortly into thin air. The brightly smiling young man caught the plastic bag before it fell and left with crisp steps. His smile was wider and even hummed a song to show his good mood, leaving the kids in a state of shock, and unable to process what happened. Choco milk. Neat, unaware he might have traumatized some kids, Leo checked the plastic bag content and hummed a song while walking to his home. His mood was exceptionally better after he punched the clone that had the same face. Drake had no comment on such self-abuse or clone abuse. Nothing much happened in this period. Not even a single person picked a fight with me at that school. How boring. After a few minutes, Leo made it to a certain house in the neighborhood and entered directly. Taking off his shoes at the doorstep, he said out of habit, "I'm home." "Welcome back." As the sound of his mother's greeting reached his ears, Leo already made it past the corridor and entered the living room. "You're back." He found his father relaxing on the chair as a basketball game was playing on the TV. Leo took one of the chocolate milk bottles in the bag and handed it to Richard. "Oh. Perfect timing, thanks. Did something good happen?" Leo didn't have any positive answer to such a question and just shrugged, but his father didn't buy it and said, "Come on, tell me. You usually only buy stuff like this when good things happen." Leo recalled the constant misfortune falling on his head since the morning before he looked at the chocolate milk. That damn clone. He knew. He's been mocking me even after he disappeared. As I expected from myself. Drake had no idea what he should expect at this point. "You still didn't tell me, are you getting used to the new school? I heard it was an only girls' school. I wonder how the situation there." After saying this, Richard cast a meaningful gaze at Leo, which was only met with a tilted head and plain voice. Does that change anything about it being just a school? Well, of course not, but... But what? Nothing. So, did anything happen in the completely normal school? As his father seemed to give up on something, Leo nodded and said proudly, I became the enemy of every boy in the school from the first week. Staring at the proud look on his son as if he achieved something great, Richard didn't know what to say except, I expected nothing less from you, Leo. I'm glad I made you proud. Leo nodded to himself before he headed to the kitchen with crisp steps, leaving his father staring at the TV with mixed emotions on his face. He won't get another call from the school, right? Making his way toward the kitchen, Leo found his mother talking on the phone before heading straight to the fridge to put the rest of his drinks there. Thank you very much, take care. Hanging off the phone, Minami let out a sigh before she saw Leo handing a chocolate milk bottle to her. Thank you, sweetie, but it's too sweet for me. Leo put back the bottle with the others and saw several cuisines packaged on the table, so he wondered and said, did something happen? Then heard his mother saying with a troubled tone, did you know, Leo? The Harada's family are moving out. We have been neighbors for years, but they didn't even tell us before they left. Oh, this is very unfortunate. We have been neighbors for so long, it's a shame they left. The world is always changing. Leo said absent-minded while stacking his drinks in the fridge and taking one of them, but when he finished and closed the door, he met with his mother's gaze. She kept looking at him without moving or talking as they stared at each other for a while. Under the watchful eyes of his mother, Leo opened the bottle, took a small sip, and smacked his lips twice before exhaling and saying, are they the one with or without the dog? I can't believe this, Leo. We have been neighbors with Harada and Ueda's family for more than 10 years. How can't you remember them? I mean, remembering people isn't my strong point. But wait, are the Harada's family who owns the dog or the other one? Please, tell me it's the other 1-inch. It's a Shiba Inu. A very good boy. It's very cute and brightened my day a little. Minami stared silently at her son with a dissatisfied gaze before she sighed and said, it's the Ueda's family. Leo did a small victory cheer, which made Minami give up. However, his expression quickly shifted, and said, if they aren't the one with the dog, then it means, him. Don't. Sorry, Mom. But if there's something I truly feel unfortunate for in this moving out, is the fact I couldn't give a Suplex City to their kid. Leo, don't start this again. Minami rubbed her temples as she remembered the past events. No, I'll start it again. If that brat woke up on the wrong side of the bed and choose violence, then I have woken and chosen genocide. I won't stand for this. But to think they are leaving like this, sigh. If he were to describe the neighbor's kid with one word, Leo would say a hellspawn without any hesitation. That kid is born to be a troublemaker and he just had to involve Leo, who is also a troublemaker. To think my arch-nemesis would leave like this, Leo let out a sad sigh. Solomon will cry. Drake couldn't hold himself from screaming. Minami could only sigh at this play from her son. At these times, he always reminds her of his cheerful grandfather as she could only sigh more. I'm going to drink this in my room. To avoid the upcoming preaching, Leo chooses to leave quickly, but he still hears his mother say, I heard the new neighbor is coming soon. Be sure to be polite this time and don't drink too much chocolate milk before lunch. Yeah. Leo made it to his room quickly before he threw himself at the bed. The phone that rested on the desk flew in the air without any warning and landed on his hands before he turned it on and launched a game. Just like this, silence filled the room as the only sound was Leo's clicking on the screen before the necklace on his chest shone. What are you going to do? Play games and, dunno. What about the important things? This is important. Leo clicked on the phone screen faster as he rushed through the stages. What about your injuries and all the problems that followed? Drake finally let it out as the necklace almost jumped. Ah, you mean those? Meh, there's no reason to focus on them, so nothing, I guess, as if it's something very trivial. Leo showed a very uninteresting expression. Drake never felt more frustration in all years of his life before this day. The more worrying thing is that he started to get used to it. Humph, silence you dragon. My lord's wisdom far exceeds your puny mind. He must have his reasons. But my lord, I think you should reconsider for your health. Venom spared no chance to annoy Drake before he turned to Leo with a few suggestions. Listen, you too. Such things shouldn't be forced. They are very delicate and require more thought. But how about I teach you a special technique? It's the technique of my people, which was refined and mastered since thousands of years. Pausing the game, Leo said with utmost seriousness, procrastination. This is the proud technique of my people. We perform it with utmost respect. Leo started preaching about nonsense as Drake had enough and went to sleep inside the Longinus, but suddenly a loud sound broke the relaxed atmosphere. As the sound continued to get louder, a sharp siren resounded before several moving vans appeared from the end of the street. They moved quickly before they simultaneously stopped at the house beside Leo's one. The lazy atmosphere vanished as the whole neighborhood was awakened by such a scene. The workers proceeded to transport several pieces of furniture and install them in the house. They varied in shape, but they all looked very expensive. However, it didn't end here as one or two architects took measurements and details about the house. Amid all this chaos, the balcony door of the house opened before it revealed a stunning flamboyant figure as red rose petals flew everywhere. The bright green eyes glanced at the scene, searching for something before lifting her hand to her chest and stating confidently, "Feel free to be overjoyed and express your amazement and admiration, because I, Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, have arrived." The bold voice of Nero echoed in the surroundings as her grand entrance shocked everyone once more. Even Leo's parents had their jaws open at such a ridiculous scene of rose petals flying everywhere. However, on the upper floor of Arisaltek's home, the rose petals that made it to this room's window withered instantly and turned into flying dust. Staring at the air blankly, Leo put down the phone slowly and rose from the bed. The space began to twist and ripple around his figure before the outline of something manifested in thin air. A jet-black musket shining with dangerous light suddenly appeared from space and landed straight into Leo's hand. With a quick spin around the trigger, the long musket quickly reduced in size as its structures witnessed massive changes. Before it completed the first spin, it had already changed into a handgun resembling Glock 19 and rested comfortably in Leo's hand. As the petals continued to wither like the blank look on his face, he stood next to the window and aimed the gun at Nero. Staying in such a position for a while, Leo took back the gun and rested the gun barrel on his forehead while closing his eyes. It didn't take him long to raise the gun again, but this time, he aimed the muzzle at his temples. Same with the last time. He stood in his place motionlessly before he opened his eyes, removed the gun, and released a breath. No. Not today, not today. Sending Black Barrel back to his pocket space, Leo threw himself at the bed and picked the phone again, completely ignoring the commotion outside. Geez, I almost let that third-rate wannabe idol get me. To think I would fall to such low. The sacred technique of my people shall not be tarnished by the kind of her. Spouting some nonsense again, Leo resumed his games as Drake confirmed his desire of not wanting to involve himself with any of this and go to sleep. No. However, the situation outside changed quickly and made him and Leo widen their eyes. Now, as welcome to my arrival, be grateful. Open your ears clearly and witness the highest form of art and greetings from the artist who rivals Apollo. With such a statement, Nero cleared her throat before she started, singing. C-E and, asterisk ah, C and dollar carat U. Incomprehensible words escaped Leo's lips before he flew from the bed, grabbed Black Barrel, and aimed at Nero again. Oi. Shooting her won't solve anything. Throwing the entire gun instead isn't a solution either. My lord, please refrain from cursing in angelic. But please forgive me, I know my lord put a lot of importance on the figures you call father and mother. So, I have to stop you from such actions that might raise unwanted problems. Forgive me. The Red Dragon Emperor's screams and Venom's calm and determined voice resounded from the necklace and clothes. This already bad morning is showing contestant signs of deteriorating, making Drake feel how bleak the future is. Chapter 164, Strangers. Rose petals filled the air with fragrance, drifting in the wind as if dancing to the tunes flying in the sky. Because it rained a little yesterday, the neighborhood was a bit damp, which made several petals stick on the rooftops or fall into small puddles. It's a mess. Although the sight of petals flying and the fragrance of rose is pleasant, it isn't worth the clutter and the trouble to clean it. After a while, the petals will also wither and release foul odor mixed with the rainwater. Above a certain house, a voice resounded in the form of a song. It wasn't particularly amazing or awful. Average would be the correct word to describe such singing ability. However, in such commotion, no other voice was heard besides it or someone to listen to it. After all, with each petal falling and a tune dropping, a body hit the floor. As unnatural silence filled the street, the workers who moved the furniture, the cleaners who were supposed to clean the petals, and even the shocked neighbors whom some of them were about to fill some noise complaints are now laying flat on the ground. Their closed eyes twitched and their lips moved like they were experiencing a nightmare. It's like they experienced something terrifying. But the figure behind this scene didn't even flinch. Nero nodded proudly at their reaction as if she's saying, as I expected. It seems for this emperor, such a result emerges from their astonishment and shock as they admired her singing. It reminded her of Rome and her subjects as they listened to her songs and showed almost identical responses. It seems she didn't regress after those years, which she took for granted as Nero nodded again. However, as Nero and her broken common sense admired the gift she bestowed on the people here, a golden flash crossed the street at an imaginable speed. The speeding golden light faced no obstacle. It phased through objects and walls as it passed from one house to another. Slap, slap. Muda. Invisible to the naked eye, gold experience flew across the whole street, slapping each person. While screaming its battle cry, its palms shone with a golden aura as the full of vitality mana smacked the people on the face. The scene was like someone grabbing a healing spell and beating people with it. Gold experience didn't spare anyone, old or young, all of them got slapped awake. People woke up in confusion as they felt their cheeks warm, but there was no pain. They didn't remember anything, and because of gold experience's speed, they woke up almost instantly after blacking out. Unable to figure out what happened in these few moments, they could only shrug off this weird feeling and return to what they were doing. Of course, if they saw the red handprint on their faces, they would think something else. Gold experience nodded before it flashed and disappeared into the only house that wasn't affected by the demonic singing. A small wind spirit in the form of a tiny kitten was cleaning itself on top of the roof as the air trembled around it. From its small body, an invisible barrier of wind stood as a curtain, blocking most of the incoming sounds from Nero's house. Coming out of his room, Leo descended the stairs as his expression was clouded and dark. It was the type of face that would make kids cry. Not even Venom wanted to talk after witnessing it. This day is just unfortunate. No, unfortunate would be an underestimation. Not only did he have to cover and fix someone else's supernatural phenomena, which he absolutely hates to do, Leo got kicked to the balls by his gacha games. Across 5 games, he only got 1 SSR. The situation was so absurd that Leo had to come out to cool down. Yes, he was madder about his games than the idiot Emperor shenanigans. The thought of using his massive wealth to sweep these games crossed his mind, but no, that would mean he lost to the gacha like those whales. For the love of, why this day is so unfortunate, shaking his head, Leo quickly saw his father and mother who were still flabbergasted by the commotion outside. "Leo, did you see that?" As taken by surprise, Richard quickly said, but his surprise wasn't shared with his son. Instead, he felt strange seeing his son a bit pissed off. "Yeah, about that. Can we call the cops?" Leo opened the subject with shocking words as his father's expression changed and said, "What? No, why do you want to call the cops?" "Ah, noise complaints and littering." Leo pointed at the rose petals stuck on the windows. "Leo, don't joke about such things. It isn't good and disrespectful," Minami scolded Leo's behavior like always before she returned her attention to the outside. "I'm not joking," Leo said helplessly, but he stopped because he knew the cops weren't enough. Maybe he should call the army. "And how are you going to do that?" The green orb on the necklace shone. "I have my ways." The conversation between a dragon and an angel ended quickly. "Don't be silly. We're just a bit shocked by such performance." Richard spoke as surprise still lingered in his tone. Not even in his dreams, he thought the new neighbor would appear in such a fashion, especially if this is Japan. Such things are unlikely to happen here. But they witnessed the petals falling and the singing, even if it felt too muffled for some reason. Maybe because of the distance. Leo gave a thumb up to a small kitten floating next to the window. The wind spirit's green eyes blinked before it tried to imitate Leo's gesture, but when the cat raised its paw, it discovered the lack of the thumb. However, it tried anyway and ended up spinning in midair after hitting itself. Holding his chest, Leo resisted the attack of cuteness and coughed. "But now that I think about it, her name is a bit, is she role-playing? Or maybe it's just a show name." Richard didn't think the full name of Rome's 5th emperor was that girl's legit name. Also, who uses such long names in this day and age? If she is, then she's doing a pretty bad job. So, about the cops, the papa, the Barney, the army, what? Leo clicked his tongue before he noticed Richard's weird stares. "Do you perhaps and by any chance know her?" "No, she's a stranger. But as a new neighbor, such unreserved actions are rather very impolite." "Look who's talking," instant answer. This made Richard's eyes narrow. The son and father duo stared at each other silently. Both of them didn't budge as they didn't want to admit defeat. "Come on, why don't you share this with your old man?" Share what?" "I think you're imagining things. Maybe it's the stress of work." "Are you telling me your reaction is all a figment of my imagination?" "My reaction is normal, but you should rest. As your son, I can't bear to see your health getting worse and unable to do anything. Can't you consider my feelings?" "Is that so?" "I'm overjoyed that my son thinks deeply about me, but I just got an idea. How about we invite the new neighbor for dinner today? She seemed to have moved here alone. We should show her a warm welcome as she did now, don't you think so?" "Indeed, I think it's a great idea. You should do it now." As if sparks would come flying between them, Leo and Richard had a calm smiling face. It's a battle between a father who wanted to dig into his son's dark history and someone who didn't want more headaches. "Cut it off, you two." However, about the dinner, I don't know what to do. Minami felt this whole subject became a bit of a hassle. After all, this new neighbor is unique, to say the least, and she didn't know what she should do. Ignore it. Probably the best solution, but what if this continues? Ding dong. Abruptly, when the father and son duo were still daring each other, the doorbell resounded. Considering the situation, it was so sudden and made the family of three stare at each other. "I'll answer it." Without giving them a chance, Leo slipped out from the living room and headed towards the house entrance. PFFFF. At the entrance, Leo ignored the laugh behind him as he exhaled. His eyes became sharp and glanced habitually at the surroundings. There wasn't much to see. A small carpet, a hanging flower basket, and a shoe cabinet, which had some souvenirs on top of it. Leo didn't think much as his eyes landed on top of one of the souvenirs. It's an old small statue of a golden red cat raising its paw. This is a Maneki Nico, which is often believed to bring good luck and wealth. Usually put in front of shops and similar places. Maneki Nico, it has a short tail. Age above 10. Colors consist of red, distortion could be applied and turned into baked Nico. In an instant, the origin of the statue was deduced and its symbolism distorted. Leo didn't stop here and continued calculation. Because of the rain, the outside is cold and wet following the water, therefore the inside is hot and dry following the fire. The rose petals and the wind spirit brought distortion of red and yellow on the water element in the exterior. This makes the interior peaceful and the outdoor chaotic. A door stands between these two domains and a baked Nico with a cut-off tail acts as a guardian. Before the figure outside the door and even the red dragon emperor felt a trace of mana, Leo already formed the spell and sat its domain. An unmuted spell twisted by the Western elemental worldview. Putting his middle finger and thumb together, Leo snapped his fingers as a tiny amount of mana flickered. No need to use a lot, just a trace is enough to act as a trigger. If any experienced magician faced this, they would back away and take defense knowing the opponent had taken over the domain. However, snap, snap, snap. Leo snapped his finger several times, but nothing happened. The entrance is normal and the motionless cat statue seemed to be mocking the young man. At this moment, he realized something. The ethereal domain that subconsciously emits from his body. The field that currently looks worse than an ill patient on their dying bed. Yeah, the AIM field is not responding. Lowering his hand slowly, Leo looked down. This is embarrassing. PFFFFFF. Ha 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 ha. As the thunderous laughter of Drake filled his mind, Leo didn't even have the mood to argue with this dragon. He just didn't want to strain his currently frail body, so he used an environment-based spell. A harmless and simple illusion spell based on the shape-shifting cat, Baked Nico, to confuse the emperor outside and let her leave. A very simple spell. So simple that most magicians will give him a middle finger for claiming that mixing two magic systems instantly is simple. However, because of habit, he forgot that his AIM field is currently disabled, so he can't use it as a base and medium for magic. Without it, the other world's magic system is useless. Using the AIM field as a base for magic, an idle theory nonetheless. Maybe if Aleister Crowley heard this, he'll finally choke on the liquid inside his upside-down tube. Forcing down the embarrassment that rivals biting down your tongue while chanting, Leo comforted himself with the fact that no one saw it and opened the door. He's still ignoring the rolling red dragon inside the Longinus. Leo opened the door with a blank face and what greeted him was a flamboyant figure with one of the biggest smiles ever. Oh! Greetings, my praetor. After a farewell, I, Nero, have finally arrived. Slam. Without waiting for Nero to finish, Leo slammed the door closed, leaving the Emperor of Rome blinking her green eyes. Suddenly, the door opened again and revealed Leo. He looked at Nero up and down for a moment before he slammed the door shut again. Nero didn't even know how to react at his point. Job well done. Feeling a little better, Leo dusted off his hands and made his way inside. Now, he'll just say it's a random salesman and ignore the problem. After all, as a pro-procrastinator, he shall deal with this trouble tomorrow. But then, he quickly froze. Need help with that door answering, my good and honest son. From the corner of the hallway, Leo saw his father wearing an easygoing smile. Nah, I'm good. It's just a salesman. Is that so? Yeah, I'm quite interested in what they are offering, so I grabbed some cash. I'll be back in a minute. In a completely natural fashion, Leo did a 180-degree turn and left the house from the entrance. After Leo was gone, Richard couldn't hold it anymore and started laughing while his wife gave him a stare. Ha ha ha, how long has it been since you saw your son this frustrated? Aren't you being too childish? Stop trying to sound considerate. Admit it, you're as curious about this as I am, no, even more. Minami rolled her eyes at her husband, but she didn't deny it. She was very curious about this turn of events. For a stranger, an annoying one on top of that, it is already a big surprise to not be treated like heir by her son. Him not recalling his neighbors for more than 10 years is enough evidence. Ah, as I expected. This was an Oriental tradition. As I thought from my praetor. Seeing Leo coming out of the house, the perplexed Nero finally brightened up. However, without saying a word, Leo dragged her back to her house while looking for something on his phone. The neighbors spotted the scene as they whispered, but the two didn't give them a mind until they entered the house and went upstairs. The workers continued their job normally, even if they felt the scene was strange. But their employer seemed to be completely fine and neighbors apparently knew the previous young men. Now, what is the meaning of this? At the empty upper floor, Leo turned to the smiling Nero and asked after a long breath. Are you amazed? Naturally. Now, you must be wondering how I did it. Nero's smile grew wider and prouder, but then, it crumbled from a simple sentence. Golden Rule A. Leo didn't raise his head from the phone while Nero froze. Nero, huh? The only relative of a deceased Italian billionaire. He left his entire fortune in addition to his jewelry business to his last family member, Nero Claudius. I guess with such wealth, giving the previous neighbor a great deal and making them leave is simple as breathing for you. You uomo. Do you think I need clairvoyance to know stuff? Fools. I have unlimited access to the internet, but what is this? Leo continues to dig into Nero's identity as his expression keeps darkening. What is this shit? A whole new identity. This is discrimination. Putting the subject of wealth aside, Nero has a new identity. A very solid identity like she lived her entire life in this world. Leo knows by fact that Nero has no history-changing power or whatsoever, so this leaves one option. This world. A whole new identity, a wealthy one too. This is a treatment that even the chat members didn't receive. They didn't even get a normal identity while the completely unrelated Nero, who is like a tourist to the world, obtained a brand new one. This is pure discrimination. After a few breaths, Leo calmed down and put his phone away. He glanced over at Nero who was feeling a bit down. She probably had a ploy to impress him, but it ended before it started. You should have read the atmosphere and played along. The Red Dragon Emperor gave the basic answer, which any normal person would have done. Then what? Going for 3 rounds of cliché development. I'd rather die. Leo retorted instantly before he said to Nero, again, what is the meaning of this? Meaning of what? The whole singing farce. Oh. Did I fascinate you with my flawless performance? Absolutely. Although my performance is naturally out of this world, I made sure to train and prepare. After all, this is my reunion gift to my praetor. Nero declared with great enthusiasm and no hint of shame or hesitation. I can see that. You can. Drake was shocked. The mental pollution increased. Unaware of the speechless red dragon and headache pure angel duo, Nero continued, I wanted to arrive faster, but I lost connection with my praetor and a mere doll with no life, the clone, is not worthy of my brilliance. I know my praetor waited for my performance so I delayed until you came back. Ah, you mean that accident. Oh well, you seem rather calm about it and, complete, Leo wondered how Nero is still materialized if she stopped receiving his mana during that period. Of course. I have full faith and trust in my praetor to succeed in his ordeal. I believe, even if I wasn't here and no matter what happens, that my praetor would always emerge victorious. Leo stared at Nero speechlessly. Blind trust. Maybe just overconfidence from her massive ego. He didn't know where they came from, but for someone like him, who never succeeded in anything, to receive such words and feelings. It's annoying. So irritating. These expectations. Leo shook his head and threw these thoughts behind him. At least, this saved him from dealing with the worried looks and words. This life or the past one, he hated those the most. He just can't deal with them. Anyway, stop it. Get some help. No, wrong, just stop it. Nero tilted her head in confusion before Leo said, the whole demonic singing, stop it. I know my praetor liked my performance and wanted to enjoy it alone, but as an artist, my glory needs to be shared with the world. This was also my gift for the people in this place. They must be overjoyed. No, stop, don't say more. Also, no. No one is overjoyed and they didn't enjoy the mental pollet dash. I mean, you're singing. I don't understand what my praetor is saying. For my art to be something that baffles even the gods, there's no way they weren't mesmerized. Mesmerized in nightmares, sigh why do I even bother, Leo sighed and stopped. For someone with anger issues, you're surprisingly tolerant about her. I guess she holds a special position for you, the green orb shone as Drake's voice resounded in Leo's mind. Despite not knowing why this old dragon became so talkative these days, Leo still retorted, special what? It's not that I'm tolerating her, it's just. I can't deal with her and it'll be a pain to even try. Drake, do you know the skill Imperial Privilege? It's the one that you kept cursing in the back of your mind. Imperial Privilege is an ability that allows its owner to obtain skills that are essentially impossible for them to acquire for a short period of time. This is the ability that Nero used to get the skill, Golden Rule A, and be blessed with wealth. I'll tell you that everyone with this skill is self-centered blockhead whose insistence is too strong and began to distort reality. As for Nero, she's too compatible with it and has it at rank EX. Do you know what this means? Leo felt his current headache is increasing. Her skull is thicker than a boulder and her ego has more mass than a black hole, especially if it's about art such as singing. No matter what I say, it'll basically not reach her. The Roman emperors were no different from the gods to their people. It could be said to be the ultimate unfair advantage. An ability that may well only be described as an unreasonable cheat code. This damn world isn't letting me use a simple spell, but it lets the walking cheat code do whatever it wants. This is true discrimination. Screw you, world. Leo cursed the entire world and rubbed his temples to ease the headache, ugh. Venom tried to cast a soothing magic from DXD, but it had little to no effect. Leo's condition is just bad and this headache is uncalled for. Aha. What are you going to do? I'll do nothing. Even if I somehow manage to pass her thick skull, I'll be lucky if she didn't fight me to death for her artistic integrity because of my criticisms. Maybe my head will fly too. Suddenly, Leo's thoughts came to a halt as a bad feeling filled Drake. He raised his head and was sure it was there. The damn grin. The one could even mistake it for a slight smile, but Drake has seen enough. The Red Dragon Emperor jumped deep inside the Longinus to sleep. He doesn't want any of this. Well, maybe this isn't too hopeless. Leo nodded for himself a few times as Nero was watching. Nero felt Leo is a bit different today, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Although the moment he seemed normal, then in pain, were weird, they weren't what she's feeling. However, her praetor didn't give her time to think. Walking to Nero, Leo stood closely in front of Nero. The Roman emperor had to raise her head a bit to meet Leo's eyes because of the height difference, but this didn't change her expression at all. Her aura of proudness and confidence didn't even flicker at something trivial as height. Nero. With his eyes locked on Nero, Leo said, "What I'm to you? Someone very beautiful. So beautiful that your gorgeousness shines magnifies dash," Nero answered instantly. Stop. Leo almost took out Black Barrel again, but he held it in and said, "What do you usually call me?" "My praetor, of course." Umo. Figuring the question, Nero said the title and position she bestowed on Leo energetically. Good, then by this title and position, you should hear and understand my opinion. After all, the emperor needs to understand the situation to make a wise decision. Of course, your decision is always correct as an emperor, but you should listen to your people for a bit. Thinking about it, Nero nodded her head slowly. There was nothing wrong with it. The emperor's decision is absolute, but like her praetor said, it's also nice to listen to the thoughts of her citizens. I'm glad we could reach an agreement. Now, Nero. My thoughts about your previous singing. From a human point of view, it's bad. Too bad, in fact, the people outside didn't pass out from amazement. They black out because of how horrible it was. Leo stated the truth bluntly as if it's a casual thing to do. Silence. The atmosphere seemed to be freezing at this point as the two figures stared at each other. Well, it worked. Leo's eyes met Nero's as he saw several emotions flash in them. Confusion, disbelief, and anger. Too much wrath that it made Leo quite surprised she didn't attack him on the spot. I guess I hit a big nerve. For someone who considers herself as an artist before an emperor, Leo's words hit the final nerve. Nero without doubt loves her art with burning passion. She will even go to great lengths to protect her artistic integrity. There was once her friend, Tacitus, who she almost murdered on the spot just because he said he doesn't understand 80% of her art. Meanwhile, Leo's words were more like, "LOL, you suck, get good." The fact that he's still safely standing still amazes him. Are you aware of your words? After a long time, Nero spoke with a heavy voice. Yes, completely aware. Leo felt the anger in Nero's eyes will turn into flames at this point, but he still stared without backing away and said, "Nero, what I'm to you?" No answer. Nero continued looking at Leo as the latter did the same. Not until another period of time she spoke. "My praetor." This time it was much heavier. "I see. Then by this title, I should do my job, which is to advise you. Think about it. Do you say it's okay for your audience to pass out each time you play? Don't answer me yet. I know it's your art and you'll not change it. Of course, why change it for some nobodies? But, think about it. You watched those idol concerts, right?" Leo's words seemed to work as the wrath in Nero's eyes decreased. Don't you want your audience to cheer for you? Don't you desire to hear them screaming your name? Don't you wish for them to share with you the joy of art, instead of unconscious admiration? As if he hit a different type of nerve, Nero started to calm down and nodded slowly. Even so, the light in her eyes still burns brightly. It was so bright as Leo saw the burning passion within them. She really loves art, huh? One of the main reasons why Nero's imperial privilege is so high is because of her strong passion. It fueled this cheat-like ability into something even more extraordinary. However, for the person in front of her, this only gave Leo a weird feeling. He and she were the complete opposite. After all, his passion has long since it died, although there was a time when he was passionate about everything, especially. This thought only left bitterness and a rather annoying feeling on top of it. Nero frowned. Although it's for an instant, the look in Leo's eyes didn't escape her. My praetor. Even if you said so, I, Nero Claudius, will end dash. No, you don't understand. If you continue, who will look at your art again and share its joy with you? Think, Nero, think. What will you have left if you proceed like this? Leo put his fingers on both of his temples and asked Nero. You, my praetor. I'll still have you. Without a second thought, Nero said as Leo lowered his hands. Staring at her for a few seconds, Leo said, don't think this will work on me. Anyway, I said what I have. Be free to ignore it. With those words, Leo walked away. There's nothing more for him to say. But then, a voice resounded from behind him. After insulting my art that rivals Apollo, you want to leave simply. If my praetor said all of that, what would you suggest? Closing her eyes for a moment, Nero's gaze landed on the leaving Leo. Leo subconsciously wanted to say, yeah, I'm leaving after insulting you, but he flinched when he heard the second part. Impossible. Did I actually reach through her massive ego? Although Leo knows Nero is only asking verbally and she'll do whatever she wants, the fact she asked is a big progress. This crazy feat made Leo even think of finding a way to Naruto World to challenge the master of talk no jutsu himself. Well, start by making your song a bit digestible to the human mind. I know a way, several ways to do it, but think of it yourself. I believe that you'll succeed. After all, the person needs to figure his path in life on his own, blah blah blah, shonen this, shoujo that. Then what are my praetor's thoughts about it? Nero said to the disappearing figure. You need more practice. By the way, try to mentally pollute my parents again and I'll gladly offer you a one-way ticket to the heroic throne. Bye. Hearing the voice getting further and further, Nero's wrinkled eyebrows loosened a bit, but the look in her eyes still showed her anger. However, she did nothing except look out of the window as if she's thinking about something. The feeling Leo gave her today was a bit strange. If she would put it into words, it'll be ember smother by the wind. Shaking her head, she glanced at this house. Very lacking. Too lacking for her presence. A smile of challenge crossed her lips. She's now prepared to remodel this house from upside down. Meanwhile, Leo left his previous neighbor and the current Nero's house and headed back home. Well, with this, she'll be too occupied to spread mental pollution here. I guess she'll succeed by that time. Geez, I feel like I opened a Pandora box just now, Leo shrugged. It's rather one of his hobbies these days to open Pandora boxes. This Pandora and her scattered boxes everywhere. She has no shame. Leo shook his head at such audacity before he heard a voice in his head. You seems to be believing she'll definitely succeed, my lord. Of course, unlike me, she's an almighty genius, Leo replied to Venom before he opened the door and entered his home. However, Leo didn't even make it past the hallway before he faced the prying eyes of his father. What? Nothing. But it seems you took quite the time with this salesman and bought nothing. Leo sighed secretly. Then, as if he raised the white flag, he said, do you really want to know everything? Richard's eyes flashed and said, of course, I'm all ears. Fine. Holding his forehead, Leo took a deep breath and said, after dying in my past life, I have reincarnated into this life here. Several years passed until my past memories finally awakened and I awaited for something called chat room activated. Despite Richard's weird expression, Leo continued without stopping. After some twists and turns, I finished a mission in it, but the situation quickly turned bad because a power brought from the chat clashed with the laws of this world, in the worst possible place ever. After more explosions and almost destroying the planet, because of my innate gifts, I have finished the transformation and became an angel. Then, as if he reached a difficult part he didn't know how to say, Leo glanced at his father who wore an expression that said, what the hell I'm listening to, before he made up his mind. As the pure point of the light of wisdom reflects on the quarry, increase, and multiply in an infinite variety of ways. The ignorance of those who don't recognize the left and right outside their scope of knowledge. My nature is the ambidextrousness of the universe, and goes be dash. Okay, stop. Leo, I know it's between us and there's nothing wrong with it, but don't you think you're too big for Chunny syndrome? I mean, didn't you already leave this behind? What? Look, I get it. I'm also still collecting my favorite show figures and I know your passion. How about I show it to you later? No, you're wrong, I'm just. No, I really get it, Leo. I know you're embarrassed now, but I hope you can be more honest with us. We are your parents after all. If you're not honest with us, who will you be honest with? Just know we are always here to listen to you. Leo glanced at Richard, who was tapping him gently on the shoulder, with a look that would make Kazuma and Kagaya run out of the room instantly. So, whenever you feel like it, come and we can have a talk. With one last tap, Richard left the living room. He figured he might be prying too much on his son. He trusts his son's decision and he knows for fact when the time comes, he'll be honest with them. Looking at his father's face, Leo was able to guess what he's thinking, which made his body lean before it collapsed face straight on the couch. God, why this day is so unlucky. Did the karma finally decide it's my turn to get a beating? He didn't even have an ounce of strength left. Leo felt both his body and mind so heavy after today's events. Even the headache felt so numb. Leo had no idea why his luck, especially today, is so bad. No, it was from the moment he left Asgard his luck showed this quick decrease. Did he spend all of his luck on that ceremony? Probably. The events of that day were a miracle that won't repeat. The fact he pulled it off is literally slapping the word impossible. Hold on. Am I, by any chance, experiencing a part of Kamijo Toma's luck? Although the process is different, and unlike the crude and straightforward way of Imagine Breaker, there's no denying that Leo also kinda rejects the blessings of the world. Opening his eyes wide, horror quickly filled Leo's face at the terrifying thought that crossed his mind. He quickly moved his hand as a window appeared in front of him. Unlike the chat screen, it was so simple and with only a little information. This is the heroic spirit state screen that comes with the Saint Graph. Although most of the data on Leo's is fake, tampered with, and fabricated by him because of the class and stuff, there are still legit things like safe. My D rank luck is still here. Breathing a sigh of relief, Leo looked at his D rank with joy. He was so scared to see the infamous E luck there. No. I must not relax. I need to protect my D luck. His D luck was not big or small, it was rather lower than average, but it's his luck and he's planning to keep it that way. Is there any new order, my lord? HM. No, there's nothing to do. You need to relax for a bit, Venom. But if you're looking forward to something, then I guess in about 2 weeks or 3, we'll see an interesting event. Even then, why bother? We can always try tomorrow. For now, we'll protect my D luck by all means necessary. Although he didn't quite understand, Venom followed his lord's orders without question. Just like they, an angel and his assistant processed their new plan while Drake was in deep sleep inside the Longinus as this marked the ending of one of the unluckiest mornings in their lives. Chapter 165, To Love. Time, 8:19 a.m. Location, near the entrance of Kuo Academy. Today's weather is pleasant and warm with no clouds in sight. The signs of yesterday's light rainfall vanished without a trace under the warm sunlight. Although rain was frequent here, the climate of May is still sunny and vibrant. On the slightly crowded streets, students of different ages could be seen walking. Most, if not all, wore distinct uniforms while making their way to the big academy in front. Right in front of the academy entrance, students were marching inside normally under the supervision of the student council, which is quite ridiculous considering this isn't their job at all. It's almost as if they are overworking for nothing. These were the thoughts of a certain angel on certain devils as he walked and chatted with another newly transformed devil. However, as the two young men moved, one of them sighed helplessly at the scene around him. Most of the students at the entrance, especially males, were glaring at the person beside him, even the female students were talking among themselves. But the person in mention didn't even spare them a glance. As if he lives in his own world, the smile didn't fade from his face and said, "What with the grumpy face? I didn't see in a while and you still didn't even greet me. Does it even matter? Anyway, morning. But what do you mean, dude? We just met the day before yesterday." Saji raised his eyebrow in puzzlement. From going to school, meeting in the cafeteria, and even bumping into each other in the street, Saji had met Leo on several occasions. However, the weekend has just ended, so he didn't see him the past 2 days. Ah, right. That was actually my clone. I had an accident in some nonsense magic ceremony and was in a coma for a week or so. Pumping his right fist on his left palm, Leo nodded and explained naturally despite how absurd it sounded. Shut up, man. Why are you tossing nonsense at me in the morning? Saji showed an uninterested expression. Are you returning to your chunny phase? Weren't you the one who swore to bury it? He already got used to expecting the unexpected with this guy, so a bunch of out-of-nowhere random stuff is nothing new. He just wondered what got into this guy's head this morning. Nonsense, huh? I don't know if I should feel hurt for you not realizing the truth or being satisfied with my ability. Well, I'll just pin it on you for being an idiot. Leo's eyebrow twitched at the word chunny before he shook his head and said helplessly. Screw off. Are you looking for a fight? Saji wondered what had gotten into this guy. Did he wake up on the wrong side of the bed? By the way, don't you have anything better to do in the morning? Maybe like opening your eyes, looking around, and having a bit of awareness about your surroundings. Awareness. Tilting his head, Leo took a glance at the other students. He basically ignored their entire existence at this point, but with them being at the academy entrance, the students were everywhere. Although not all joined the glaring gang, some of them did, as it made Saji feel helpless. It started again. The same thing happened in their previous junior high school. Well, I could say the same thing about them, no. Don't they have better things to do in the morning? They aren't even good at it. I mean, look at these three. Leo didn't bother to whisper as everyone heard him. When he glanced at a trio of girls, they were obviously startled, but he still said, if you are trying to gossip, at least do it properly. I saw kids do it better than you. You really bad at this, shame on you. The trio was actually a bit sorry and panicked because they were exposed by the same person they were talking about, but their feelings vanished as they glared at Leo and moved away. It was as if they were avoiding a menace. But the person mentioned didn't even glance at them again. Wow, you must be the only person who is content with people avoiding you like a plague. I'm a bit jealous of your carefreeness. Saji shook his head as he and Leo passed by the student council's members. He waved and greeted them. They naturally returned the greeting with a smile. After all, Saji is one of them now, which got a weird stare from Leo. However, they returned the favor with the stern and frowning faces. It seems they are still angry from the last time. But before they continued walking, Leo said to Saji, I don't particularly care. After all, most people here are only trying to use me to create a scene and distract this bunch, student council, so they can sneak stuff in. Well, they succeeded because these guys are staring like I'm the enemy. What a funny result to their unnecessary overwork. Leo shrugged, but his words made everyone halt. Some students who passed turned pale and the student council's members widened their eyes. Tsubaki, the vice president of the student council, blinked her eyes. Leo's words hit the bullseye so hard, rendering her speechless. She couldn't help but look at some students and notice they were trying to hide from her gaze. Saji stared at the few unlucky students getting caught and he couldn't help but feel pity. Why do you have to provoke the devil? Wait a moment, I'm a devil. As if he got struck by lightning, Saji flinched. He's supposed to be a devil, but why is this fella more demonic and devilish than the entire student council combined? No, they aren't even a bit close. Is this the true devil's mentality? Should he start taking notes? Thoughts crossed Saji's mind before the image changed to him acting like Leo. No, it wouldn't work. It felt Southwest out of place. He wanted to curse. This is so cursed. His pure mind. His poor and innocent imagination. However, he didn't notice Leo staring at him weirdly. Leo could read several things from Saji's expression, but why is it changing so quickly? Is this fella possessed? A small exorcism wouldn't kill a devil, right? Ah. Leo, can I punch your face once? Saji scratched his head in distress before he said it suddenly. Huh? Hell no, Leo answered instantly. Come on, just this one. My poor imagination was corrupted by you, at least let me have this. Are you possessed or looking for a fight? Fine, I'll take care of both. Leo was prepared to use the punching-style exorcism. A very cheap and affordable exorcism style. It only cost a few teeth. You started it. Just think of it as repaying the favor you owe me and clench your teeth. You dare waste my rare favor on something like this? Punching your damn face is more than worth it. That's true. I'd also choose to punch my face. Shut up. Suddenly, they began quarreling while walking as the student watched in confusion. What happened? Everything was so peaceful, then these two flared up. But when they saw who they were, they shook their heads. They thought Saji was different, but apparently, that isn't the case at all. No wonder they are friends. These two seem to be made of the same mold. In the same fashion, they made their way through the school. They didn't stop quarreling all the way from the student cabinets to the school corridors. Even when they had to separate because they belonged to different classes, they glared at each other until they passed through the corner. The students who were watching the show wondered if these two were kids. Even those who hated Leo were baffled and didn't know what to do. We are the ones who should be angry at someone, not you. Passing the corridor quickly, Leo reached the class and sat down at his desk. This was one of the very few things he recalled about this place. As for what they are studying, who is sitting next to him, or who is the teacher, he doesn't recall seeing them. It didn't take him long before his head landed on the desk and closed his eyes. He didn't need his eyes to know what was going on around him. The movements when the teacher entered and started the class were obvious for him. The life force of every living being around shone like torches in the night, telling him each of their movements using a simple key/mana detection method. Despite that, he didn't bother much about it, nor did anyone else bother him. His presence witnessed a massive decline since he stepped into the class. He deliberately reduced it to avoid any annoyance. Of course, he could always release it and start something along the lines of, the teacher caught you asleep then tells you to solve a problem, or something else, but why do it? Leo doesn't mind wasting a bit of effort to erase his presence, so the teacher can continue his class in peace without bothering him. Although he's a troublemaker, he isn't that bored. As long as no bothers him, why create such uninteresting and lame problems? They aren't even worth it and entertaining. Who is so bored to do all of that? Leo just thought about it and the world's evil instantly showed him thousands and thousands of such people. Leo had nothing more to say. He slightly opened his eyes and looked out of the window. Despite being in the morning, he counted the stars in boredom for a while. However, on another thought, Leo glanced at everyone in the class before he closed his eyes again. Nothing new is happening. I'll check the other places later. So, what is he doing here again? Nothing much in particular. What is the use of being in here when he's a few decades ahead in knowledge? Nothing is interesting in this school, nor important. Anyhow, not for him at least. But some things interest a certain entity. An entity that's determined to stop all of Leo's shenanigans. The mischiefs are one of the few bright things left in Leo's life, which make this completely unacceptable. This being is the infamous World's Will of DXD, also known as Boob's Power. So, Leo came here for three purposes. Boredom, checking if the World's Will has done something interesting, and boredom. He just had nothing better to do. As for his injuries, he already tossed them behind his back. Leo recalled that this World's Will threatened them several times with fixing its world and plot. Fortunately, his teacher, senior, and manager, Tuaru World's Will, enlightened him. His words were filled with wisdom and knowledge as he showed Leo the correct path. A path filled with explosions, mayhem, and madness. Reject self-preservation, embrace self-detonation. Tuaru World's Will suicidal maniac mindset impressed Leo deeply. It was so profound. As a fool, he felt he found his lost kin. He realized that he still has a long way to go. Anyhow, Leo dragged himself here to check what DXD had in store for him. Because his clairvoyance isn't functioning, he needs to check them manually and at a close distance. But in this small morning stroll, he saw nothing interesting. Maybe he'll find something later. For now, he looked outside the window in silence as the lecture continued. His thoughts circled about the situation of this world. He always felt something wasn't right. The World's Will wanted to fix the world and plot, but why? What is exactly broken? Why does it sound urgent, but not that alarming? Akame Ga Kill, Type Moon, there have been other worlds whose plot got wrecked, but you don't see their wills so focused to fix it. What is there to fix anyway? Glancing at the blue horizon in the sky, Leo rested his head on his palm as his thoughts drifted. Drake, as one of the beings with the potential power to destroy the world, what do you think about the chances for a being like you are hired to annihilate everything someday? Inside the Longinus, a pair of emerald dragon eyes blinked. Drake has already woken up from his sleep a while ago and just dozed off when he found the coast was clear. However, he couldn't help but be speechless at the sudden question. What is this dumb question? Does he really expect him to know the answer? Wait, he indeed knows. Drake wondered if he started to get affected by the thinking pattern of this fool partner of his. Drake felt even more speechless before he said, not that high. Although there are beings that can destroy the world, there are also others who will stop them. It's a part of the general balance of the world, or else, everything would have met its demise already. Yet, there's still a chance for it to happen. Leo tapped his finger on the desk like it's some sort of habit. Indeed, Drake agreed without a fuss. As long as the beings who can destroy the world still exist, the chances for the world's demise will always be there. It's common sense. However, in the complex and ambiguous world of probabilities and destiny, such common sense means a lot. A probability for something exceptional to happen is always present. Even without external help, the chance to break the plot is already contained in the world. Things are just not adding up with this world's will. Well, maybe it's also my ignorance and lack of knowledge. Tapping his finger on the desk several times, Leo glanced at the corner of his eyes. Loading 98%. Now, I wonder if we could still contact the world's will without the chat room. Feeling that things are becoming a bit complicated, Leo closed his eyes and decided the best course of action. Stop thinking and forget about it. Such a good plan, indeed. Time passes quickly when no one pays attention to it. The morning lectures ended in no time as Leo found himself walking in the corridor aimlessly. Students passed by him quickly, heading towards the cafeteria or to eat somewhere else. However, Leo's attention to the outside world is currently much less than before. Although he decided to stop worrying about it, the situation still felt strange for him. Especially with nothing new, spectacular, or any change of any sort happening yet. It couldn't be that the worlds will just decide to quit, right? No, it's impossible. It has the personality of a small kid, I wouldn't find it strange to get nuked if the will could do it because I would do the same. Leo rubbed his chin and came to a logical conclusion that would probably give him a severe insult from the world's will. The world's wills in general are severely limited entities. They seem to be bound by several things and conditions that God knows what. However, even if their influence is faint, it's too mystic and touches the core and fundamental aspect of the world. Even if he was at his far peak, Leo could never sense an ounce from the world's will's actions. He could barely guess based on logic or if the wills told him themselves. Glancing through the thin air, what appeared to be a normal wall for a regular person was largely different for Leo. Different life energies appeared in his eyes, shining like wisps in the darkness, and each one told a different story no matter how similar they are. They shone deeply inside their hosts, near their souls, and showed how strong their vitality was. Some unique ones, especially the dark eerie ones, had more to tell. Their numbers were much less than the regular white wisps, but they burned with much vigor. Even two of them flared much higher. This is demonic energy. The energy that belongs to devils in this world. Like the key in nature or the mana that is refined by magicians, it's also a form of vitality and life energy. It has some special properties and could only be produced by devils. However, it didn't matter much to Leo as his expression didn't change, and muttered, "No change." He quickly scanned the devils scattered around the school. After all, they should be plot-important figures, but he didn't receive any good news. Do I really have to perform shonen plot female MC, make DXD great again, greatest plan ever to make this world's will move? Ignoring Drake, who rolled his eyes at such a long name, Leo found his approach might work. Last time, DXD screamed in terror at such a proposal. But when he was considering his devilish plan, a person ran by him as Leo's steps came to a halt. He blinked his eyes a bit before glancing behind him. The brown-haired young man was speeding through the corridor, probably worried about arriving late to lunch. However, when passed near Leo, his pure white life force was stained by a hint of crimson before returning to normal. What the? The pure angel and red dragon though at the same time. Their expression was a mix of confusion and surprise into a weird form of, "Are you kidding me?" face. Drake, do you perhaps have a brother or a sister? Keeping his eyes on the figure, Leo asked the surprised red dragon. Yes, maybe. Wait, no. Stop influencing my thinking. That thing isn't a dragon or any subspecies of ours. But it's aura. Isn't that my previous host? Drake suddenly recalled something important. Asterisk gasp asterisk. Boob's key. Drake didn't know what to say with such a nickname. But why do you look terrified? Is that key really scary? Shaking his head, Drake said, but why can't I sense any life from it? Well, even if it's called life energy, it isn't really alive. That aura seems to be mixed deep into his vitality. Rubbing his chin, Leo raises his hand as mana flickered on it. A translucent azure glow flashed on his finger. With a light push, a very thin thread of mana shot at high speed ahead. No one could see or notice it, even a certain Prince Charming devil didn't react when it passed near his face. The thread caught up to the brown-haired young man before he passed the corner. Coming in contact, the small amount of mana sank deeply inside his body for a moment as his inner shone with a faint azure glow. This condition lasted for a moment before the thread flew back again towards Leo, who caught it. Leo closed his eyes as his brain processes the information from the mana scan before he thought, oh, you could use that in this manner. Interesting. Did you figure it out? Drake questioned quickly. Although he didn't mind, it still surprised him to see that much of his dragonish aura on something else, especially if he couldn't see through it. It's a cheap trick, alas, a bit cruel too, Leo answered casually as if his initial surprise completely diminished. What is it? It still hasn't ripened, so I'll tell you shortly later. But for now, Leo's expression changed before he glared at his front and said, You. Saji returned the same greeting and glare. Do you still want to go? Don't steal my lines. But why are you standing here? Are you looking for someone? Saji retorted before he found this scene strange. Would you believe me if I said I'm scanning this area magically? Leo took off his glasses and cleaned them a bit. What? Do you think I'm 5 years old? Saji's eyebrows twitched as he forced a smile. Sighing, Leo put on his glasses and said, Fine, then I'm looking for a good place to punch your dumb face. You dare to steal my lines again. A vein popped on Saji's forehead from anger as he rushed forward, but the only thing he did was to put his arm around Leo's shoulders. His expression of anger vanished completely like everything was just a joke before he said with a deep voice and serious face, By the way, I forgot to ask because I was focused on beating your damn face, but hey. Do you still have the stuff? What kind of stuff do you speak of? Leo glanced at the arm around his shoulders and Saji's serious face, but he still used the same suspicious deep voice. Ah, you know. The bizarre stuff. Name your price. Saji looked right and left before rubbing his right index finger and thumb together. Oh. Of course, I always have the bizarre stuff and it's free, but it depends. Realizing what Saji was talking about, Leo wore the same serious expression. Super suspicious. Their current actions and words were very shady and easy to cause misunderstanding as if they are talking about something very illegal. Although the corridors are mostly empty by now, there's still 1 or 2 students walking. A student happened to be close to these two and heard what they were saying slightly as his whole body stiffened. What did he just hear? The stuff? The bizarre stuff. This sounds too fishy. The student panicked slightly and didn't know what to do. Should he go and tell someone? Depends on what. Saji frowned. Could you handle it? The rest of part 4 is strong for you to take. Leo raised 4 fingers. You're looking down on me. The last 3 parts and some of part 4 were great, but you know, with these things, you always need more simulation. Oh. You sound confident. The usual grin flashed on Leo's lips. At this point, the student is already pale. This is too serious. He was just going for lunch. Why did he suddenly pump into these shady drug deals? They are even happening in the school. No. He needs to go and tell somebody. But when he wanted to go and look for a teacher, he felt 2 piercing gazes. He turned to see Leo and Saji staring at him without blinking as the situation fell into silence. Hey, were you eavesdropping? Leo said with a cold tone that made the student tremble. However, before he could come up with an excuse, Saji added, maybe he also wants to check the bizarre stuff. Really? Then he's welcome. Hey you, come here. Leo and Saji advanced as the poor student retreated in fear. Don't worry, it's completely free. You'll definitely like it. How about you give it a read? Once you start, you're not able to stop. At this point, both of them turned into demons in the eyes of the pitiful student. His feet turned cold, but he still mustered his courage. I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. With those words, he ran as fast his feet could take him, dashing through the corridor and disappearing behind the corner. Yet, Saji and Leo saw him still running in the other passage from the window. PFFF. Leo turned his head away while suppressing his laughter. PFFF. Ahahaha. Saji laughed directly as he held his stomach, tears almost fell from his eyes. Looking at their state, the students, who were having lunch inside classes and came to see what happened, knew they somehow tricked a fellow student until he escaped. However, they felt the student was too pitiful. They couldn't help but glance at Leo and Saji with dissatisfaction and displeasure. These two are real troublemakers. Wow, you still have this bad habit. You're really evil. Saji wiped the faint tears from his eyes and said with a displeased face at Leo. It was as if he's accusing him. Look who's talking. As if it wasn't you who started it. You even scared him. Leo rolled his eyes. That's because you're a bad influence. And what do you mean I scared him? It was your damn grin. How dare you? This is a smile that I practiced for years after someone. It comes from the goodness of my heart, Leo stated as if he's very offended. Bullshit. Bullshit. Saji said, and Drake spoke inside Leo's mind at the same time as if they reached an understanding. Forget it. We should hurry before the lunch period is over. I'll grab the food and you go grab the manga. What do you want me to get? Looking at the almost empty corridor, Saji quickly said. An iced tea. And nothing, just tea, Leo repeated, which earned him a weird gaze from Saji, who said, Aren't you hungry? I haven't been hungry in months. Leo shook his head. His body basically works on energy like mana or ki. It doesn't need external nutrients to function properly. But for Saji, he took this as another nonsense and said, I'll just grab something random then. Wait, where are we supposed to meet? Leo rubbed his chin before an idea flashed in his head. How about the back of the school? What? Why would we go there? Don't tell you don't know that place is used for, confessions. Saji, who wanted to dash, stopped because of ridiculous suggestions. Why should they go to that place to eat? What if someone tried to confess there? Exactly. If someone went there, we'll have a 4K view of the show, Leo said with a smile that sent chills into Saji. His mind couldn't help but imagine 2 other students trying to confess, but they are eating on the sidelines. Then, Leo would definitely say something like boo at the 2 students and clap when they get rejected. A nice place, an enjoyable show, and good food. It's like when the sun hits that ridge just right. Leo's hand formed a circle as he had a weird expression on his face. This is evil. This is pure evil. Saji couldn't help but freeze in his place. I'm supposed to be a devil. Why do I feel so inferior? No, I'm inferior and scared too. Don't you recall what happened in junior high school because of this? Saji rubbed his head in pain. Good memories. Let's do it again, Leo's expression brightened and suggested. Shut up, dude. Let's meet in the rooftop is usually empty, right? I'm going. Saji didn't waste another moment and sprinted past Leo. Looking at Saji vanishing in his normal vision, Leo shook his head and walked in the other direction. People just can't understand his refined taste. What a shame. Saji was rather quick as Leo didn't have to wait for long before he appeared on the rooftop and sat down on the bench. However, Leo realized that his lunch buddy wasn't there. Those devils happened to be very busy these days, so it wasn't strange. Unaware that he was the cause of all the recent chaos, Leo took his iced tea and drank it slowly. To Saji's surprise, he really didn't eat much, probably a bite or two before he focused on his tea. Hey, I'm wondering. But isn't it too strange that no one picked a fight with me? Don't they want to avenge their school flower or something? Shaking the can in boredom, Leo asked Saji. Strangely, no one stepped to provoke him, especially after they kept glaring at him. According to the clone, this scene has continued for a week, but it didn't care about it. However, a week has passed and momentum is still high. Leo couldn't help but be a bit curious about it. You don't know. Seriously? Man, are we studying in the same school? Fine, I'll say it again. Saji shook his head as he proceeded to tell the story. Apparently, after the legendary achievement of Leo, the waves of male students who wanted to beat him were caught by the teachers. The teachers quickly understood the story and wanted to call the main participants in this scene to hear it from them, but one of them was already present there. It was Hajime Akino. But when the teachers asked her, she denied everything that happened. No matter how much they questioned, she only said the following: students must have misheard things and it isn't good for them to go around trying to hurt people. All of that was told with a bright smile. Both teachers and students were confused at that point, but under the confirmation of Hajime Akino, they settled the scene swiftly by giving punishment to all the students who participated in the tide. They were especially stern on those who said they'll beat a fellow student. They even stated they'll contact all of their parents if something like this happened again. Listening to the story, Leo had a strange expression before he said, "What does that harlot, I mean, the fellow student wants?" Huh? Why are you assuming that she wants something? Maybe Hajime-senpai is just kind-hearted and simply didn't want to increase the problems. Not everyone seeks problems like a moth rushing to a dumpster fire in the same way as you do. Nah, it's just you're too optimistic. She clearly has ulterior motives and she's not kind-hearted, but in the slim chance she is, I need to thank her. I guess she loved getting yelled at. I'll just do that again. Leo shrugged and drank his tea as Saji's eyebrow twitched. However, he calmed himself and said, anyhow, give the fourth part. Oh, here you go, but didn't you join the enemy lines? Isn't manga forbidden here? Aren't you supposed to keep rules or something with those fellas? Those ones in the school entrance. Leo handed JoJo's Part 4 to Saji before he asked. With his eyes, he long saw that Saji transformed into a devil, but he didn't care. What? No, maybe, I don't know, okay. Anyway, I joined shortly and still didn't integrate into the student council activities. The president has been too busy these days with something, Saji swiftly denied before he frowned and said with displeasure, and who told you I'm on your side? Let me hit you first. Rejected. But it's good. If you are on my side, then as the self-proclaimed hidden-behind-the-scenes final boss, I would have no other choice but to backstab you. Leo nodded seriously as his words made another vein pop on Saji's forehead. He took a deep breath and decided to ignore this guy, who suddenly became chunny today. But as he swept the pages, he couldn't help but recall his situation in the past 2 weeks. Although Saji joined the student council last week, he still didn't participate in these activities simply because stuff kept happening. He doesn't know exactly what happened, but in general, he understood that the whole world is shaking. Only after he officially joined Sona's peerage, he finally learned some ins and outs of the situation. Saji heard something happened to some gods a month ago. His president, Sona Shitori, or rather say, Sona Citri, said it's so big it involved the entire world. Even she and the rest of the student council had to go to hell until they understood the situation clearly. When they got back, Sona was so tired and almost collapsed. Saji learned from one of the student council members that Sona's big sister didn't want her to come back to the human realm. It was a very difficult challenge to shake her off and leave. But when they thought everything had calmed down, another disaster struck in the past week. The entire world's mana, vitality, or some sort of energy went haywire. Although it only lasted briefly, the scene of the entire world trembling was so vivid. Then it appeared. With sounds of glass shattering as if it couldn't contain something, a massive magic circle decorated the entire sky, engulfing the sky and switching the day into the night before it exploded. Everything calmed down after that. Even after a further inspection, the related figures only found a huge crater as if a meteor hit the ground. This is all that the student council told Saji and the main reason for Sona's headache these days. Of course, this is not all that they knew, especially Sona, but this matter is out of Saji's reach currently. After all, he has just transformed into a devil. But on the other hand, he also accepted everything as facts and didn't question if they were hiding something. In this case, he's indeed stupid. I never knew the world is this dangerous. Saji could only sigh secretly at the hidden side of the world. It looked so calm and peaceful, but all earth-shattering events were happening in the background. Looking at the blue sky and students walking on the ground, he felt everything was unreal. If he rejected Sona's offer that day, he would like them. Living peacefully unaware of all that is happening. After all, if you went to most people and asked them if they believe in ghosts, they would probably laugh, joke, or mock you. This is also Saji's previous reaction, but no, everything is real. It's such a weird feeling. He asked himself if he doesn't regret accepting that offer. To be honest, he doesn't really know and it has just been a week, but knowing is a bit better than living in ignorance, right? Did this guy get possessed again? Leo raised his eyebrow and prepared to give Saji a punching treatment. However, Saji glanced at Leo with a complicated gaze before he sighed and became serious. Bro, if you ever faced a problem, especially something you don't understand, remember that I'm always here to help. Saji said those words while patting his chest. There was no hesitation in them as they came from the heart. Witnessing this declaration, Leo halted a bit before his expression became strange and said, "At first, I was moved a little, but looking at your face now, those feelings quickly turned into an urge to punch you. You. Can't you at least be a bit rational?" Saji felt this was the day. This is the day he'll fight to the death with this guy. Well, your offer sounds tempting. How about you help me with the math homework? Leo thought about it and said with a smile. The anger in Saji deflated like a balloon. He could only cough and say, anything except that. Tisk, Leo clicked his tongue, which inflamed the anger inside Saji again. They continued quarreling for a bit before Leo said, "So, don't you have to go back to class?" Yeah, let me finish this chapter. Is this Kira guy important? Saji continued flipping pages as they focused on Kira Yoshikage. He's a good person. Leo stared at Saji weirdly before giving a half-hearted answer and drinking his tea in peace. But seriously, where did you get this manga? I kept searching for it everywhere and did not find a single trace of it, Saji asked casually. The author doesn't have the means to spread his work at the moment, so he sends samples first. Do you think I'm dumb? Don't answer that. Nevertheless, for a manga of this size and all these events to not be published, is simply impossible. Who is the author anyway? A donut-loving, unaging man, Leo thought for a moment before saying seriously. The what? Saji's lips twitched at this introduction, but his attention was quickly attracted by the chapter. In it, the small bald guy, Shigechi, argued with Kira and ended up ripping the bag open, exposing the severed hand inside. From that point, Kira started his long monologue before his stand, Killer Queen, appeared. However, Saji felt more weird than excited. This feeling bothered him greatly and he couldn't put his finger on it. He continues turning the manga pages, trying to recall something. Wait, I have seen this somewhere else before. Ah, right. At the president's desk. Saji quickly recalled what happened in the past week. Even if Sona was tried, she still performed her duties and worked in the student council office. Saji happened to be present on that day and saw several pictures on her desk. The images were about a humanoid pink cat creature. There were various pictures, even some of them had a certain phrase written under them, which was, Killer Queen has already touched everything. He asked Sona about it and she briefly explained that it's a creature that caused massive pain to the Valkyries in Asgard. From their information, they speculate it owns the ability to turn anything it touched into a bomb. Sona told Saji that she informed him about these things so he takes care of himself. If anything happens, he also needs to inform her. He was now a part of her peerage, so his safety is also her responsibility. This is also a sign that she trusts him on these matters. She stated that he needs to run immediately without turning back if he faced this Killer Queen, and it's very dangerous several times. Sona couldn't allow him to waste his life just because he didn't know what he's dealing with. Saji couldn't help but stay silent before assuring her. Only then, Sona nodded and continued her work. Little did he know, Sona was actually doing this to increase his trust and integrate into her peerage better. Trust is usually a mutual thing. Show trust and you'll receive it back. By informing her peerage about things that sounded secret and very important, she showed them they are important for her, further increasing their belonging and incorporation into the peerage. Even the trust between members will increase. A good leader doesn't just know how to fight, but also to keep his team together. As for Killer Queen and the terrifying figure behind it. How could a figure like that come into Kuo? After all, what does it need from a newly reincarnated devil? Sona felt everything was under control. But not in her wildest dreams, the situation that she denied would happen to her newly reincarnated devil. Saji kept flapping the manga pictures before he stopped at the scene where Shigechi dragged his injured body towards the door. Then Kira said, "Killer Queen has touched that doorknob." At this point, Saji didn't know when the manga dropped from his hands. He felt his throat a bit dry. What's wrong? Hearing the voice next to him, Saji subconsciously jumped from the bench as if an electric current hit him. His face was already pale before he looked quickly. He didn't know when Leo put down his tea and stared at him without blinking. "You don't look too good. Do you need to go to the infirmary?" Leo said calmly, but his words didn't make Saji relax. He could only force a smile before saying, "No, I'm fine. Just my stomach is a bit unwell." "Your stomach is unwell, but you don't want to go to the infirmary, huh?" Looking at Leo's unchanging gaze, Saji almost fell down. He messed up greatly. "You're sweating and your heartbeats are accelerating." Without a change in his tone, Leo spoke slowly. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No, perhaps. Anxious, right? Your fist is tightly gripped, but you didn't notice. You want to leave, but your legs feel weak. Maybe you also don't know how to react." Although Leo didn't show any change or something extraordinary, his calm words were striking Saji bit by bit. Everything hit the bullseye without stopping. As usual, he'd shrugged these words with a joke, but now they felt menacing. Leo's eyes gave Saji the feeling that he's being stared at by something very dangerous. However, Leo only picked up the manga from the ground before he said, "So, you should go to the infirmary now. I'll not be responsible for carrying you. Forget about it completely. Maybe I'll drag you on the stairs instead." The menacing atmosphere was broken instantly as Saji looked at the familiar and irritating expression on Leo's face. No, it was all the same, but in the past moment, it felt completely different. Touching his forehead, he wiped the fine sweat, took a few deep breaths, and sat on the bench again. Was he overthinking? Maybe he really needs to go to the infirmary. Wait, no. Saji suddenly woke up from the previous feeling and looked at the manga in Leo's hand. Leo. Yes. Where did you exactly bring that manga from? Saji swallowed and said slowly. "In my locker, duh." Leo looked at Saji weirdly before he said, "What's wrong with you today? Did you eat something wrong? Wait, don't tell me a few manga panels scare you. PFFF. No. Wait, it's not like that. Don't make stuff up, you bastard." Looking at Leo suppressing his laughter, Saji felt so embarrassed. Everything that happened could mean that he was scared of a manga. This is humiliating. Was I just overreacting? Maybe turning into a devil has some side effects I didn't know. Saji held his forehead and calmed himself. Seriously, what's wrong with you? Did Sona Citri do anything to you? I knew you're desperate for a girlfriend and joined the student council because it's completely made of girls, but come on, man. This is too much. Leo shook his head like he's disappointed. Shut up. Out of all people, I don't want to hear the word girlfriend from someone like you. As if Leo hit a nerve, Saji felt his anger erupting like a volcano. How dare this unmoving mountain that didn't even glance at hints from several girls to say that to him? He's both jealous and mad. Wait. Suddenly, Saji froze. His mind that didn't usually work fast, was exceptionally sharp in this situation. His gaze moved slowly before it landed on Leo and said, "SS Sona. SSS Citri." Stuttering all the way to spit those two words, Saji's whole body was shocked. Sona Citri is the true name of the student council president, but in the human world, she took an alias named Sauna Shitori. Everyone in the school, no, in the entire town, knows her by that name. So, how did? Thud. The sound made Saji jump from the bench again as he saw Leo close the manga and sighed. Oh my, you have seen it. Leo stood up from the bench slowly before his eyes landed on Saji. The same dangerous and menacing feeling appeared again. Saji's face became pale as paper and couldn't speak. They stood like that for a few moments as the awkward atmosphere intensified before Leo spoke unhurriedly. My name is Leo Arisaltek. I'm 17 years old in this life. My house is in the southeast section of Kuo, where all the houses are, and I'm single. I'm a freshman at Kuo Academy, and I get home every day by 4 p.m. at the latest. I don't smoke, nor do I drink. I have quit sleeping these days, but I still lay in bed by 12 p.m., even if my body didn't need it. After having a glass of water and checking on my beasts before going to bed, I usually repeat equations and magical knowledge until morning. Just like always, I stand up and start my morning. I was told that my body and mind are a mess in my last checkup. I'm trying to explain that I'm a person who doesn't wish to live a quiet life. I take care not to trouble myself with any enemies, like winning or losing, I just nuke everything in my way. That is how I deal with society, and I know that is what maybe brings a bit of joy in my life. Although, if I were to fight, I wouldn't lose to anyone. Finishing the long speech with the same tone, Leo's eyes were still locked on Saji, who was already sweating. What do you mean? Unable to comprehend the situation and frozen by fear, Saji stuttered and retreated, but his body seemed to have hit something solid. What I mean is, Killer Queen has already touched. Before Leo finished his words, Saji turned his head to meet the upside-down face of Killer Queen head-on. He felt the blood leaving his body as it turned ice-cold under Killer Queen's stare. Your dumb face. With Leo's words, Killer Queen raised his hand and thumb, like holding a detonator, and showed it to Saji before it clicked. At this point, Saji's eyes rolled before he fell down. He fainted on the spot without any resistance. Leo and Killer Queen stared at each other for a moment before they looked at Saji on the ground. Oh my, did we overdo it? Leo rubbed his chin as Killer Queen raised its arms and shrugged. Both the stand user and the stand were clueless about what they should do now. However, Killer Queen thought about it and raised their fist and pointed at Saji. Good idea, Leo's eyes brightened and nodded as Killer Queen tightened its fist and looked down. At this moment, under the stare of Killer Queen, it marked the start of a new unlucky morning. But at least, Leo has a new person to share it with. How touching. Chapter 166, The Rusted Chains. Genchiro Saji felt he had been in a long dream. Everything felt foggy and confusing as he couldn't make a sense of it. If not because of the lack of terrifying scenes, he would assume this is a nightmare. Uncomfortable coldness struck his body continuously as if he's lying on solid ground. Out of habit, he tried to reach for the blanket, but his body didn't move at all. Suddenly, his body shook and his eyes opened slowly. It felt like someone was waking him up. As his vision became blurry, he subconsciously thought it's his little sister. He couldn't help but turn over to sleep and mutter, 5 more minutes. 5 minutes, my ass. But what welcomed him was an icy voice that came out of nowhere. His vision shifted as Leo suddenly appeared in his dream and punched him. Feeling his right cheek burning, the dream vanished into nothing as Genchiro woke up abruptly, only to get punched again by a fist wearing a black glove with a cat's skull mark. Looking at Genchiro twisting like a worm from pain, Killer Queen vanished in thin air shortly after, leaving all sights. Rolling on the ground and holding his cheek, the pain made Genchiro fully awake as he glared at the front and said, "You mother dash, huh?" However, what awaited him was something entirely different. A black shadow appeared as bone-chilling coldness spread. As if the clouds covered the sky, the pleasant sunlight reduced to a cool shade. The shadow was a large black robe covering someone from head to toes. The figure held a big scythe in one hand while the other rose, pointing at Genchiro. Looking at the bony hand without any skin or flesh, he realized that the figure is a skeleton. Genchiro Saji. It's time. As the hazy blue fire burned in its eye sockets, the skeleton stated coldly with an emotionless tone while mist drifted from its mouth. The horrifying picture was so real, it made Genchiro freeze in place, unable to utter a word. Genchiro felt someone throwing ice inside his body as the blood drained from his face. Glancing at the Grim Reaper, he stuttered with difficulty and horror, "Am I dead? Mommy. Is this hell? Should this be the Grim Reaper? Wait, aren't I a devil? Shouldn't I belong to hell from the start?" Genchiro felt his mind going blank. "No, dumbass. It's time to get up and stop wasting my time." The Grim Reaper's voice instantly shifted into an awfully familiar and annoying voice. The fuck? Genchiro blinked his eyes. He didn't need a mirror to know how ridiculous his current expression is. What made him more baffled is the Grim Reaper losing all realism and becoming slightly cartoonish. Genchiro rubbed his eyes and looked again, but no, the skeleton literally had a blue carrot in its eyes instead of the flames. The previous cold and eerie atmosphere was grinded to dust by the skeleton current form before clapping with its skeletal hands. As if an illusionary bubble popped, everything returned to normal and Leo appeared in the same position as the Grim Reaper. With his trembling hand, Genchiro pointed at Leo, who wore a harmless smile, unable to say anything. He recalled everything. From the previous talk to suddenly losing consciousness. His jaw dropped as his mind went blank again. Everything was real. Genchiro wanted to pinch himself, but the pain on his cheek did a better job. This made him widen his eyes in disbelief. "This bastard hit me. Rise and shine, Genchiro." How was the 2-minute nap on the solid rooftop? After not getting a response, Leo said with a slight smile. It was like everything was an illusion that has nothing to do with him. It felt like he was about to ask Genchiro if he's okay or needed to go to the infirmary. Recalling what DXD Worlds will said before, Leo nodded sagely to himself. He's a very kind person, indeed. Fortunately, his train of thought is unknown to Genchiro, or else, he'd most likely faint again. However, recollecting all the past events, the fire burned in Genchiro's chest and erupted like a volcano, making his face red from anger. You fucker. You hit me. You actually hit me. Twice. Pointing at the puzzled Leo, Genturu felt his burning cheek and was ready to fold his sleeves and get into a fight. This asshole actually got a cheap shot on him. He knew it. This is the day he'll fight this guy to death. But suddenly, he remembered a certain pink humanoid stand. I didn't hit you. Ask Killer Queen if you don't believe it. Leo pointed behind him as Killer Queen became visible for Genturu again. Sensing someone looking at it, Killer Queen stopped tidying its glove and shifted its vision to meet Genturu's eyes. The emotionless dead eyes made him swallow back everything he was going to say before Killer Queen vanished again. However, he still glared at Leo as if flames were going to shoot from his eyes. Of course, he didn't believe it. He still remembers that dream vividly. Well, you're welcome to try in dreams if you can. Leo nodded as if everything was for granted, which made Genturu's eyebrow twitch. What is this bullshit logic? Do you think I'm mentally challenged? I dare you to answer that. Then what about the whole Grim Reaper thing, huh? Do you want to kill me in my sleep? Nah, of course, not. Let me be honest with you, that sounded way funnier in my head. I don't know what happened, Leo shrugged, feeling nothing as no one appreciated his sophisticated sense of humor. But fret not, even if you die, no Grim Reaper will appear nor hell will accept you. Go look for another shithole. For example, how about heaven? LOL. Leo casually waved his hand, completely ignoring the bulging veins on Genturu's forehead. Taking several deep breaths to calm his anger and also his trembling heart, Genturu's body slowly stopped shaking. However, deep in his eyes, a slight fear still flickered each time he glanced at Leo, but at least he calmed a bit. To be honest, he isn't calm at all. His mind is on a roller coaster, unable to make sense of what is happening. Various thoughts and emotions bombarded his head, not allowing him to think straight. Everything just happened too fast for him to comprehend. He came to school, met with the arch-asshole that he knew for years, but after some shit and giggles, surprise. The asshole status has evolved from a screw-loose childhood friend into a potential calamity that not even his president dared to comfort. Being new to the supernatural world, Genturu still had a lot to learn about the hierarchy of power. So, for this new devil, Sona being a high-rank, pure-blooded devil, and the one who turned him into a devil, was a very big shot. Probably even at the peak of power for his current knowledge. But in his limited understanding, this big shot doesn't even dare to mention the figure before him. She could only label him as extremely dangerous and a dead end for them if they fought. Genturu's mind recalled how many times Sona solemnly warned him to run away if he faced something like this, especially on the level of Killer Queen. So, I should be running away now, right? Laughing wryly at himself, Genturu didn't know what he should do. Yeah, you should run, Leo suddenly said as Genturu retorted, shut up, I'm having a problem right now. Let me panic in peace. The audacity of this guy. Genturu ignored Leo and shook his head like he couldn't stand these actions. This rendered Leo speechless. You taught him well. Feeling speechless, Drake didn't know what else to say. Despite not knowing how Leo knew what he was thinking about, Genturu strangely calmed deep down. Even in the presence of a being that could give him a once-in-a-lifetime self-boom event, Genturu wasn't shaken that much after the initial surprise. He can't help it. This bastard is still playing tricks on him like there's no tomorrow. The damn grin on Leo's face seemed to be hitting some nerves he didn't know they even existed. Can't he let him catch a break, god damn it. However, this familiar treatment and thought process is one that made him relax. Nothing much has changed about the asshole he knew for years. At most, he has superpowers now. Wait. This asshole has superpowers. This asshole has superpowers. This asshole has superpowers. As those words echoed in his head, Genturu's pupils became pinpoint and his face paled again, even worse than before. The weight of this information is more devastating than the sky crumbling. The horror. The menace has superpowers. Genturu felt he'll faint again. No, he is already fainting. Who is it? Who is the maniac that allowed such a thing? Do you want to doom us all? Meanwhile, DXD World's Will, who has been watching the show, felt speechless. Leo rubbed his chin while watching Genturu's expression change. His face became red from anger, then pale from fear, next as a normal expression, and so on. It looked like some sort of a traffic light. The situation was interesting to watch, to say the least. Did you cause him brain damage? Didn't you hit him lightly? Leo turned to Killer Queen, who pointed at him. Me. Nah, getting hit in dreams won't cause anything, probably. Leo's words gradually lost confidence as he looked at Genturu's expressions. Although he said it as a joke before, maybe this guy is really possessed. As a good friend, he needs to liberate his buddy. Leo sighed secretly while clenching his fist. Perhaps he sensed the upcoming hazard. Genturu trembled a little before he took a deep breath and calmed down. He stood up slowly and without looking at Leo, he went and grabbed the bottle of water he brought earlier and drank it all in one go. Under Leo's stare, Gentry finished the bottle of water quickly before rubbing his throat. Blinking his eyes, Leo handed his teakin to Gentry as the latter snatched it swiftly without any hesitation and drank it. Better. Yeah, wait, no, fuck you. You damn chunny fucker who wants to give me a heart attack. Percent and a caret at, equals and a, asterisk a, and asterisk. Gentry snapped and started to bombard Leo with insults without any warning. This continued for more than 5 minutes as Leo watched blankly. Where did this guy learn these words? The audacity. Shrugging his shoulders, Leo sat down on the bench and waited for this to finish. Only after feeling his throat hurt and dry again did Gentry stop. Yet, it seemed he still had more insults to say looking at his unsatisfied appearance. However, Gentry only sighed before he sat on the bench again. Better. Shut up. Leo repeated the previous question only to receive a glare from Gentry. So, shut up they did. No one said a word until Gentry looked at the sky and sighed. His condition became far better as he sighed again and spoke slowly. What would a devil do in heaven? Go to burn alive. There's a lot to do, to be honest. Let's say, these angels here aren't truly angel-like in their thought process and work. After all, they have feelings and free will. More importantly, they have politics. That is enough said. Imagine angels having politics. Leo shook his head without saying more. As everyone knows, there's no honest politics. Even if there's, they would soon be tainted because of a little thing called compromise. In a situation where fractions of equal or higher power exist, one must learn how to be flexible enough to secure and boost their advantages, which usually isn't a very upright matter. All in all, politics are dipping your hands in the mud called schemes and tricks aiming for benefits. Of course, Gentry didn't think this ahead, neither had the luxury to contemplate about it at the very moment. He could only stare blankly at the sky and say, "Shut up, don't talk to me." Just how did he get here? This was supposed to be a nice and peaceful day. Rubbing his temples to ease the headache, Gentry felt everything was unreal, but the facts were right before him. Clenching his teeth, he decided to bite the bullet and say, "When did you know?" However, he didn't receive an answer for a while. Gentry raised his head to see Leo got a coffee can from who knows where and was sipping it slowly. Noticing Gentry's stare, Leo glanced at him and said, "Shut up, don't talk to me." Hearing those same words, Gentry felt the blood rushing to his head. As if a nerve exploded, he threw the tea can in his hand towards Leo's face, but the latter just tilted his head to avoid the attack. Why? Why are you tormenting me? Do you think you're funny? Nah, I'm not really trying. You're just being too easy. Glaring at Leo's somehow regretful expression, Gentry sighed one last time before he deflated like a balloon and leaned on the bench. Better. Yeah. Gentry rolled his eyes when he heard the same question. He's basically calm right now. No, he just doesn't have any more energy to panic. Seriously, when did you know? Gentry scratched his head in pain. About you being a hellspawn. From day 1 inch. Gentry's eyebrow twitched at that name, which isn't really wrong, but he shook his head. No, I mean all of this. This supernatural world, when did you know about it? Ah, that. Well, my situation is a bit complicated, so you can never be sure. 1 year. 2 years. Maybe 10 years. Who knows exactly? Leo shrugged and refused to think too much, but his attitude made Gentry dissatisfied. This hidden world, full of things that only appear in fantasy, was right in front of everyone's eyes, but not everybody knows about it. Gentry felt this feeling of ignorance very clearly when he learned about Sona's identity. However, he experienced it much more evidently now. Someone he knew clearly for years is also a part of this hidden world. How is he supposed to feel? All the thoughts circled in Gentry's head before turning into a bitter sigh. It just can't be helped anyway. As for feeling resentment for being kept in the dark, didn't he just do the same a while ago? Even Gentry understands that there are things that shouldn't be said casually. After all, for him, you can't just drag normal people into this hidden world without any reason. Does Uncle and Aunt know about it? Or, they are a part of it? Gentry mentioned Leo's parents as a dark look appeared on Leo's face. No, but they know much more than you for sure. Yet. Leo's facial expression turned for the worst as Gentry swallowed. This is scary. Gentry didn't know how to put it, but it was like facing a wild beast. The intimidating feeling pressed on his mind strongly as if a monster suddenly appeared. However, Leo covered his face and said like he's giving up. I told them several times, but they all ignored me and became somehow worried that I would return to my dark chunny days. He, do you know what's worse? The creepy faint laughter made Gentry's hair rise up, but Leo continued, my father took me to see his old collection about energy guardians, which is totally a boycott of Power Rangers, in the name of learning how to separate hobbies from daily life. Do you know the feeling of sitting and listening to the episodes of a very, very old show? I couldn't even reject him because he sounded very happy about it. Okay. As for my mother, she snapped immediately. Although she said she respected my hobbies calmly, she swore about taking me to socialize more. Her eyes were very scary. Socialize. Me. Socializing. I prefer to stare at abominations in the world's evil. Ah. My introvert soul is dying. Genshiru looked blankly at Leo having a breakdown. He raised his hand for a moment before lowering it. To be honest, he didn't expect this at all. Yet, he felt this was how it should be. So. Genshiru clapped his hands and was pleased with Leo's suffering. This is karma. Ah, sweet karma. But now that I think about it, all that stuff this guy said was, the more he thought about it, the more Genshiru found that all Leo's previous bullshit should actually be real. All this time, this guy was telling him about it openly and clearly, but Genshiru buried his face in his hands. He felt like a massive idiot now. Wait, maybe this is his real plan. Just to make me feel like a moron. This damn devil. Pause, no. I'm a devil. Ah. Leo snapped from his breakdown to see Genshiru having an internal conflict, which rendered him speechless. He barely did something and this guy is already giving up on life. The entire situation was comical and weird. If there was a third party present, they'll be astonished by witnessing these two taking turns and having breakdowns. Is it even possible to time this? However, Leo paid more attention to something else, which is Genshiru's acceptance. Kudos to him for accepting the absurd situation quickly despite being new to all of this. Maybe coupled with his familiarity and initial trust with Leo, Genshiru sensed no real danger and threat to his life. Those aren't half bad senses. Leo took off and cleaned his glasses as his eyes landed on Saji's arm. Vritra, huh? An Indian snake with the mind of a beaver. Shaking his head, Leo didn't care much about an idiot lizard. He instead delivered a kind reminder to Genshiru, shouldn't you think of more important things? Like, what now? Oh, right. Dude, what the hell did you do? Why did the president warn me so much about you? Why did she seem to be scared of you? Why did I find your stand pics in the president's office? Also, stands are real. Hold on, does that mean you're the one who wrote that manga? Does this mean you returned to drawing and painting? Genshiru began to bombard Leo with the questions, which made the latter feel a headache. Leo picked the manga on the side and threw it in the air, startling Genshiru. However, contrary to his expectations, Genshiru widened his eyes when he saw the manga sink in space and spread ripples as if it fell into the water. Noticing that Genshiru finally stopped, Leo nodded and said quickly, a fun party. Dunno, I don't care about her. Because I'm very kind. Maybe she's a stalker. Yes. No. Never. Blinking his eyes in bewilderment, Genshiru took a moment to realize that Leo answered all his questions in the same order he asked. But those answers, except the last three, made his lips twitch. What the hell, because you're kind? Do you really believe I'm mentally challenged? Genshiru gathered his hands together and calmed himself. Happy thoughts, happy and calm thoughts. He realized he'll not get a serious answer from Leo, so he gave up. But even if Leo won't tell him, he'll find it for himself. Genshiru swore he'll find out all that Sona knows about this guy later. Wait, Sona. However, Genshiru finally comprehended something. Sona has met Leo before, but unlike her, who has no clue, Leo seems to be fully aware of her identity. Coupled with Sona's description of the Killer Queen, Genshiru felt this was a big conspiracy. Is this some sort of scheme against Sona and the other pure-blooded devil in the school? Is it because they are related to the four Satans? Suddenly, Genshiru recalled Leo's words about backstabbing him, which made his guess more convincing. Leo blinked his eyes at Genshiru's train of thoughts. Genshiru was never the type to control his expressions, so his face was like an open book. This made Leo even more speechless, but he still played along. He cleared his throat and said with a deep voice, "It seems you have finally got it. What do you think will happen after you knew about me?" The serious expression on Leo's face startled Genshiru. Genshiru's mind worked quickly, trying to find an answer. Right, if Leo is a part of a conspiracy, then he's now an obstacle. If he told Sona about this. No, even if he didn't, Genshiru isn't confident of keeping it a secret. He simply isn't a good liar. Suddenly, Leo raised his finger and pointed at Genshiru's face. Do you know what I'm going to do now? Genshiru's eyes widened in shock. His throat felt dry as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The previous menacing feeling has returned. He felt that Killer Queen was staring at him. What are you going to do? Erase my memories. After a lot of difficulties, Genshiru managed to squeeze those words, but to his surprise, Leo shook his head, dropped his hand, and said, I'm going to do nothing, duh. I see. Wait, nothing. What? What about Sona and knowing your identity? Why are you asking? Do you perhaps want me to do something? Leo glanced at Genturu weirdly, which made the latter shake his head quickly. Look, I don't know what plot did you weaved in your head, but I know it's stupid, so shut up. Genturu didn't know how to describe it, but he felt every inch of Leo's expression called him a dumbass. The worst part is that he actually started to agree. I don't care if you know about me or not. I mean, I have been telling you about it for quite a while now. As for that authority role-playing girl, Sona, you can tell her or do whatever makes you happy. Leo waved his hand with a bored expression and said, I only played along because you suddenly made a conspiracy plot in your head. Oh. Genturu didn't know what to say. Was it this simple? Nothing to silence him or erase his memory. This sounds too easy and cheap. But for Genturu, this was exactly like something Leo would come up with. Grinding all the seriousness into dust and turning it into something absurd. I'm now thinking, why did I overwork myself with you? Why did I even bother? Genturu collapsed on the bench. I know, right? I'm surprised you listened to my nonsense. Didn't you build immunity after all those years? Give me a break. I'm still new to supernatural stuff and someone didn't miss any chances to abuse it, you sick psycho. Thank you, I try my best. Shut up. No, you shut up. The atmosphere suddenly returned to normal as these two sat down blankly. It felt like they threw everything behind their backs or basically didn't have more energy to continue. Although Genturu still felt like he forgot something very important, he shrugged and continued talking with Leo. So, what will happen if the president knows about you? Leo fixed his glasses and thought about it before saying, you know, what I said earlier was actually exclusive to you and some others. For these devils and such, I don't prefer them knowing about me. It's just pain to deal with them, especially with the Worlds will keeping an eye on me. Leo clicked his tongue in annoyance. He didn't want to give the Worlds will any chances. Genturu didn't feel much surprised about it because Leo was still hiding his identity. It seems he only made an exception because they were friends. Does this mean he's somehow privileged? This made Genturu feel a bit touched, but recalling how the process went, those feelings were swiftly eliminated. Thinking about it again, this information is more of a curse than a blessing. However, he still felt a bit worried and asked, what are you going to do? I promise to keep this a secret as best as I can, but you know. The president is scary. She's bound to catch a clue from me. Feeling being put between the two sides made Genturu uncomfortable. On one side is his old friend and on the other side is his current president, who didn't treat him badly at all. I don't have many expectations for you, to be frank. You. Looking at Leo's blank expression, Genturu suddenly recalled the urge of punching him. But you don't have to worry about those devils. Leo smiled slightly as he gave Genturu a bad feeling. Recently, I have been diagnosed with kindness by the world itself. Apparently, I'm a kind person, a very kind person. Would you look at that? So, I'm just going to show them how this kind person is fresh out of mercy and empathy. Hee hee. Leo's smiling expression made Genturu slightly move away. Despite the sunny and bright weather, Genturu felt no warmth. He urgently wanted to pray for Sona right now, but isn't this partially his fault too? Holding his forehead in pain, Genturu didn't know what he's supposed to do. He had a quite good feeling that Sona and the student council would meet a living nightmare if he left things alone. Man, can't you just let it go? Of course, I can, if they didn't bother me. But we both know that's not going to happen. Leo shook his head and opened his hands as Genturu sighed again. This is basically hopeless. Hold up, maybe, racking his brain trying to find a solution, Genturu's eyes suddenly flashed. So, this is it all, General, I hope you had fun because I did. Leo chuckled as he stood up, but he suddenly heard Genturu calling. Leo, listen to me for a minute. How about we do you do something that'll make me not able to tell the president anything about you. Something like a contract or a seal, you know what I'm saying, right? The more he spoke, the more Genturu was convinced of the flexibility of his approach. If everything is going to happen because he can't truly hide from Sona if she asks about Leo, then how about making him unable to say anything at all? However, when he raised his head, he saw Leo looking at him as if he's seeing a dumbass, again. Damn it, why is he getting good at spotting this look? Bruh, you dare to suggest contracts while you know nothing about them. Are you brave or dumb? I guess both. Shut it. If you are so smart, why don't you think of something? Genturu rolled his eyes. I'm not smart. In fact, I'm an official fool. And why do I have to think for you, huh? This is your problem. Deal with it alone. No. I refuse to do it alone because... With incomparable seriousness in his tone, Genturu's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. But soon, they dimmed as he looked down and said, I can't do anything about it. A dark and gloomy air suddenly appeared on his body as a self-mocking smile escaped Genturu's lips. Looking at the depressed Genturu, Leo's eyebrow twitched and said, looking at you now, you're bound to get played in some contracts in the future. Don't take Citri Sona as an example, she and other devils in this school are a bit of a rare breed among devils. However, I'm much worse than them, so do you still want to do a contract? Man, let me be honest with you now. Compared to the student council, I definitely believe in you more. Despite you being an intolerable, annoying, and irritating jerk, I know you're far more trustworthy than them who took me into a dark room to show off their wings. By the way, I have to say those wings look so bad, they are like something I can make in MS Paint. Genturu declared with a single breath. His voice had hidden resentment when he mentioned the wings, as if having those wings after he became a devil is leaving a bad taste in his mouth. However, listening to those words, Leo's eyes became a bit complicated before he fixed his glasses as they reflected the light and said, now, you're just making me feel like an asshole. Why thank you, but don't think it'll work. TCH. Genturu clicked his tongue when he saw his plan didn't work. Rubbing his temples, Leo felt this was getting ridiculous and long. But you shouldn't take my words and advice seriously, they never went well. Also, aside from something to seal off your memories, a contract will only make you unable to speak of something. Citri Sona would still find something wrong because you are just bad at acting. What you are looking for is something to avoid exposing your clumsy lying, which for some reason, you think I can do. Do you think I'm some sort of a wishing machine, huh? How about I get you a knife from Grail Kuin and go stab Sona in the Gudash? Hold up, suddenly, Leo stopped and thought about it, I have the world's evil, heaven's feel, and also the greater Holy Grail. I'm Grail Kun. Struck by the enlightenment, Leo's eyes shone with a weird light that made Genturu shiver. As if made by reflex, a shiny knife appeared in Leo's hand. Ah, sorry, I was thinking about something. But you know, your idea isn't actually impossible. Leo rubbed his chin as Genturu's expression brightened and said, really? You're not tricking me, right? I just heard you talking about a knife and stabbing. Suddenly, Genturu rubbed his eyes while staring at Leo. He could swear he saw a knife in Leo's hand a second ago. Nah, of course, not. Acting as if nothing had happened, Leo opened his empty palm, making Genturu more puzzled. However, on top of Leo's palm, a dark point appeared. It made a huge contrast with the surroundings and gave Genturu a terrible feeling. It felt so deceptive and tricky. He couldn't figure if it's real or not, but when he looked at it again, it became completely normal. Initiating the Longinus, an eerie black fog that absorbed the light appeared on top of his palm. It twisted like small snakes and coiled around the dark point like a storm. To Genturu's astonishment, the fog reduced in size quickly and took a new shape. The black color began to fade gradually and was replaced with a shiny silver hue. After a few moments, the darkness vanished and a new object rested on Leo's palm. It's a shiny silver coin that looks no different than other coins, even Genturu didn't feel anything from it. However, he didn't get to think more because Leo tossed the coin at him. He caught the coin hurriedly and inspected it while asking, what is this? The coin shone with a faint silver gleam in Genturu's hand. It didn't have many unique features, except the heads had the drawing of a weird half-face mask, and one single word was written on the tails, Trickster. A small thing I just made. It doesn't have a name, so just call it the Trickster Lucky Coin. As for what it does, well. Hey, Jen, what did you just see now? Huh? I just saw you acting like an idiot. By the way, isn't this lunch break taking too long? Don't we have a class with that scary teacher? Genturu said naturally with a blank face, but his expression suddenly changed into shock and said, wait, what? I didn't want to say that. But. Genturu felt horrified. At that moment, he felt something taking control over his body and changing all his speech, even his facial expression and tone of voice. Everything felt so smooth like how he usually talks. Well, there you have it. Trickster Lucky Coin simply makes you a good liar. It's even smarter than you, so the coin would know when to activate. Delivered to you by the father of lies, buy one and get one for free. I have even added a small trick. Try thinking about hiding it. Genturu did so and the coin vanished in his palm, and when he thought about it again, it appeared instantly. This made his eyes shine like he got a new toy. To be honest, I still see this as unnecessary, but whatever makes you happy. Leo shook his head in disapproval. Genturu should have just gone and told Sona, so he can try his newest anti-Citri Sona device, knife. Like Grail Kuin, his products are the finest in the world. They simply solve all problems with the simplest methods. Oh. Is this your ability? Is it also a sacred gear? Genturu played with the coin in his hands while asking. Something along those lines. I forgot to ask, but what are you, Leo? It couldn't be, are you also a devil? A devil, you say? Leo fixed his glasses as his tone made Genturu nervous. Maybe it was a bad idea to ask. But Leo only smiled slightly and gently. He clasped his hands on top of his chest in the form of praying before a bright light shone. Genturu hurriedly covered his eyes against the blinding light. He struggled to see beyond the light, but what he saw almost made his eyes jump off their sockets. Leo is still in his place all right, but he has slightly changed. The light covered his very being, dotting his hair and clothes with particles bright as stars, but the most striking was the giant dazzling wings. Each feather reflected the brilliance as if they were made of crystals. On top of his hand, the brightness gathered into a singularity before it expanded into a flaming halo. Leo opened his eyes and said, "Fear not, young one. I'm an angel, and one of the purest ones." Thud. At this point, Genturu fell like a log on the ground. He gazed blankly at the sky with eyes that gave up on life and whispered, "Who? Who is it? Who is the sick bastard that allowed this to happen? Just, what is wrong with this world?" Meanwhile, Toru Worlds will felt someone mentioning him. He didn't know who or bothered to know, but he still wished them a horrible and painful death anyway. Small illusions are sure handy. Everything returned to normal as Leo glanced at Genturu, who was questioning life, and said, "By the way, didn't you forget something? I shouldn't ever again ask you about something." "No, the other one." "What?" "You have a class now. I have been trying to remind you a couple of times already." Genturu stood up from the ground like a zombie and horror surfaced his face. Leo added the finishing blow, "It has been a half hour." Without finishing his words, Leo saw Genturu dashing from the rooftop and vanishing through the door. People are always in a rush these days. Leo shook his head before he looked at school through the rooftop. However, the sound of footsteps appeared again. Genturu came running at full speed and extended his palm to Leo. "What?" Leo blinked his eyes. "Buy one and get one for free." "Give me the second coin," Genturu said with utmost seriousness that it almost made Leo's glasses fall. "You harlot. Did you buy it, huh?" "I gave it to you." "Yes, I did. I paid for it by my mental health." Genturu mentioned all the pranks that Leo just did. "TCH, fuck off." Leo clicked his tongue and put another coin in Genturu's hand, which the latter said, "Thank you," and left the rooftop running again. Leo shook his head before looking around. The world changed in his eyes like a bunch of life energy signals flashed in his sight, especially the one he marked earlier. Now, he wondered how things would play out. Leo closed his eyes before a crimson aura gushed from his body. King Crimson. With the crimson gleam breaking the world apart into a distorted void, Leo vanished from the spot. Time passed quickly, and soon the school day ended. It's 3:50 p.m., and students can be seen leaving Kuo Academy grounds. These are the usual going-to-home club members, while some other students choose to stay in school to perform their club activities. The weather became a bit hotter at this hour as the hazy sun blanketed the street in heat, making it a nice time for dozing off or taking a nap. Hey. Why is it closed today too? I don't know. Did something happen to the owner? You know, all those mysterious missing accidents lately. Don't jinx it. Sigh, their crepes were so good. A group of students stopped in front of a closed dessert shop. Looking at the red closing sign that has already accumulated some dust, the students left unwillingly. But on the inside, a pungent and nauseous smell filled the entire shop and was slightly released to the outside. As if a typhoon hit the place, the tables and chairs fragments and parts are scattered everywhere. Greenish-yellow pus dripped from behind the counter, mixed with a disfigured fleshy mess. The smell finally made people notice something wrong, as the neighbors notified the authorities. Meanwhile, near the southern district of Kuo, in the area where old houses are, a weird atmosphere radiated. Crunch crunch. An uncanny sound echoed from a dark alley, covered by shades. If one listened carefully, they might recognize it as teeth chewing on something hard. But it felt more unbearable and left a chill in people's hearts. Inside the alley, 3 people with their necks twisted lay on the ground. Yellowish pus dripped from their orifices mixed with blood. Their eyes were already dim and the expression on their faces reflected terror before they died. On top of one of the corpses, a pale gray figure lowered its head and munched on the man's face. Tearing off a portion of flesh, dripping with blood and pus. The blood stick and the pus dripped from the figure munching on an eyeball as a delightful expression. The white substance dripped from its lips, but it didn't mind. The figure had the shape of a deformed wolf. Its body was filled with sharp bones sticking from every corner and joint, releasing greenish pus into the ground. The pus didn't have any corrosive properties, but it seemed like it's following the movement of the creature. This is a stray devil. A devil who had enough from their master and decided to quit their job. After all, not every deal with devils looks good after consideration. But without the support of their masters, most weaklings will lose their minds and their powers will go haywire. They'll turn into abominations with different forms and shapes. The current stray devil felt so happy these days. The security in some human cities felt so loose these days and he could easily move in them, but it started to recover quickly the past few weeks. Despite being drunk on the taste of blood, the stray fear of death made him rational. He would leave the city today and lay low after this hunt. Thud. However, the stray suddenly felt a tab on the back. His senses sharpened and jumped from his place and stuck on the wall. Looking right and left, the wolf didn't see anything, but he wanted to turn around. He found his body frozen and his vision angle rose. Click, asterisk boom. Asterisk. Before the wolf could comprehend what was happening, his entire body exploded. The explosion flames burst out of his insides, turning his parts into minced meat, splatting on the ground. Not even the hard bone thorns on his body were spared, they cracked into fragments and shot like bullets across the alley. Abruptly, the yellowish pus tried to gather from the corpses and recover the stray devil, but the explosions followed into all the bodies on the ground. The smoke and flames gathered together into a point before popping out of existence, leaving nothing on the alleyway. Uncannily, the explosion didn't leave any scorch marks on the ground or damage any object besides the stray and the bodies. Not even the sound of the explosion was heard as no one noticed the anomaly. A little far away from the alleyway, a young man was walking slowly with a sullen expression. Why am I doing this? Isn't this the job of those devils? Where are those exorcists too? Did they quit their jobs too? Mumbling to himself, Leo recovered Killer Queen as he kept complaining. As a proud member of the Going to Home Club, he left school exactly at the bell ring. Genshiru had to stay back for student council-related matters. Although he knew Genshiru might have something else to talk about, Leo couldn't break his record. But on his usual way back home, he suddenly bumped into a stray devil on the board of daylight. What is worse is that it's close to his home, so he had to eliminate it. By doing so, he saved some people too. Now, others might be happy about this, but he felt speechless. Leo started to think he's failing more and more in his role as a beast. First, he saved Chaldea's last master, saved the timeline, and now this. His complaints reached the ears of a certain red dragon as he rolled his eyes. Then tell me whose fault is that? The recent events in the world have made everyone on their tiptoes. Asgard accident, Great Red Fall, and also the recent ritual. Who has time to take care of some trashy stray devils? These are just small ripples that his partner's ridiculous actions have caused in the world, but Drake only shook his head. He doesn't really care, but listening to this guy complaining is annoying. Wow, you're talking as if those guys care about some human lives. Leo chuckled slightly. Like hell, the supernatural figures would care about some casualties in the human world. After all, this realm is like a farm for them. Faith for gods, contracts for devils, and so on. And do you care? You're supposed to be some sort of an old and wise dragon, Drake. I know you can figure it out. I believe in you. Leo fixed his glasses as he chatted with Drake. His actions of talking to himself made some people look at him weirdly. This place is rather a slightly famous business street in Kuo Town. A lot of people were coming and going as shops were trying to attract customers. If you're a Gemini, born between May 22nd and June 5th, you will have extremely good fortune in love and business. Come and buy a lottery ticket. Glancing at some advertisements on the street, Leo's thoughts wandered far away. So, my small effect on the world still remains. Is the world's will too lazy to erase it? Maybe it doesn't care at all, or it just can't do it. Probably all of them. Well, it's also good. Let's see how much you don't care about small stuff. A small smile surfaced on Leo's lips and made Drake narrow his eyes as if something bad was going to happen. What are you going to do? Helping a friend to recover. But for that, I need to buy a world map and a bunch of markers. What? Don't worry about it, Drake. But for now. Leo clapped his hand together and looked at the sky. Oh, the mighty and totally not lazy, annoying, and crybaby world's will. Are my thoughts not clouded in everything I do for justice? Please, give me a sign. With his hands in the form of praying, Leo looked at the sky seriously, trying to find a sign from the great world's will, but nothing happened. Well, people look at him more weirdly now, so that's a win, right? Nothing, Leo nodded to himself, but suddenly, several shadows appeared in front of his eyes. Splat. Taking a side step, Leo looked at his previous location as the feces of pigeons dropped like an airstrike. These damn hellspawn. Leo looked at those few pigeons like the next sacrifice for a ritual before he said, this should be a sign, right? How do you interpret this? I see, everything is shit. So, I have to clean everything. Especially the actions of the world's will. I understand now. Drake looked at Leo with some judgmental eyes before he sank deeper into the Longina space. Anyhow. Leo shrugged before moving again, but in his mind, he was calculating the flexibility of his next plan. As a beast and Grailkuin, Leo thinks it should be completely possible to perform some maneuvers in this world even without the AIM field. Although his current power is a bit of a hassle. For his current power, there are the Annihilation Maker creations like Stans and Palkia on top of them, Gugalana, a near-infinite amount of mana, and Drake's powers, which to be frank, are the most reliable now. After all, this is DXD. The absurd and nonsensical powers shall reign supreme and nothing can stop them. Drake. Leo said but received no response. If we meet trouble here in the future, let's just boost everything to oblivion. Finally. Hand in Claw, the pure angel and the red dragon shook their hands virtually. This marked an oath that might or might not lead to the collapse of the planet, but that's a story for another day. Chapter 167, of Prison Moons. You're making this difficult on me, aren't you? Don't give me that look. Woof. Aren't you an energetic one? You must have caused your owner a headache, but sadly, I have no snacks today. Woof. Woof. Stop being a drama queen, you'll not die if you don't go on a walk. Woof. Leo squatted and looked at a certain creature straight in the eye, but this creature kept panting and looking around vibrantly. Suddenly, it turned to look at him and noticed an extended hand. Leo kept his eyes on the dog and said, "Paw." The dog looked at Leo and the extended palm before it raised its paw and barked. Its expressions looked as if it's expecting praise. For the 27th time, that is my knee and I'm not anticipating an arrow before being an adventurer. Woof. And that's my foot. Leo looked at this dog who kept aiming at his knee and foot. The dog is of the Shiba Inu breed and its colors were mainly black and white. It kept barking and circling Leo energetically. This made Leo's expression turn milder as if he's in a good mood. Arida is usually obedient, but it seems he likes you very much, Leo-kun. Sitting on the front porch, an old woman drank from a teacup while smiling slightly. Her words got no reaction from Leo, except lifting his eyebrow. Looking at the pup, who started licking his palm, Leo scratched its chin before responding, he likes the snacks more. Hee hee. That's true. Leo is in the front yard of the house beside Arisaltek's home to the right. After buying a big world map, a bunch of markers, and a fancy, expensive pocket watch because he happened to pass by it, Leo slowly returned to his home without teleporting and other shenanigans. However, his action got him spotted by the neighbor's Shiba Inu. He remembers this dog, which he brought some snacks for before, so he played with it for a bit. As for the old woman, she's the owner of the house, but it didn't mind Leo playing with their dog. This happened many times already, so she even invited and greeted him warmly. But here is the catch, Leo still has no idea who she is. Despite them being old neighbors, Leo still has no recollection of their names. If not for the fact they had this dog for a few years, he'll probably be completely clueless. Would this affect him? Make him embarrassed? No. He already builds immunity to talking with those who know him while he's completely clueless about them. However, in his mind that is filled with chaotic and forbidden knowledge, Leo faintly remembers sensing 2 life energies from this house, but there's only one lately. The granny took a sip from the tea before she said, "I'm already old and can't keep up with Arida, sadly. I don't think I can be with him for long." I see. Your acceptance of the fact you're old and going to die is remarkable. Without changing his face, Leo blurred those words with no care. Hearing the sudden and absurd lines, the granny couldn't help but chuckle and say, "I say your bluntness is way more remarkable, Leo-kun. But be careful because it might come back at you one day." Although he expected her to be at least a bit angry, Leo lifted his eyebrow again. "You don't really have to wait." Leo felt something is haunting him these past few days, as if someone has a debt with him. Well, he kinda deserved it, which made him a bit speechless. Oh my. That's unfortunate, the granny smiled slightly before going silent again. It's not like it matters. Don't you agree? I can understand you, but you can't. It feels a bit weird. Leo squeezed Arada's cheeks before rubbing his belly as the dog became completely relaxed. For this pup, Leo is a bit puzzled. A few days ago, he got a bit scared and confused as if he sensed the monster hidden behind Leo's usual look, but after a few snacks and rubs, he became completely energetic. I guess he's a bit dumb even for a dog. After playing with Arida for a few minutes, Leo raised his head suddenly and stood up. It's about time I go. Leaving already? Why don't you have some snacks first? The granny opened her eyes and invited Leo. No, there's no need. Thank you for the hospitality. Oh, if you have some free time, you're always welcome here. My grandson has been busy lately with work and unable to accompany Arida. I believe he'll be assured if he learned you took care of Arida. Eh? Who is this guy and why will he be assured? Is he sick? Leo looked at the granny weirdly. As this neighborhood official menace, he never thought that someone would feel relieved hearing his name. Usually, they either try to look slightly awkward so they can leave quickly, or they sound polite and reject him between the lines while they talk behind his back. Sometimes, they are frank about their disgust and avoid him like a plague. He has long forgotten since he got along with one of the neighbors. They have isolated him, especially the younger generation. Not like he minds, of course. But remembering how this caused his mother to be very worried back then, Leo could only sigh secretly. Japan society mindset is really not for me. However, Leo's face didn't change on the outside. You want to push the responsibility of your pet onto me, huh? I'll do it. But when he looked at the dog, who was cutely rolling on the ground, Leo spoke plainly. Looking at how Leo's words changed in an instant, the granny laughed directly this time before saying, if that is how you see it, then be it. Take care, Leo-kun, and deliver my thanks to your mother for the food. Will do. Leo nodded calmly before he went to the entrance. As for Arita, it stopped following him after Leo told him to stay. With Leo's figure disappearing into the distance, the granny looked at the dog playing in the yard with a smile that carried a bit of nostalgia. Leaving the neighbor's house, Leo had an odd expression on his face. What has gotten into the head of that old woman? Suddenly becoming sentimental. If she misses her grandson, just give him a call. Even with his insights, he can only guess what others think from their actions and words. As for their heart and feelings, he rather not look too deep into it. However, in the end, he only shook his head and whispered, human life is so fragile and short, well, it not as I lived for that long anyway. Speaking some words that sum up the entire character of various villains and evil MCs, Leo looked at the sky in a daze before he continued on his way. He felt like he's about to bump into a problem. This is his instinct slapping him in the face. It is hard to explain, but it is usually never mistaken. Coupled with the continuous headache and pain that he has been experiencing for days faintly increasing, the closed door of the house gave him a bad premonition. Leo shook his head and twisted the door handle, entering the house before saying out loud out of habit, I'm back. Greeted by silence, Leo noticed that the front lights were turned off. Nevertheless, he only needed one glance to see what was happening. After closing the door, Leo could only shake his head as a bit of tiredness flashed on his face. Advancing inside, the sound of faint whispers appeared and became clearer. Did you really meet Leo in Japan, Claudia-san? Come to think of it, I indeed met my praetor in Japan. We fought in the Holy Grail War. But I had to return to Rome shortly after arriving at this world. In the living room, Minami sat down facing a blonde woman as her smile couldn't help but twitch. So, this is their new neighbor. Minami thought as she grew more speechless with every word from Nero. She had been sitting at home until the door got knocked and she met Nero. Realizing that Nero is the newly arrived neighbor and even knows her son, Minami invited her in. To be honest, she was more interested in how her son knew this beautiful young lady. No, the problem is how this one has a good impression on him. This is very important. After all, recalling her son's history with girls. No, his history with almost everybody. It was basically a train wreck that got bombed again. The curiosity burned strongly in her heart, but in the end, she kinda regretted it as soon as Nero opened her mouth. Why does everything that comes out of her mouth sound like those roleplayers? But only because of this, Minami realized that Nero truly knew Leo. This same atmosphere and actions make everyone around speechless. Why did it have to be this reason? Burying those thoughts deep in her heart, she forced a smile and said, I see. So, you're from Italy, Claudia-san. That's a wonderful coincidence. My husband is also from there. It's a beautiful place. I know, Rome is Rome. However, although I didn't have a reception befitting me, I shall overlook their sins this time. After all, visiting a new world is a wonderful experience on its own. I really want to explore it. Indeed, you mean a new country. Right. Minami didn't know if she should laugh or cry. She has no idea how to respond to this. Looking at Nero continuing her story, she suddenly recalled the weird act of Leo these days. Is it because of her? This girl is a bad influence. Leo graduated from 8th grade syndrome a long time ago. She remembers clearly how her son buried that dark past and refused to even acknowledge its existence. His expression was devastating back then. How dare this girl drag her sweetie into that dark path again? Minami's eyes suddenly became vigilant. As a mother, she'll never allow this. Nero blinked her eyes in confusion. Why did the mother of her praetor suddenly become hostile? Is there an enemy nearby? Unable to sense this enemy, Nero also became vigilant before nodding at Minami. As expected of the mother of her praetor, she clearly isn't simple. However, her nodding was more of a provocation in Minami's eyes. This girl, she dares. But then she noticed something on the corner of her eye. She saw a familiar face looking at them without an expression. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Minami felt liberated. Even if she steeled herself, dealing with Nero's wavelength is very taxing. And more importantly, she needs answers. However, her facial expression quickly froze. Years of familiarity and her motherhood sense told her that every inch of her son's current expression said, don't involve me. Help me. And who is she? Minami squinted and spoke with her eyes, but she only met Leo's empathyless sight saying, "You're on your own. Good luck." Looking at Leo as if he's praying for her, Minami gave him a silent glance before she looked at Nero. When Leo was saying farewell, Nero sensed something strange from Minami's expression and looked behind her. "Oh. My praetor." Nero's face brightened before she waved with her hand despite Leo not being that far away. However, Leo didn't pay her any attention. He turned and walked to the stairs as if he didn't hear anything. This made Nero pout. Wasn't her voice clear enough? Unsurprisingly, she wasn't the only dissatisfied person here. Minami stood up and walked upstairs after Leo. Nero sat down there for a few seconds before watching Minami bring Leo down. Minami wore a kind smile while Leo still had his expressionless face, except it had more of a "why are we still here" vibe. "I'll bring more tea. Would you be kind and entertain the guest, Leo?" Minami stood up and went to the kitchen, leaving Leo rubbing his forehead. "Would you accept a no?" In his last attempt, Leo noticed his mother's unchanging expression before he resigned to his fate. "You won this time, Destiny." "Great, I'll be back in a minute." Before she left, Minami gave Leo a look, which made him speechless. What is more ridiculous is that she didn't leave. He still could see her from the door corner. For the love of... Why don't you just ask? Rubbing his forehead, Leo shook his head and went to sit facing Nero. Even if she had no idea what was happening, Nero still smiled as if she felt things were getting interesting. She was rather curious about the duo of mother and son, especially this one. "Did you come here for a visit?" "Here." Lep pushed forward the plate of dessert on the table to Nero. "Yes, However, Nero's face quickly changed before she turned away, refusing to talk. "I see." Staring at her for a moment, Leo nodded before he relaxed on the chair while messing around with the weird necklace on his neck. This situation lasted for some time as Nero frowned more and more. She tried to hum, expressing her dissatisfaction, but Leo didn't look at her. He seemed to be absorbed in turning his necklace around. Being treated like air hit some sort of nerve in Nero. Puffing her cheeks, she closed her eyes and clenched her fist. Her body began to faintly shake as if she couldn't hold something back anymore. "Do you perhaps need something?" "Outside of attention, of course." Noticing a slight movement of energy, Leo finally raised his head. His natural and relaxed movements were the final straw as Nero exploded. Thud. "Why is my praetor ignoring me?" Slamming the table, Nero stood up and got closer to Leo, questioning him straight in the eye. Unfazed by her demeanor, Leo gave Nero a short glance and said, "You want to know?" "Yes." Nero nodded her head quickly. Her being so honest made Leo pause for a second, but he still shook his head. "I don't want to talk to you." "Eh? Why?" Opening her mouth, Nero's eyes were full of disbelief. She couldn't accept this. Why is her praetor angry at her? Did something happen? As the colors of shock and astonishment filled Nero's face, Leo answered briefly, "Guess." Of course, such an answer didn't satisfy Nero as she grumbled under her breath and looked at Leo with resentment. Leo didn't bother with her anymore. He kept turning his necklace, which is a spell trigger and the physical manifestation of a part of his Longinus. To be honest, this necklace could be and could not be counted as a rose cross. But for the Rosicrucianism and Hermetic order, Leo is neutral at best. Neither of them greatly affects his universe despite being included in it. Such is the formlessness and changeability of the infinite singularity of light. Suddenly, a shadow was cast on Leo, awakening him from his thoughts. He raised his eyes to see Nero looking down on him. She had her knee on the table, supporting her body, and her hands rested on both sides of Leo's chair. Even with their faces almost colliding, both of them didn't react at all. "What are you doing?" "Guessing." Nero answered seriously and continued to stare at Leo's eyes as if she's trying to see something from them. This made Leo squint. From a screw-loose person to another, do you think he'll lose? Are you jealous? After a while of staring, Nero tilted her head and blurred a phrase that broke Leo's expressionless face. His expression was more wonderful than the time he told Ingra to save the world together. "Ha. Umo. I see, of course, it was like this. I understand." Nero nodded to herself proudly before a smug smile flashed on her face. It was like she discovered something. "No, I don't think you understand anything." Leo felt speechless. Her look right now reminded Leo of someone, which generated some great urge to punch her in the face. This is almost like an old grudge. "Worry not, my praetor. I fully understand. My art is the epitome of beauty and passion. Of course, you'll feel jealous about it being shared. Didn't we establish that it wasn't that great yesterday? But My art is meant for the world to see, even if they couldn't understand the beauty in it. Everyone needs to witness in amazement the artist who rivals Apollo. As for you, my dear Praetor, your appreciation of my art makes me very happy. Really. So, I have decided. I shall dedicate my work to you and me. Every time you'll see my masterpieces, remember that this is my greatest gift to you, my dear Praetor. This is my promise as an artist. Nero closed her eyes and smiled proudly and brightly. Her expression was screaming, praise me, as she closely faced Leo. But Leo squinted his eyes hard as his expression became very odd, like he couldn't even begin to comprehend the thought process of the person in front of him. Why does this remind him of himself? This girl is very suitable to be a dragon. Drake nodded in approval to Nero. This extra thick skull that ignores all the reason and logic without a care about the world. Drake couldn't help but remember himself fighting Albion without caring about any traps then getting killed. Yes, this is the true paragon of dragons. Only such a thick skull deserves to be a dragon. After a moment, Leo closed his eyes defeatedly and said, you need help and I know for sure I can't give it. Of course, not. As an almighty genius, I don't need help to show you unforgettable scenery. Meanwhile, Venom changed Nero's position in his mind into a brain-damaged person, but when he heard Leo's words, he added a note called Beyond Salvation. If his lord can't help her, then she's a goner. The simple and clean thought process of Venom would make Leo speechless if he knew. Cough *, would you mind getting off the table? With a light cough, Leo and Nero noticed Minami with a tea tray in her hand. Despite being smiling, Leo knew immediately that his mother was mad. It would be surprising if she didn't get mad at seeing a stranger on top of her table. Also, their current position wasn't the easiest to explain, but Leo is too lazy to clarify. So, he just sat there with an unchanging expression as if this had nothing to do with him. Oh, Nero finally remembered her current pose and went back to the chair. Putting the tray down, Minami looked at Leo questionably, but the latter had this zen expression as if he got detached from this entire situation. You two really know each other. This is surprising, I thought. Well, only she knew you from the picture. Minami had a hard time wording this situation. No, I don't know her. Of course, I know my Praetor very well. Hearing two opposite answers, Minami poured some tea and looked at her son and the new neighbor. They both looked at each other with a questioning look. Since when did you know me very well? That is a simple matter. With a bit of time, I'll definitely understand my Praetor completely. Now or then. The present or the future doesn't mean anything to me. Leo took a deep breath and closed his eyes before opening them and looking at his mother. Look at what you made me deal with. You made me deal with someone like myself. Don't you feel sorry for your own son? However, as if she could understand his thoughts, Minami took a sip of tea and watched this exchange in delight. Her previous unhappiness melted like snow, even the tea tasted much better for some reason. Wait, what picture? Leo suddenly focused on a very important hint. Minami reacted as if she expected the situation and turned a photo that was on the table. In that picture, Nero and Leo stood together wearing their combat clothing and holding their weapons. Even Leo's beast crown was on full display. Leo grabbed the picture to look at it clearly. There was faint pink writing on the photo corner that said, "No need to thank me, Emperor Nero." He didn't need to check twice to know who is the culprit. Merlin. Saying the name of a damn half-incubus, Leo's expression became chilly. Since when did he take this? The damned flower's brain Magus is still sneaky as ever. But what made Leo furious is that this wasn't a solo work. Nero couldn't possibly possess this picture if she turned into a spirit to come to this world. There's only one explanation: she got helped by someone. Is this how it'll go? You bastards couldn't take me one-on-one, so you decided to collaborate in messing with me. Very well. The strength he was holding the photo started to increase, but before it reached the degree of tearing it, Nero swooped in and took it at a speed that made Minami blink. Glaring at Nero, who hid the photo somewhere at high speed, Leo took a deep breath. Let's try not to get angry. Getting angry is bad for his crumbling mental health. That is it, he's totally joining forces with foe. When Leo was thinking about how to firmly lock Merlin in the tower, Minami refreshed her opinion on Nero. This Nero Claudius isn't half bad. She actually was able to get Leo. This is a very rare situation. Also, it seems her relationship with her son isn't exactly what she thought. Minami felt she finally understood, but then her expression became weird. Fixing his glasses, Leo decided to ignore his mother's weird look and say to Nero, "You aren't giving up, right?" Nero tilted her head, but then she quickly understood what Leo meant. A smile flashed on her lips, full of confidence and charm. This change surprised Minami. Maybe because of the same atmosphere as her son, she subconsciously ignored it, but Nero is very charming. From head to toe, Nero is a stunning beauty who shocked Minami. This made her throw a glance at her son, questioning again where he met Nero. But to her disappointment, Leo was still in the Zen mode. That's what my praetor thinks, but after listening to your words, I have decided to not follow them. My praetor's words might carry a bit of sense, but I, Nero Claudius, shall do whatever I desire, As long as I do it, it'll be perfect. There's no need to worry at all, isn't it? Raising her chest, Nero hummed proudly as if she made the most correct choice in her life. Her aura was filled with confidence, making people around subconsciously believe that her words are facts. Even Minami was affected. But Leo wasn't moved. He took a cup of tea calmly, even the stillness in his eyes felt chilly for some reason, like an illusion. It was hard to describe. However, he didn't refute Nero this time. That's indeed wise. Listening to me is a bad idea and usually never ends well. You'll do better like this. Leo nodded approvingly. His actions never solve anything, they'll only make it worse. After all, only a dumbass would listen to a fool. This had been proven many times that he grew sick of it. However, despite receiving approval, Nero stared at Leo deeply before frowning in dissatisfaction. She even became a bit mad, turning her head away, and refusing to look at him. Minami fell into puzzlement. What is this supposed to mean? Nero refuted Leo, then he agreed, but she's the one who became angry. Minami couldn't wrap her head around this. Maybe because she lacks a lot of contexts. Are you two talking about a game? One of those, what were they called? Shaking her head, Minami decided to finally say it. Game. Leo and Nero tilted their heads in confusion. Right, those D&D roleplays that your father spoke about. This Holy Grail is something like that, isn't it? Your cosplay was well made, Leo. I didn't know you were into these things. Minami mentioned the previous photo before nodding at herself. It must be this case. Especially at that time Leo went somewhere and had Genichiro covering for him. Minami was still worried about that time and if Leo had some trouble, but knowing her son, it's probably just to hide this hobby. Minami didn't mention it, respecting Leo's privacy, but as a mother, she could not help but be worried, after all. Knowing the truth made her more relaxed as her smile became brighter and said, "So, you two met playing a game and Claudia-san happened to move to our neighborhood. The world is indeed small." A game. Nero crossed her arms and thought about it before smiling and saying, indeed. Nero, who is full of confidence, took the Holy Grail War as a game between heroes of all ages. It's like the Colosseum during her lifetime. Only such a grand event deserves her presence. Getting acknowledgement from Nero, Minami smiled and nodded. Although it's a bit special, there's nothing wrong with this hobby. As her son is happy and it doesn't affect his future, then it's all okay. But maybe he should tone down those weird phrases and ways to talk. Feeling relieved, Minami looked at Nero more positively. Leo looked left and right between Nero and his mother before he took his glasses, cleaned them, and wore them again. Nope, the picture still didn't change. A game. Roleplay. D&D. Cosplay. Leo's expression was very wonderful. Looking at his mother and Nero suddenly getting along because of a big misunderstanding made Leo squint his eyes. So, he's now a cosplayer in his mother's eyes. How is he supposed to tackle this? Leo looked left and right again before his eyes landed on a certain part of space. From that point, he was able to perceive his faithful weapon, who accompanied him through several battles. A pitch-black Glock 19 floating in a space pocket. Suddenly, Black Barrel did a full turn and the gun barrel pointed at Leo. From their connection, Leo understood what it wanted to tell him exactly. If you want to kill yourself, turn me into a knife and commit seppuku, you filthy casual. How dare you speak to the Lord in this manner? Suddenly, Venom, who was completely silent, flared up. His anger-fueled thoughts lashed on Black Barrel instantly, making the latter shiver slightly. But he forgot what he promised me about turning my shape into my first form, Yamato, and cutting people. I just want to cut things, and people, sad face. Unlike Venom, Black Barrel didn't have a voice, it was more of simple thoughts. They were slightly slower and sluggish. But for some reason, it was able to deliver simple images. Nonsense. Our Lord never forgot. It's just there's a lot that happened lately and more problems to face. There was simply no suitable chance, but these days, I'm sure your strength will be needed by our Lord, so brace yourself and be ready. Now, apologies to the Lord for your sins. I'm sorry, my Lord. I just wanted to cut people. I'm sorry. Leo's face was pretty difficult to describe at this moment. Very well. Our Lord has forgiven you. Remember that our Lord always knows the best for us and never doubts his words. Be ready for any situation now. Yes. I'll be ready to cut people. Good. Suddenly, the picture became as if Venom is a big brother who is lecturing his little brother or sister, which isn't wrong because he's older than Black Barrel, although by a few minutes. But didn't the phrase, cut people, repeat a bit too much? Leo took a deep breath before he fell on the chair. What is happening with his Annihilation Maker's beasts? Although they gained life and a soul, therefore they should develop a personality with time, but one of them awakened a slicing fetish and the other one seems to be ready to write a gospel about him at any given moment. Maybe the first form of the creature affects their psyche development. Leo felt this should be about right. Further studies are required, but he's too lazy to perform them. Are you all right, Leo? Minami noticed Leo's weird actions and asked. Looking at his mother's worried eyes, Leo paused before he fixed his glasses and replied, yeah. I'm fine. It just I remembered something. With this, I should continue on my way. Nero stretched her arms and stood up, ready to leave. Minami was a bit surprised and asked, already? You still didn't even drink your tea? Yeah, she only came here to tell me that my words are nonsense and she'll do whatever she wants. My Preacher understands me very well. Nero nodded approvingly while Leo shrugged, especially when his mother threw him a glance that basically said, you do understand her well. Not like it's something I feel proud about. No, it's something worth all the pride. Leo rolled his eyes at Nero before feeling his mother's gazes. Why does he feel she understood everything wrongly? These days sure are unlucky, huh? Very well, I'll be in my room. I need to work on something. Seeing Nero preparing to leave, Leo also wanted to go, but Nero spoke, before I go, my Preacher, be prepared to witness how I'll prove you're wrong. You'll see how the world will be mesmerized by my art, especially you. Leo blinked while looking at Nero. Now, isn't she persistent? How should I describe this? Still salty from the last time I said her singing is bad. PFFF. Despite his thoughts going in a full circle, Leo didn't show it on the outside and said, is this a challenge? Of course. Nero smiled very confidently, but her smile stiffened in the next second. I see, then congratulations on winning. Of course, I'm wrong. As if he took it for granted, Leo nodded at Nero, even congratulating her. However, this made Nero frown as if she's dissatisfied with the outcome. Her eyes became sharp again and locked on Leo, trying to see something. Where's Dad? He's in the hospital. His shift took longer than expected. This short exchange made Minami speechless. She didn't even know how to interfere before she got called by Leo. I understand. By the way, although Kuo is peaceful these days, try not to run into trouble you can't handle. Or you know what? Run into them, just give me a call when you do it because I have nothing to do. Take care. Addressing those last words to Nero, Leo climbed the stairs and disappeared from sight as Minami rubbed her forehead. Why is this child always like this? Are you wishing for something bad to happen to this girl? As for Nero, her frown gradually eased, but she looked deep in thoughts as if something caught her attention. Please don't take it to heart, Claudia-san. Leo has always been like this, but he means no harm. Minami said a bit apologetically, although she only finished her words openly, most of the time. Let me see you out. I understand, but, Nero nodded as her expression finally eased. But she is still a bit confused. She felt as if Leo had changed somehow compared to when she first met him. It is hard to describe in words, as if something got extinguished. Nero kept these doubts to herself, but no one could tell what she is truly thinking about. Following Minami, they arrived at the entrance. But before she left, Nero heard Minami say, let me be honest with you, Claudia-san, I'm glad you visited us, especially coming to see Leo. It may sound embarrassing, except a very few, I can't recall anyone visiting him for a friendly matter. Minami sighed a little before continuing, I don't know what's going on in his mind sometimes. He always says he's completely alright, but doesn't he feel a bit lonely like this? Claudia-san seems to be getting along very well with him. May I ask you to visit him from time to time? Minami asked sincerely, completely tossing the image of Leo looking at Nero like a nuisance behind her back. Lonely. Nero's green eyes suddenly lit up and said with a smile, count on me. I'll definitely visit my Preacher every day. This is a promise from me. Not like that. Thank you. Minami's smile became a bit forced as she imagined Leo's expression if he heard this, but she couldn't refuse when Nero became very enthusiastic. Next time you decide to visit, please invite your parents too. I wish to know them. Unable to change what happened, Minami switched the subject. Parents? My parents aren't here. Nero's expression changed a bit. Oh my, are you living alone? Minami was astonished to know, especially when she saw Nero's young look, and said, did your parents really allow you to travel alone? No, my parents are dead. Despite stating it like a trivial matter, Nero's words were like a bomb to Minami. I'm sorry for your loss. Feeling like she stepped on a landmine, Minami became embarrassed and apologized. No, it's all right. It doesn't matter. Nero smiled naturally, but in Minami's eyes, she was more like trying to be strong. For her, Nero is almost the same age as her son. This made Minami's impression on Nero's increase again. She couldn't help but say, "You have moved lately, isn't it? If you would like, you can come today to have dinner together. I'm sure my husband would be happy to get to know you too." In her heart, she also thought of telling Leo to treat this girl better. Omo? Then I shall take on your offer. Feeling a bit strange about Minami's sudden affection, Nero still took on her suggestion. If you have any questions or a problem in the neighborhood, I'll be more than happy to help. I know it's kinda hard to get used to a new place. Minami said with a smile, and Nero also nodded while saying, "Omo, the condition of this place is indeed not to my taste, but why does it take so long to buy small pieces of land?" Nero frowned at all the procedures that had to be done in the modern era, but Minami could only smile wryly and say, "Is that so? Wait, buy the land. Needless to say, that house is simply too small. I have already obtained several others around it and am ready to build a castle befitting me." Oh. Here they come. Listening to Nero's words, Minami blinked. Her first thought was this was just another one of Nero's weird talks, but looking at some cars leaving and some agents in suits coming to the previous neighbor's house, she had an absurd feeling. Wait, Claudia-san, if you don't mind me asking, why did you decide to buy that house? Omo? Without a doubt, because my praetor is here. Giving an answer that made Minami completely freeze, Nero bid farewell to her. Minami watched wide-eyed as several agents were trying to suck up to Nero, but she just walked without giving them any mind. Her proud and confident manners naturally made her stand out. Maybe I should own this entire territory, Nero said to herself as the agents near her flinched with cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. However, she didn't care about them. She suddenly looked at the pervious house and thought for a moment before she felt strange. These days her headaches are much fainter and milder. Is it because of the new world? Feeling her jaw dropping, Minami had one single thought in her mind. How? Just how did her son know this person? What is happening down there now? On the upper floor, Leo was sitting on the floor with a marker in his hand. He frowned a bit as his headache increased because of the commotion outside before resuming his work. On the floor, there was a big world map that showed all the continents and oceans clearly. Leo seemed in deep thoughts while looking at the map. However, his hand didn't stop. He first marked several locations with a green marker, which were India, Japan, Africa, China, Europe, Great Britain, etc. Then he took a red marker and noted North America, Russia, but then, his necklace shone and a voice was transmitted into his head. Huh? What are you doing? Marking. What do you think about the following, Venom? In my point of view, there's nothing to question about my lord's vision, as I expected. Those green locations are the easiest targets and most organized. Yet, the possibility of doubt still stands until we check them manually. As for the red regions, there's a lot of variables. Further studies need to be concluded to lower the error rate. But if I may suggest to my lord, we should try to track the distribution of ley lines from these deserted zones first, at least until we get a general idea of the energy flow. The oceans would still be the most troublesome. Leo's sleeve extended into a jet-black tentacle and caught a black marker before it crossed the North and South poles, drawing lines towards Canada, Russia, Africa, and Australia. I thought so too, but we still need to take into consideration the movement of Earth compared to the Sun, and the location of the Moon. The gravitational pull and the tide should give us a better look at the flow of energy in the oceans. Leo and Venom began to mark several places, splitting them into different regions, and deciding several procedures that made Drake blink. However, he still managed to understand one thing or two, and said, ley lines, dragon veins. Why are you looking for them on this large scale? No one has attempted to utilize all the energy of ley lines in nature. Are you trying to cause something big again? Listening to Drake's questions, Leo lifted his eyebrow and said without raising his eyes from the map, well, it's not like I'm after their energy. And yes, we're going to do something big. Are you in? I'm stuck to you, after all. Despite sounding as if he's complaining, Leo captured the faint excitement in Drake's tone. Such a big event would be bound to be very exciting. How could he miss it? After all, this guy is a dragon. Exciting and wild matters like these are quite to his liking. What do these marks represent? In no time, Drake found the brand new map filled with different signs and short notes. You want to learn? Well, listen carefully. We have separated the map into several locations according to the difficulty of determining the ley lines positions. Leo tapped with the back of the pen on the map. Green is the easiest, red has a bit of difficulty and variables, and black is either difficult like the oceans, or not that worthy of trouble like the Antarctic. Although the flow of life energy on the planet doesn't truly differentiate between locations, there's still a lot of rules that should be taken into consideration. For example, the Antarctic. The icy landmass is indeed a part of nature, but the ice is still ice. Unlike normal Earth, the number of usable ley lines are much less and the flow of energy in them is slower. There's a lot to be said about how to separate areas, but for the green, we took a simple approach. We shall make use of the religion and the mystic side. Ley lines, or in other name, dragon veins, are huge sources of energy, which make them a valuable natural resource. It's something like the equivalent of oil for the supernatural side. Here comes the role of mystic clans, families, and organizations. Each one of them will at least occupy one important node of the ley lines, making them the best detection method for Leo. It's very simple. Locate the clan headquarters and you'll find their ley lines because their energy is also used for defensive purposes and such. For this, religion plays an important role. Most families will be affiliated with gods. A location with deep faith has a higher chance to locate an organization that monopolizes ley lines. Places like Europe, China, India, and Japan are filled with these types of cabals. They're for Leo, the easiest targets. As for the red regions, they are much looser in the aspect of mystics. For example, this North America, I see the best way to determine the ley lines quickly is by tracking the history of the native tribes. For America, the New World, the colonization of the continent brought new religions, therefore more supernatural involvement, and allowed more development in that aspect, but it's still lacking. The utilization and refining of the ley line isn't something that could be done in a day or two. Well, for someone on the level of Leo, such a thing could be done, but for human magicians. Not to mention the difficulty of finding a suitable ley line in the first place. Back in the past, humans were much more integrated into nature than today. It's not strange that this primitive instinct to survive led the ancient humans into some optimal locations. Yet, those ley lines mostly aren't suitable for magical use. Either because they are small or difficult to access. It's like Drake said, no one attempted to use the entire energy of nature. Not because they didn't think about it, but because they couldn't. To be fair, the red regions are more of Leo's own doubts because he isn't 100% aware of the development in these regions. After all, he didn't bother to look at them with clairvoyance. He can't put his views and speculations as facts, especially because this is DXD where the supernatural side doesn't follow the usual set of rules. Maybe America is as developed as Europe in this aspect, though he still doubts it. Also, Leo had to put into account the weird nature of the magician cabals in this world. The last time he checked with clairvoyance, he saw some damn witches and magicians in a magical domain in the dimensional gap. These guys left the human world and directly jumped to live in the void. They feel pathetic. Maybe it's because of the involvement of the mythical side, but magicians feel too pitiful in Leo's eyes. No, I guess the whole humanity of this world. If I recall correctly, I saw a golden dawn with my clairvoyance here. PFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF. Leo almost choked by the sudden laughter while Drake didn't understand what was so funny. In the end, a manual search is required too. Most of these procedures are just to lower the error rate. Nobody has time to circle the globe, trying to locate ley lines one by one, especially not Leo. Although he doesn't really miss the clairvoyance, Leo has to admit that it's rather handy with these things. Well, there's no use crying about it now. Now, as we're done with the logic and reasoning, we shall use technical knowledge. Let me be frank, I don't know if this applies 100% in this world, but they should do the trick. After all, it's all the familiar life energy, no? For example, looking at the weather, movement of the celestial bodies. The more Drake listened, the more he nodded and his eyes lit up. Utilizing climate change, the way seasons change from a place to another, even the times where an eclipse happens. Although he hates to admit it, Drake found himself learning. Even the previous reasoning felt new to him. He couldn't help but look at Leo, who was improving the map, deeply. This knowledge and understanding of how the world operates are kinda scary. Isn't by locating the ley lines, you can simply figure out any organization's hideout if they utilize them. Drake does not doubt that this isn't Leo's limit. Maybe he can even flip the entire ley line on top of those cabals and turn all their works against them without moving a finger. This guy. He does possess such great knowledge, but why doesn't he use it frequently? I guess blowing things up is less taxing. Drake nodded to himself as if he felt his thoughts were about right. In a sense, his partner is also a good example of a dragon. Assuming that you located the ley lines successfully, how are you going to utilize them? Extract the energy violently. I think I already said that I don't want the ley lines energy, and if I'm going to do it violently, why am I wasting my time thinking? Leo shook his head at Drake before he picked a yellow marker and said, Venom, establish a new task. We need some sort of an impact device to pierce a hole through the ley lines without distributing their balance. Oh, we also need to establish an artificial network to let the energy flow from those gaps. Let's include Palkia in the process for better efficacy. Affirmative. Venom started thinking about the best solution. He has been studying DXD's magic for a far longer time than Leo, making him the best for this job. Wait, if you are going to do that, you also need. Drake felt weird at first, but then he saw Leo mark something new on the map. In Japan, Leo drew a yellow circle with a small snake of the same color on top of it. There was a note next to it that said, Key/Yellow Snake. Despite being speechless about the name, Drake instantly understood what Leo was referring to. At this moment, he was already impressed. Although there's still to be taken care of, this plan has already been formed and it's pretty solid. This technical side was a bit rare from his partner, making Drake wonder, why are you doing all of this? Why? Leo fixed his glasses. His eyes couldn't be seen behind the reflection of light as he said, although this is a guess, he did cover me during that ritual, didn't he? Reducing himself to this state. Oh, I see. Yes, he did. Drake was puzzled for a moment before the answer flashed in his mind. That idiot. I guess he deserves to be my alter ego. He's almost as big of a fool as me. Drake couldn't exactly see Leo's expression at this moment as he listened in silence. To be honest, I could just wait for my core to recover without wasting all these efforts. But how long will it take? A month? 2 months? A year? Who knows when it'll return to optimal performance exactly, and although it's shameful, I have my limits as an asshole. Isn't that something positive and morally good? Drake felt speechless. This will break my streak as the asshole of the year. I'm disappointed that you don't understand this, Drake. Leo shook his head deeply as if he was really let down by Drake, making the red dragon more speechless. After finalizing the plan and dealing with some hassle here, we should proceed immediately. I can't keep him waiting for that long, no. Stretching his body, Leo returned to mapping again, but he got interrupted by the commotion outside. What did she do now? Looking at cars going and leaving from the opposite house, Leo squinted his eyes before a faint layer of wind-isolated outside noise. She gets mad for no reason and now makes all this noise. Leo shook his head, but Drake refuted him. Isn't it because you're putting yourself down these days for some reason? Really? But I'm only stating the truth, no. Leo tilted his head in puzzlement, but Drake squinted at him from inside the Longinus before ignoring him. Leo shrugged his shoulders and returned to work, but he suddenly remembered something and said, it's 6 p.m. now. I wonder how long he'll take. Ring ring. I actually got the timing right. Hearing his phone ringing on the desk, Leo dropped the marker in his hand and stood up to answer the call. Hello, I don't think you're calling to check on me. Meanwhile, on the other side of the call, Gentry sat down on his desk, holding the phone to his ear. His expression was a bit complicated and nervous before it turned furious while saying, or what? Do you expect me to call because I miss you? Go die. I called you because I wanted to ask something. You already know. Gentry stood up from the desk and began to pace in his room left and right as his expression changed. Who are you calling a predictable idiot? Don't answer that either. I'm serious, man. I really have something important to ask. Tell me, can we meet tomorrow? Today. Well, it's fine by me, but I don't want to bother you. You're coming here and... Now. Thud thud. Suddenly, Gentry's expression froze. His eyes slowly turned towards his desk. To be more specific, the drawer has begun to shake without any warning. Looking at his phone then at the desk, Gentry blinked his eyes before he went forward and opened it up. Inside the drawer, a familiar face and head alongside another pink creature head were phasing through the void, staring at him with unblinkable eyes. Chum am I in? Gentry and Leo stared at each other with a blank expression without uttering a single word. Not until Leo coughed and said with the same facial expression, the coordination might have been a bit wrong. I shouldn't have spun my way here. Gentry looked down at Leo inside the drawer in the eye before he slowly closed it again. He took a few steps away while looking at the desk. His desk got possessed by an angel, demon. Should he call an exorcist or burn it down? Chapter 168, are shattered by the sun. Ding dong. Coming. The doorbell ringing echoed, followed by the voice of a young girl. Shortly after, a young girl with blonde hair opened the door to see a young man with glasses holding a few plastic bags, which made her freeze for a moment. As if she didn't expect it at all, she blinked her eyes before widening them slightly. Yo, Leo waved his hand at the startled girl. However, his lack of enthusiasm didn't seem to affect the girl. Her doubtful expression brightened swiftly and said, Leo. It has been ages since I've seen you. Why didn't you visit us lately? Keiho Saji, the younger sister of Gentry Saji, was pleasantly surprised to see Leo, but because the latter ignored her greeting and looked around, she frowned her eyebrows. However, Leo suddenly tilted his head and looked at her. His expression was a bit weird while beckoning with his hand. Although a bit confused, Keiho still got closer out of curiosity and followed Leo's line of sight. From the second-floor window, the shadow of a person could be seen on the glass. Genshiro was pressing his face on the window, almost blending into the frame, looking down at Leo and Keiho. His eyes and expression were so ominous as if he became an evil spirit. The setting sun cast a shadow on a certain angle of the house, making his look much creepier, especially when he saw Leo waving his hand. Looking at this scene that'll make children cry at night, Keiho's face darkened before quickly entering the house, leaving Leo alone again. They are a happy bunch, huh? Listening to the sounds coming from inside and some screams as if a squishy toy got strangled, Leo looked at the clouds passing slowly while whispering, and she closed the door in my face, the audacity. After resisting the urge to call 119 and tell the clueless dispatcher that a big brother was owned by his little sister, Leo finally made it inside Saji's household. There isn't much to say about the interior of the house. It wasn't flashy nor shabby, giving it a sense of coziness. This wasn't the first time Leo has been here, so he is very familiar with it. He went inside with Keiho, who returned with a smile and said, "Sorry to make you wait, Leo. But my brother is." What did you do to him this time?" Keiho's face was a bit troubled. Although this isn't the first time her brother and Leo played pranks on each other, she felt Genshiro was a bit weird this time. "I've told him the truth, but he couldn't handle it." "Right, what kind of truth exactly?" "He's an idiot and anime is not real." Leo rubbed his chin before stating seriously. Keiho heard the dumb answer as she shook her head with a sigh. She already knew that getting a serious answer from Leo is nigh impossible. This is how he always has been. When she was lost in thoughts, Leo was going to ask if she adopted domestic violence as a new hobby and why she didn't invite him to watch, but a small boy walked over to him. Leo, you came. I missed you. Did you bring anything for me?" "Django, don't say something like that to a guest." Keiho started to discipline the little boy, but Leo didn't mind. Considering his history with annoying hellspawn kids, if this was any other little kid in general, Leo would have taught them why he's hated by the masses. But looking at the little boy pulling his shirt with sparkling eyes, Leo squatted down and ruffled the boy's hair before saying, "Of course, I brought you all something. Unlike your brother, I have manners and shit." "Oi. What are you teaching my little brother?" "Leo. Stop teaching Django bad words." Genshiro's angry face popped from the end of the hallway while Keiho covered her little brother's, Django Saji's, ears. Yeah, I taught him nothing though. But here, catch." Leo gave the bags he was carrying to Keiho, startling her before she looked at them. Seeing they were a bunch of ingredients and snacks, Keiho became embarrassed and said, "You really didn't have to, Leo." Since when I really didn't have to?" "And you, when did you decide to suddenly act mature, huh? It was just yesterday that you were crying because you were scared from the dark." "I wasn't." Keiho instantly retorted with her face beet red. "So, did you age when I wasn't here or something? Stop acting like you never saw me. At this point, do you still intend to treat me as a guest?" With his eyebrow twitching, Leo stared deeply at Keiho's face, making her turn away immediately while muttering, but. Leo isn't a guest." Django broke away from his sister and stood by Leo's side. Indeed, very good. This is why I spared you." Looking at the little boy taking his side, Leo nodded sagely. "What? You'll know when you grow up. Be happy in ignorance." Keiho didn't know what to say. She could only look at her confused brother nodding to Leo's nonsense. This scene was strangely familiar to her. Well, if he replaced Django with her. Keiho couldn't help but cover her face. Those memories were very embarrassing. "I'll be taking this." Suddenly, Genshiro came and took the bags from Keiho's hands and nodded at her. "You and Django go and relax. I'll be preparing dinner, so I'll borrow this guy." With a wide smile, he warped his arm around Leo's neck before he dragged him away. Wait, I can help." No, just go and relax. This guy isn't a guest and we should not waste his visit." Despite being smiling, Genshiro's expression was dark and ominous, making Keiho speechless, but then she saw Leo waving his hand at her. With a very solemn face, Leo gazed at Keiho in the eyes before saying, "If I don't come back, call 119 and tell the dispatcher that I'm not sorry for anything." Along those few last words, Leo got dragged by Genshiro away, leaving Keiho and Django staring at each other. "But why the dispatcher and what did you do to them?" Keiho sighed helplessly and took her little brother. Strangely, she felt more relaxed as a smile bloomed on her lips. This atmosphere and scene are a bit nostalgic for her. "You fucker. What are you teaching my siblings?" Putting the bags on the table, Genshiro glared at Leo, who went to wear an apron. Why and how gacha is both a physical and mental form of torture that originated from ancient hellhole we call my crumbling social relationships after hours of grinding. Leo said slowly before heading towards the largest knife in the kitchen. Genshiru is by no means a psychic, but such a scene produced nothing but dread for the next moments and a lot of overthinking about how maybe it's the wrong idea to let this guy enter the kitchen, especially after the gloomy gotcha talk. This feeling only intensified when he saw Leo sharpening the knife with his bare hand. Sparks actually flew from the quick contact, making the poor knife seem in much more danger than Leo's unclad skin. What? This is faster. Leo tilted his head in response to Genshiru's weird stares. Genshiru shook his head and went to wear another apron. He seemed to be very familiar with the process and preparing ingredients. Leo followed suit while twirling the knife in his hand at a ridiculous speed, leaving afterimages, and almost making Genshiru's eyes fall. I wonder, but did you actually leave my coin in the drawer? After a painful period of silence and knife spinning, Leo finally decided to speak, but his words almost made Genshiru drop a plate before coughing. That, cough well, is this why you possessed my desk? No, I suddenly spawned from a wormhole inside your desk just because I could. Seems legit. Genshiru nodded to himself and accepted it as truth. Shut up. Rude, but does it matter? I could easily lose small stuff like that, so I keep them in a safe place when I'm home. That coin is the last thing you should be worried about losing. But oh well, it's your problem if that peerage of yours came role-playing in front of me and I had to break all their jaws before leaving them next to the trash. Leo cut down some vegetables calmly and spoke without changing his face, unaware that Genshiru broke into a cold sweat. For the safety of the student council, he decided he'll keep that coin with him all day long. He just didn't want to see a clash between the two people he is very grateful to. However, Genshiru had a few doubts. It seems he's kinda preventing the inevitable doom of the student council, rather than stopping a clash between them and Leo. But this didn't make sense. Isn't Sona the little sister of one of the 4 Satans? Aren't those some very, very big guys? While Leo is, he has no idea except he's an angel and has a terrorist wet dream ability. He tried to get more information from Sona, but she only looked at him weirdly because he never showed any interest in this stuff. If not for the trickster coin taking the wheel every time, he would have already exposed everything to her. Sigh. Genshiru felt tired about the status quo, but he recovered and said, by the way, if you're here, can you tell me abo dash? However, he got interrupted by Leo waving the knife and saying, yeah, no. I don't think I will. Ha. Why? And stop waving the thing around. Simply because I know you'll ask me something boring and mundane to explain. What? That's not true. Leo stopped waving the knife and looked at Genshiru with dull eyes before saying, then are you going to ask how to take out the chess piece? Let me be honest, it's an eyesore to look at. Gazing through Genshiru, Leo easily spotted the pawn devil piece. For Leo, even if he didn't join the chat room, the main reason he denied all the possibilities of joining the ranks of devils in this world is that he had to put a chess piece inside of him. That game and all those devils who like it can burn in the smoldering hell. Wait, hell in this world isn't technically hell. Leo wondered for a moment before shrugging. There's more than a way to increase hell's temperature, no. Into the perfect warmth to cook marshmallows. No. Genshiru became speechless and answered nervously. So, are you going to ask how to hijack the chess piece to trick that bobcut girl, then take off when the situation allows? I don't think so. Maybe you'll ask about how to control the chess piece. So, even if you walked away, you don't have to care about any side effects. To be honest, I still think taking off that eyesore of an object is a much better approach. Genshiru stood dumbstruck in his place for a few seconds before he said. Leo, why do I feel you are focusing on the fact that it's a chess piece more than it's devil-related? After all, aren't you in cough and cough on, cough? Sorry. Putting the wooden spoon down, Genshiru solemnly said, I can't say it. My whole body refuse. Are you going to do it or not? No. The president didn't treat me badly and she helped me a lot. To be fair, it's quite interesting to participate in all those activities. Genshiru smiled and shook his head, but Leo stared at him deeply before fixing his glasses and saying, wait until you get spanked with a magic circle. What? What? Both of them stared at each other in confusion as Genshiru's expression was full of suspicion. What about a magic circle and spanking? He just heard something very dangerous. See? You're only going to ask about boring stuff. Then why did you come here? And stop changing the subject. Genshiru wanted to grab Leo and shake him for answers, but Leo started waving and twirling the knife at high speeds again. An alright question. I'm here to see those little two. It has been a while since I've been here because I had several problems. Also, I don't trust you with 2 little kids. You dare. Do you think you can take care of my siblings better than me? Genshiru fumed up as if Leo hit a nerve, but the latter didn't react much and said, no, but you know what I'm talking about. Different from what he expected, Leo didn't refute him this time. However, Genshiru was also too lazy to argue now. Sighing a little, Genturu looked down with bitterness and said, "You know how Keiho is. Since they were gone, she has always tried to help me and be reliable. I keep telling her it's okay and she doesn't have to bother, but yes, she's persistent. They just don't want to burden me further. I never thought I'd be so jealous of some maniac, uncaring, menace to society, asshole personality, but here we are." Genturu recalled how his siblings always open up when they meet this guy, as he couldn't help but look at Leo with resentment. It's easy to be one though. It's a simple process of 2 steps that might include irreversible consequences. Want me to help? I'd rather die. That is step 1. Anyway, the most annoying thing is them thinking of you as a big brother too. I don't know how I should feel, but I'm sure resentment is included. The colors of irritation filled Genchuru's face as if he's going to throw the spoon at Leo's face. Of all people, his siblings had to stick to this guy. Although this honestly relieved him, it also generated a lot of grievances. Now, that's just a bad idea. Leo fixed his glasses and finally put the knife down, making Genturu breathe a sigh of relief. He swore to hide all the knives next time. Because of various childhood traumas, I have made an oath to torture my little siblings, exactly like how it happened to me. I'm a very petty person and I don't care. Huh? How? Aren't you an only child? When did you get big siblings? Genchuru's expression became a mix of puzzlement and confusion, trying to find logic in Leo's nonsense. Is that so? Leo didn't continue on this subject. He only continued cooking in silence under Genchuru's gaze. Dude, you're weird. No one is normal, everyone pretends to be because they don't want to stand out. After all, what is truly normal doesn't exist, it just keeps changing and you can't decide what it really is. Leo suddenly started speaking quickly as Genchuru's face grew paler. Shut. I don't want a philosophy lesson. The ones at school are more than enough. Even if I needed help in my studies, you're the last person I'll go to. Genchuru closed his ears quickly and stopped Leo from continuing his "we live in a society" lessons. So, you go to the bob cut girl. Interesting. Leo felt the days of magic circle spanking were getting closer as his look gave Genchuru some chills. No, yes, maybe. I don't know. And it's not like you're going to help. Is that so? I'll help you if you ask nicely, and if it wasn't very mundane to do. Yeah, right. After you make a simple problem very complicated and over the top. Genchuru snapped before he scratched the back of his head and said, whatever, it's not like I can keep asking you for help. You've already helped us more than enough. As for the president, Sona, although I'm very grateful for her help, I can treat this as a job and repay her. Unlike someone who doesn't accept any repayment at all. As if he released something heavy, Genchuru breathed a sigh of relief before patting his chest. Suddenly, he looked at Leo, who was squinting his eyes, before laughing bitterly when he recalled how he acted earlier. It took him a bit of courage, but Genchuru managed to say, "Hey, Leo. I'm sorry." For what? Can't you read minds? I'm not spelling it for you. Leo's dull eyes suddenly fixed on Genchuru before he pointed at the boiling pot. If you're feeling sorry, why are you dragging me to cook then? Shut up. Under Leo's cold stare, Genchuru turned away while humming a song. This made Leo shake his head before saying, I guess I'm also using you as a shield, so we're even. Hold up, shield for what? Genchuru paused. Why does it feel like he suddenly got involved in something very troublesome? We got a new annoying neighbor, and she was suddenly invited to dinner, so I slipped away. I'm staying here tonight. I have things to do anyways. Aware of Genchuru's situation and how his parents passed away, Minami couldn't say no when Leo decided to go and help Genchuru in taking care of his siblings. Leo gave Genchuru a thumbs up and patted him on the shoulder without caring about the latter twitching eyebrows and annoyed expression. But I'm more shocked you actually came here and didn't make the neighbor reconsider their life decisions. Genchuru recalled all the past events and grew more alarmed. This must be one of the very few times Leo tolerated someone he labeled as annoying. I don't know, but I think I hate her. Rubbing his chin, a bewildered look surfaced as Leo took a while until he found the correct words. What? At this moment, Genchuru was truly dumbstruck and frightened. It's hard to explain, but the more I experience time with her, the more I see and understand, I realize. Yes, I truly despise her. The colors of bewilderment grew stronger on Leo as if this was strange even for him. But for Genchuru, he was already sweating as if the sky was collapsing. What did he just hear? Hate. Truly despise. The only time I heard him saying such a thing solemnly is when he kept saying he loathed himself more than anything. Genchuru already figured this is something he should stay away from. Well, I'll figure it out later. As for you, I only have one thing to say to you about your questions. Listen carefully because it's very important. Leo's expression suddenly recovered and became deadly serious. Seriously. Genturu had more than a reason to be suspicious, but as if he was affected by the atmosphere, he listened carefully. This is Japan. And this is Japan. Leo and Genturu stared at each other as the latter had a mixed expression of disgust and, why do I even bother? This is all you need. As for the rest, find them yourself. Leo nodded to himself before ignoring Genturu completely. Genturu's disgusted expression lasted for a moment before he became puzzled. Wait, is this guy truly serious? Japan. Of course, this is Japan. We live in it. Strangely, it stuck on him, and he kept thinking about it even after preparing dinner and eating together with his siblings and Leo. It felt like he forgot something very important. Japan, Japan. What do we have in Japan again? Except suddenly seeing devils and an not so angel person. Even after putting his brother and sister to sleep and looking at Leo vanishing into thin air with a peace sign, Genturu still couldn't put his finger on something. Only after he went to bed and saw a small souvenir that was given by his grandmother, did Genturu feel he had been struck by lightning. Holding the small cat status that was supposed to bring happiness and luck, his entire face became pale before he barely muttered yokai. Yokai, or yokai, is a difficult term to pin down, even in Japanese. The word had a lot of translations across the years, from monster and demon to even spirit, but it's much more broad and vague than that. It also includes ghosts, gods, transformed humans and animals, spirit possession, urban legends, and other strange phenomena. Every rule has an exception, and every answer has a contradiction. The difficulty in determining what is and what is not a yokai makes figuring out the correct meaning much harder. So, for simplicity, the supernatural world generally uses the term to refer to Japanese folklore, excluding several figures like gods from it. In the DXD world, however, the situation is much weirder, especially if you started or focused mostly on the center of the plot, Kuo Town. You're bound to get an, oh shit, this was supposed to be Japan, feeling when remembering that Kuo is in Japan and for some reason, you only saw devils and angels instead of yokai. Carrying that feeling, you'll see there's a whole new world and mythological system hidden in Japan. Did you understand, Drake? It's uncanny, to say the least. Under the radiant moon, Leo slowly walked into the forest near Kuo. His steps crushed the dead leaves and broke the small twigs, making a particularly loud sound in the night. Strangely, his presence was clear and radiating a terrible atmosphere. His eyes were plainly shining in the darkness and followed something as the red necklace on his neck flashed with green gleam. Drake didn't have anything to say about yokai because he never cared about their existence, although he found the situation to be a bit dumb. However, the red dragon focused more on what Leo was holding in his left hand. A traditional Japanese sword rested in Leo's left hand. The katana's handle was white with a golden pommel and handguard. The blade was hidden inside a black scabbard, tied by a blue cord. Even if this sword was releasing a horrible aura for some reason, Drake didn't care about that more than the weird music. Muffled bury the light. Ever since Leo took this sword out, it kept emitting some strange music and calling itself the storm that is approaching, which was very loud in the quiet forest. Drake squinted his eyes at the sword then at Leo, who was acting as if everything was normal and observing the dragon vein of this region. I get it. Although this noise is annoying, looking for these small fries is more annoying. Oh, here they are. Drake closed his eyes as he sensed several auras coming from afar. Indeed, I have dragon veins to check and I don't want to waste all the night looking for these harlots. Also, it's not like it matters if they find me or not, but aren't they a bit too much? Without raising his eyes, Leo already saw several life energies burning like torches in the night. They were on a completely different level from regular humans, showing the disparity in pure vitality. It didn't take long before several shadows appeared on tree branches, surrounding the place while keeping a distance. Even in the darkness of the night, they were completely clear for Leo. These creatures weren't much different from the Japanese macaque, but they were much bigger with a very vicious expression and gleaming red eyes. As if they were imitating humans, they wore clothes and held different weapons in their hands. Their clothes were like old garments from ancient Japan. These creatures showed wariness to Leo because he was holding a weapon, but after they figured he was alone and standing still as if he was frozen from fear, their cruel instinct was awoken. Even so, they made no obvious sound and acted stealthily. If a regular human was here, they'd never notice their presence. As if they were discussing between themselves, one of them suddenly descended on the ground and showed itself. Compared to the rest, it looked much smaller and acted as if it was scared, but curious about Leo. However, after showing no response to it, the yokai decided to get closer. When it reached a certain distance and noticed Leo didn't react at all, the monkey's friendly expression turned furious as its claws grew longer and struck Leo's chest. But as if it hit a steel plate, the claws were repelled as the monkey stared at its broken fingers in bewilderment before screaming in pain. Its howls made all other yokai agitated. Eek! Eek! Hoo! The place suddenly became very noisy with these monkey-like creatures howling everywhere and circling Leo. But Leo only frowned at the ear-shattering noises these monkeys are making. Seriously, these creatures can scream very loudly and it's irritating. I assume that you won't take me to your chief or boss willingly, no. Leo speaking didn't make any difference as his voice was drowned in the noise and some restless yokai had already jumped down and rushed towards him. One of them already sprinted with claws and struck Leo's back. Why do I even bother? Rubbing his forehead, Leo raised Yamato in its scabbard and gently tapped the head of the yokai who wanted to attack again. Boom. The entire upper body of the monkey exploded into pieces of flesh and internal organs. The blood and organs even splashed the faces of other yokai, freezing them in their place. At this moment, the noisy forest suddenly went quiet, except for Yamato still emitting music. So, shut up and run. After rubbing his forehead, a scary atmosphere rose from Leo, making all the yokai around tremble in fear. It's as if the harmless human-looking person turned into a horrible monster looming over their heads. It took them a moment of realization before a commotion broke again and the monkey-like yokai madly escaped. Some of them even crawled as fast as they could because their legs froze from horror. The intelligence of these seems to be degrading. Shaking his head, Leo looked at the escaping monkeys before his necklace flashed. Something is a bit weird about them. For some stray and rogue yokai, they are strangely organized. Leo hummed before he followed behind the escaping monkeys. Sarigami is a type of monkey-like yokai. They look just like the wild monkeys that are found across the Japanese islands. However, they are bigger, more vicious, and much smarter compared to regular monkeys. The Surigami, who escaped from Leo, rushed as fast as they could into a large tree filled with their kinds. This whole area of the forest near the mountain seemed to have been newly changed and turned into a temporary base by these yokai. The Surigami started screaming and howling, awakening a lot of other yokai. One of them rushed into a big shadow on top of the tree, but before the Surigami could speak, a large hand suddenly caught its head. Compared to the regular monkeys, this one was massive and its expression was very human-like. The white fur on its body shone with luster under the moonlight as its giant palm held the small Surigami's head easily. The red eye stared at the small monkey and signaled it to speak. The yokai didn't dare to defy and started telling all that it knows, but after a few moments, the giant yokai's expression became furious. It slammed the monkey in its hands on the tree trunk before speaking in a rough voice. Not only did you run like rats from a single human, but you even led them here. Much like their name, the Surigami are a prime example of fallen spirits once revered as gods in Japanese folklore but got forgotten by time. These monkeys that were once worshipped by humans deteriorated into shadows of their past selves, mad and cruel yokai. Yet, it seems they appear to have always been like this in the current world. Although how they came to existence seems very different in DXD, their nature didn't seem to change much. The giant Surigami grunted as he looked at the small one struggling in its palm. Its eyes were calm and more cunning than the rest of its kind. It knew that humans would follow these cowards, so it needed to prepare to test the enemy. The choice of fighting or running needs to be made quickly. Muffled, bury the light. The muffled music suddenly echoed in the Surigami base as all the monkeys suddenly stopped. All the yokai stared at the figure that appeared from the shadows of the night without breathing. They didn't dare to breathe. The horrifying aura seems to be squeezing space, rendering their legs weak and minds blank, especially the giant one. Unlike the others who can barely feel ki and use it, the giant Surigami could see and feel much more than them. When its eyes met those blank blue eyes in the bottom, the storm of mad and evil ki sent its mind into oblivion. That's not a human. There's no way that is a human. The monkey's face became as pale as its fur in an instant and its eyes almost popped from their sockets. Oh, there's a one who can talk. Leo looked at the big yokai on top of the tree, but before he said anything else, the giant Surigami threw the small yokai in his hands and ran without looking back. The giant Surigami ran like there's no tomorrow, pushing all his power and ki, even if he just abandoned all his kins. The only thought occupying its mind was, run or die. Teleports behind you. However, the strange music he heard earlier abruptly became much clearer. The scene changed into a few meters ahead before a shadow appeared behind him. Nothing personal, kid. Bam. A white and crimson fist clad in emerald gems slammed the giant Surigami's head sideways, sending it flying and smacking several trees in the process. Despite his vision becoming blurry and his head ringing from the attack, the giant Surigami still tried to stand up and run. However, looking at that monster appearing, he gave up all hopes and awaited death. You can use ki, right? Oh my, both Senjutsu and Tuki. I wonder what someone like you is doing in this place. Would you mind telling me? Despite it sounding like a question, the giant Surigami didn't dare to utter a sound of disobedience. Maybe this is a chance to survive. The fear began to slowly drive his mind mad, even his body acted on its own. Under Leo's gaze and Yamato's scabbard resting at its forehead, the Surigami spoke shakenly everything he knew with his rough human language. So, because of the chaos that happened lately, the previous regulations became very lax and a Iwabami, who is approaching the ranks of Daiyukai, great yokai, decided to take the chance to build a force and a territory of its own. The giant Surigami nodded while trembling before Leo continued. Also, you and a bunch of other yokai decided to pledge loyalty and join it. And I assume this new territory is Kuo, right? The giant Surigami carefully chose his words and only spoke when ordered. He didn't even dare to raise his eyes and look at the monster again. Tell me about the other yokai that came here. Leo fixed his glasses and ordered, which made giant Surigami squeeze its brain and recall every yokai it knows here. Okiri Inu, a flock of Yosuzum, Enko, etc. Leo tapped Yamato's handle with his finger as his expression grew strange. This doesn't sound like a normal occurrence at all. Drake spoke as Leo nodded at his words. Of course, this sounds strange. Even for rogue yokai, suddenly marching like this towards a devil's territory isn't logical at all, especially if the leader of all of this is a Iwabami, a big snack. These cold-blooded yokai put their lives at top priority and won't risk them at all by muddling with the two sisters of four Satans just because of a poor territory such as Kuo. Unless, of course, they are sure of their actions and have a guarantee. A guarantee that won't make them suffer even if this has been brought to light. Wow, this is becoming troublesome. Leo shook his head before he looked at the giant Surigami. Now, what should he do with this one? Noticing Leo's gaze landing on it, the Surigami tried to make itself smaller without caring about any pride as a strong yokai. Well, you know, Drake. This situation doesn't sound too bad. I lacked a watchdog around here anyways. So, let's just do this. Azure mana suddenly flared up from Leo's body, dyeing the dark forest with its colors. The change startled the Surigami, but the next scene made it cry from fear. As if someone threw ink into water, the pure azure mana darkened and soon was overtaken by an inky black hue. The murky mana resembling black mud, drenched in massive amounts of curses, circled around Leo as if the malice of the world itself possessed it. This is the thing that horrified the Surigami. As a practitioner of senjutsu and ki, the first thing to be careful about when training and using ki is the corruption from the malice and ill will that flows in the world. But what can the one do when a monster that looks like the embodiment of this malice suddenly appears in front of you? A strand of the black mud hit the Surigami before his eyes rolled and lost consciousness. What did you do to it? I gave it a tiny curse to stay obedient. Now, let's go see the end of this. Without glancing at the Surigami, Leo pulled Yamato and swiftly slashed across in the air. The sound of something getting torn apart was heard as Yamato's blade left a dark trace in the air before it collapsed into a giant portal. Leo entered the portal without any hesitation, leaving the unconscious Surigami alone on the ground while the portal slowly closed. Growling. A whoa. A giant wolf-like creature howled to the moon before its legs broke the solid ground and jumped. Its speed easily left an afterimage in the previous position and turned into a shadow in the night. Its bloodshot eyes were locked on a single target as its claws and teeth were covered in ki, torn through the night, and aimed at that target's neck. This prey has escaped its attack once and kicked its body away. This has already driven the Okiri Inu mad with bloodlust. However, the prey suddenly disappeared from its sight and a blue light flashed. Bury the light deep within. A blade cut through the air, leaving a blue afterimage like a crescent moon overlapping with the celestial body above. Crack. However, that one crescent moon suddenly multiplied, filling all the space around the Okiri Inu before the sound of glass breaking echoed. The image of the yokai dashing in the air unnaturally froze and began to overlap as if someone cut a picture to pieces and put them on top of each other. The scene only lasted for an instant before it returned to normal, except the body of the wolf getting torn to pieces and falling into the ground part by part. Drake looked at the overkill scene before he squinted his eyes. He has several problems with the damn song that is still playing and it's driving him mad, especially when Yamato left its scabbard. Firmly putting Yamato inside the scabbard, Leo looked at the handle and said, "It has been a while since I used a sword, but it doesn't matter. Now, are you satisfied?" Yamato vibrated in Leo's hand as if it was nodding, but it seemed it still wanted to go on. Leo shook his head. Should it be counted as a legit demonic sword now? It actually tells its wielder to kill things, well, slicing them, but it's all the same. This is the third one. Leo looked at the Okiri Inu's corpse as he was lost in thoughts. Okiri Inu, or the Okiri Okami, is a yokai that haunts forests and mountain paths, waiting for travelers to trip before it rips them to shreds. It's counted as both a curse and blessing type of yokai because as long as you don't trip, it'll guard you along the way. It possesses a high level of speed among many yokai and a regular human would have been swallowed before they even realized what happened. Leo already met two of these massive wolf-like yokai here, but the first two hide like little puppies after getting kicked once. These ki-sensitive creatures are really terrified of him. Leo looked above him to see several birds-like creatures frozen without any movement. Hundreds of sparrows-like birds nested like statues on the trees, and when Leo looked at them, they either fell on the ground and pretended to be dead or covered their eyes with their wings. Some of them even lose their grip and hang upside down on the branches like bats. Interesting. Leo was speechless while Drake found the situation to be very entertaining. Yosuzum, or the night sparrows, are bird-like yokai that appear mostly at night. They usually count as signs of bad omen and also as a warning. This is largely attributed to the fact that these yokai appear where there's a lot of other wildlife or other yokai, like the previous Okuri Inu, telling travelers about the danger ahead. This settles it. There's definitely something fishy about these yokai. Indeed. It seems some people are unhappy with leaving a whole territory in the hands of devils. Even if it's a small flock, the presence of Yosuzum tells how many vicious yokai have appeared near Kuo. Even if the entirety of Shinto, the 5 principal clans, and the shrines are paralyzed by work, something like this can't happen and go unnoticed as rogue yokai shenanigans. Leo fixed his glasses before continuing walking, letting the poor Yosuzum flock breathe a sigh of relief before crying and running as if they survived a calamity. They'll never come to this place again. It's too scary. Looking at the sparrows flying, escaping, into the night sky, Leo closed his eyes before he headed straight towards the depth of the mountain. The path in the forest unnaturally widened with large traces as if a huge object was dragged on the ground. Leo didn't take long before he reached a giant cave next to the mountainside. The vision was completely obstructed by the darkness of the night, but anyone could tell this place is bad news. The wind was unnaturally coming and going from it as if a typhoon was blowing. It delivered a thick smell of alcohol, which is to be expected from a Uwabami and their love of liquor. Leo looked at it for a moment before his right foot shone with an azure hue. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. He stepped hard on the ground, spreading cracks like spider webs, and making the entire mountain tremble. The cave shook violently before it collapsed, sealing the entrance. Counting silently, Leo grabbed Yamato before the mountain started shaking again. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Hisses. The collapsed cave suddenly exploded as rocks flew everywhere. A giant snake head appeared from beneath the rubble, releasing a hideous screech in the night, and rushing towards Leo's head straight. Just the movement of this body was enough to cause a natural disaster, not to mention the ki that surrounded it. This was a yokai approaching the Daiokai ranks and it didn't seem to care about surroundings to make its shape smaller. Bam. However, before the Uwabami understood what was happening, the mana on Leo's foot detonated like thrusters. The energy created a blue circle in the air before kicking the snake's jaw. The kick dragged the Uwabami and the rest of its body inside the cave into the air and sent it flying several meters high. Receiving this brain-shaking attack, the snake's mind was filled with pain, making it lose every trace of rationality, and become very violent. It opened its bloodshot eyes and glanced down to see who dares to attack it. However, its vision was soon overtaken by a deep blue gleam flooding the ground. Leo held Yamato tightly and poured some mana inside before he pulled it. The dark blade carried a torrent of energy in a wave before it exploded like a dam, drowning the entire space in a deep blue hue. Drifting in the ocean all alone. This wasn't the usage of Yamato's ability of separation or cleaving the fabric of space. This is simply charging the blade with an exaggerating amount of mana before throwing it all out recklessly. It sounds simple, but the scene it created was engraved into Uwabami's mind. The blue light rose from the ground, taking the shape of a crescent moon, and joining the silver moon in the snake's vision. Most of the yokai in the forest raised their heads to see a second moon rising against the shadow of a giant snake before their jaws dropped. The beautiful moment only lasted briefly before the energy tore through Uwabami's protection and scales, leaving a massive wound along its body and tossing it further in the air with a bang. The rising crescent moon collapsed into fragments after finishing its job and scattered in the night wind. The giant snake twisted in midair before gravity affected it and fell into the ground with a massive impact, shaking the mountain again, and raising a cloud of dust. The impact of the Uwabami's fall caused several trees to fall and fragments to fly everywhere. Click. Sheathing Yamato, Leo took a few steps as a wave of mana rushed, blowing all the rubble and dust away, and exposing the struggling Uwabamis inside. A grave wound extended along its long body, gushing with blood, but it wasn't that life-threatening for the Uwabami. The snake coiled up, covering most of the injury as a small stream of water abruptly manifested around its body. The ki surrounding the Uwabami's body acted quickly and started repairing the damage, but it was very much slower than usual as if something prevented recovery. The Uwabami, who recovered its sanity after getting slammed, grew nervous and wary. The fear of facing someone who could reduce it to this state was nerve-wracking for it. However, much like almost every yokai in this forest, the snake froze like a statue when its eyes landed on Leo. The previous horror suddenly multiplied several times as the giant snake returned its extended tongue and didn't dare to release it. Its head, which was above, suddenly snake in the middle of the coil and its eyes looked at Leo from the gaps of its looped body as if it's trying to pitifully hide. Ha 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 ha. Leo was speechless again and Drake laughed at his face. Uwabami are enormous serpents. Apart from their incredible size, they closely resemble ordinary snakes. They are famous for causing floods and rock slides. Yet, their favorite thing is to feed and drink alcohol. So, these snakes who are supposed to live away from civilization decided to get closer to the source of food. Well, just so you don't attack me like the others, I decided to give you a tap. Now, what I was going to say, Leo rubbed his chin as the Uwabami broke into cold sweat despite its snake-like body. Who is it? Who are these retards that dare to attack this monster? The Uwabami cursed several times in its head and almost cried because it thought this was caused by its subordinates. Ah, right. I was going to ask why you're here, but to be honest, I couldn't care less about a plan to show the incompetence of those devils and kick them from Kuo. Leo walked towards the snake as every step made it shrink back a little. It smells like politics and power struggles, ugh. Clicking his tongue, Leo looked at the Uwabami's huge eyes before he smiled and said, so, how about you stay here and keep what you're doing, but don't step into that city or let any other new yokai enter it. Oh, take care of those stray devils too. In addition to not daring to speak, the Uwabami was a bit confused. Isn't it going to get killed? Am I clear? You're the boss around here, so you can do it, right? Or maybe you don't want to. Leo tilted his head with a question as it caused the Uwabami to shiver before nodding quickly as it could and saying, why yes, you understand. The Uwabami wanted to cry from grievance now, but at least, it could keep its life from this monster. The amount of malice radiating to the key around him has already made it dizzy and horrified. You'll do it. Good, good. Well, make sure nothing happens or I'll pay you another visit. The Uwabami nodded as fast as it could again before it froze at the sight of the black mud rising in the sky. This was its last thought before the cursed mana struck it. Looking at the snake rolling its eyes backward and blacking out, Leo nodded in a good mood before walking away. The curse he planted should tell this yokai and several others what they should and shouldn't do. As for not listening. Well, no one with a desire to live wants a curse planted deep into their vitality to detonate, right? Leo felt he should thank this guy who wanted to mess with the devils. They actually gave him some useful and unsuspicious watchdogs to circle Kuo and prevent most of the annoying flies from entering, especially those stray devils. Just how many are there? Aren't devil pieces supposed to be limited? Strolling the dark forest that became much quieter after most yokai got beaten to a pulp, Leo looked at the moon in the sky before watching the night lights of Kuo. This doesn't seem to be the end. Indeed, whoever started this didn't do it on a whim. These power struggles usually involve a period of planning, especially if someone wants to move these rogue yokai without anyone noticing, or at least, they don't take action against them. Who knows, maybe this event was planned for a long time ago, but I wonder what made them stop. Perhaps a certain peace treaty and a red dragon emperor. TSK, damn politics. Leo clicked his tongue recalling all those annoying procedures before he said, anyhow, I couldn't care less because this sounds like their problem. You're speaking as if it's not you who caused this to happen. Drake knows that whoever caused these guys to act is mainly related to Leo making the world go to chaos, twice. And he's going to do it again. Of course, people would feel restless and those who want to achieve a change will take the chance. Nope, it still sounds like their problem. Also, you need to remember, Drake. Although benefits are important in these power struggles, you shouldn't forget that personal feelings and grudges have a big role too. Leo shook his head while raising the necklace on his chest before it flashed and Drake's voice sounded, it's not like you stopped it anyways. Oh, you figured it out. Despite turning most yokai here into security guards, Leo told them nothing about stopping their plan. As for not entering Kuo. Well, if they can't enter, the devils can always go to them. These yokai can't keep roaming around Kuo in secret forever, the devils will find out sooner or later and come to demand an explanation, giving them a chance to show how the devils couldn't protect their territories from some rogue yokai. This whole thing sounds dumb. Despite not wanting to admit it, Drake started to find this whole maneuver to be idiotic. Is this truly caused by a personal grudge? I know and I don't want to get involved, but for the kind person who gave me a bunch of security guards, I think I'll pay them a visit for the extended warranty of their dragon vein. This still sounds like it's your fault. Really? Well, I remember that a few crows and even their big boss appeared in Kuo, so I might go ask them for their extended warranty too. But hey, the official governors, devils, didn't know a thing. I don't know about you, but this continues to sound like their own problem. Leo gave Drake a thumbs up with a solemn expression, rendering the red dragon speechless. Enough chit-chat. The moon is full today, and looking at the mountain behind us, I think the dragon vein should be. Wait, wasn't there a storm on the east coast a week ago? I wanted to study the behavior of the energy flow here before leaving to the other areas, but Kuo doesn't even have a main node. Leo frowned as he took a smaller map of Japan from his space pocket and started marking it. Looking at how Leo was engrossed in marking the dragon veins, Drake rolled his eyes and observed him, but he quickly frowned. Yamato was still doing a solo play of Bury the Light and isn't planning to stop anytime soon. Can't you tell that sword to be silent? Never, I need motivation. Drake was speechless as Leo pulled Yamato and opened a portal before vanishing into it. The portal closed slowly as the moonlight shone gently on the dark forest, landing on several yokai. This night will be something they'll never forget for the rest of their lives. It's the day they got visited by a walking calamity. Chapter 169, I Walk a Road, Horizons Change. The trees swayed peacefully in the wind, cluttering and hissing as the air passed the branches and leaves. The insects hummed and small animals shuffled through the dark shadows as the forest recovered its night liveliness. Despite witnessing a calamity raising several supernatural creatures, the area didn't suffer any noticeable damage. Instead, the uncomfortable quietness vanished and the atmosphere became more natural. However, a faint light suddenly emerged far above the green dark landscape. The golden brightness unnaturally gathered and formed a rotating magic circle. Strangely, no one in the vicinity, even the yokai, could notice this conspicuous gleam in the night sky. An inconspicuous black feather swayed gently in the wind towards a clearing near the mountainside, lit by a bright flame flickering in the night. The bonfire burned brightly, dispelling the shadows, and illuminating the place like a lantern. The light exposed the devastated area and the collapsed cave behind it as if an earthquake hit the place, but looking at the huge traces, it was obvious that the clearing wasn't naturally made. Amid the rubble, several figures of different shapes circled the bonfire. They sang and drank as the flames cast a shadow on their bodies. But more importantly, they cried. The strongest yokai in the forest have gathered here without any prior notice. The only thing they did was move their cups and hands, drinking a large amount of alcohol while celebrating in tears. Near the collapsed cave entrance, a woman was sitting on a boulder while holding a large barrel of alcohol. She gulped the entire barrel in one go, which made a huge contrast with her slim figure. The female yokai slammed the barrel on the ground, startling her subordinates. But as the red blush crept on her face, her facial expression finally cracked. Wah. Why did I do? I was just sleeping. What did I do to deserve getting a beating? With the Iwabami's cries, the rest of the yokai finally relaxed, crying tears of grievance and joy. Grievance because a disaster fell on their heads from nowhere, and happiness because they survived the said calamity. The so-called elite yokai lost all composers and wept their sadness while drinking, especially the Iwabami. She transformed into a human form and drank her grievance out. I was just sleeping, hic, then he came and kicked my jaw, hic, he then used his sword and did something horrible, wah. Losing their previous restraints, some of the yokai around the Iwabami patted her shoulder and cried together, expressing their understanding of her pain. After all, they also experienced a visit from the monster. The other yokai usually kept their distance and lowered themselves out of respect to the strength of Iwabami and her cold and cruel means, but now, even the cold snake couldn't hold herself. This isn't fair. They couldn't understand why such a lord would come after them. Still traumatized from the accident, the yokai unconsciously referred to the calamity respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. However, even at the looming terror, they didn't dare to pack their stuff and run because it was pointless. The wind whistled as a giant dog-like yokai carried two smaller unconscious creatures and put them near the bonfire. Those two unlucky yokai were twitching as foam spilled from their mouths. Deep malicious will rose from within their bodies, corroding their ki almost instantly. It was a horrific scene to see for these ki-related creatures. The rest started at those unlucky ones with pity. Even the cold Iwabami turned her sight away because she also could feel the bomb inside her. With one thought, the curse planted deep inside her vitality will dye all her ki with malice starting from the source. Sinking her into deep nightmares or even degrading her will into madness. Such a vicious curse made the snake tremble, but what truly made her horrified is the being who seemed to be made of thousands more cruel and sinister curses. How can something like that exist? The Iwabami shivered just by recalling that, and more importantly. Should I contact the Lord? He might have a solution, but that Mons Lord seems to know. Looking at the ignorant yokai around her, the Iwabami felt bitter and wronged. The monster seems to know the reason she's here, and despite him saying he doesn't care as long as they take care of strays and block other small fries, the snake didn't buy it at all. Unaware of what she should do, the Iwabami shook her head and quickly chugged a barrel of alcohol, trying to forget about the situation. But when the yokai continued celebrating their survival, the sound of footsteps echoed within the woods. Because of all the commotion caused by them, the sound was very faint but drew all their attention. I hope I'm not interrupting something important, but I must say, it's a great night for drinking. Do you mind me joining? Under the stares of the yokai, a man walked slowly towards the bonfire with a bottle in his hand. The man had a tall build and appeared to be in his 20s. The most striking thing about him was the 12 jet black feathered wings coming out of his back, announcing his identity to everyone. I have brought drinks and I like stories, so how about we share some? I'm particularly interested in the last tale you guys told. The governor of the fallen angel smiled and waved gently as an awkward silence filled the area. Brother. Did you drag Leo and spend all night playing games again? Rubbing the black circles under his eyes, Gentry yawned as his Keiho squinted her eyes at him. Huh? Why me? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Gentry shook his head to wake himself up. He almost didn't get an ounce of sleep yesterday. The thought of all those monsters that were used to scare him to sleep as a child were real made him very frightened and exhausted. This made Genichiro re-evaluate the world in his mind. Devils, angels, yokai, and gods. What next? Dragons. To be fair, he won't be surprised anymore because the situation keeps getting messy. But brother, you know that Leo has healthier habits than you, right? How come? Keiho stared deeply at the shocked Genichiro. His non-feigned surprise and goofy expression made her speechless. You remember that Leo always goes for morning jogs, even when he stays here, and today wasn't an exception. I also heard he used to go to his grandmother's dojo. Huh? Heard from where? From you. Genichiro closed his eyes as he thought. Ignoring his little sister's questioning eyes, he turned away and mumbled, "You think he cares about his health? No way, those things he does are the price for being a jerk. Think about it. Did you think being a jerk is easy, or he won't get into fights because of it? In the end, it's all for not giving a damn, or so he says." Waving his hand like he's shooing something, Genichiro was a bit pissed as if he remembered something unpleasant. But didn't he stop getting into fights? Yeah, he did. Only after that accident thought, and don't worry, nothing will happen. Hopefully, Genichiro scratched his head when he saw his sister's worried face. No shit, who wants to mess with that bastard? He only stopped after almost everyone put him on the black list of the crazy people you shouldn't mess with. Just recalling that I was never able to beat him once makes me so angry. Blue-eyed Oni my ass. Genichiro clenched his fist suddenly as a vein became visible on his forehead. It's not like that, idiot brother. I'm leaving and taking Jengo to the daycare. The breakfast is on the table. Keiho took Jengo and left the house after giving Genichiro a weird stare that he didn't understand. What with this kid? Anyway, I should leave too. At this point, Genichiro did not doubt that Leo told him that information because it'll make him lose sleep, but even so, he's kind of glad he knew about it, or not. It is always complicated when it comes to these supernatural subjects. Nonetheless, knowing it early is better than regretting it later. Feeling the sacred gear hidden in his arm, Genichiro felt more confident as a thought arose in his heart. He needs to get stronger. Genichiro finished breakfast quickly before heading out, yet his mind was completely occupied by that thought. He could become stronger, right? He became a devil and all, so he should be able to do something like magic, no. There won't be some conditions like he lacks talent and, he could only hope so. Genichiro's enthusiasm received a hit from the start, but recalling his unique power, he felt much better. At least he isn't without any guarantee. However, his mood sank as soon as the door opened. In addition to the sunlight and the chilly air, he was greeted by a figure waiting near the entrance. Of course, only this wasn't enough to ruin his mood, but this person was dripping wet. Ah, it's a wild blue-eyed Oni, drenched from head to toe. Genichiro's eyebrow twitched. Leo stood at the entrance of Saji's household, completely drenched as the water dripping from him already formed a small puddle. However, instead of being bothered by it, he only looked at his sleeves and touched a strand of his hair. It looked as if he was wondering if he should dry himself or not, but when Genichiro appeared, Leo turned quickly. The hell did you just call me? His blue eyes and words sent a chill into Genichiro as the latter broke into a cold sweat. There's no way he's willing to say that nickname out loud. The last person who said it got beaten unconscious by Leo. Huh? What are you saying? I didn't call dash. You fucker, are you reading minds again? So, you indeed called me something. Ugh. What about it? Everyone calls you names in their minds, especially me. Genichiro couldn't believe he fell into that simple trap, but he wasn't willing to admit it. Luckily, Leo seemed to be convinced, or maybe he was too lazy to peruse the matter. Releasing a sigh of relief, Genichiro unconsciously glances at the watery Leo. After he decided to become stronger, he couldn't help but wonder how strong is this angel, who made his stubborn and strict president swallow her pride and choose to escape at all costs. Noticing Genichiro's stares, Leo stopped messing with his uniform and said, "If I recall correctly, your birthday is on the 17th of June, right?" That is correct. Why are you asking? Starting from today, you'll experience something very unfortunate. It'll be the clench your teeth and accept it type of misfortune, or so. This is what my hunch is telling me. I would have told you more, but my eyes are still tired. Fuck your hunch. Rude. Looking at Leo shrugging despite his uniform being wet from top to bottom, Genichiro sighed because he felt it's a waste of time to get angry at a bunch of nonsense, even if it sounded ominous. Anyway, why do you look like a drenched chicken? Oh, this. I went on a jog. Leo waved his hand as Genichiro took a step away to not get splashed by water. He took a turn away and opened the gate before nodding with a smile. Yeah, I know, that makes total sense, indeed. But if you mind me asking. Genichiro's smile became brighter before saying, "Where did you go jogging?" Well, I'm at the bottom of the ocean. You know, the place where light can't reach and your organs get crushed by pressure. Ah, I see. That sounds lovely, and deadly too. Wait, you're still there. How? Genichiro watched Leo exit the gate before he closed it and suddenly realized something. Indeed. This vassal you're looking at is a clone I made. My main vassal is still at the bottom of the ocean, so when I made this clone and tossed it here, it was already wet. Didn't I tell you this before? Staring at Leo's casual expression as if he didn't say anything weird, Genichiro froze for a while before a confused voice escaped his mouth. Huh. Meanwhile, at more than 8 kilometers underwater. The Hadal Zone, named after the god of the underworld, Hades, is the deepest region of the ocean. This zone remains in perpetual darkness as the lack of sunlight, low temperature, and extremely high hydrostatic pressures make it difficult to explore. Despite these extreme conditions and nutrient scarcity, the Hadal Zone still holds a wide range of marine life that evolved to adapt to this high pressure, although lacking in abundance compared to the higher zones. But the awfully quiet seabed finally witnessed a change. A distorted sound traveled underwater as the pressure made it very faint and completely unorganized. The few sea anemones living here suddenly retracted when something stepped near them, startling other marine life. A humanoid figure invisible in the darkness passed through the area at a relatively fast pace while looking around as if the extreme conditions didn't pose any problem. A creature that resembled a brown hairball with small wings followed behind, clad in a pink aura, separating it from all the water and pressure. Me and boys, at 3 a.m. looking for the sunken city of R'lyeh, but it was a big fat lie. Leo jogged slowly on the seabed, completely ignoring the darkness and coldness. He was even wearing his headphones as the music emitted to the outside distorted into gibberish because of the pressure. My lord, 3 a.m. already has passed a long time ago in this region. Whatever you were trying to do, you have already lost the chance. Also, are you making things up again? Whoa. Venom corrected and Drake scorned Leo, who wasted time in the South Pacific Ocean depths, trying to find some sort of city. As for Kiribo, it complained a little about being dragged into this abyss by Leo. Its big eyes frowned as it reluctantly moved its wings with the help of Palkia's blessing. Like I care. As for you, don't think you can escape after I caught you binging the entirety of the Yu-Gi-Oh series repeatedly without taking a rest. And you didn't even call me. Leo's voice sounded in the minds of all the creatures near him as he glanced at Kiribo. The flying ball of hair turned its head away immediately as if it looked guilty and caught red-handed. So, you'll suffer with me here while locating all these deep dragon veins nodes. Woo. Hearing Leo's merciless words, Kiribo froze in midair before it dropped slowly from the air like a leaf swaying in the winds, which looked so wrong considering this location. Leo glanced at devastated Kiribo before he took a bunch of detailed maps that focused more on this region. Like Kiribo, these maps seem to be completely separated from this environment by a coating of mana. Unlike them, Leo simply withstands the pressure with his body. When you have a vassal that can switch between flesh and bones into pure energy, it's very simple to adapt to these locations. Kiribo flew up again as the maps caught their eyes. Landing on Leo's shoulder, they observed the markings like they were very curious about them. Drake, if you happened to suddenly get power to crush both Ophis and Great Red like worms, what do you think the reaction of the world would be? Out of nowhere, Leo suddenly asked while marking the maps, confusing the Red Dragon Emperor that yawned as if he's used to it by now. Back again with those questions. Didn't we already agree that it's that so-called the will of the world that reduced the impact of your doing on the world? At least I'm a known figure, you're an entity that suddenly popped from nowhere. The world would be in an uproar after the first state of confusion and they would have made unions and stuff to prepare for any action from you. So, you can be wise if you are tired, huh? Well, I'm asking you because you lived here more than me, but don't tell me the only thing you did was clashing with your white dragon friend. Leo's surprised expression gave Drake the urge to somehow launch a dragon breath through the Longinus at his face. What does this have to do with it? Didn't you have all-knowing clairvoyance? It's not all that all-knowing, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. Also, being knowledgeable is different from being wise. But as you said, the worlds will give everyone ADHD. How fearsome. What? As I expected from my lord. He was able to understand what the will of the world did very quickly and it was indeed fearsome. You. Shut up and stop encouraging this out-of-order brain circuit of his. This lizard dares. Venom and Drake started fighting again, but it looked more like a children's quarrel because neither of them could reach the other and they suck at making insults. Well, the worlds can give ADHD to people, that doesn't sound concerning at all. Despite feeling that he reached a conclusion that will earn several curses from DXD World's will, Leo wasn't going to back down. Fine, you're correct. It is indeed unfortunate. Drake sighed and admitted that ADHD is a very close term to all these supernatural creatures that ignored the looming threat above their heads. As for how he understands this term, this creature called Venom is particularly useful in sending information when you need it, despite his annoying nature. Unfortunate. You're quick to feel sorry for them, my dear partner, Drake. ADHD will be the least of your worries if I had time to show you the thing we agreed on, but alas, things kept popping. Leo rolled his eyes and sounded regretful as Drake froze and his pupils minimized. This sounded so ominous in the Red Dragon Emperor's head, especially when Leo called him, my dear partner. This is a warning sign if he ever saw one. Hold up, what are you trying to show me, and since when did I agree? Humph, we have already agreed after I finished my previous mission. Also, if you're curious about what I'll show you. Let's say, it's my world. Leo shook his head as if he couldn't believe that Drake forgot something so important. Indeed, even Drake himself couldn't believe he forgot something so ominous, then he felt a gaze filled with envy on him. It was Venom looking as if he wanted to rip him to shreds, making Drake speechless. Keep your world to yourself. I reject. I reject your rejection because you have already agreed. Don't worry, I guarantee your survival. Survival is the least of my worries. I only agree because I didn't know. Why are you so frustrated? Aren't you a dragon emperor? Strong and fearless. Anyway, let's pick up the pace. After finishing these deep dragon veins, let's go court life in China. Do you get it? We are going for life energy. I'm not seeing myself out. Oi. Listen to me. Ahahaha. Leo finished marking some important nodes and writing notes about the shifting of life energy here before he continued his journey in the Hadal Zone as his laughter sounded more relaxed than usual. Time passed quickly as Leo explored the deepest parts of the ocean to find how dragon veins nodes usually shift around the planet. His journey led him to explore the deep ocean more than the current humanity ever did, but it didn't matter much for him, except he finally was able to determine the most logical and illogical distribution of dragon veins in this world. This exploration and mapping almost took a full week, but it was worth it. If someone saw Leo's maps, conflicts are bound to rise immediately because knowing the distribution of dragon veins means the ability to utilize nature's strength against enemies, even if it's in the form of barriers and formations. To be honest, this world takes a simpler approach for the movement of the planet's life energy. Seasons, weather conditions, geological structure. These are the most noticeable factors. As for astrology and other shenanigans like Earth rotation, they don't amount to much. In fact, this simplicity is what made it hard for Leo at first because he focused on the hard parts, rendering him speechless and making Drake laugh at him, especially when he got slapped by a penguin in the Antarctic because he tried to give it a chainsaw. Basically, someone has to be invested in feng shui and they'll be able to grasp dragon veins near them, although such hold is at most superficial. This made Leo's work much easier as he can determine the general location of the main nodes and discover them using his Ki sense. In addition to the dragon vein quest, Leo paid some attention to what is happening in Ko. Despite some small crows and even their big boss, Fallen Angels, who is snooping around, entering the town, nothing much changed. No, in fact, the yokai are already doing their job and Leo checked a few times, but he didn't see a stray entering the town, well, at least not by the usual ways. For those who teleported here, they got taken care of by the devils and such. Leo wanted to pay them a visit to tell them, good job, but he recalled how afraid they were of him, so, he went there anyway. Like DXD Worlds will said before, he's indeed a very kind person and the yokai in the forest can testify. As for the shaking and not daring to look at him in the eye. Nonsense, they are merely shaking from joy and respect. Venom can guarantee that. Maybe because Leo found it funny that they hide the fact they got beaten by a big crow after a few minutes from when he demolished them. Genshiru on the other hand witnessed some big changes. Leo recalled seeing him later that day as Gen only told him a few words while shaking, "You bastard, if you could see the future, tell me earlier," before he went away while holding to his butt as if he was experiencing massive pain. This situation continued to get worse day by day as Genshiru began to space a lot, became highly sensitive to sudden actions, broke things here and then, and mumbles faintly about magic circles and controlling the flow of demonic power. This guy is getting abused. That was Leo's first thought and wondered if Genshiru would become edgy and release the dragon sealed in his right arm while chanting some chunny lines. But then he thought maybe he's getting trained, well, it doesn't matter. Training or abuse. It's all the same with these supernatural beings, but Leo likes the chunny part more because it'll be fun. Loading 99%. However, the loading screen that haunts Leo's nightmares finally moved once after 5 days. Do you know how nerve-wracking was it to watch a loading screen stuck at 98%? Leo thought this has to be a new form of torture specifically made for him and his people. In any case, Leo noticed that this loading screen is slower than the first one, but who knows, maybe this 1% will move faster and spare him for the feeling of wanting to end it all. It's growing fast. This doesn't make sense. Drake, however, was more concerned about the thing gathering inside his old host's vitality. Despite the young man having the boosted gear inside his body for more than a decade, such mutation shouldn't be possible. The pure angel and red dragon observed the small human-like vitality get dyed by the dragonish aura bit by bit, crystallizing into a core. To pass the first stages and reach this phase has a lower chance than pulling SSR continuously with every single roll, according to Leo. Slowly, but gradually, the young man began to release a faint aura that belongs to dragon-type sacred gears. However, the mutation started to put a troll on its host. He started spacing a lot and feeling more tired with each day passing by. These symptoms are bound to get worse, which made Leo roll his eyes after a few doubts. A life for a life. Although the thing growing isn't a living being, the vitality of a single human isn't enough, but a certain devil already took an insert in the aura released from this young man. This scavengers and resources optimization is really over the top. Well played DXD, well played. However, recalling a bunch of crows, the plan of the worlds will give him an idea, and if it worked, he'll be laughing for days. But for now, Leo shall observe how things will develop. It shouldn't take more than a week to confirm it. Only then he can decide the proper way to deal with the world's will shenanigans. However, he has to finish the last piece required for his small plan. If you do the following, you should get a better result, my lord. Although such an equation will prove to be ineffective if it is used in combat. I see, but doesn't it get repetitive here? These so-called equations keep intersecting. I guess this is a part of the optimization of the mana process, huh? Indeed, the Nordic formulas hold the philosophy of achieving best results with minimum consummation. Currently, Leo was sitting on a chair inside his workshop and mansion, looking at a bunch of magic formulas. This was one of the many offices inside of the manor, but Leo chose it because of the big space. It was dimly lit because the whole mansion was floating in the dimensional gap as the ever-changing colors of the void kept flashing. But I'm rather startled. I didn't expect my lord to be versed in this world's magic. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing, in particular, my lord. Leo's eyebrow twitched as Venom seemed more joyful than usual. The extended jet-black tentacles from Leo's sleeves happily moved the papers and organized them. He and Venom were deducing a magic formula, which is the general way of performing DXD magic. It might sound complicated, but it's actually a simple process of tracking the boundary of the dragon vein using the main node and impacting it to create a new artificial node overlapping with it while having Palkia's assistants make it much easier. It's a necessary step to gather the majority of the dragon veins into one point because Leo lacks the proper amount of special violence now to rip out all the dragon veins forcibly. Well, mostly Venom is doing it because Leo didn't pay much attention to DXD's magic. However, after finishing the initial product, this child took Leo to see his work and started explaining the magic system behind it. Unlike most of his familiars, Venom usually never asks or shows interest in anything, except if it's Leo's orders. Despite it not being that urge, Leo gave him this task to find a hobby of some sort. However, this child showed more curiosity and joy in teaching him, which made Leo a bit perplexed. So, he decided to listen seriously even if the result didn't diverge much from his predictions. Didn't you just tell me, or was it supposed to be hard? This magic is nothing more than knowing how mana moves and reacts. These eyes of mine don't exist for the sole purpose of understanding for nothing. Leo frowned as if he was in a bad mood. He tapped the table, making a rhythmic sound. These are mostly magic equations gotten from Loki's library after he happily donated them with a smile as a spear was piercing his guts. Mr. Loki is indeed a good person. He didn't even snitch on them during the friendly raid and helped them instead. The magic in this world is simply weaving the mana in a way to produce a certain phenomenon. The so-called equations and calculations are nothing more than following a pattern that leads to a specific result. It's like completing a puzzle using your mind. The demonic magic is no different, although the process of following the pattern gets omitted a bit by imagination, or rather call it the visualization of shape to avoid misunderstanding. After all, this demonic energy is not that wonderful and there are restrictions and limits, especially by the unique properties. Like the special features owned by 72 pillars, which can never be copied by the regular demonic power. I expected nothing less, my lord. The tentacle on the table moved up and down as if it's nodding. Venom is fully aware that what his lord meant by his eye should be his personal reality. Extrasensory perception or ESP refers to the ability to use the mind to receive information through means beyond the regular five senses. This means the user is able to comprehend an alien channel and access a common sense of reality beyond what appears to be normal. In other words, his lord sees a completely different world than ours. An alien world that Venom has no idea how it looks and operates, neither thinks he can handle it. For this reason, Venom couldn't help but be jealous of Drake. He really wants to chop that lizard and grill it, then. You feel it, don't you? This world's magic limit is itself. It can't pierce through a certain stage alone, no matter how one tries. Venom awoke from his thoughts as he pondered about his lord's words. It didn't take him long before he nodded. Indeed, my lord. I feel this world's magic lacks the fundamental drive that I saw from all other universes' magic systems. The seeking of the truth. Maybe this is the reason for stagnation, or magic is simply limited here. But this isn't a reason to tie ourselves to such rigid thinking. Take these 4 magic circles as an example. Leo raised his hand as the mana surged. Above his empty palm, symbols and runes took shape before they got coiled into 4 magic circles, red, blue, yellow, and green with 1 in each layer. The magic circles flashed before a tiny orb of each of the elements they represent orbited around their respective circle. Calculation and equation. Imagination and creation. With a wave, the 4 magic circles gathered before they fit inside each other as if they were pieces of a puzzle. The 4 elements orbs on each circle began to orbit around the new magic circle while leaving a trail of light. Now, this big magic circle is in itself an equation, but isn't it made of 4 already operating in separated equations? What does this make it then? Leo looked at the magic circle before a part of his mana began to change. Ki, mana, demonic power, and holy power. All of them are simply a variation of the fundamental vitality in this world, which belongs respectively to their selected species. Each magic circle started to operate using a separated form of energy, yet the full result didn't change and the 4 orbs orbited slowly. Leo further snapped his finger and terminated the earth element equation. The orb representing earth dimmed down and the rest of the orbs lost the trail of light, but the magic didn't stop operating despite losing a part of it. Although it'll be harder to maintain and unstable, you should have got the idea, right? Leo stopped the simple light show of magic and leaned fully on the chair, looking at the ceiling in a daze. Of course, my lord. Unlike the creatures in this world, their general rules and limitations don't apply to us. We can go beyond and perform seemingly impossible maneuvers normally. We shouldn't limit ourselves by their logic. Ah. Yeah, that's right, and stop treating this magic with kindness. What is this? Spatial manipulation equation. Leo stood up and picked a paper, which had a bunch of equations, and said, just use incomplete teleportation magic to mark the main node. Don't give much care and it doesn't matter if it got bombed. We're trying to impact the dragon vein, not giving it a love tap. Understood. Looking at his lord's expression that said, this needs more bombs and explosions, Venoms blinked his eyes. What confused him more is what Leo said is completely doable and it'll reduce the time and effort, although yes, there'll definitely be explosions because of the instability. However, this magic tool is meant to be a one-time use, so it's acceptable. This made Venom wonder if violence is still the solution to everything, even when talking about something as delicate as magic. Although it still needs adjustment, what do you want to call it? This tool, I mean. I shall refrain. I'll be more than happy if my lord gave it a name. Don't be like that, Venom. Leo put down the paper before saying, no matter how small it's to name something you made, it's your achievement. Be proud and embrace this thought. Also, my naming sense is simply a dumpster fire. Leo rolled his eyes and urged Venom, who still didn't want to name his magic formula. After a while, Venom finally gave up and thought about it seriously. Cross of Impact. Venom spoke the name of the magic formula and observed Leo's expression. However, Leo had a weird look when he looked at the tool drawing that looked like a big, weirdly made cross. Is it perhaps a bad name? Who knows, but I at least know that it's better than anything I was going to say. Leo shrugged before his eyebrows frowned again, even his expression hardened and became cloudy. He took a few deep breaths to calm down before he returned to listening to Venom's explanation. However, it didn't take him more than a few minutes to cover his face and look down, startling Venom again. Luckily, Drake is asleep or he'll think his partner has finally lost all the screws in his head. My lord, are you perhaps upset about something? You weren't able to focus on anything since we started. No, I'm. Damn it. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Leo wanted to assure Venom, but his expression did a 180-degree turn before he slammed the table violently, sending all the papers flying. He held his head as if he's expressing a big headache while Venom collected the papers quickly. I hate you with every fiber of my being. I hate you with every fiber of my being. This phrase was said by Leo 2 times in different places. One was in this workshop in the dimensional gap and the second was by his clone as he witnessed a blasphemy he'll never forget. Nightmare slain. The screen showed the following bold victory message as Nero lowered the controller and nodded her head. The arrogance filled her from head to toe, especially her smug look as if she did something spectacular. Such a vile creature is no match for me. My self-picked warrior shall clean this land from their filth. What does my praetor think? Amazed? Mesmerized? Nero had the usual, go on, praise me, although this time it was more smug than usual. Probably because she decided to prove her artistic wonders to someone. However, this only caused a vein to pop on Leo's head and he almost slammed the controller in his hand on her head. The only thing that stopped him was his fondness for this controller. However, what did my praetor mean by hating me with every fiber? I meant every word. Give me this, you damn cheater. Leo snatched the controller from Nero's hand, startling the Emperor. My praetor, you dare accuse me of fraud? I'll not tolerate such an allegation, even from you. Nero tried to get the controller back, but her face was pushed away by Leo as she became mad. I need to guide my warrior to clean the lands. My praetor will not stop me. If not watching you speedrun this game using imperial privilege wasn't painful enough, then letting you continue would be blasphemy. I don't care if I'll be called toxic, I refuse to see this. Play it when I'm not looking. Oi, what are you doing? Nero took the chance and tackled Leo as they fell into wrestling on the floor for the controller. Nonsense. My praetor is the one who doubted my artistic talent, so I'll prove it. Everything converges at the Emperor. This is the trait that only exists for me and me only as an almighty genius. But now, calling it a fraud. Treachery. People might not understand my art, but they won't stop my artistic perfection. Hand it over. You'll get it back after I end it all in a fiery nova. Until then, take your art away from me. Leo and Nero began to roll and twist on the floor, almost knocking the table away, but they still didn't release the controller. Luckily, the poor controller was solid enough and miraculously survived getting squished by these two. Gradually, their voices reached the outside, making the neighbors wonder what was happening. However, they didn't care as both of them became very stubborn, even if they didn't use any supernatural power in their wrestling. Usually, Nero is the one with a solid head that doesn't listen to anyone and Leo is too lazy to play along, but now, as if several nerves got triggered, he refused to back down. However, as someone who used to wrestle in the Colosseum, Nero quickly took the upper hand and locked Leo, but she still couldn't take the controller from his hand. Ding dong. Strangely, they seemed to forget the initial reason by now and this evolved into a fight of stubbornness, which for some reason, Nero began to enjoy. They even ignored the doorbell that kept going for a while. Outside the mansion, Genturu started at the big manor in awe and shock. He didn't understand when such a big estate had appeared in Leo's neighborhood, nor why his friend was inside. Listening to the sound outside, he wondered what was happening, but because no one responded, Genturu decided to leave. It's totally not because he heard Leo's voice inside and felt this would be something troublesome and he would rather not get involved. Happy and relieved with his decision, Genturu turned away and wanted to leave, however, after one step, he felt nothing under his foot. His sense of balance was thrown before he tripped. As a helpless expression surfaced on his face, a pink portal on the ground swallowed him whole. This was his last thought as no one around seemed to notice an entire person vanishing. Chapter 170, The Tournament's Begun. And this is why. Sitting at the table, Genturu spoke after a deep breath, I hope you'll understand. He looked calmer than usual as his eyes didn't waver. His expression was akin to someone who had gathered all of his courage and had nothing to lose. Hands off, you heathen. Hee, my praetor. You might be an outstanding mage, but I'm the flower of the Olympian. That doesn't make sense in this situation. Wrong. It does because I said it. Or so I hoped if you'd listen, Genturu nodded as he drank a bit of tea in front of him. On the ground, Nero and Leo were still twisting while fighting for the controller. Although it's more Leo struggling as Nero already firmly locked him, yet because of her being petite, she couldn't win. Genturu watched it unfold in front of him as he already lost the initial surprise after getting ignored for the 8th time, nor cared about how indecent their current position is. He had to be careful of the table getting thrown at his face. Genturu couldn't help but sigh. Why couldn't they open the door normally? It sure wasn't hard to stop this farce and do it commonly, but no, they had to give me a heart attack. That weird creature's, Palkia's, red eyes flashed in his head as Genturu shivered. There was something about it that really frightened him as if his instinct itself was screaming. Not only did he have to be abducted via a portal, but even met the creature. Coupled with what happened this week, Genturu felt he was the king of bad luck. He looked outside the window in a daze, rethinking his decision to come here with every table shake. The scenery wasn't bad actually because Nero has remodeled this place into a mansion or a temporary palace in her words. Thud. The table got stuck again, but luckily, he already had his tea in his hands. You too, can you listen for a moment and then do whatever is this you're doing? I told you to do whatever you want. I just don't want to see it. Why can't you understand? No. I'll be damned if I left my warrior without aid. Additionally, what is the point of doing it if my praetor isn't watching? Already accustomed to the pressure released from these two, Genturu found himself better and so, he already had enough from this. He gathered his palms, had a deep breath before he. Just listen for a moment, damn it. Screaming as loud as he could have made his throat ache a bit. However, his cries made both Leo and Nero stop for a moment and raise their heads. What, X2? What the one can do just to have a bit of recog, oh, you listen. Sorry for yelling out loud, Claudia-san, was it? You have quite the boldness. Amusing. Nero tilted her head as she found Genturu to be very courageous to scream and curse at her and Leo. However, she might have forgotten, purposely ignored the fact that not everyone knows who she is. This made Leo squint at her for a moment before looking away. Unaware of her true intentions, Gentru decided to not think deeply about it, and so, he saw Leo staring at him without blinking. It was creepy, if he may say. I'm not apologizing to you, go and cry about it. Tisk. Leo clicked his tongue and moved the controller away from Nero, who tried to snatch it. So, I might have said this a couple of times already, but please, teach me how to become stronger. Gentru said with the utmost seriousness as he looked Leo in the eyes. It took him quite the courage to say it loudly, even if already did it a couple of times. No, go get spanked by a magic circle, hey, watch out for the glasses. Eck. With one phrase from Leo, Gentru's serious expression shattered to pieces and his face cringed. His entire look twisted from shame as he almost blushed. How do you know? Do you really want me to say it? And no. Gentru leaned on the chair like a deflated balloon while covering his face. However, he quickly recovered his composure and stood up. I know it might be bothering you, but I really hope you'll hear me out. It might sound weird, but I did deserve to get that treatment. I have messed badly, I just failed miserably. Gentru lowered his head as he spoke. His facial expression twisted into a look of guilt after shame. However, Leo blinked his eyes as if he was puzzled and said, I thought you liked such treatment. Did you go out of your way to receive it? Interesting. Umo. Nero also blinked her eyes and looked at Gentru with curiosity. No. What are you talking about? Don't twist my words. Seeing both of them looking at him, Gentru snapped with embarrassment and anger. He pointed at Leo furiously and said, I'm a completely normal person with normal preferences. I am not one of those who get excited when they get punished and spanked by a pretty girl, okay? Especially not when she has a serious and angry look. Am I clear? Denoman, I don't know. It's not me who said it, it's you, so good. Leo tried to raise his arms, but they were caught by Nero, who wanted to flip him to break his grip on the controller. You shouldn't be ashamed of what makes you happy. Embrace it and say it loudly and clearly, even if it makes you blush from shame. Nero shook her head at Gentru. You. Deep breath, happy thoughts. Gentru sat down as he clapped his palms, trying to calm himself. He knew it. There's no way this new girl would be a reasonable and normal person. These two are all the same. It's not because I like it, okay? Ugh, even now I sound weird. Anyway, you're not accepting, right? Gentru scratched the back of his head as he sounded very confident. Of course, not. I can't teach you anything, go to the bob cut girl. She must have some systematic training for you. Leo shrugged and his expression was like, nobody has time for this as he shook Nero away. I see. I know it'll be like this. So, you remember you owe me a favor, right? Let's go now, I know a place. Gentru finished his tea as he stood up casually after those words. However, he froze as he felt the atmosphere change. It became very chilly despite the warm weather outside as the two of them stared at him. Nero's eyes sparkled with curiosity as if she found something very amusing, but Leo's were full of pity like he was looking at a patient on his deathbed. Aha, there was that, huh? I don't think you're in your full mental power. Well, what can I say except, these are the doors of hell you just opened and I wish I'm joking. Hearing Leo's answer, Nero brightened as she let go of him and stood up. Leo followed her and cracked his neck while looking at Gentru, who swallowed from nervousness. Knowing this guy, Gentru realized that Leo accepted without another word, which made him smile and say, what hell? I'm a devil. What a coincidence, I'm also an angel. You sound a bit heretic, have a moment to talk about the Lord. A bright smile flashed on Leo's face as it literally shined with light, giving Gentru tingles as if he's being scorched. Nah, you're not and I'm good. Let's go quickly. This sounds amusing. Let's make haste, my praetor. Yeah. This is the last time I play games here, my cracked heart won't support it. Leo sounded sad as he put the controller away while Nero rushed to the entrance, but the last look she gave made him feel this won't be the end. Well, Leo is pretty sure he'll be smashing the monitor on her head next time, so yeah, it's better if there's no next time. By the way, since when did you know her, Leo? For a while. However, you are unusually calm about it. Oh, right. Isn't she the one that you really hate? Gentru asked as Leo nodded, which made the former put his palm together and smile kindly before saying, I have decided that I don't want anything to do with this, please, ignore me. And so, the two of them joined Nero, who was waving at the entrance before they left at haste. Still feeling a bit unreal at how quickly and smoothly things went, Gentru still gathered himself together and led them towards the abandoned factory at the side of the town. Or so he thought. Apparently, a walk of 10 minutes is very boring for these two, especially because Nero is here for fun and Leo wanted to finish quickly. So, Gentru found his face getting shoved inside a pink portal for the second time, falling face first on the ground, and also eating a bit of grass and dirt. He found himself in an open clearing in a forest between mountains he didn't recognize. The green landscape extended to the limit of sight as the sounds of birds and small animals filled his ears. This place made him even question if he's still in Japan or not, especially because his mind is still foggy from the large spatial movement. This should do. Leo passed through the portal and Nero followed after me, looking at the place with interest. Mostly wondering where this is. Where are we? Dunno, I just found it yesterday. Anyway, get up and let's get this over with. Leo shrugged before he looked at Genichiro, who stood up slowly while fighting the urge to puke, or maybe it was the pressure from Palkia. Oh, two friends face each other as warriors, I like it. I really like it. Nero stood a step away to watch the show, but not before she spouted some words that made Leo stare at her silently, wondering since when is he a warrior. Okay, I'm fine. Dude, what the hell is wrong with that portal of yours? Anyway, what should I do? Slapping himself to focus, Genichiro took a battle stance, which looked very sloppy and embarrassing. I said that I have nothing to teach you. So, come at me with everything you have, I guess. Leo rubbed his chin as Genichiro frowned and said, you mean, attack you? Yeah, sure, it won't make a difference. Leo waved casually as he saw Genichiro take a deep breath before he raised his hand. A purple gleam gathered on his right hand before it manifested as something akin to a black lizard with purple eyes. This is Genichiro's sacred gear, absorption line, one of 4 pieces of Vritra. It allows the user to absorb other creatures' power by attaching its tongue to them. Leo gave it a glance before he looked at Genichiro, who still didn't do anything. Leo squeezed the bridge of his nose before he said, today, General, anytime today. Where's your weapon? I mean, sacred gear. Huh. Take out your sacred gear. Genichiro looked at Leo solemnly as the absorption line opened its mouth. Man, just attack already, or do you want me to do it? Leo shook his head as he started to get impatient, but his careless attitude made Genichiro clench his fist. You know. I couldn't move at all that day. Even if I had this strength, I froze like an idiot. He squeezed his fist tightly until veins became very clear. I failed to repay the trust of those who left their back to me. They could have died. Genichiro lowered his head as if he didn't want them to see his expression, but instead, Leo was more puzzled to care. Aha, I can guess what happened to you. But why are you sounding all that depressed? We all fail from time to time, I mean, look at me. I never succeeded in anything I wanted. Oi, what are you doing? Suddenly, Nero frowned when Leo was speaking. Her bad mood was reflected in her actions as mana gathered into a scarlet sword, Estus, the original flame. She stabbed the sword on the ground and didn't say anything. Unlike the startled Genichiro, Leo's eyebrow twitched. If not because of the guy in front of him, he'll have already brought Yamato out to fight. Anyway, it's not the end of the world. No, it's because of me, because I wasn't strong. If I was, I wouldn't stay still when my team was getting attacked. Genichiro cut off Leo as he finally raised his head and sacred gear. Huh. Geez, it has been a week and you're like this. You worry me. Are you sure the bobcut girl didn't spank the back of your head instead of butt? To even ask me of all people to train you. The president won't always be there to save us. So, I'll become stronger. And I know you can help me because you're... Genichiro took a deep breath before he said, strong. This made Leo pause for a moment and blinked a few times as if he hadn't heard correctly before he broke into laughter. PFFFF, strong, you say? Yeah, you're not in your right mind. I didn't know that getting spanked can cause this. Leo shook his head with pity as his expression made a vein pop on Genichiro's forehead. This guy. Why is he so good at triggering people? Can you just stop mentioning the spanking? Suppressing the boiling anger, Genichiro thrust his right hand forward. The absorption line acted almost instantly as a gleaming blue tongue shot from its mouth. It traveled quickly in the air, crossing the distance in a blink of an eye, and attaching itself to Leo's left arm. However, Leo stared at it silently before he turned to Genichiro, without showing any reaction about the sacred gear on his arm. This is, the idiot. Sensing the familiar aura, Drake was awoken as he stared at the absorption line. Genichiro frowned at Leo's lack of interest, but it quickly vanished as he moved fast. He began circling around Leo as his lips lifted into a smile. I should keep distance as the sacred gear is absorbing Leo's power, then add a dash, wait. Genichiro's expression froze as his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His absorption line was clearly attached to Leo, but he didn't feel any energy absorbed. Instead, the cold and unamused stares of the angel gave him goosebumps. He didn't get another chance as a huge force transmitted into his right hand. His feet lost their balance before everything turned into a blur around him as wind impacted his face. Well, first lesson. Leo pulled the line on his arm and dragged Genichiro violently in the air. The poor devil was shocked and unable to comprehend the situation, but when he saw he's flying towards Leo, he raised his arms to defend himself, however. Leo leaned back a little before he gave the flying Genturu a headbutt. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. Gah. The impact sound echoed in the forest as Genturu released a dying wail. It felt as if he didn't hit someone's head, but a piece of steel. That was his last thought before everything vanished into the darkness. The hit sent Genturu flying backward before crashing on the ground and rolling a few times. Then, he lay still on the cool ground while twitching. That line of yours is a physical object. Anyone with decent physical strength can simply drag you over. Oh my, he's out. Leo fixed his glasses and wanted to give an advice, but he noticed that Genturu was out cold because of the headbutt, twitching a little once in a while on the ground. I think I might have overdone it. Leo rubbed his chin before he shrugged and turned to look at Nero. What? You want a turn too? Nero raised the original flame before she smiled and said, of course, I always wanted to battle you in a contest of wit and power. Waving the scarlet sword as her clothes changed into the Spiritron dress, Nero took a combat stance before saying, come at me, my praetor. The clash of our sword shall be the instrument that makes muses bow before it sounds. I see, but I hope you know. Leo nodded as a deep blue gleam flashed and Yamato manifested at his side. Looking at this, Nero tightened the grip on her sword, however, before she rushed, Leo's voice became weird. There's no counterforce to give fairness here. Teleport behind you. His voice sounded right next to her ear, startling Nero as she spun her body. Her sword left a crimson afterimage in the air with a slash aiming at the back, but it was blocked by a black scabbard. Rumbling. Mana, an exaggerated amount of energy rose in the air from Leo, dyeing everything around it in an azure hue. As if it was a loaded bullet, the mana suddenly accelerated without warning, turning into a torrent of light, and flooding everything ahead. Nero felt herself drowning in the tide as the sword almost flung from her hands. This gave her the feeling of facing the blunt power of a full dragon heads-on, all aimed at her without giving her a chance to react. Asterisk by AM. Asterisk. With a deafening sound, the clash hit the ground, shaking the entire forest. It was as if an earthquake hit the place. A cloud of dust rose in the air with the shockwave before a few trees around broke into pieces. From the depth of dust, a figure was sent flying before she crashed on the ground, rolling a few times, and laid still on the cold ground. Surprisingly, it was close to the area where Genturu was twitching. The original flame followed from above as it flew and spun in the air before stabbing the ground near Nero. A gust of wind blew away the dust as Leo calmly walked from the crater. He glanced at the two unconscious figures in the grass nearby. Stretching his arms and body. Leo felt good for some god knows the reason. As if he finally became light after a long time. He raised his head to look at the clear sky before he muttered, this predicament might not be all that bad. I kinda look forward to it now. How bizarre. Drake had nothing to say about this. As so, Leo nodded to himself as if he was looking forward to this training as the twitching of a certain devil made Drake look at him in silence and pity.